from deep space.
My video, the public person, I'm a public citizen.
I'm not going to interact with you.
I'm a public citizen. I put my camera. When is my camera not going to see? I'm going to put 4 cameras on here. Top, side, bottom. When am I not going to see dirt or earth underneath my rocket? At what point in time? How long?
Go watch the video. You have the same thing that they see.
No, my video, not something you got made up that's been fucking 20 years old that we don't even know what's made
up is your video. That's what you're making up right now.
No, I want to play a continuous thing. You can put your camera on there too. We can stand next to each other live. No, me and you can stand next to each other with our cameras. You could put your 4 on there. I could put my 4 on there. We can compare our screens next to each other. See how that works?
All right, I'm not gonna. I'm sorry, DMAC.
Then we can compare that to what NASA. Then we can compare that what
interact with you because I.
Well, then we can compare that to what the television shows you on your TV program, and we can see if they match. When they don't match, what does that mean?
Go watch the video and see where you can tell us when the cartoon starts. Okay.
Go look at the walls.
I'm done. Tell me. I'm not going to ignore you. I'm just going to tell you right now. I'm not going to talk with you anymore.
Well, I'm just saying. Go look at your wall and tell me what you see. And how's that help you with what I just asked? Thanks for not doing anything that I asked, and it made no sense, and it had nothing to do with the conversation at all. You want me to go look at somebody's video? I don't want to look at somebody's video that's already happened. I want us as the public, as the American public, to be able to set a measly little rocket of our own. We'll pay for it. Can we put them on the thing and watch our own view? Please, Mr. NASA blocker of all people's actual experience of anything. Or do you got to be the sayer of who gets to see what for 18 minutes? This is what we deal with, you guys. They want to control your 18-minute view and then flip it and then do this and then do that. You can never have an actual footage of your own. They have to show you the television program computer image. You'll never be able to get close enough. They'll never set up anything to where you can see and watch the rocket go away from this balloon that's set up at the horizon, 20 miles, 10 miles, 8 miles, differentials, to see that this thing's actually going anywhere away from this ball that supposedly exists. You'll never be able to set your own personal 4 things on any rocket, and go up, vertical, turn horizontal. There is no difference on a ball. Let's get this straight. If you leave this dirt, you're leaving the dirt. And if you turn, you're turning. So going horizontal across the dirt, turning around the curve, that should be the same thing as going vertical up and turning horizontal to get off anyway. It's the same thing. Go, turn. Go, turn. No difference. From the dirt, go, turn. No difference. But we can't get our own video on there. That's sad. And if you did put it on there, you would always see land. You're always going to see the rocket crash. It's going to come back. You'll see land either underneath your camera on the bottom, in front of your camera on the top, or on one of your side cameras. You're always going to see the dirt of the earth underneath you. You'll never see, with all 4 of these camera views, at a point where one of them is not covering dirt. I promise you. I'll put my life on it. The ISS can't do it live. They can't push the ISS with their little gas container and go tss, tss, and shoot to where there's not a globe underneath them anymore. Let's see it live. Don't blow it up. We want to keep all the cameras on. Keep your 24/7 live feed on, and let's watch.
Is there an end anywhere in sight here?
I'm done.
In that time, you could have watched the movie, but you didn't.
Hey, let's hear the excuses now. Let's hear the excuses. Go, Zanuck.
There were no excuses.
Why don't we have this footage? Why don't we have a camera on the moon? I've been saying this for 3-4 years. Why not? Let's hear the excuses.
The reason is it doesn't make sense to have one on the moon.
That's not legit. That's not even logical.
Yeah, camera on the moon is obvious for anyone.
They got cameras on every street and not on the moon facing where we live.
What would a camera on the moon do for you, Rakia?
That's
What do you
so
mean?
easy.
What
They got a
are
rover.
you freaking kidding me? That's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. If they have one,
They have video of the moon, countless
Why don't,
video clips of the moon.
why don't we have why don't we have a
It
camera at
would
the
help
bottom?
you explain your physics of your globe eclipses. It would help you explain your rotational lies that you claim happen. With this camera, you would be able to demonstrate that you're lying.
Why don't we have a camera at the top of Mount
Well, if it's
Everest?
lying, I would want to demonstrate that I'm lying, so that makes no sense either.
No, the physics of your globe model don't exist. It's what it would demonstrate. You understand?
The
It would be
physics
able to
does
look
exist
past in
because
a
that's what
third
physics
person
is.
perspective and see that the sun and the moon are not what you claim. The earth is not what you claim. That's what it would show. It would show reality, and that's what you don't want to show anyone. We already know.
Just the fact that you guys can't see the value of a camera on the moon facing where we live here, everything that we've ever known, seen, touched, smelled. Are you kidding me? Just that alone, never mind the commercial value. Just that alone. If you can't see that, then I don't know, man.
Even 4 cameras on the rocket, you can see your own. You can have your own view of it going. Your own view. They could make a corded telephone call to the moon back in the day. So you're not going to tell me that you can't, as a citizen, we can't load this whole rocket up with cameras all over it on the inside of the shell or outside of the shell, whatever you want to do to where every human can have their own view if they want to go put that rocket on there. You give us a date, we'll meet you there, we'll go put our rockets on there, we'll go home, sit down, and we'll go sit next to it. You can get up all your stuff ready, get your hot air balloons, get your drones. Everyone wants to see this from every different point of view and perspective. Why not? It's ours. It's Earth's technology. It's Earth stuff. Why can't Earth see it?
and by the way, Mount Everest does have 360 24/7 cams. I think it's at the base though. I don't know if they're allowed to put one at the summit, but there are cameras there.
Bro, we have pigeon cams, polar bear cams, cat cams, duck cams.
There's a camera on TikTok that's connected to an eagle, and you could just watch it flying around all. That's just dope.
There you go. Yeah. But no moon cam. Nah, nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, what purpose would it serve? For people to say that, this is amazing to me. They come here every day and take the opposing view and then say dumb crap like that, which makes you further think they're just either, I mean, what? What are the choices there?
Yeah, you can't justify
They're not good choices.
not wanting a camera on the moon, no matter what side you're on. You cannot justify the wonder, the amazement of looking at where you live, man. I mean, how could you justify that?
They got rovers on Mars. They're showing us camera footage from Mars and don't have it on the moon. Y'all
The
are fooled, man. Y'all are
implementation for
easily
science,
fooled.
experiment, science, and the physics you could see, man. The new science you could learn with that you don't even know exists. Check that out.
Talk about being closed-minded. Like, that's the ultimate. Like, how you can justify that to yourself? I'm with you, Rakia. That really amazes me. Yeah.
It's the simple things like that just make me know deep down that we're either dealing with reptilians or just, you know, they're so brainwashed or... You understand what I'm saying? I mean, that's a good point. I would call them reptilian too. If you don't think Zanuck acts reptilian every time he's here, then what do you call it?
Is so alien to my lived experience.
Alien, yeah.
It's hard to believe that he's actually the same, you know, like
He's
race,
not, man.
class, you know, social status, education level. This guy's like his demographics are very similar to mine, but yet his thinking is so radically different that it's hard to articulate it without being kind of like alien.
You have
Okay,
a
we put a
70 you have a 70-odd old man coming in here who has done incredible things like making videos on YouTube, doing all this stuff, comes in here and tells you that you're not educated enough to understand what he's saying.
Who's the 70-year-old?
Blue Marble.
Oh.
60s maybe, said whatever. I'm just saying, an older, educated man with knowledge, with that's been around the world a while, is going to come into a room, a recorded Discord, and say, "You're not educated enough to even understand. You're so beneath me, and I'm so smart that I can't even make you understand because I'm too smart to even explain it to you.
How does that make
Because
you feel?
you're so unintelligent
How does that make you
to
feel when he says
understand what
that?
I'm saying." It makes me feel like y'all are idiots. Y'all are
It
just
makes
trying so hard.
It's a
do you,
Dunning-Kruger
do you think
effect.
if he said he was sorry for speaking to that way, that'd make you feel better?
He
He
said
said he would
go apologize.
never apologize, never, because he's above us, right? Why would
Yeah.
he apologize to us peons? Over and over again, y'all say that. You say it. I'm here to teach you what you don't know.
It sounds like you're very angry.
No, it sounds like you. Don't turn it around on me. This is you, Zanuck.
Well,
why are you here? I'm here to teach you.
To me,
I'm
it
here
sounds
to
like you're.
teach you.
To me, it sounds like you're angry, and many
No,
people
I'm
have been
definitely
angry.
angry.
And
I'm definitely angry at how
many
y'all
people
treated
like
Jeremy.
you and me, because I've been angry
I'm
too.
definitely
Many,
angry.
can I
You're
finish? Can I
right.
have a sentence?
No, you
Many
can't. You
people,
said you were angry.
many
I said,
people like
yes,
you and
I
me.
am. I'm responding to
I
that.
get angry sometimes too. I think we all
Yeah, I'm
experience
definitely
anger.
angry at how
Can
y'all
I
told
have a
Jeremy
sentence?
that
You're
because he
talking
was
over
just a
me. You're
janitor,
doing
he was
exactly what
no
you told
good.
you wouldn't do.
Years ago, y'all did that.
So can I just finish my sentence? Thanks. So we
Remember
all
that,
feel anger.
Zanuck?
We all feel anger sometimes, and I understand that you make me
told
get
you he
angry, and
didn't
I
want
get
to
angry
talk to
too.
you.
But what we have found through this anger is that it becomes a useless emotion. This is just full of
Don't be
negativity. We should
Nice
start
try
being
on
a
the
little more
spin,
positive.
doctor.
Maybe we
The
should start
spin
being
doctor.
happier
You're
and have more
professional.
fun, laugh a little bit. That might
I
make
have
you
more
feel a
fun
little
than
better.
anybody, I
Well, I
promise you.
can't talk.
I promise you I have more
Guys,
fun than
one
you.
at a time.
Yeah,
Guys,
there
go.
is Jeremy. You remember the
Go,
He
guy
one
talked
at a
over me the
time.
entire
down?
time I was trying to say a sentence.
You
He
remember
doesn't want to talk
Jeremy?
to
You
you.
remember the guy that's so cool to everybody and has a lot of independent thought? You remember that guy, how y'all told him he was a janitor, he was no good 4 years ago? And I was the one that stuck up for him? Like he doesn't need me to stick up for him.
And
But
now
it's the
look at
way
him.
y'all
He's like
treat
the
people.
mecca of flat Earth right now. He's
No,
like
he's
the
not. But
king.
even the other day,
He's like the
Blue said
king
he was
daddy
nothing.
fish. Again, I
No,
can't
Blue
talk
said
without
he
you
was
talking because you
nothing.
don't stop talking ever, by the way,
No,
Becky.
Blue said he was nothing. He can't even understand what Blue's saying because Jeremy doesn't have an education. He's just a janitor. Yeah, I will fight against people like that. I will fight you to the death on how
He's
you
the
treat other human beings.
1%.
Good for you,
You guys,
Rakia. Good for you.
That's right. I stuck up for
he's
Jeremy then, and I'll stick up for anybody here. And I'll call you out, Zanuck. Teacher.
Look, I'm going to
he's
drill a
the
hole in your boat.
1%. When you
Watch
guys
it.
said you couldn't understand the thought process and like how like the middle like whatever, like the way he's like answering, the way he's carrying on with his answers, and the way he doesn't want to know anything or see anything, right? But then he already does. It's kind of weird. He's the 1% mindset. That one, we're 99%. We're like, whoa, it seems insane to a 99% person, where all of us would say one thing, and then this other guy would say something totally different than a room full of 99 people. It's just weird.
Yeah, I'm amazed.
It's
I'm
alien.
amazed at more people, but why would they even come here and tell us they're here to teach us?
Twit, back in January, Twit came here and said that her study of globe side from inside the globe is that it breaks down to two groups of people. Number one, people who think they're here to teach something, who also claim that the people they're trying to teach to can't learn. So they'll say they're here to teach a globe
too
of flat
dumb.
earthers. Yeah. Or the second group are just people here to mock and just make fun of people they don't understand.
Mockers and scoffers, any subject, Christianity, flat earth, whatever it may be. Just scoff at it, mock it, and that's your fun, right? Or you're not that, Zanuck. You're just the one here to teach us because we don't know. Which is it?
But we're too dumb to understand what you teach us anyway.
Right. But I come here anyway, even though you're too
No,
dumb.
if you listen, you'll learn. I'm just here to help. I'm just here to help.
If you listen to me, there it is. If you listen to me, you'll learn something. Piss off, man.
Yeah, you might learn something.
Yeah,
I won't even talk about things I know about.
Don't screw yourself with that attitude.
Actually, I'll talk about all things and things I don't know about as well, but
Actually,
I won't
you come
profess
here
to know
and
those
dish out
things.
more than
Again, you're
anybody.
talking over me again.
And
I
I'm going
can't
to give
even
you
get.
shit every
So
time you come
if
here.
I ever say anything, it's always Bracky talking.
Yeah, I'm
just
going
so
to
you
give
know.
you shit every time you come here.
It's not a matter of giving me shit. It's a matter of talking over me.
We'll overtalk each other. Don't worry about it. The mods will take care of it.
Oh, yeah. Don't.
I'm gonna drill a hole. I'm drilling a hole in the boat.
No, okay. Auto threat. Nice threat. Yeah, I got that boat by being dumb, not being able to do math or manage or critical think or learn things on my own or research. Yeah, I'm where I am today because I'm ignorant and need someone on Discord named Xanic to come tell me what he thinks
you're
he
ignorant of
knows
some things, but you're not
about what
stupid. You're a smart guy, Rakia. You are a smart guy. You're smart. You're just ignorant of some things. That's okay. I'm here to help those areas that you are ignorant because it's like you can help me with.
You have an inflated ego, bro.
I'm ignorant of some things he's going to help me with. Go screw yourself, man. I'll tell you again. Straight up.
Xanic,
Go screw yourself.
Xanic, can you at least see that from everyone else's perspective? You sound really arrogant.
No, everyone knows I'm tongue-in-cheek in him right now. Unless you're not perceptive.
No, that's a lie. You told everybody why you were here. I've asked you more than 10 times why
I'm here. I'm
here.
here for the conversation. I love talking about physics and science, and these are great topics. And I like. So you're not going to listen to me. I can't even respond to you.
Well, you're lying. You said
I'm telling you why I'm here, and I'm not. No, I'm not lying. You're ad hominem me. Look, you don't need to do that. All you have to do is stop talking and let me speak. So no, I'm not here to insult. I'm not here to make fun of anybody. I'm here just to have the conversation, talk about things that I'm interested in. And there's a lot of topics here that I haven't broached in a long time, and it's fun to, whether people know about it or not, it's fun to talk about it.
So when you told me more than 10 times you're here to teach, what was that?
Well, part of the enjoyment I get is teaching. Yeah, so if there's areas that I can enlighten someone on that is ignorant about those subject, and I don't mean ignorance from a negativity perspective. I mean not informed. I'm more than willing to bestow any information that I have on them to help them understand better.
Hey, Xana, can you name anything a flat earthers taught you?
Everything.
No, can you actually name one thing? Because this just shows. I know you guys just can't be honest. So can you name one thing that a flat earthers ever taught you?
Well, indirectly, they taught me a lot.
Exactly. Oh, indirectly by meaning that they were wrong, and then you had to go find out what it really was. So has a flat earther ever taught you anything? Anything that's actually correct. So
directly.
A better question. What correct things has a flat earther taught me that I didn't know before? That's a great question. Rakia, do you listen to yourself? I'm talking with Witsit. It's a great question. I'm trying to think of something.
No, you just said a better way to ask the question. Like, you're too dumb to come up with a coherent question that I, the smart person, can answer. So let me tell you how you should ask.
I'm ignoring you right now.
The smart person
can you mute him, please, so I can talk with you? So I really honestly, now there probably are, I would not discount the fact that there probably are things that flat earthers have taught me along the way, but I can't think of one. Can you give me something that maybe I didn't know? That maybe I learned
like
from you guys.
100 things. And so
can you name? Just give me a couple. Give me like 2 or 3 things.
I'll give you one right here. So when I first came in here and I said, you do realize that everything that is matter that exists is electrostatic. You said, no, it's not. You're stupid. And I said, everything that is matter is electrostatic. You said that I was stupid like 10 times, and then I dropped a link. And I said, no, all the molecules of all matter are held together with electrostatics. You said, that's so stupid. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're so stupid.
No, I said it was out of context.
No, see, now you're going to lie.
You're talking.
No. You know the beautiful thing about it,
I'm just telling you honestly. Witsit, can I talk to Witsit, please?
Well, stop interrupting me.
Can you block out Rakia so I can at least have a conversation with you?
Well,
I'm not going to be aggressive. I just can't deal with Rakia right now.
Well, don't interrupt me. So my point is, the beautiful thing about this, before we go any further, Xanic, is I don't lie. So whatever you say right now, if you're trying to pretend that I make this up, then you're just being dishonest. I remember it very, very clearly.
Okay, Ritson, I'm not calling you a liar. I don't think you're a liar, and I'm not a liar either. You took what I said out of context. Now, when you showed me the evidence for what your statement was and what you meant by it, you're absolutely right. Now, am I wrong? Yeah, maybe if you took it the way you thought I did, I'm wrong. But in my mind, I'm not wrong because I don't think the objects have electrostatics. I think they're held together by electrostatics. You were right. So specifically, you were very correct.
Yeah, I taught you. And then we got even
I think if you would have asked, so I didn't learn that from you. If you would have asked me, are there electrostatics in the intermolecular bonds or in the atomic bonds to the structures in an atom? I would say absolutely. But you didn't ask it like that.
No, I said all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. All of them that exist in all the world. And you said, no, that's not true. You're stupid. And you started laughing at me because I talk about electrostatics a lot and you call me stupid like 5 times.
Because you're talking about objects.
Zanuck, I set you up. I still remember it. I set you up. I let you
Then, okay,
bury
if you
your,
want to pick
and
the
then I
win,
dropped Purdue University.
Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying. I was taking for objects. You were talking about molecular electrostatics. You were correct, and I didn't learn anything by it. But I was not focused on that particular intermolecular level of electrostatic.
There's no way
attraction.
you taught him anything with it.
Okay,
Not
so name something else. Just
chance in
okay, fine.
hell
Give him
did
the
you
win.
teach him.
All right, there's one. There's one. Great. I concede. You're right. What's it? Name the next one. Name something else. Something clear that I've something. I know there is something. I'm just trying. Don't get these ones that are real nebulous or a little bit convoluted. Give me something else. You said a lot. You said
you didn't understand in context.
Give me one other thing.
Waste some more time with Zanuck.
God, Witsit, can you give me one other thing, please?
I'll be honest. This is gonna. I'm not trying to be arrogant. This is my honest opinion. Like, from my recollection, I'm teaching Globers stuff a lot. It's like, I mean, I learned some.
Can
stuff
you name one other thing?
Yeah, like all kinds of stuff. Like I had to teach you about. I'm the one that had to teach you about Polaris, changing its distance by 30%. You said that wasn't true until I proved it.
No, I said it wasn't a big deal.
No, you said it wasn't true.
I didn't say it wasn't true. I said it was't a big deal. They didn't change the distance. I agreed that they've calculated the distance to be off by 30%. I agreed with you.
First you said that's not true, and then you looked it up.
No, I didn't look it up either. I know all these values have been changing and morphing over time. So tell me something you actually taught me, like some concept that actually I was wrong about, or that I didn't know before. I mean, I know there is something.
Like I said,
find something that's not arguable.
In a million years, will they admit you taught me?
You're just like noise in the background. You're making me go crazy.
Hold on.
Just let me talk with Witsit for a second.
I was there when Witsit taught you about the downward current on Earth. I taught you
downward
about that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. So I remember saying to you and Rumpus, I explained that there's actually an electric downward current on the Earth. And you told me I was so stupid. There's no downward current on the Earth. I said, yes, there is. And then I had to invoke the motor. You and Rumpus were just jumping all over me, not even let me talk. And I'm like, yeah, you can run a corona motor, which requires a current. And the current goes down the string because we have equipotential electric lines going up 100 volts per meter. You said that wasn't true also until I cited Richard Feynman.
We all know there's different voltages at different altitudes.
No, it's equipotential 100 volt per meter increase. I was talking.
Yes.
And so then
we all conceded that.
The bad part for you is that I have a really, really good memory. So once Jeremy jogged my memory, I now remember the whole thing. So then stop interrupting. Then you should have nothing to say because I'm not interrupting.
I'm talking with you. So I agreed on the voltages for sure per meter we talked about.
You didn't.
I didn't agree that there was current flowing. I didn't agree that there was current flowing because of the voltages.
Okay, so you guys both said that I was so stupid. There's no downward current. And first, you actually said that there was an electric gradient on the Earth. But anyway, the equipotential lines, you said that's not true. And then I cited Richard Feynman.
No, I always said there was always.
Zanuck, stop interrupting.
That's why there's lightning. We have that because of lightning. That lightning shows that is possible.
Zanuck goes up and lightning goes up. And stop interrupting.
Chill out, man.
He goes both ways.
You chill the fuck out.
He goes both ways.
I just said that.
Zanuck, you learned that flat is not a shape. You used to think flat's a shape.
No, actually, I taught you that
we've all taught
is a
each
shape.
other a lot of stuff. We've all taught each other a lot.
I want to know something that's actually not arguable.
I want to finish. My point.
Go ahead.
Shut up. I'll mute you, dude.
You don't need to mute me.
Well, then stop interrupting me. It would have taken me 30 seconds to recap it. So anyway, you and Rumpus were both talking all over me, screaming, calling me stupid, all this stuff. And then I said, there's objectively a downward current on the Earth. And you said, no, there's not. And then I proved it. And you said, I proved it and said, look, here it is, Richard Feynman. You said, no, that doesn't say anything about a downward current. I said, yeah, it literally does. You both said there's no current. And then I said, look, then how do you run the corona motor? It requires a current. And then you guys both turned around and said, well, it's just really weak, though. Yeah, it's just really weak. So you said there was no downward current on the Earth until I proved that there was. And then you just, instead of conceding that you were wrong, you said, well, it's just really weak, though. Yeah.
Yes. So that's true. So being in absolute terms, like saying, is it absolute vacuum? Well, no, it's vacuum, but it's not absolute vacuum. Things like that. Yeah, you're right. You get very hyper specific, like you like to do. That's fine. But tell me something like a real like a concept, something concrete that we can actually talk about. That there's no like room for interpretation. Like here's something you learn. Like if I taught you something about Coriolis, for example, I'm not saying I did. Just saying I don't want to argue with you. If I did, you say, oh yeah, you taught me about the reference frames and what a reference frame was. That'd be something you could learn. Now, what have you taught me about that? Like of some topic that I didn't know anything about. I'm not saying you didn't teach me something. You might have brought up something I didn't know before because I don't know everything.
I just named one.
At all. Everything Hold on. I just brought everything here. Everything I've talked about here with flat earthers has only been high school physics level, nothing greater, ever. Okay? Just so you know.
What you looked up.
Nothing expanded. And
There's
anything we
another
talk
thing we
about,
learned.
when we're talking about things in dark energy, dark matter, these are things that were beyond things I studied in school. I don't have a lot of knowledge about it. What we all have maybe on equal footing if what we may or may not know about it. But please tell me something about the real world in physics or something, any topic where you've taught me something. Like
You
something
learned
not
about
really
how
ambiguous.
to reference forums from flat. You never knew how to do that until
Do what?
you went to a physics forums, high school physics forums.
No, it's not. I never went to a high school physics forum. I went to a real physics forum where there are PhD physicists there, and I asked them. I'm trying to describe gravity to these flat earthers. I'm saying it causes a force. They're saying it is a force. Am I more correct by saying it causes a force? And then they blew up on me like, "What an idiot you are for asking this question!" And it wasn't a high school physics forum, as QE says. And they said it doesn't. They basically said in essence, it doesn't matter. It's semantics. Whether it causes a force or is a force. That's what they told me. Hold on.
Does matter.
That's what they told me. Can I finish? That's what they told me, and I told you guys that too.
You said it causes. What is it? That was 2 letters. IT.
Gravity.
Bending and warping of space-time.
Causes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Zanik,
So what
something
causes
else
that? Is what I'm asking you. What's the
Look,
it
it was
that
an example. I don't want to talk
bending?
about it. I'm just giving you an example why I did what I did.
Zanik, something else I taught you was that, so I taught you that gravity can't be a force because the laws of motion would dictate that the curvature of space-time would straighten out. So it literally
you never taught me that. I never entered it. That was not my conversation. You never taught me that. I listened to it. It sounded interesting, but there's very many flaws in your logic there. But I don't want to talk about it.
No,
you know what?
there's no flaws.
It's called
the laws of motion.
No. Tell me something about something that you taught me.
I'll teach you something.
You and I talk about something. You said there's hundreds of things. Tell me something you taught me.
I've already named like 6 things.
No, that's not. You didn't teach me about that. We never talked about that. Tell me something you specifically taught me.
I'll teach you how to fund NASA. You can say, hey, we
Ignore
can set up a little thing.
Come on, Witsit, there's 100 things. Name one.
I'm going to tell
make
you.
sure it's not like arguable or left to interpretation.
I'm going to tell you. You and I
example,
can set
like
up a program.
Coriolis. When I told you what Coriolis is, you may have learned something.
I'm trying to tell you, Zanik. I'm trying to teach you right now.
No, I'm just talking to Witsit.
No. You and I. You can set up a program.
I'm just going to turn your volume way down. So if I don't respond, it's because I can't hear you.
What we can do is we can set up.
Where are the freaking mods? I wonder.
I want the public to hear this.
Witsit, can you get one more?
I just never mute anyone, to be honest. Hey, Zanik, dude, I've taught you millions of things, man. Okay, that's an exaggeration, of course. I haven't actually taught you millions of things, but just yesterday I had to teach you that nothing cannot exist. You said it could. I had to teach you how that's just ridiculous. I teach you every day, Zanik.
But this thing's simple. If we could fund NASA, every American will pay. We'll say, okay, for $100 or a donation, you can put your camera, you can come put it, you can come here, and you can see your own views on missiles, jets, rockets, projectiles, anything we can connect a camera to. If the public person wants to come and fund that device or fund that science or fund the research, they get to help, and they get to be a person of science too. They get to study the video they have. They can send, you can get a footage of that also. You can get a copy. So the government or whoever also gets a copy. You have to give them a copy. That's the only stipulation. You got to, you give them money. You get your camera on a rocket, a missile, certain stuff. And you can see your own view and get your own idea, because we are the public and it's supposed to be for us anyway. Who else is the scientific endeavor for the moon thing other than the whole world or the public? It wasn't for one guy named Bob. I'm damn sure.
Something else. And I will say, look, I've learned things from Globers. Like, I come in here a lot to do that. I like to ask Globers certain details of their paradigm that I'm not fully aware of before I go and research it. So I'm not saying, like, I've learned things about the globe paradigm from Globers, and I know for a fact that Zanik, like I had to teach Zanik that J.J. Thomson, the person that invented the electron or that discovered the electron, originally said it was a terminal end of 1 unit line of dielectric induction prior to then changing it, confining it into a materialistic interpretation, and then getting a Nobel Prize. And usually that wasn't true, and we had to go back and forth on it. So, I mean, just numerous things. I had to teach you that actually Charles Proto-Steinmetz is the one that perfected the AC generator. You said, no, that's not true. There wasn't someone that wasn't taught about that perfected the generator, and I had to explain to you it was and then cite it. So there's like numerous different things that have happened. I mean, let's just be real here. I also I told you one time that Einstein stole all of his mathematical computations and the framework for his theory. He said that wasn't true, and then I literally cited like the 6 different things he pieced together. So just I could talk forever. Again, I'm not trying to say that I know everything. Yeah, I'm not trying to say I know everything.
I think a lot of people. Excuse me, wait, real quick. I think a lot of people here aren't familiar with what you were just about to bring up, which I brought up last night to you again, and it wasn't a conversation with Zanuck, and he did find it interesting, and now he doesn't want to talk about it because supposedly there was a real study or discovery that if gravity followed the laws of forces, that it would have an equal and opposite reaction, and space-time would straighten out, not bend. Zanuck, why do you want to avoid that?
It wouldn't do anything.
That's
Hold
not
on,
true.
it wouldn't do anything. Can I tell you that if you have 2 lead balls of the same thing,
Democ, real quick. I just made a point that I want Zanuck to address before you jump in with something else that goes.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
That direction, please. Zanuck, address that.
Well, I already said I don't believe that to be true, and it doesn't make any sense. But you can try to equate it to every force have an equal opposite force action, have an equal opposite reaction. It doesn't matter. That's not doesn't dictate whether gravity itself could straighten itself out. That's your idea or someone else's idea that is ill-founded and unsubstantiated.
Not to mention,
gravity can't be a force. Go ahead.
Gravity causes a force. It can't be a force because we know the forces are proportional to the mass. So it can't be a force in itself. If it was, it would have a value, and it doesn't.
Oh, it's because the curvature would straighten out. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, curvature would not curve. Space-time. If space-time was bending, the forces would not straighten it out.
Whatever. Let's let Jeremy go.
Because the forces are caused by the fact that it's distorted.
It's fine.
Okay, Zanuck, you just don't understand things, okay? So the laws of motion...
I don't understand it, really.
Stop interrupting me. If something bends, it has to move. If something curves, it has to move. Laws of motion. If it's a force, it adheres to the laws of motion, okay? So, if that's the case, that means that when relativistic interpretation, relativity was first proposed, okay, it could not be a force. It wasn't even on the table because you would not have the net effect of the mechanism of the gravity well if the curvature was actually due to a force, because that would straighten out.
No,
right.
they've never
resistance is the
said
shape
that
of a
in
sphere.
any of the papers. What you're talking about with what Newton said is that we can't have gravity, mass attracting mass seems preposterous. But that was Einstein, sorry.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
There's no gravity caused, this force caused by gravity, and gravity caused by the bending of space-time does not subject itself to a force that would straighten it back out again because of an equal and opposite reaction.
I just said that. The theory was
it would not straighten out. You said it would straighten out.
I said the theory can't claim it's a force, although it acts identical to a force and has the same effects of a field of force, because
it causes a force in this kind of vernacular. I think we have to say that.
It has the same effects of a field of force, but it can't be technically a force. It has to be a quote-unquote fictitious force, because if it was literally a force, it would have to adhere to the laws of motion. It has nothing to do with the quote from Newton.
Yes, it's a fictitious force. It has no source and it's reference frame dependent.
Only material cause material reaction.
Democ,
let them have this out, because this is an important point, because gravity
material is important.
Yeah, could you?
It's not a force that causes a force.
Because this is something that I was taught, but with it when he taught it to Zanuck, and now Zanuck's trying to get out of it. So let them go back and forth.
I'm not getting. He didn't teach me anything about it. He's proposing that because every action has an equal and opposite reaction, that if something's bending and there's forces created by that, that force would then straighten it back out again. That's his idea. Not even.
Wait, are you saying? Wait, so let's ask you then. So, if under theory of relativity, gravity was claimed to be a force, if it was claimed to be a force, would it adhere to the equal? Would it adhere to equal and opposite reaction? Yes or no?
No, because it's a fictitious force.
I said if it was a real force. Try again. Yes or no?
If it was a real force, yeah, of course. Every real force has an equal and opposite force attached to it. Forces come in pairs. Forces come in pairs. Yes.
Therefore, you cannot propose gravity as a force. It's not even an option.
It's not a Lambert force. It is a fictitious force.
Yeah. It's fake. It's fake. Yeah.
No, it's not fake. Fictitious forces have real effects.
But they're not forces, though.
They are in the reference frame you're looking at it from. Yes.
Okay.
So I'll teach you something. So you laugh. People always mock what they don't
I know
understand.
what
You're
you're
doing it now.
saying. I know
I'm not
your religion.
mocking you, and you're
You're not
mocking
teaching
me now.
anybody anything. If you're saying it's just from a one vantage point or one perspective or one
No,
reference
it's not a
frame,
point.
you know.
It's not a vantage point. It's a
What
reference
reference frame?
frame.
Yeah,
Reference frame
So
is
that doesn't make it any more a force
yes, it does, because that's exactly what. Because I can give you transforms for any
because it
two
appears to
reference.
be.
I can give you transforms for a local reference frame within a absolute reference frame. I can give you a reference frame, inertial versus non-inertial. Whatever reference frames you give me, that's
Nothing
what
you're teaching.
you're comparing the
You're not
motion
teaching
to.
anything.
And when you
You're
have,
just wiggling out
God
of it.
damn it,
You're just wiggling out of it.
can I finish? So when you look at motion from a particular rotating, has to be rotating reference frame versus an inertial reference frame, you will see objects not complying and conforming to the laws of Newton or laws of motion. They will seem like they'll break the laws, and they do break the laws in those reference frames.
Seem like it'll seem like. Does that make it real?
Because with respect to an inertial reference frame, they wouldn't be.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
no law in Newton's laws. There's no laws that says you can't have a rotating reference frame and these actions can't be calculated and transform. You know what the word transform means? There's transformations. There's actually
You hear yourself right now?
yes,
You
there's
hear yourself?
transforms. There are mathematical transforms that actually equate the motion in a rotating reference frame to the motion in a static or a inertial reference frame. So we have calculations.
The laws of motion debunk your claim. You have to just claim something called a fictitious pseudo force. Cool story,
No.
bro. Something else I had to teach you yesterday was that space can't.
fictitious.
Something else I had to teach you yesterday was that space can't have properties.
You didn't teach me that because that's not true. Space does have properties.
No, privations can't have physical properties.
Yeah, you keep on saying that, but that's not true.
I then had to define.
You're not teaching me. You're not teaching me anything.
I had to teach you what a reification fallacy was.
I know what a reification fallacy is.
Now that I've taught you,
no, that was one of the first things came out. That was Nathan back 5-6 years ago. Nathan and reification fallacies.
Oh, so Nathan,
Santa, can I get 15 seconds?
No, I never heard anyone using it before except for him.
Can I butt in for 15 seconds?
Well, yeah, man.
Did I teach you that centripetal force is fictitious, or do you already know that?
Me?
No, not Santa. You know it, of course.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Do I know that centripetal force is a fictitious force?
Yes.
Yes, I did know that in your paradigm, that's the claim now.
But not in yours?
That's an interesting question. I don't know. I reserve judgment. I'd have to think about it.
We gave the example of the car turning and you flying out the door.
I know your side, Xanax.
So why would you call that a proper force if it's fictitious?
I didn't call it anything. I literally just said I'd reserve judgment. Maybe you don't listen well.
I'm listening. So can we teach you this so you can understand that it is a fictitious force?
I know your side.
So it's reference frame dependent, and it is a force without an origin.
Yeah, it's an illusory effect due to frame of reference in your paradigm. Do you think that I don't know that? Do you think I don't know that?
No, I do know. I know you know all these things we've said over for 5-6 years.
So you're not teaching me anything.
Well, is there an effect? Can those fictitious forces have an effect? Any kind.
There can be an effect that you falsely attribute to a fictitious force. Yeah.
What does it do to then? So if you take a turn and you fly out the window or smash the door or break the window on the exit, what caused that breaking of the window?
The momentum. Conservation of momentum.
It didn't. Conservation of momentum. Now you're using another word.
That's what I just said. Conservation of momentum.
So how is the conservation of momentum applied to breaking the window?
Due to your momentum. Well, that's all it is. Your whole entire your centripetal entire thing about centripetal force is due to momentum. Well, duh, Xanax.
No, it's not. It's the change of momentum, and it's relative to a certain reference frame.
I'm so done, dude. This is so stupid.
No, but I'm trying to see. This is why you can't be educated in this particular topic, because you think you know it already. You don't.
No, I just know that you like to say things are
change of momentum like they're not the same thing.
Exactly.
Change of momentum is a force.
Okay.
Momentum alone doesn't do anything.
Oh my god, dude.
Conservation momentum doesn't do anything.
Oh, so is a change relative to the law of conservation of momentum?
Conservation momentum just says that energy or momentum cannot be created nor destroyed.
Okay, so if you have a change in it, it obviously is built upon the conservation of momentum because we're discussing momentum, right? So we have to address the intrinsic law of momentum then before
Well,
we
you
get
just had a bunch
started.
of words there. But I'll specifically say that, and I'll use specificity for you in that when you have a change in momentum, it doesn't mean that it can't change. It means if it does change, it requires a force.
Something else I had to teach you was that space is nothing more than a mathematical
Now
construct.
you're going to obfuscate and change subjects.
I'm not obfuscating.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
Yeah, you're
literally about
obfuscating now.
Zanuck. No, I'm not. I'm literally
Yes,
about
you
to
are.
leave, and I'm just pointing out. I think it's funny because I keep thinking of things. So I had to teach you about how space is actually a mathematical construct of certain delineation of points in an area, and that's just a mathematical construct, independent of the what is question. What is space? And space is a privation, which you cannot attribute physical properties to a privation. Therefore, intrinsically, relativity is a reification fallacy on space. I had to define
Says
reification
you.
fallacy. I'm almost done. I had to define reification fallacy. I had to define privation. I had to define physical
No, you
properties
didn't.
for you. Yeah.
No, you didn't actually.
Yes, I did.
But
It
you're
is all
saying a lot.
recorded
You're
yesterday.
saying a lot there. But no, you say that space has no properties. It's a privation, so that it can't exist.
Are you saying space isn't a privation?
No, it has qualities, has properties.
Okay, attributes and properties, are they the same thing?
Yes.
Okay, well, you're just
Attributes and
ignorant.
properties are synonymous.
No, they're not. So physical properties are not synonymous with attributes. I explained to you
I
with
didn't
the
say
shadow.
physical property. You said physical. I said properties.
Yeah, they're not the same thing. I explained.
It can be. So bending of space-time. So when I bend space-time, that's not a physical property?
You can't bend space-time. That's the whole point, buddy. That's a physical
Well,
property.
that's what you say. I mean, that you're not teaching me anything because you're incorrect.
No, I'm explaining to you that you can't attribute
No,
physical
you're putting
properties
words
to.
together. Sorry, go ahead.
Dude, yesterday you were saying that privations can have physical properties because we used the analogy of a shadow, and you tried to argue that shadows can have properties of their own. And I had to explain to you.
It has a shape.
Yeah, see, no. It has the object blocking the light has a shape, and I actually had to
But it's
explain.
not the same shape. It's not the same shape.
I had to explain to you.
It's not the
based
same
on
shape.
Its shape is dependent upon the angle of the light in the object. So
Yes,
anyway,
but
that means it's not.
it
That means
has
it's not
properties.
independently
Look,
existent.
it's all semantics with you. This
No,
is
it's not
an
semantics.
argument.
This is objective.
No, it's not objective. You're
Okay,
being
here, listen, watch.
semantical.
A shadow is not a thing in and of itself.
So we're going to talk about shadows now. Go back to space. Go back to space-time.
Whoa, that was just one sentence. You couldn't even. Shadows aren't a thing. I'm going to finish it. Shadows aren't a thing in and of itself. It's the absence of light, and that's what a privation is: absence of. Space is the absence of matter. It's the absence of anything.
Cool. So let's say you taught Witsit a lot of things. It shows that that you taught Zanuck a lot of things. That shows that Zanuck can learn, which is pretty impressive. What have you learned since you've been here?
I've learned a bunch of random things I didn't know about. Like I've learned. Oh, sorry, I went out. I learned a bunch of random things I didn't know about the heliocentric paradigm. Like typically, like Kosho will be more honest, and people like Kosho, he'll kind of like tell me your side of the story in the weeds, and he'll be honest. I've learned a lot about the correlation of what you call a quantum field from Globers to really just the background medium itself and characteristics within. So I've learned a lot about quantum. I've even learned stuff from like, what's his name? J.A.'s or whatever. We've had like decently cordial conversations where I've learned some things from him as to the subatomic materialistic claims. But I like to actually hear both sides.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Can you teach me something really quick?
Yeah,
what is the amperage? What is the amperage of that downward current you say exists on Earth?
The amperage?
Yes.
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Isn't current measured in amperage?
I didn't claim any type of quantitative quality. All I did was say that it's objectively there.
But a voltage difference is not amperage.
Yeah, but do you agree?
Current,
hey, right? If I can run a motor with a string going up in the air, that means the current has to go down the string to the motor to make it work. That means you have a current, right?
So what is the amperage?
I don't know. I'd have to look into it. It's super weak. Which doesn't matter because I already said it's super weak. So anyway, I got to go now. So peace out.
That's almost funny.
So, what is the amperage? I never heard of that.
I don't know, but if you claim there's a current, you have to know there's an amperage.
Oh, cool, man! I just
voltage
joined.
isn't the current.
I don't think you know what amperage means.
Yeah, I mean, do you need amperage for something to be conductive? The conductive thing would probably slow it down. You might lose a little bit of energy, but it's still going to conduct without any amperage.
No, conductivity is just a property.
Yes, but
It's
if
a
you're
potential
touching
how much
something,
current will flow. It's a potential how much current will flow with a certain voltage.
but obviously, if it's slowing it down in any way, then that resistance. No, it's not amperage. No,
It doesn't really slow it down. It restricts the flow.
yes, and obviously that's not anything to do with amperage, because
Yes.
amperage.
Yes, it does. Amperage is the current. The voltage is the pressure. You can think of it as analogous to pressure, and the resistance is which is restriction.
No. Amperage, in my
Let's do it.
understanding, the amperage is the push, is the force.
No, wrong,
No,
incorrect.
that's the voltage.
No, voltage is the. Oh, sorry. Voltage is the material, and the amperage.
No.
Do you know why? Do you know why you won't get a shock when you touch your car battery?
Because it's DC.
No, because 12 volts is not strong enough to penetrate your skin. Because your skin has.
Right. But how many amps is a car battery?
That's not amps. That's not the current flow. That's the capacity. That's amp hours. There's no amps.
Right, which is not amperage. It's just the name given to
amperage dash hours. Amp hours. It's amount of power. Amount of capacity, energy that the battery holds. Joules.
So if my fingers are both touching each end of the starter motor, I'm driving a diesel, which is a much higher. You're looking at about 620 amps.
But it's only 24 volts.
Well, 24 volts will do it, but 12 won't.
But if I'm holding the starter motor, am I going to have any amps going through me?
No.
Okay, cool. So I should be safe on a car to touch the starter motor, engage the keys, and I won't get shot. Okay, cool, man. Cool. So going back to this current thing, getting current from the air.
Listen. You're confused. Let me speak one more time. The voltage is the pressure. The current will flow through, and the resistance which keeps it from flowing. Your body has a certain resistance. It's resisting the flow of current, like the word means. You apply a voltage to it. If it's too low, current won't flow because the resistance is too high. But if you have 1 ohm of resistance through your body, and you have 1 volt, you will have 1 amp go through your body. Now, can you feel it? No. If you only had 1, now you're much higher than 1 ohm. You're thousands of ohms. But if you get thousands of volts or hundreds of volts or even 50 volts, 24 maybe not so much, but you might be able to feel it a little bit. But 50 volts or 100 volts, you're going to get zapped, and current will flow through your body. And if you're touching the 2 leads of your outlet, it will go through your fingers, through your heart, and go through the other hand, and it will hurt, and it might stop your heart. It's called being electrocuted. That's all about the voltage and the current flowing through your body. So now you know the terms. Voltage is the pressure, current is the flow, resistance is the resistance. And the amp hours of a battery is not that at all. That just talks about the capacity.
Yeah. But I wasn't confused. I was just talking in open discussion. It doesn't need people just to say, I know better than you and you're confused.
No, because you were saying you knew something. When people assert something that they're wrong, it triggers people to correct them.
Brother, when did I say I knew anything?
You did when you said no, voltage is not the pressure, it's the, what did you say?
Right. How do you push voltage through a wire?
You apply voltage to a wire and then current will flow.
No, you need amperage. So if you got
this is why you're tricking me again. You're wrong. That's not how it works. Amperage does not happen. Amperage is a consequence of voltage and a resistance.
Right. And how can I push the electricity if I've got no force or pressure?
The force and pressure is the voltage. That's literally what it is.
But if someone, like, let's just say a Tesla example, that he could touch 1,000,000 volts at a fraction of an amp, and still get the equivalent watts that's safe for a
Yes,
human to touch.
correct.
Right. So therefore, we can always increase the volts and decrease the amperage to get the same result.
Yeah, volts times amps is power.
Right. Now, when I increase the
remember
amperage,
that. Remember that for future.
listen. When I increase the amps and I have not increased the voltage, what's going to kill you, the voltage or the amps?
Well, you can reduce the voltage or the resistance of the system. You didn't change the voltage. You increased the amps, which means you had to reduce the resistance, and the power went up. Are you not listening?
No,
You're not listening.
no.
You don't want to agree because you don't understand.
No, but I haven't changed.
You're not getting
I
it.
haven't changed.
Hey, Zanuck, let him talk.
Yeah, I didn't change the variable of the resistance. You changed it. I never mentioned that.
But you can't get more current unless you change the resistance. You cannot get more current unless you change the resistance.
So what, you just make the resistance easier for the current to go through? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Right. Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm South African, so sometimes I'm like, but I don't mean it that way. Apologies, man.
No problem.
Yeah, no. So I'll let you guys talk. Sorry, you gave me my 5 minutes, so I appreciate it. Yeah, I would like to hear about how we can move electricity through a conductor and we don't need amperage. That seems about right, no? We've got least resistance possible. We've lowered the resistance. So
there's a lot of resistance from air. Air has resistance. We can tell you the value per meter.
No,
what air
I
has.
was talking about the string. The string is the would that be a better conductor or least resistance when we've changed one variable? So, but then again,
I don't think a string is going to conduct any electricity.
No, I didn't think that either. I just heard someone mention it earlier. But a thin bit of wire. But what you do to one side, you have to do to the other. Yeah. So, are we going to get this electricity out the sky with a thick pole, or are we going to get more with a thin bit of wire? Which one? I'll let you guys get on.
If there was 1,000 or 100 volts per inch, or whatever that value he gave us was, and you had a pole, a copper pole straight up, then you conceivably can figure out how much current should flow through it to the ground. But yet that doesn't happen.
Yeah, true, man.
Yeah, I've taught you so much about the Coriolis effect. I wouldn't even know where to start if I had to start listing
I know,
stuff
right? I know. And but yet you employ me to fight your battles with Rumpus or whoever else, with whoever it was you were talking to.
Come drill a hole in my boat. I'm
They
gonna
don't.
teach you something.
I'm going to drill that
They
friggin'
don't.
hole. It's gonna be,
They don't
every
listen
time
to
you
me.
bring it up, I'm going to make it bigger. I was going to start with a little hole. Now it's going to be a bigger hole.
You can't hurt
I
that boat.
need
I
you to
got so many
talk.
bilge pumps. I'm gonna call them all my bilge pumps Xanax now. Xanac 1, Xanac 2, Xanac 3.
I'm
Where
going to
all the
demagnetize
sludge,
those motors.
where all the sludge and muck and oily shitty water goes in and out of the pump, I'm gonna call it Xanac.
So, Zanuck, I need you to talk to your own peoples for me because they don't listen to me because they think I'm a flat. If they hear another high-ranked Glover such as yourself, going at them, they might rethink things, And I just want to say I'm so disappointed in you yesterday with Blue's container. So disappointed.
You were disappointed with me in our last conversation too, but all I'm doing is spreading just the truth of the topic. It's not a big deal.
I'm not
I'm
even mad.
not
I'm
out
just
to win any
disappointed.
argument. Just basically just to spread the actual facts. And containment
It's like
is just. Go ahead.
It's like a father when he's, the son does something and he's like, I'm not even mad. I'm disappointed,
The worst words pot to hear, right? Just get mad at me. Hit me that way. I can recover. You can't recover from being disappointed.
I mean, you were talking all that tough talk yesterday, like, oh, don't worry, I'm going to set blue straight on this, yada, yada.
We
And
both
then
said
what
the same
happened?
thing. He even agreed with me the whole time. Yeah, I agree with Zanuck. So I agree with Blue. The way, remember I told you that it's the context for which you speak about the word containment or container. What are you containing? How is that
I gave
containment
you the
operating?
context.
I know, and I
I
gave
gave you
you
the
my answer,
context.
and then you gave it to him, and he also agreed.
No, he did not agree it was a container.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
You remember
Also,
that
it was an iron
100,000
pipe
foot
and not a lead
pole
pipe.
straw? Sorry, Jeremy.
No, it's all good. Go ahead. I think your mic's a little low. Maybe I got my volume down.
I was just saying if he remembers the 100,000 foot straw.
Yeah, and how you have absolute vacuum, near absolute vacuum on one end, and 14 psi at the bottom, and nothing moves.
And this straw is in space in the vacuum and nothing moves.
Correct.
You heard it, guys.
Just like air doesn't rush down from Mount Everest to the sea, even though there's a 10 psi difference. A huge. That's a you only can suck out of your mouth like suck water or air out of a container. 3 psi is the maximum your mouth can actually withstand that force. 10 psi we're seeing from Mount Everest to sea level. It doesn't move, not at all. Just sits
I
up
don't
there.
believe you. I don't believe I heard Kosho could suck at 4 psi.
I bet he could. And D-Mod can suck 10.
Through your mouth.
Yeah, and to make it hickey, I think it takes like a half a psi.
What's a PSI? How do you demonstrate a PSI?
You don't demonstrate a PSI,
Of
you
air
explain
pressure.
a PSI. Pounds per
You
square inch.
explain, so you tell a story. So Snuffleupagus is at 14 PSI. Okay, Big Bird.
Imagine the desperation that you're under if you have to come up with 100,000 foot straw to come up with something
Well, I'm trying to
tangible,
give
like
examples so you
logical.
can understand the concepts.
Yeah,
Zanuck said we could build it.
Yeah, if you can go, if you get less resistance, that's more currency. What's that mean to you? Nothing?
More currency? Like
Yeah.
rubles? Pesos? What currency are you talking about?
And voltage?
Rupees from Zelda rupees.
Electrical currency. Like the currency of a river, like the flow. Like kinetic energy. Like what electric is, a flow, it's currency. You
I
don't
never
have
heard a
anything
phrase
without
like that
resistance.
before.
You don't have anything without resistance.
Zanuck likes the lithium crystals.
Doesn't know the first thing about crystals.
Mark, you're going to take over this conversation like you do at gyms, man, I reckon.
I didn't take anything. All I do is ask a question that never get answered for like so many years now. None of them. You don't even know how all the technology, all the money in the world, and you can't leave the dirt within no amount of feet to where the bottom of your object doesn't see the dirt of the earth. That's just crazy to me. Just odd.
I love the way you talk on there, mate, because no one gets a word in, and that's good. You're directing their conversation for them. You know what I
No,
mean?
that's not good. That's not good. That's not going to happen here.
I think you just said your whole sentence and nobody stopped you and you said it fine. So I think what you said was a lie.
No, I'm giving you credit, and I'm saying that like listening to you here, you're just in a human tone. And
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you were trying to be. Okay, I got you. I'm sorry.
it's my personality, mate. Just that you'll get to know me, maybe.
Okay, it's just kind of the way you worded it. I was taking it wrong. I'm sorry. I got you. Yeah, no, if you're saying I'm being, I told him I'll be cool. I'm not being crazy. I'm not really directing the thing either. I just jump in when nobody's talking, and I'm just explaining certain things you guys either are talking about or just something that I found to be true. That if the Earth is flat, my hypothesis is that on the bottom or any camera you have all around this ship, you put 1,000 of them on the missile, rocket, any object, anything you can come up with, and there's never a time on all these cameras where not one of them will see the dirt. Never, ever. if you are the one controlling the camera, not the government. I promise you this. I'll bet them jail time, life. I mean, literal, real stuff, and it'll never happen.
You ever think about the temperature of water changing the curve of the meniscus? So at a certain temperature, the water's going to be a concave meniscus, and at a warmer temperature, it's not going to be that. It's going to start to convex a bit. So I wonder if the temperature of the water is causing the meniscus to become convex, but not actually being
Well,
flat.
liquid doesn't like to be compressed. So I mean, if that makes any sense, it tries to reside on itself as much as it can. The thing we also can never see is where water would continue out of this imaginary ball. There's no continuance. Why would water be contained by a mud puddle that's only 1 inch deep, and the water not leave that mud puddle and continue around the earth or the ocean or a lake or a river? Why would the river bank contain the water ever if gravity and water is surrounding? Like every cartoon I've ever seen of any demonstration is 100% water. It's water world, and there's no dry spots, and it doesn't match anything to do with reality. Can they ever match reality?
I wonder if the world was flat, that the water, which naturally is rising at this moment, and would have not risen and done the opposite in the past. But as it's rising, do you think it would naturally just erode all the available land that is available? It's just going to erode it because it's just at a level, and it just erodes away and erodes away and erodes away, you know?
Well, if the amount of water grows, yes.
But even right now, I guess it would just erode and erode and erode until it's made it soluble enough that even the ground and the water is as flat as each other, and there's no more bumps or anything.
Oh, well, you never know. If it's powerful enough, yeah, raging rivers will tear every piece of dirt out of their way, yeah. I mean, they are what form the land. The water is what forms the topography of this thing we live on. Yes, sir. And the wind, yeah. And the other objects it smashes together. You know, the temperatures, the differential. Without the differential, you got nothing.
So if you
There's
go back,
tectonic plates too.
Yeah, that calls from, I don't even know what that is unless you can demonstrate it.
if you go back,
No, it's fine.
if you go back to the day when we had no water and everything was frozen, naturally, when things get really cold, they start to concave, because you'll see that in ice cubes. If you leave them in the freezer for long enough, they'll eventually concave, but with a meniscus on the side. So years ago, when we didn't have any water on the Earth because it was all frozen up, the Pacific is one big crater because it rises on the exterior. That's why they call it. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, all good. I'm just saying the Pacific is like a crater. That's why they call it the Pacific Rim, or a girdle. So basically, the barrier on the outside of the Pacific keeps the water in, and that's not the continental shelf doing that.
Correct.
I didn't know that. I thought that it's something to do with
So in that model, what was here first? Just our ice cube Earth, and then no sun, and then the sun. Who created? Then the sun got created, and then the ice cube melted. What do you mean the Earth froze over?
I'm just talking about contour and what would happen. What are the effects of the Earth if it was flat over time? It eventually just erodes itself.
I don't think it would ever change what it is. Because that water, once it displaces itself forward, right, it created its own little scoop that you said. It dug its own little spot. Being another cup, being another little mud puddle. I don't care if it's the ocean or not. It's still a mud puddle, basically. Just a big one. It formed its own little cup, and it has to reside in that. I mean, it's not going to do anything different. Physics don't change. Science doesn't change. Only the people who lie or can't comprehend what they're seeing or what's going on. Only the story changes in a book. What you see outside is never going to change ever. Every day it's going to be the same. And when you do a scientific experiment, when you get a result every time, that should tell you if you expect something different, that's insanity. That's the definition of insanity. So when these people keep telling you science changes and physics changes, they're lying to you. There's no such thing as a science or physics change. Science has to stay the same. Physics has to stay the same, or else it wouldn't be physics anymore. And then also, what type of physics do they even mention? Water physics, vacuum physics, air physics, dirt physics, sand physics, oil physics. What exactly are these people talking about? The philosophers of this science that has been brought to us. Physics. But anyway, they don't change. What really doesn't change is nature and the action and reaction you see in life. It'll never change. Whatever action you get or reaction you get, that's all you're going to get. Science never changes in that aspect. Only the person bringing you some crazy fucking story or some made up Narnia that they have to bring you.
Take a pause.
I liked it.
I'm done.
Have a good weekend.
Quick question about because you're the expert in currency. What do you measure the currency in?
That's what you do. That's your globe term that was given in my school book as a little kid. That's all I got to work with. What else can I use? You tell me I'm retarded. Right now, hold on. I'm dumb. I don't know anything. So don't say I'm an expert on anything. I know nothing. All I know is what the Globers taught me. Repeat that. So if you, the great Glober or the great whoever, can teach me, I'd love to understand what you think currency is.
Currency is money. Do you mean current?
What is flowing current? What would you call flowing current? Currents? Currency is what I call it. The movement of current, the continuance of such, a flow. So I add a Y to it to make it plural because it keeps doing it. It never stops. A flow.
Y doesn't make things plural. The S usually does in English, but
it does it for me, not for you. I'm one person. I can't tell you what for you does for you.
Okay, great. So you said current, and then you said everything is resistance. So is current the same as resistance?
Everything is resistance. That's how you get potential or power or work to do anything. That's where your energy comes from, is resistance. High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. Without the differential, you have no ability to do anything ever.
So
show me where you can do anything without a differential, please. Show me how you can get anything off resistance, no resistance.
How does electrical physics explain power?
Listen, I don't know anything. I don't know why you're asking me these questions. All I know is what I see in nature, and I can bring you the action and the reaction. Whatever else or how you want to explain it, that's not my cup of tea. I don't want to make up stories. So what you can do is go in reality and see high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. Whatever story you want to add to that,
can I measure power in watts?
I don't know what you can do, buddy. Show us.
Is power not watts in our physics?
I don't know what your words are. Your words are straight, curved, flat, straight, curved, wavy, bendy, straight lines, horizontal lines, or curved. Dude, you got 20 million different words for every meaning. I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything. I told you this. I don't know why you keep asking me questions.
Here are 3 words. What is power?
You tell me. Resistance.
Let me change that. What is power?
Oh, stop it.
Water.
Chucky,
water is power.
Boy.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Water is power.
Yeah, that is a good one. Come on.
Water has currency.
Do you reckon human bodies are antennas of wattage?
I reckon human bodies have a field, a magnetic field in them, from the way the blood, the circulatory system works, and you're exerting electrical energy from what's around you, right? And
show me that in the lab, Emma.
You charge and you
18th century
discharge.
Buildings look the way they do because of wattage.
They call it exhaling and inhaling.
Bro, you're chilling.
You're actually using electrical continuity. If you pass away or getting ready to, if I'm getting ready to, they're going to shock me. They're not going to give me an air pump. I'm sorry.
Is this just like a constant try to blow, shoots at people and fuck with people? Because, Brad Boy, you knew what he meant when he said currency. Yes, the plural for current is currents. Okay, whatever. You understood what he meant, and then now you're taking it to a whole other fucking way where you're like, hey, you said you're the expert in currency. It's money. I mean, come on, guys. Let's just have an adult conversation, because Demok is saying, he's not telling you that he's, this is what it is, blah, blah, blah. You're asking questions why? To fuck with him.
I asked him what is power.
I know
That
exactly.
doesn't
And you've
matter.
asked him many questions.
What's his
The only
power?
He
Whoever
said
asked that
what?
knows
What?
exactly what he's
What?
talking about, mate.
I
Well, why
know.
wouldn't you, as a
He
scientific
answered you.
mind?
Because he's confusing me.
No,
Obviously, I
I'm
learned
not
it
going to
wrong. Because
confuse
I
you. Hold
learned
on, I'll ask you one.
No way you can
I
be
learned
confused. You know it
power.
all.
I
Thank you
learned
for yeah.
power is volts times amped, and that doesn't have anything to do with resistance.
Yeah, what's water?
So he's telling me it's resistance.
What's flowing water? What's the current of water? Does it have power?
Sure, that would be a kinetic force, but
Okay, so
that's
that's
not what we're talking about here.
another form of power.
But he
That's
said
what he
that.
true.
said.
And
That's what he
him.
answered, and you didn't listen.
Yep.
You breezed on by it.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking
This
about
is not a
electrical
shit show.
current.
No,
Come
he
on,
was talking
guys.
about power, flow,
You
Okay, so
current.
what is power then?
He was talking about currency, current, the flow of things. Did you not hear him?
Okay. So what is power?
Energy.
Yeah, movement.
What's not power? Resistance, man. Anything you have resistance from, high to
The
low,
equation is
hot to
volts
cold.
times amp. So even though you have a lot of current flow, that doesn't mean you have a lot of power. You have
Hold
to have
on,
the
Zen.
voltage behind the current to have the power.
You don't
Volts
need a
times
you don't
amps.
need a formula to tell you that water has power.
But if you have a lot
amazes
of
me.
flow, but it's going
Where's the
very,
resistance?
it doesn't have
We have
any
scientific
force behind it,
minds,
then it is not powerful.
and rather than see the
For
action or
example, if
reaction,
your lake is slowly bleeding over a waterfall, if it's going very slowly, even though there's a lot of it going very slowly, there's not any power there. You can't generate electricity.
not one of these guys cared about the action or reaction that you see in nature, that you
And if
see
you have a
every day.
little water
Not
moving
one of them.
quickly, like through a hose,
They all talk
or
past
you have a
action
lot
and
of water
reaction.
moving slowly, like a large waterfall, yeah.
You guys want to act like you're learning
It's
science
volts times amps. It's
or
that
teaching
force of
science.
power times the flow.
Reading a book
Yeah, sorry,
never
Zanuck.
got you out in nature.
I gotta tag you in, Zanuck. I can't listen to Mushmouth anymore. Have a good
I
one.
know,
Yeah,
it's
when
ridiculous.
you
It's
go
so
out in
bad.
nature.
Stop the freaking criticism.
Hey,
Why?
see you
You're
later,
an
man.
adult.
No, let him go. If he wants to go, go.
When a
Yeah, and don't call
scientist,
names. Please don't call names on the way out. Come on, guys.
when a
Yeah,
scientist wants to do
just
anything
go.
natural, yeah, natural science, anything like that, they want to go try things. And what you want to do as an honest person that's unbiased is not keep asking dumb questions that don't matter or
Well, let's
don't
go
make
through
any
this. Let's
sense.
go through this so you know for future use. So
So
let's
hold on,
talk
hey,
about a battery.
ho,
When
wait, whoa,
when it's
whoa,
rated
whoa,
in
hey,
amp hour,
hey,
what do you
ho,
think
hey,
that
ho,
means?
hey, did I
That's
get my
What
Sanek's
is
finish?
way
it?
of wanting to tell you
Did
he
you hear?
knows more than you and wants
Well, I
to
do
teach
know
you
more than
something.
Dumac on
So
this
what
particular topic.
I want to know is why anybody who thinks they're a science person
Lucky probably
within
knows the
their right
answer.
mind, anybody who thinks they're intellectual
What's
would rather
the
sit
amp
here
hour
and
rating of
talk
a
about
battery? What
ice
does that mean?
cream. He wants to
What are you
ask.
guys doing?
I'm trying to say something. He
Democ is
won't let
not
me.
making any sense. I have to turn him down. He's not saying anything.
So
That's fine. Then
Everybody,
turn him
please
down and
stop.
don't interrupt, please. Come on,
Well, I
Xander.
I'm
can't tell
talking
if
about
I'm interrupting
natural
if I can't hear
science.
him. He's just
The
always
things
lit up.
globers
He's not
run
saying
from.
anything. He's just talking randomly.
Globers
Okay,
run
Zanuck,
from.
please.
Globers run from
See,
natural
Casey,
science.
he's just
They
talking
don't want to go
randomly.
outside. They don't want to bother with the
He's
action
not
or
talking about
reaction.
anything.
They
You're
don't want
still
to
doing it.
bother
I
with
know, but
the
he's not doing
action.
Oh, I
anything.
got
He's not
it.
saying
I
anything.
got it, guys. Xanik, I'm
Okay,
just
listen.
having
Yeah,
to
just
temporarily
let
mute
people
you.
finish their conversation and
Okay.
then say something, Zanuck. It's that simple.
He's
And it's been
muted. Go
all
ahead,
day.
Demok.
So
He's
if
muted.
we want
Go
to
ahead,
do,
Demok.
so if we start science, we're the first people of the world, right? And we got 100 million kids here. We're all sitting here. We want to do science. We go out in nature. We want to tell this is natural science. We're not going to man-make anything. We're going to see the action or reaction of whatever happens in nature. Say the action is high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. For whether we're messing with water, magnets, air, gas, electricity, pressure, temperature, what else could I say? The idea of a vacuum. You see, then you would, as a scientific mind, write them down, the action and reaction, and from the action and reaction, that's what you would get, and that's the material. That's the thing you would be able to use to do whatever you're going to do in science. You wouldn't sit and just when you don't know you're figuring it out right now. You're looking at what happens. You want to see the action and reaction. So why would you be
It's just
asking
a
a
bunch of
million
words with
questions?
no meaning. Someone stop him.
The
I mean,
action of what happens is that no meaning. to you.
Can you wrap it up though, Democ?
I'm done. He
Why are
said
you being so
action
nice
has
to
no
him? He's
meaning.
endlessly diatribing about nothing.
Let me guess. Xanax off mute. Immediately interrupted and then said something
No, I
about
didn't want to
the
listen
man.
for 5. I was going to leave. I was going to leave the forum because it was making no sense, and no one.
He
See you
doesn't
later.
understand
Bye.
action and reaction.
Rakia, what is it? What's the amp hours on a battery mean? I bet you know the answer.
Oh, how many amps a battery can? The capacity of a battery to put out per hour.
Perfect. And what would you call?
Too?
And what would you call that? What does that amp hour mean in terms of like?
What do you call parroting a book?
Okay,
What do you
so
call,
Dima,
what
can
do
you
you
let
call
me in?
parroting out
Can
of
you
a
let
book?
Racky and I talk or no?
Yeah, can you parrot out of a book some more? Yeah.
No, don't allow. I don't want to talk to Xanac.
All right, then I
Yeah,
won't
you're
talk to you.
talking to a parrot.
See you later. Bye.
You guys might as
No,
well
no,
get
I
the
just was
book
going to leave when
Xanax
if I
guy.
hear Dima go on another diatribe. I'll
Just
leave
grab
for
Xanax's
sure.
book and read it. That's all you got to do. Grab his script. He's a parrot. I mean,
Yeah. No, it's energy. It's an energy value. It's energy. That's what a watt second is.
energy
That's
of what? From
the
what
amp
to
hour.
what? You don't know what action and reaction are. Remember, you have no clue. That's diatribe to you. Those are just words. So
Isn't
how
that
did you ever
important,
get
Janik?
anything? How did
Action
you
and
ever do
reaction.
science?
Yes.
Okay, then why did you say it
How do you
wasn't
do
earlier?
science
And
without
it
action
was
reaction?
nonsense when Dimick was actually talking and you said
He
he
wasn't.
made no sense.
He was saying a bunch of words, and yes, the words did contain things like current and energy and people and kids and 1,000,000 and 100,000,000. He just threw a bunch of random words out there. Nothing made any sense whatsoever.
Like
And
a
You know what
glove?
I got out of that? I got out of it that you have to have that for your information, right? Action and reactions have to exist, and you don't have them a lot. That is,
Yeah,
I think, his
I like
point.
what he was saying.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, of course you would.
Well, no, I mean it's interesting, right? I don't. I'm an audience member. I just want to hear different people's viewpoints without interruption from Xanac.
This isn't, no offense, my show, your show. This isn't my opinion, your opinion. Everybody's got one. They have a choice. So if you don't like the conversation or like what someone else has to say, that's okay. That's your right and opinion.
No one's allowed to speak for that long except for DMOC. I can't speak for more than
That's no,
20
no,
seconds.
absolutely not true. Let's just
Xanac, we
stop
let
right
you
there.
go.
Stop.
We let
Sorry,
you
Jim.
go on and on sometimes, Xanac. Come on, man. We give you 45 seconds a minute sometimes. Relax.
The fact that he says that just makes me think he's either like on drugs or just like here to troll. Which is it, man? It's just weird. We were having a conversation. No one was interrupting him. There wasn't a lot of people trying to get in, so he was going on. So what?
Agreed.
I thought it was interesting. I like his outlook on life. I think a lot like him. I think if
Knock
people got
yourself
into
out.
yeah, thanks, bye. I will. I don't need your permission. I think if more people got out into nature and saw how water flowed from up to down, saw how birds flew, saw how things decayed and were made and produced and reproduced, how things were cycled. Get out in the rain. Stand out in the rain every now and then. Get close to that lightning strike and tell me there's not energy up there.
Right.
That part where you said water flows from up to down, you're gonna have a little contention with that with Xanac, especially because
Yeah, I wasn't talking to Xanac. I was talking to the sane people who know that water flows because it's sloped from higher to lower.
High
No,
to
it
low.
flows from a higher ecopotential to a lower ecopotential, not from a higher or lower.
Yeah, whatever.
High elevation to lower elevation. That's how water flows.
Yeah, you want to tell me there's no energy up in the sky? Like I said, go hold a golf club out on the golf course during an electrical storm. Why do they call it an electrical storm? Why is everything based
Of course,
on
there's huge
electricity?
energy in the sky. Of
Yeah,
course,
I wasn't
huge.
talking to you again.
Huge
Yeah.
potential. You asked me that. You yeah.
I did not ask
There's
you
also
anything. Wrong.
There's also a current in the sky, right?
Yep. When lightning strikes, there's current. Absolutely.
There's
No,
current
there's
right
always a
now.
downward
No, there's
flowing
current
current.
right now.
Yeah.
There's a
There's
flow.
always a downward current.
Yeah.
Whitsit taught you that the other day. Remember?
Yeah. And you can go test that yourself. Current. Flow.
Yeah, how much current? How much current?
Energy.
How much current is flowing down right now?
Yeah,
What's your value?
quantify it, or you can't talk about it. Screw you, man.
That's because
Everybody just wants to have a
Witsit said that. You're
conversation.
parroting Witsit now. Really? He's your new model?
I'm not parenting anybody. This
Yeah,
is coming
you
out
are.
of my mouth, you fool. Did Witsit teach me to tell you you're a fool? Don't talk to me. I don't
But
want to
listen,
address you. I won't say, Zanuck, what about this? You will
I'm
never
drilling a
hear
hole in
that
your
from me
boat
again.
tonight. I'm going
Yeah.
to your house. I'm
And
drilling a
then
hole.
I will teach you something
Thank
about
God, Zanuck.
velocity. Yeah. I'll teach you
Wow.
about
These are
friction,
adult people. Not you.
energy, velocity. I'll teach you a lot of things if you drill a hole in my boat. I'm headed to my boat right now, actually.
I can picture a
I'll
Looney
teach you
Tunes.
velocity that you can't catch me.
I can picture a Looney Tunes scene every time Zanuck says that.
Can I ask you a
You know
question,
why,
Zanuck?
Zanuck?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say Zanuck lives a cartoon lifestyle with the heart of a Muppet. Go ahead, Stacey.
I can see Xana getting a notebook out and figuring out how much, like the formula of where to put the drill, what angle to
Wile E.
hold
Coyote.
it, what size bit to use, how much amps he needs from the cord. This cord
The
is
Acme
150
cartoon, Wile
feet
E.
long.
Coyote.
Yeah.
Wile E. Coyote, Rakia.
Zanuck got that Wile E. Coyote blueprint going.
You know, Zanuck, I don't understand why not just you, but a lot of your people, right? Literally have to say the word, and please let me finish. You're going to cut me out as soon as I say it. Parroting. You're parroting this person. You're parroting that person. Honey, you're parroting someone too, right? Your model, what they say.
No, I'm not
NASA, and all these
parroting it.
people.
Not at
Let
all.
me finish. Let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, Zanuck. Then we're not parroting either. It's our own opinion based on things that we have absorbed of information. Please quit the bullshit and trying to bully people because it's really stupid and you're an adult.
And that's
you're
my
full of
term.
shit.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Actually, no, I got that from
Rocky, you're roboting.
Yes. All right.
that's because he's
Oh,
a
you're good
robot.
now.
What do you think? He's a
No,
robot.
you're good now. It cleared up
See
again.
what I mean? You're not an adult. At least you're not acting like one, Zanuck.
Oh, this is an adult forum, really? Have you been listening? You
Yes,
haven't been
we
paying
are
attention,
adults.
have you?
It's supposed to be. But you guys can't handle it. This is why I left a long time ago. And you still can't in 2022 structure your fucking self as a human being and say, I don't care what they do, I'm going to be a good human being. That's being a man.
I am a good
We're all
human being,
adults having
Stacey.
adult
Yeah, you're not a man.
conversations.
Hey, you know why my phone cuts out in the same spot every time? I just figured
'Cause
it
you're
out.
looking for that
I'm passing LIGO right now.
gravitational
Stop by
lensing or
and,
wave.
hold on. Stop by and ask them if you can bring your transit in.
I called them twice already. I'm gonna call them back though and see if I can come on a Saturday and bring my. They used to have science group on Saturday or something, but I
But they're
don't get
doing
it.
construction, so it's down. So this is the time to do it.
I tried to find
What
out
do you
who the
want him to do?
construction
Look
company
2
was.
miles through his. You want him to look 2 miles through his auto level?
Yep, through that temperature-controlled environment with no wind, no humidity to speak of.
Oh, you think they're gonna
Low
let me
humidity.
inside the tube with a train? No, that ain't gonna happen.
Why not?
Because that's
Come
not
on, man. You're
okay,
in
bro.
fantasy world.
You could do
I'll
it at
tell you that
Slack.
place is run down.
Slack will let you do it. That's a 2
Yeah,
mile long tube.
I'm sure they will. This
They
place is
will.
run down, though. I don't know if they're losing funding or just losing interest.
We're in Slack?
No,
No.
LIGO and Livingston.
LIGO, man. Come on, keep up, Zanuck.
Well, I don't want to be accused of calling it Slack again, or or
I know, but you
LIGO,
keep
because
jumping to Slack. He only does LIGO. That's the only place he can go.
Nobody's ever
no, it's
mentioned Slack but you, Zanuck. You're literally you love
Oh, no,
Slack.
he's in front of Lego, the toy company. Wrong.
I love Legos.
Do you know how many wheels
Yeah.
Lego produces a year? It's a lot.
No,
A lot
but
of
I'm
wheels
sure
they
you're going
make.
to tell us.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the inside of LIGO looks like. I mean, look, it's a tube, but I don't know if there's any walls or anything in it. But if
Yeah,
there
I don't know.
isn't, if you could just, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't let you do it unless there's some danger of you damaging the equipment.
What world do you live in? You think they're going to let the public come into their facility and just probe
Well, they do
around?
let public in. They usually don't let them
Yeah,
walk
on
down the whole
guided
length of the tube, I
tours.
guess.
They don't even do that
On a
anymore.
guided tour, just like you can go to Antarctica on a guided
Hang on. I'm going to call them. You're
tour, all
roboting, Jeremy.
controlled and everything. They're not going to just let.
Jeremy, you're
All right.
roboting and hot micing. I'm going to call LIGO right now. I'll let y'all know.
Yeah, I mean, I would have if I would try and get them to see if they can send me a babysitter. Hey, I just want to come in here for an hour and I want to look down your tube with a theodolite.
I mean, that would be dope. You think 2 miles is good though to look through the auto level?
Through a tube? Yeah.
Inside the tube? They're not gonna let you in the tube.
Not in the you got to remember that this thing it's a big structure with a little 4-inch or 6-inch or 10-inch pipe running alongside of it inside. So there's the main structure that houses all the equipment, and then the laser tube is inside of that. So there's a walkway that runs down the length of the whole facility.
I mean, that in my mind, that's still in question if that is even a straight tube.
That I think you could validate a couple of ways. First thing you could probably do is you could probably look down the tube with the optic, put it at the same height, and see, not regardless of which angle you choose, just line it up with the pipe and see if the pipe lines up the whole length as a straight line.
On the horizontal, yeah. Well, I mean, what if there's some kind of effect going on because just from the gas in the room or something, and
it's just air.
It looks like it's going in a straight line, but it's actually not.
Well, it's just air.
Yeah.
But you said the gas
which causes light to bend. Yeah, the gas, the air.
The gradient goes in there. That'd be an interesting one. What would the gradient be doing on an absolutely flat surface?
If it's a flat surface.
Well, we've just gone through the method by which you might be able to confirm that.
You want us to confirm it by...
Then you look down the whole length, line up your theodolite at something 6 feet at both ends. You put your theodolite at 6 feet, put it at 6 feet at the other end, note the angle that you're looking
at. Oh, you don't get it.
I just talked to LIGO that they don't have
It's like
Science Saturdays right now. They're hoping to be more open to that for the summer, which I guess that means in August. I don't know because it's very hot here now. But I guess when school gets out, they're going to try and open their Science Saturday again, just in time for the schools not to be able to host field trips. But I started asking him questions about if they were under construction still, and he said yes. I asked him for a 5-minute rundown on the new tube they're putting inside the other tube. He said he couldn't. He was very busy. I said, "Oh, y'all are working right now on that project?" He goes, "No, I'm right in the middle of watching a program." I could hear something in the background, like a TV show or something. But anyway, that was the control room guy. It was definitely that's the third different person I've talked to on 3 phone calls. But Science Saturdays are a tour that you can go on, like a field trip type thing, a guided tour. And they haven't had them for like 2 years because of COVID, and they're hoping to open them soon.
Well, okay, Science Saturdays, and they give guided tours. That might be interesting. I think that if you sweetheart them, or if you talk to somebody like Blue or somebody who's got some creds behind their name, you might be able to swing something. Or you can bring your equipment in there.
Did you just say talk to Blue because he has
some creds? He has friends in the academic community who might be able to arrange a dialogue above and beyond just allow the kids to come into the gift shop.
Yeah, gotcha. I'll pass on that. I have a few friends and family that are PhDs and all that. Yeah, I don't need Blue for much.
Whatever method you want to use, you understand what I'm saying, though.
I like how Blue is the engineering authority or whatever, physics authority, and like Jesse is the surveyor and on here, Like,
I know an ex NASA employee that was stationed in Antarctica for 6 months.
Which 6 months? Southern summer or southern winter, or did he bisect it?
Summer. Guess what he said?
Well, it depends on where he was, but he would say that there was some evening if he wasn't at the South Pole, and if he was at the South Pole, he would say he had 24 hours of sun, the actual orb.
He said that you see 24 hours of lights. He said you don't see the sun in the sky for a full 24 hours. That's what he
Right.
said.
Well, that really would depend on how many miles you were from the South Pole, because the South Pole will see it, and beyond a certain point, you will not see it 24 hours.
But you'd see light.
Oh, for some of it, yeah, but at the South Pole itself, you will see the sun neither rise nor fall 1 inch, one degree, all year, not all year, all day long. It will stay at the same elevation.
Well, I understand your claim, yeah. I actually don't remember where he said he was stationed. Do you guys believe that the little barber pole in the ice is the legit South Pole?
Well, you can take your GPS and see if it says 000.
Well, I guess that's a yes.
Is that what GPS references as the zero coordinate? Is the South Pole?
No, but that's the latitude and longitude 0.
Hey, guess what, though? This guy that used to work at NASA, he's a flat earther. I promise.
Well, I don't know what kind of TBI he had, but
was he a janitor? Was he a janitor? He worked at parking lot? What did he do?
You think that was funny?
Yeah, kind of.
No, he worked for NASA as a scientist, Semic.
What area? NASA's a huge organization.
I don't even remember.
Is he retired?
He doesn't work there anymore. Yeah.
Oh shit!
He's not retired per se, but yeah, he doesn't work at NASA anymore.
He's still in an engineering field though. Or science field? Oh, okay. We can't use him.
I'm sure he could have some pull. That's why I mentioned him. I'm sure I could hit him up and see what he could pull off. But he's actually been pretty open about his skepticism of the globe. He's been pretty open about his skepticism of the globe and NASA since he was there. So I don't know. I'm sure they're not particularly fond of him.
What do they base that skepticism on? Did he say?
Probably the preponderance of overwhelming evidence that we were lied to about the Earth, Senic, if I was going to guess.
Wait,
probably?
Hold on. Preponderance only means 51%, by the way. Number two, evidence against the globe or by the globe? Or what was that sentence you said?
The preponderance of overwhelming evidence against the globe, yeah.
That's a contradiction in term. Preponderance of overwhelming evidence. If it's preponderance, only 51%.
No, the evidence itself is overwhelming. Try again.
Then you don't use preponderance. You know,
the evidence itself is overwhelming, Zanuck, not the percentage. All right, I gotta go again. Bye.
That would be. I'd love to talk to that guy.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Something makes me think in the first couple of sentences, I'll find out that he's probably not as described.
Exactly.
But love to talk to him and find out. Because I'm always interested. I want to see somebody with an engineering background who can answer the questions of why he thinks the things he does.
Exactly.
My father had one, but I didn't go down to visit him for a couple of years in Florida. And the guy who was a flat earth professional engineer went up and died on me before I could get there.
The nerve of him.
But he was a flat earther, conspiracy guy, the whole 9 yards, hiding money in shoe boxes in the backyard. He kind of lost it a little bit.
Right.
But I would still be interested in seeing, okay, how do you justify this triangle here? Just explain why the sun is 26 degrees lower than it's supposed to be.
And why do we have this 1 degree for 60 nautical mile relationship? How's that possible?
I'm going to go basing, making any hard statements on what the sky is doing, since we know that we can see the stars appear to converge and diverge at the equator, but, you guys claim they're not doing that. So we see the sky doing something that it's actually not doing. So I don't know why in this instance you would say, "Oh no, but we see this," and yes, it's definitely doing that.
Well,
How
again,
why
this
are,
has been explained to you about 100 times. I don't understand why you
did you
persist in
see
saying
that?
it because it's so beaten up right now.
Yeah,
The
Mayar.
simple fact is that you can, if you put it on a, what do you call it, mount? Equatorial mount, you will see that none of that happens. So and I also showed you the picture of my door and how when I change the angle on my camera, how the door appears to grow, even though I'm still the same distance.
Moyak, did you notice that picture they showed up yesterday? When they showed the lens,
right, the wide
on the
angle
camera,
lens.
it said 14 millimeter lens. Do you know what that means, Jeremy? A 14 millimeter lens?
Dude, it doesn't with or without the
No, can you
lens.
answer the question?
Fisheye lens.
Why
No, I don't know. But with or
does
without
nobody
the
answer the
lens, I'm
question?
answering it. I don't know. But with or without
Let
the,
me
I
tell you
don't
real
know.
quick.
But with or
So a
without
50
the lens.
millimeter lens
Can I
is a normal
answer? No,
lens.
I'm still answering.
Because you're not going to answer, I'm going to continue to talk.
Still
You're not
answering.
answering.
I told you I don't know. However,
So let me answer for you then, since you don't know.
don't know.
All you do is say,
However, no,
all
you
you
don't
do is say
answer
I
for
don't know.
me.
I
I
don't need
can
to hear
answer
any
for
kind of
myself.
like response. So a 50 millimeter lens
The
is something that
fuck,
doesn't give you very much.
dude. I'm
Can I
gonna
finish
just
my
mute you.
sentence? Can I finish
No,
my
I was
sentence?
in the middle of my sentence.
No, I was asking you a question. You didn't answer it, so it's still my turn.
Please and finish, and then let him do back again, whatever.
Okay. So I guess that means me.
Regardless
Or
if it
who's that mean? You or me?
me.
Okay,
Shut
Go ahead,
up,
Jeremy. Get it over
please.
with.
God, go, Jeremy.
Thank you. So regardless if it's a fisheye or not, the globe, even in your own model, would necessitate this happening. You would have the lines, the star trails going straight at the equator, and then you have circles going at either pole. They would have to appear to diverge from a static point. You act like it's the fisheye lens. It's not. It's due to perspective. And we see it happening. We know it's not happening according to you guys. So why would we base anything else we see off the sky that's actually happening when we can see things that we know aren't happening happen over and out?
Because I know how to point a camera.
By the way, I told you, so the 50 millimeter lens is a camera lens that will not show very much distortion. And a 22 millimeter lens, what I have, that's a big wide angle lens. And a 14 is even more than that. So you have a super wide angle lens looking at objects in a 2D with a 2D perspective, giving you a distorted view of motion and relative distances because of the lens. If you're not
The
looking
lens is a my
the
bad.
lens, with respect to the lens, you're seeing things diverge. If you're looking at it straight, there's actually a real good GIF that someone posted about what actually looks like and how they're not diverging, and how, and Moak just said you could actually show this to be true. If you're looking at things or had an equatorial mount, there wouldn't be this diverging.
The lens is literally irrelevant. Your own model necessitates that this is
Wow.
what you would see from a star trail because you have the stars overhead at the equator going in a straight line. Are they all going in straight lines, or are they not circling around the poles? Can you answer that question? I doubt you will.
Yes, they are. They are making a circular path.
Okay, and the ones over the equator going in straight lines, right?
They will all appear to go straight from the equatorial mount.
Zanuck, see, you can't. I know. I don't know. Does this scare you? What I'm saying, or what?
What the fuck would make you say that, Jeremy? He doesn't sound scared.
Because he won't answer. He won't answer my straight up
I'm
question.
struggling. How I've tried to
If you're
describe
at
it
the
in a number of different
equator
ways.
and you look up,
I'm agonizing on how to describe it to you so you get it.
no, just
I
answer
know
the
what you're
question.
saying.
If you're at the
I
equator
know what
and
you're
you look up,
saying.
will this?
I
Never
know what
mind,
you're
Zanuck. I'm not engaging with you.
I know what you're saying. You're saying that if I'm
No.
looking straight ahead. Hold on, let me finish. If I'm looking straight up, those stars are going straight up and down, east and west. But everything to the left and right of me that is the north, they're taking circular paths around about the axis of rotation. So it stands to reason that if they are taking a circular path, and the ones that are above my head, then I should see a divergence. But that divergence is only perspective. It's like the
Okay,
crepuscular.
so
Can I
not the
finish? Can
camera
I finish?
lens. The
Can I
camera
finish?
lens is irrelevant
I
then,
can't
right?
finish. No, it is.
So the camera lens is
No,
irrelevant then, right, Zanuck?
no, because if you're looking at it through a wide-angle lens, you'll see this divergence. If you're not looking at it through a wide-angle lens, you won't be able to see any divergence because you won't be able to get in your feet in a field where you'll be able to see the curvature about the polar axis.
Okay, so what you're saying makes literally no sense. In your model, the stars are going overhead at the equator in a straight line, and then the stars to the north are going in one direction. The stars to the south are going in one direction. This would happen and have to happen in your model. So I don't know how you could have straight lines. They can't all be going straight because one of them is rotating around. They're rotating around two different points. So you have the ones on the equator going straight, regardless of what camera you're looking through. It's still a necessity that this happens in your model.
Yes, anytime you take a spherical image and put it onto a flat surface, you get effects like this. That's why you have to know how to use a camera and what a camera is doing. And what it's doing is not what you hope it's doing.
So regardless of the camera lens, this would still be happening, right? That camera thing was a giant red herring, you're saying?
No, the camera thing exaggerates everything that you're seeing.
But this would still be happening. The stars would still appear to converge and diverge regardless of what camera you're looking through. Your model necessitates it, right?
Thinking about your question.
That was my question. Regardless of what camera you're
your
looking through, the globe model still necessitates this happening, right? Is my mic messed up?
No, you're fine.
I'm agonizing with what you would see. Forget about the camera and what you would see it right above your head. A couple stars that are to the south or to the, let's say just pick one direction to the south, and what that star would look like with respect to the other star straight above. Let's say you have a GP of a star. It's right above your head. And then you have one that's 20 degrees. What happens to that star as it sets? Both stars. Or will there be angularly?
Oh my God.
Will there be one angularly more south, or will it be the same angular distance? And I don't
Zanuck,
know.
regardless of
what I'm on your side on this one because I don't know for sure.
It didn't sound like it a minute ago.
Hold on. Well, because I had to think about it. I don't have a problem walking back shit I say, but I never thought about it. So if it's when it sets angularly, will those two stars be at the same angular distance, east to west? And that's I don't know for sure. You're saying that it will be if it's right.
Your own model necessitates this. Zanuck, you have stars. You're standing at the equator, right? You have stars above you. They're going in a straight line, right, over your head.
Right.
Right. The stars directly above you are going in a straight line over your head. The stars to the left and right of that are going to be circling around a pole, right?
Yeah, but
so
from
not
your
a straight line.
Well, no, I'm not convinced that you're going to. I think they're going to be the same angle. They're not going to make a curve position. The curved path will only be done with a wide angle lens, and right. Look at the extreme. Go to the North Pole. What do you see? Let's go to the North Pole.
You're telling me this. You're telling me the star, Zanuck.
Wow, we both are doing.
So you're telling me the stars are only curving around the poles if you're looking through a wide angle lens. That's all. That's the only time the stars curve around the poles.
That's what I'm thinking. Yes, I'm not going to bet my life on it, but that's what I'm thinking.
What the fuck?
Hold on. I got to take issue with that one.
Zanuck. What the fuck?
Betting my life on it or not? I know for sure.
Learn something again.
I know for sure. Looking through a wide angle lens, you will see the curved path of the stars, and they will appear to diverge because of the. Now, I don't know for sure.
I can't with you, Zanuck.
Yeah, Zanuck. If you look at my image that I posted a few minutes ago of the door, that's me sitting in my chair and rotating the camera, putting it in the center of field of view, and then putting it at the extreme of the field of view. And you can see how much smaller the door gets, angular size, just by its position and angle to the CCD.
Right.
Regardless of the camera you're looking through, even in your own model, this has to happen. I don't know why you guys deny it so hard and say,
Well,
oh, it's only because of wide angle lens. That's
Mayak's kind of give
ridiculous.
a demonstration
Everyone
of
that's
that.
made that argument,
Well,
hold on. Everyone that's made that argument against me, it shows me that they don't even know their own model.
Well, duh. What's new?
well, all you have to do is get a measurement of a star GP and then one next to it by 10 degrees and see if it stays 10 degrees when it sets, and that answers your question. And if we take a wide angle lens and see that all these stars rotate
have a
about
question.
a
You're
North
the
Star.
one.
My God, Jeremy, I'm in the middle of a sentence. Did you hear me not talking? I mean, so all you have to do, and I
Yeah,
gave
go
you
ahead.
a whole description, and you dive in and start talking over me. I know you're excited right now. You're so excited because you smell blood in the chum's in the water. I get it.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, but just let me finish. So if you can measure this GP of a star,
I'm in the middle of cleaning that.
and
All right, it's all
120
wet in there.
degrees, 120 degrees to the north, and you watch them both set west, it does that 20 degrees remain constant as they set. And I would say yes, they would, based on what also back to what Mayock had done as a kind of a test there.
Mayock?
Moyock.
Moycock.
Moiscock.
Listen to me, Zanuck.
I'm listening.
Zanuck. The stars in your own model, dude. In your own friggin' model, bro. The stars over the equator are going in a straight line. And the stars to the left and right of that are going in circles. They have to appear to deviate, regardless of what lens you look through. I don't know why it would matter what lens you look through. That's irrelevant, dude. It has to be doing that regardless if you're looking through a wide angle lens, a rectilinear lens, whatever. It's irrelevant. You hear me?
I'm hearing him thinking about it.
What's there to think about, dude?
Well, I'm thinking about the position of the stars around my North Star and how tight those circles are and what I could compare it to, what the angle difference would be over a period of 3 or 4 hours. You could be right. I'm not saying I know, obviously. All they do know is that the wide angle lens does allow you to see both horizons in one shot, and that would show both concentric counter rotating paths. That I do know for sure.
If you can see any star that's not directly above the horizon, you're seeing it. Obviously. And you know what? I want you to put this on the list of stuff that flat earthers have taught you over the years.
So you're going to teach
add this
me
to the
that.
list.
Well, I don't know why. I don't even know why I'm fine. I don't. Why does it even matter?
Add it to the list.
Well, no, it's not. I never joined. I never. Yes. You know what? You can show me that because I do not know either way. And all I've heard was what someone was fighting about it yesterday. Is that they don't curve or something with respect to a non wide angle lens, and you're saying they do. And if you're right, then you've taught me something.
Yeah, I think that's about number 12 on the list. I'll write the list for you, Zanuck.
Well, the first 3 or 4 have been very sketchy at best. But if you want to take the win, if you need to win that bad, Witsit, go ahead, take it.
This is Jeremy's win. This isn't my win.
No, you have a list. He's got no list.
Yeah, I'm
Zanuck,
saying I'll
you're
keep
on
the list
multiple
for
lists.
you.
Listen, you're on multiple lists, Zanuck. It's not important. The point is, regardless of the lens, obviously in your model, the stars are going to be curving around the poles that aren't directly above the horizon.
Where's that gift that was posted yesterday? There was a good gift.
So you have one line. You're going to have one star trail of stars directly above the horizon. They're going to be going in a straight line, right? Just follow me along with this. I know it's painful, but just follow me along. Above the horizon, that star trail is going to be above the horizon. That star trail is going to be a straight line, right?
The ones that are above you, yes.
Directly above the horizon, yes. They're going to be in a straight line. And then any stars that are to the left or the right of that can't be going in a straight line, can they? They have to be doing circles around the pole, right? The sad thing is I'm going to have to walk 20 more Globers through this, and it's painful.
It's going to be.
They're going to simultaneously claim that you know nothing.
Yep.
So Zanuck, the stars up to the left or the right.
I didn't say that.
Zanuck,
I didn't say
hold on, guys. Let me finish this up.
It's an interesting. I'm
Yeah,
just
let me
trying to
finish
figure
this
out
up with Zanuck.
who said that they didn't diverge originally.
Thought you did.
Well, I was
Doing it
definitely
5
part of it,
minutes
but
ago, acting
I
like
was
it was
going along
only
with someone
because of the
else.
wide angle
I was
lens.
agreeing with somebody
Can
else.
you
Now I'm
just
thinking
finish
about
this
it
with
more.
me?
Okay, can we all come down for a second?
Can you
Because
just
I
finish
think
this with me, please?
this is recorded. He's admitting you're right.
Yeah.
Great, wonderful. Isn't that
I'm not
sweet?
saying he's
Easy.
right. I
Hold
don't
on, and let's
know.
not jump to
I'm
conclusions
saying
real
I
quick.
don't know. I
Hold on,
haven't
guys.
thought about it before.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. We're gonna walk through it, please, guys. Please. All I want is 2 minutes. I'll shut up for the next 10 at least. Listen. So Zanuck, we have the star trail above the horizon going in a perfectly straight line, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the ones to the left of that or right of that, they have to be circling around a pole, right?
Yes.
So can they be going in a straight line, or do they have to be doing circles around a pole?
I don't know. My knee-jerk reaction is that they're going to diverge, like you're saying they are.
Of course they are. Your own model dictates it.
And I've always said that. I just started changing that when
Regardless
I
of
heard
the
it talked
lens,
about
right?
yesterday. Now I don't know for sure if it's
Regardless
that
of
way
the
or
lens.
not. Oh, here we go. I found it. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it.
Regardless of the lens, that's going to be happening, right? Whether it's a wide angle lens, rectilinear, whatever. Either way, that has to happen, right?
Okay. Well, I got the picture up. Can you take a look at the picture for me?
This is painful. This is painful. Zanuck, regardless of the lens, this has to happen, right? With the straight lines and curved lines of the star trails. No one's going to save you, bro. Regardless of the lens, this would have to happen, right, Zanuck?
If there is divergence, yes, it would happen either way.
Thank you.
If there was a divergence, if the star, what do you mean? If there was a divergence?
There has. Zanuck,
If
what are you
there's
saying now?
if there's a divergent, but I like look at the picture. Look at the picture I
We're
posted.
walking through if there's a divergence right now in your own model. There has to be because the stars are circling around the poles, right?
Yeah, they're traveling in concentric circles.
Yeah,
Until they get to the
maybe
equator
Brendan
where
can
you
get
have
it.
them going straight.
Yeah,
So he's
maybe
talking about the
Brendan
ones that
can
are not going
get
straight
it.
versus the ones that are going straight. Moyak, would those diverge positionally in your field of view?
Right. There's one that goes straight overhead at the equator.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
And then the rest of them have to appear to converge and diverge, right? Because they're circling around two different poles in your model, right?
Well, that's just an optical illusion.
Well, that's
Okay, but it does.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it an optical illusion because of a wide angle lens, Brenda, or would that happen regardless of what type of lens you looked at that through?
I think regardless, but that's
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
It's exaggerated. It's exaggerated when you look at the wide angle, but other than that, yeah, they do diverge. It does look like it until you start using your camera the proper way and tracking them.
Do you have that? You said
So
you have
it would
something
still happen regardless.
No, not regardless. If you track them, it doesn't happen.
Yes, but the star trails will show a divergence and an apparent divergence and convergence, regardless of if you used a wide angle lens or not, right?
Yes,
like pulling teeth with you guys. Zanuck, you with us so far, or are you still behind?
I've been with you
class?
since the very beginning. I'm actually more on your side than not, Jeremy. So don't crawl on me. I'm actually thinking about it, looking at these pictures, thinking about what I would actually see with my own two eyes. And I'm thinking that, yes, you're going to have a divergence, even with perspective. You're going to have a divergence between the star that's going straight on the equator and ones that are actually circling the pole. Even with perspective, I don't see how you wouldn't see some divergence. And I don't know why it matters if you see divergence, but that's just what I heard yesterday. And then I changed my story a little bit because I was listening to someone that sounded like it made sense. Now I'm questioning that.
Yeah, I'm the one that's saying it like it's making sense.
I've always said if you look anything to the south of the equator, those would be circling counterclockwise versus the north going clockwise.
Yeah, we know. We know how your model works.
Sorry, vice versa. So
we know how your
I've always
model
said
works.
that. Now I started questioning whether you said or somebody else. I started questioning whether you actually see that divergence at the equator, and I'm beginning to think you might. But who cares if he does? You know, you want to be right about something? Maybe you'd be right about this. I don't know. I haven't thought about it before.
Well, why were you arguing with me 5 seconds ago about it's because of the wide angle lens?
Because that's the position I took yesterday when we were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah, he admitted he just heard someone else say it, and so he
yes,
just
I was parroting. because it went against what I have always been saying. They
Why
talked about
then?
because you guys. I jumped
Wow,
into
this
an
is such a monumental moment of humility.
No,
Yeah,
I
no,
know, man. Can I
jumped
Yeah,
actually
you
in.
should try it, Witsit.
Yeah, I jumped in. I've always thought that they go diverge. Then I jumped into this conversation. There's like, oh, it's due to perspective. It's due to the lens. And I started thinking about it. Yeah, maybe I know the lens actually makes it more dramatic. So I thought maybe that's the cause of it. Then just now I'm starting to think about, no, maybe it's not. Now I don't even really know. And I don't really, I do care actually. I do
Yeah, we're
care.
proud of you.
But I'm not,
We're proud
I'm
of
not
you.
going to say I know. So if Silent, I mean, if Witsit and Jeremy can teach me that these things will definitely show a diverged path, then I'll say, yes, they've educated me on star paths on around the earth and what it looks like for the observer. I will admit to that right now, even before it happens.
Now, with all this
Write this shit
wonderful
down.
admission on our part, Jeremy, when you take a God damn it, why can't I never say this in one word? Equatorial mount, and I start tracking it. My equatorial mount curves around in a circle, clockwise in one direction, counterclockwise in the other direction, and the stars don't diverge in that.
Sure,
So
that's my point.
Why is your
Yes, I agree.
suggestion
I
that
agree.
your
I
camera,
agree.
that your image is so powerful?
And that's my whole point. You're making my point for
That's
me.
not making your
We
point.
see
I'm asking
something
you about
happen in
what
this.
it is.
You're making my point for me. We see this
I'm not
thing
making a
happen in the
point.
sky.
Please let him finish his point then.
My point is that we see this thing happen and it doesn't actually happen, which is what you just said. It's not actually happening. Fine. I'll agree to that because that's my point. We see something happen in the sky, this convergence and divergence that we know is not happening, right?
And we know the cause of that. That's the whole point.
Okay, that's fine.
Knowing the cause of it means that you can control for the cause.
Dude, that's fine. I don't care if you know the cause or not, claim to not know the cause, whatever. The point is, we see this thing happen in the sky. We know it's not happening, right? That's my point.
No, we don't see it in the sky. We see an effect of something on a flat surface CCD that was designed to take pictures. We don't see it happening. We see
What
the
a
effects of it from
pedantic
our device.
response, dude. So pedantic.
Stop.
You should try looking at yourself in the window a little bit there, buddy.
Well, how do you look at yourself in windows?
Let's not go into
It's reflecting.
insults
It's
at
dark
this
out.
point
God damn it.
because you're actually agreeing and you disagree, whatever. But this is actually a monumental moment, like what it just said. You got some honesty from the other side. So, guys, come on. But don't be rude to each other. You're actually having a conversation for once.
Yeah. Regardless, we see something happen in the sky. We know it's not happening. Fine. The point is, why would we then go on to say we see other things in the sky? Maybe they're not actually happening.
Well, what we would do is we would look at how something works and decide what we're actually seeing.
You mean presuppose what you're seeing based on your reification of the globe?
Basically, you can go do this and model it in your fucking living room.
Why you gotta get so mad?
Reification. The model reification. We know, Moyak.
Models are not reification.
Models aren't reality, therefore attributing concreteness to it is the definition of a reification. Try again.
That's wonderful reification.
Yeah, models are conceptual, so when you attribute concreteness to conceptual abstractions, that's the definition of reification.
No, it's actually not.
Yes, it literally is.
A model is basically a map that
It's
points
conceptual.
to. Yeah, of course it is.
So you can't attribute concreteness to concept.
We don't care
I
about
like
your
Witt's
imaginary
definition
models.
better than yours, Brenda.
Yeah, but he's wrong.
He was
No,
one
You
better
see
than
how
you.
this
Well,
conversation
you're just saying he's wrong.
completely switched. It was done on purpose. Brenda, I know this is so old. Can we get back to the actual conversation now? Remember that?
I lost track of what Jeremy and Zanuck were talking about.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what
well,
you do. That's why you come
The
here.
curve.
Stop, Brenda.
I
My
lost
point's
track of the
been
curve.
made.
Hey, I got
My
another
point's been made. Go ahead with it.
Just real quick, because I've only got like 3 minutes. My question, just to try to get some, open middle ground here. So, globe or flat Earth doesn't matter. Okay. Do any of the globe Earth proponents in here think that the government may be hiding something in Antarctica?
No.
Okay.
I don't
Anyone
know,
else?
but I don't know. I mean, like, depends on what you say. What are they hiding? Are they hiding massive amounts of land? No. Is there a possibility that there's some kind of a wonderful paradise, green and lush, somewhere in some valley that has something going on? Maybe.
Yeah, or
No,
just like
that's not
ancient
possible.
technology, or what were the Nazis looking for? Birdie, you don't know what's possible. You're not the arbiter of truth.
Actually, I do know what's possible.
Okay, so well, I don't even know why any of us talk. We should just let Brenda teach us a class every day.
You should. You should let me teach you.
Yeah. Let's start with biology. So
No,
Brenda, the point is that you like we heard your opinion, and I'm like, okay, anyone else? And you just don't even want to let anyone else have their moment to at least answer. I'm trying to have like a cordial, open-ended, where it's not like confrontational. I said globe or flat Earth. It doesn't have to be just like the Brenda show.
I've just said a couple sentences. I've said, no, I don't think anything's being hidden in Antarctica. And no, I don't think it's possible that there is a lush tropical garden somewhere on the Antarctic continent. I don't think that's possible. That's what I said.
You said it's not, but it doesn't matter anyway. Anyone else?
Yeah.
I do want to
Definitely.
just clarify one of the statements I made, which is if I was like traveling around doing some exploring and I paddled myself around Hawaii, I could tell you that it's definitely not hiding 600 miles of land in there.
That's not what I'm asking.
Right, but I'm just saying that's a fact. We do know once we've gone around something that they can't be hiding massive amounts of real estate.
I'm not asking. I'm just saying like even the Nazis went there. It's really hard for us to go figure out what's there. There has been like an obsession with that place right before elections. Very prominent people go there. Maybe coincidence, but it's possible they're hiding something, right? Like even the ancient aliens are obsessed with it. We have like pyramidal structures that are clearly not naturally created. It appears. So it just seems like even the globes would be able to agree. Like it's very possible that there's something we don't know about in Antarctica.
Of course, you know about those things, so they're not hiding those.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like that means that there was some type of civilization there if it's not a natural structure.
Well, it's possible. I mean, that's one place where I could say that we could definitely be wrong. First off, Antarctica was supposed to have moved over. Well, probably not over the time span humanity's existed, but
it was part of Pangea.
Antarctica.
Pangea.
I'll tell you how long a global always tend to reduce the arguments to some sort of possibilities, right? It's possible.
I got a good possibility.
Years of conspiracy, years of documents, and they reduce it to it's possible.
You sound like you're underwater, Matrix. You sound like you're underwater.
Yeah, but he said years of possibilities and years of studying and the possibility. Here's the thing. What if there's a bigger like creature or human or thing or a thing that needs more its temperature is greater than ours. So if you have a bigger guy or a giant that's 15 foot tall, I'm just making it up. I'm not saying anything's concrete. Where would you live? In the desert or in Antarctica? You'd probably sustain yourself in Antarctica, a colder place, and it would probably be good for you, even though it could be 200 degrees or whatever differential from us. Our systems are a different amount of heat.
What would it eat? There's nothing but snow, and it gets to 130 below zero.
Hey, you tell your story, I'll tell mine. I don't know what yours would be.
It gets to 130 below zero there.
What does?
Antarctica does.
Show me.
Just Google how
I don't Google reality.
You just Google
my reality doesn't belong.
How cold?
My reality doesn't belong on Google, Brenda. I'm sorry, I don't do that.
Just Google how cold does Antarctica get? It's 130 degrees below zero.
Google how to put on your socks in the morning. That's good for you.
Yeah. Well, if you don't accept it, you just can deny that that's okay. But
I already know how to put on my socks.
So are we just gonna throw out the Richard Byrd claim? Are we just gonna throw out that claim where he claims that there is warmer climate in Antarctica? You're just gonna bypass that?
He didn't say that. He said that there was more land. He said that there was more land, and if
he said there was warmer land beyond Antarctica, right? And you're saying that there isn't. So should we believe him or should we believe you?
Could you cite the place where he said there was warm land? I know there's a lake that was supposedly found. And that's true because there was a period of time in the summer when there is some melt down there, and it does make shallow lakes.
If you have a super cold area and it's negative under that amount of temperature, so many below, what do you think would happen to certain amounts of water and certain materials in that?
It'd be frozen solid. That's what it would be.
So the lake underneath that's not frozen, where there's life and everything's working great, that's frozen solid?
Oh, no. No, there's also geothermal.
Oh, so what's going on there with that same temperature?
Geothermal.
Okay, so what that cold is doing is what? It's a superconductor. And what does your superconductor of space do? What does your imaginary negative super cold space do? Fusion? So what happens in Antarctica?
Snow is not a superconductor.
Fusion? I didn't say snow. I said a negative temperature, a super negative.
Well, temperatures aren't conductors.
Some superconductors.
Have you ever been there? You guys have never been there. These are ifs. So if it's super cold over there and it's super cold in space, what can you do in both of them? Probably the same
want to
thing.
imagine everything that's not said? Okay.
No, listen, my story's mine. Okay? Your imagination's for you, Glober. That's why you believe a globe exists, because you imagine it. I see reality. I see action and reaction. I don't see globe physics. I don't see globe reactions. I don't see globe gases, globe oils, globe mediums. I don't see globe anything. I've never seen a lab with any scientist claiming to be a globe scientist doing globe physics with a ball of material physics, dude. Not in your cartoon. Please take your physics off of a cartoon and be like Madonna. Be a material bitch.
Are we going to let him up just preach for an hour?
So
ask you a question.
Since you're talking, Democ, what does Baldal mean?
I don't know. I want you to teach us all. Where's the fucking curve?
You wrote the word Baldal, and I would just like to know what you mean by that.
Baldo. Yeah, I'm getting ready to tell you right now. It's Baldo. It's where the X is. It's where the curve is. Where can you find that spot? Where does that exist? It means a curve. See that ball? See the cartoon I drew for you, the little circle, and I put an X there? That X is Baldo. Now, if you can find Baldo for me, it means the curve of your planet. I don't know what it means. You have to find it for me because
what are you talking about? It's just
your belief, your ball belief on a ball.
Brenda, if you can't get that, there's something wrong with you.
What does
Come on.
Baldo mean?
Can you find an X on your curved ball? Brenda, can you find a spot and put a flag anywhere on your globe that I ask you?
I don't know what he's talking about. It makes zero sense.
Can you just
Brenda.
answer the question and stop worrying about the other part?
Yes, I could walk outside. Yes, I could walk outside and put a flag in the ground.
And that's the curve of your planet.
No.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't. No.
Baldo is the curve of your planet.
This
You
is
see the
actually producing
diagram.
excellent conversation. Goodbye.
I put the X on the circle. I put an X on the curve of that circle. I drew a hair. I drew a plus sign in the center of it to show you orientation.
You drew a hair?
From bottom.
You drew a hair?
I drew.
Brenda, why you acting stupid? Why are you acting stupid? We all know that you're not pretending, that you're actually.
I literally can't understand anything he says.
Listen, he sounded underwater. Yes, you do, Magic. So sorry, but he was saying, damn well what he fucking means. Like, move along. That's basically what he's saying in my own words.
I do not know what he means. I do not know.
The crosshairs of a scope. Do you know what that looks like, Brenda? The crosshairs of a scope.
They look like an X.
They look like a plus sign. Mine do. Mine's a plus, so we're gonna go with mine because I'm the one drawing the picture. Some sites are T-shaped. Some sites are T-shaped. Okay, Grandma. So mine's a plus sign, and what we have is a plus sign and a circle in there. In that plus sign represents your orientation. You got a bottom, an up, a left, and a right. And now I've got an X marked on that little image I sent you. And it's got a plus sign drawn in it, right? Now it's got an X. That represents your globe, that little circle, that's your globe. Now, can you find that spot in reality and put a flag there for me? That's all I need from any glober. That's it.
No idea what you mean by that.
You don't know what a globe means.
I have no idea what you mean by
a curve of a globe, a curve of your planet,
Listen,
a curve.
Brenda's not going to answer to anything that you're saying right now, Democ. We're going to keep doing this for the
He
next
doesn't
10
understand
minutes.
anything, but I know he only understands flat Earth. I got you.
The curve is everywhere, Dam. The curve is everywhere.
So on top of your house is the curve, right?
No, on the ground, yeah, is the curve.
Your house is connected to the ground, making your house the surface. So the top of your house is now the surface of that dirt.
the ground and the water on Earth.
Anything you put on the ground becomes the surface because you put it against the surface. Now it becomes the topography over the dirt underneath it. So your house, the roof of your house would now be the surface of the earth. But
no,
what I want to tell you is
nobody
now,
thinks
so your house is the curve.
Let it go. Let it go. She's fucking with you, bro. She's fucking with you. Let it go.
I'm
Let it go.
not.
Oh, no, I got
I'm not.
No, I know, I got you. So the house, where your house is, your back door is the curve of the earth. I got you. Everywhere's the curve. I got you. Put the flag there. We're gonna meet there, and we're gonna put like a little gun barrel sticking off that little edge horizontally, and you let me know how far I got to shoot the projectile out of this mile-long gun barrel, or however long we can make it. Right? How far before it doesn't see dirt underneath it with cameras all around it. That's all we need from a globe or any projectile. It doesn't got to be a rocket. Doesn't got to be nothing crazy. Any projectile set on the curve of your earth, horizontally off the base of the curve like a gun barrel, because that's how a gun works. And just for 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 feet, see no dirt underneath on all cameras simultaneously. It'll never happen because you live on a flat earth. And that's why Brenda's trying to act dumb, like he doesn't understand what a curve is and how to leave a curve or a dirt ball.
I think
Like
I
he
understand
doesn't
what you want to
understand
say
taking
now.
a BB away from a dirt ball. Now the camera on the BB would no longer see the dirt ball underneath it. Brenda doesn't comprehend this. This is simple.
Why don't we let Brenda respond?
I think I understand finally what he's saying. He's saying he wants a gun that's miles long, and then he wants to shoot a projectile out of it, and he wants me to know where, at what point, or how long it would take before there is no earth below the bullet that gets shot out of that gun. That's what he wants to know.
The answer, not questions. The answer, yes. Any Glober, go confirm.
But
we'll go do your math.
There's problems with that. One is
no, there's not.
Yes,
we'll figure them out.
We'll
figure them out.
Stop interrupting me. There's problems with that because
we'll figure them out.
Shut up. You can't have a gun barrel that's a mile long. Because
I said however long you can make it. I said a mile or however long you can do it. And then you shoot whatever projectile you want out of it. Anything, a rocket, anything that shoots longer after. So you shoot a rocket that's got its own fuel. You project it with a spring, right? The spring shoots it or the whatever propels it forward. Then you use its own trajectory. And I just want to know, how long does it take to ever get off this flat earth? To not see a piece of dirt underneath your object. You can do whatever technology you want, a barrel and the technology and the object. All we need to see is 10 seconds of no dirt underneath, and I'm with you on the globe. This shouldn't be hard. You can make a 2-foot barrel. I don't care.
It never happened because projectiles don't travel in straight lines. They travel in a parabola. It's a curved line.
Show us that.
All projectiles travel in a curved line.
Show us.
You can measure it for yourself.
So they don't leave the barrel, they just go down to your feet?
I didn't say that.
So what are they doing leaving the barrel? How do they do that?
They go forward. They travel in a curved line.
That's all we need to do. All we need to do is go forward, buddy. It doesn't matter whether they curve at the end of their fucking trap. We don't care about the end of the trip. We don't care about the end of the trip. We want to see 2 seconds worth of no ground. We don't care about the end result of it landing in space anywhere. We don't care about that. All we want to see, even if it doesn't go anywhere, all we want to see is 2 seconds without dirt underneath. So you're saying the barrel now, you're saying in this barrel, this bullet's going to go out and just go straight to the dirt now. It's never going to leave this barrel, is what you're telling me.
That's not what happens. You don't understand.
So if we have a 2-foot barrel off of a ball, we got a beach ball right here. We got a little bitty barrel sticking off it, the smallest one we can make as a human, whatever the longest one we can make as a human. I'm sorry. And stick it off the edge of that curve of that ball. And we shot a BB out of it. You're telling me at no time that BB cannot, you're telling me that BB's always going to be above the dirt? How? Where? When? Show me this. Show me the physics in the lab, please. I'd love to see it. I just clarified what I'm talking about. Get your beach ball globe, get your little barrel, get your little BB gun, set it up, shoot your little BB, and tell us how it doesn't leave that ball. Please.
On the Earth, there's gravity.
Physics, yeah, that's where we live. That's the physics I'm talking about.
Gravity would make it curve. It would be a curved line.
Demonstrate it.
No, I don't have to do this for you. This is
because
elementary.
You don't have a globe Earth to do so. We know. That's where we're trying to demonstrate that you don't have it and you don't understand this.
Oh, I do understand. It's just what you're asking for simply betrays your utter
So now you're saying bullets don't fly for 1 second.
You don't
Missiles don't
understand.
fly for 1.
You don't understand the globe model.
You don't have a model. You don't have any globe.
Yes, we do.
What are you talking? What?
Yeah,
Where's
we have
that?
a model.
Show me the physics on a ball. How this works.
It's called
It's called your
gravity.
imagination.
It's called
In a
gravity.
lab, dude. Physics. Real objects. Do you understand?
Which kind
Resistance.
of which kind of gravitational model are you using?
It doesn't matter.
It definitely matters. One of
I
them
would
moved at
use.
the speed of
I would use.
one of them
Newtonian.
moved at the speed of light, and the other one was instantaneous. So it definitely matters.
No, there's nothing instantaneous. So I would just use.
We know that. That's why one of the models is wrong.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
So
Nothing moves
you're bringing
instantaneous.
up.
You know what one of the models says about gravity and
You're segueing.
instantaneous force?
You're derailing this, but there's nothing to talk about with them because under Newtonian mechanics, right? You would have, if you had enough force, you could maybe launch a cannonball into orbit, right?
No, you can't do anything.
We don't have any guns that are capable of shooting a projectile in a straight line because the Earth has a gravitational field and the projectile would fall to the ground.
Helium doesn't care about your gravity.
Actually, it does.
No, it doesn't. It's not going 18,000 miles an hour, is it?
I don't know what are you
How
talking
fast
about
does your
now?
rocket got to go to leave the planet?
Depends on how much it weighs.
Helium doesn't got to do that. No excuse for helium. Only excuses for your rockets. Excuses of the globe.
I don't know what you're talking
A
about.
helium balloon has no problem doing anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Fake rockets.
You have to give me more than just the meme version.
So you just told me you can't leave the planet ever. You can't leave this dirt.
I didn't say that.
When can you leave the dirt? I'm asking you.
Hey D-Mark, these guys are good guys, man. Just give them time, man. They'll work with you. Just it ain't like Geos, man. They're good guys here, yeah. But, you know what I mean? Chill out.
I didn't understand a word of that either. Right, so you can leave the Earth by getting into a rocket that has multiple stages that will place you in orbit, and then finally leave the Earth in a craft headed towards either the moon or Mars or wherever you're going.
Would you say, Brenda, that for you that's a belief?
No, it's not a belief. It's a fact.
Okay, and how have you verified the fact for yourself?
Because it conforms with Newtonian mechanics.
That's just so that's a theory of a concept. How did you verify that you didn't really answer what I just
No,
said?
it's a science. It's not a theory of a concept. It's a scientific fact.
I asked how you verify that people are shooting off into space.
There's plenty of evidence.
So you believe an authority that has claimed that that's the case.
That's how you would verify anything, wouldn't it be? You would need evidence. Isn't that how you verify things, with evidence?
You didn't give any.
I'm just asking if that's how you verify things, is by evidence.
Material evidence, yeah.
I think it can. Yeah, it depends. I mean, if it's evidence given to you by somebody else, then there's not much verification that you can do. Meaning it's just information that would be like secondary or tertiary, meaning it's not primary information. So at that point, all you could do is just believe them if you can't verify it yourself. I wouldn't see that as a full level of verification.
So if my friend says that she went to Paris, France, and she showed me her plane ticket, that would be evidence that she went to Paris, France, wouldn't it?
No, she could be a liar.
She could not get on the plane though.
Yeah, she could be a schizophrenic and want to lie to you for fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a potential piece of evidence. It's a secondary, like it's not obviously primary information, but it's secondary. So it could indicate that she indeed did take that.
Well, if murder was involved, If murder was involved and they wanted to know, just her saying that to you would not be verification. They would indeed want to actually prove that she got on the plane and went where she actually claimed to go. Sorry, Brenda.
So I didn't say it was verification. I said it would be evidence.
For
Use it
nothing,
as
for somebody's
evidence.
word,
No.
for somebody's story. It'd be evidence for nothing.
Right. So if it was in a trial and she's on the stand and they ask, the lawyer asks her, did you go to France? And she says, yes, here's my plane ticket. That would be evidence. That would be placed into evidence, right? That would be counted
No.
as evidence that she went to France.
No, they'd
Brenda,
ask for
I
what she
just
had from
flew not
Paris.
too long
A
ago,
receipt.
and when you get your plane ticket, right? That doesn't mean I actually went on the plane. I'm still there. I could have just left the damn building, did something else, and I never went at all.
Yes, but it would still be evidence.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Why would it be? The only evidence you need is when she went to Paris, anything she got or did or any film that saw her in Paris. That's all you would need. What she buy from Paris, not from the plane here. You want to know if she went to Paris. So how would that be evidence of her being in Paris if she's at the airport here?
Argument,
That's not evidence, Brenda.
Awful argument.
It's absolutely evidence.
That is. Okay, listen, Democ. I don't know if you understand how evidence works. It seems like you're conflating evidence with proof or evidence with verification. They aren't the same thing. What Brenda is saying is correct. It would be evidence. The problem with using evidence as verification is that evidence requires interpretation. That's how evidence works.
Evidence is not a claim or a faulty statement.
Listen,
it just means it's evidence, but it just means that it isn't necessarily true because it's evidence.
Bob, you got interrupted. Go ahead, Bob. Just try to pick up where you left off.
You seem to be misunderstanding the difference between evidence and proof, or evidence and verification. And I'll give you an example, okay? A detective walks into a crime scene, okay? And he sees a red spot on the floor. That red spot is evidence, okay? What it isn't is proof or verification that a murder has taken place, or where the murder has taken place, or anything else. It doesn't verify anything. It isn't proof of anything, but it absolutely 100% is evidence. But now, for it to be useful for anything, it needs to be interpreted. They need to determine what that evidence means. So if somebody has a plane ticket, that is for a certain destination, it absolutely is evidence that they went there, but it is not proof and it is not verification.
Yes,
Okay,
Bob knows that. Bob knows that. Verification.
What matters?
Anonymous.
What matters is when it goes to trial and it gets thrown out because it doesn't apply and you can't verify. So it doesn't matter.
It wouldn't. It would only be thrown out. It would only be thrown out if, for instance, there was something wrong with it. What would happen? Maybe, perhaps, the lawyer would say to her, "Well, we have a witness who saw you at the time that you claim to have been in Paris."
Well, that's what we just said.
That would be evidence against her claim that she went to Paris, France. The airplane ticket would be evidence for the claim, and you would need to interpret and decide which one was the stronger evidence.
Okay, I understand that, but you just added in another equation to that story, and you left it as only what? The ticket. And then you said something else has to come in to make it okay. That's what you just did. And exactly what you said to make it okay was exactly what that person just said a second ago that you need.
Yeah,
Some kind of evidence or something in Paris, about Paris, not at the airport.
I was agreeing. I was agreeing with the real Bob Dole. I was agreeing with the real Bob Dole, and I thanked him for his contribution because he understands what I meant.
The other.
Did you agree with the part? Oh, did you agree with the part about how we use verification and proof synonymously?
Is that how it's being used?
When you verify something, you prove it, right?
And by proof, you mean what?
Oh my God.
Incontrovertible? Incontrovertible? You mean like something like that?
No, that's not what proof is.
Well, it is in math.
Proof means that it's resistant or stands up to. Kind of like when something is fireproof, it doesn't mean that no matter how hot the fire gets, it'll never burn. What it means is it stands up to or resists. So if you have proof of something, it stands up or resists the counter argument. That's how it works in our court system. Do you guys? It's like you guys don't understand what's happening in the court system. The court doesn't know who's right and wrong. That's why there's a judge. That's why the whole system exists, because we don't know what actually happened. So two parties bring evidence of their side, their claim. The evidence means nothing by itself. It has to be interpreted. And so what they do is they try to get the court or the jury or the judge to interpret in their way instead of the other guy's way. That's why you can't just say, here's evidence, and then rightly or honestly or logically expect someone to just believe you because you presented evidence. Evidence can mean anything you want it to mean. The point is the thing you should be searching for is proof or verifiability.
Well,
not evidence.
When people usually say proof around here, it seems to me that they're asking for 100% certainty, incontrovertible proof that cannot be countered. And that I would disagree with. Mathematical proof. There is no evidence against 2 + 2 equals 4. There's no evidence that you could give that would prove 2 + 2 does not equal 4. There's nothing of the kind. But if you're talking about somebody going to traveling to another city on Earth, there would be evidence for and against. And if you'd say proof, I would say that would be very strong, just like what Bob said. It would be very strong evidence that was very difficult to dispute, right?
Right. So if you proof is actually going to end up being very subjective. What your bar for proof isn't like it's not like a universal rule or a universal natural standard that was set for us, and so we can always just refer back to whatever that standard is, and we know what is proof and what isn't proof. Proof is a subjective thing. Whether or not a thing stands up to your counter arguments is entirely up to you. If you have arguments that somebody else doesn't accept, that doesn't mean that they aren't good arguments, and it doesn't mean that the thing is proven to you now. You're going to have to determine if the thing is proven to you. But that's why we have something like a judge. The judge is relied upon to judge, to make a decision. Which party brought the evidence that is most compelling, that makes it lean one way or the other? That's why we have a jury.
I tend to agree with you, Bob.
Well, if you're talking scientific proof, we have a very good standard of how to get scientific
There
proof.
is no scientific proof. There's no such thing.
Can you verify things in science?
No, you can't.
You can't verify things in
Why would
science?
you believe in something that is not? You're not. Brenda, you guys are insane.
Science only falsifies claims. It doesn't validate claims.
If you falsify something, the opposite is true, Brenda. Damn.
So you're telling me when you do science, you never verify your hypothesis. That never happens in science, Brenda. Really?
Correct.
Fuck. Are you serious right now?
Have a nice day.
It's called the falsification.
No reason to ever talk to this person again, really.
It's
Unless she admits she's trolling.
This is just science as it's understood.
No, the science by Brenda.
No, it's science.
Your science, Brenda.
Nope.
Is that your science?
No, it's science according to Karl Popper since the 1950s. Falsification.
Well, he doesn't own, right? He doesn't own science.
So now I would like to point out that basically this is the opposite side of what the people were doing just a little while ago. Whereas they were equating or conflating evidence with verifiability or with proof. Now the concept of proof is being conflated with the concept of truth. It is correct to state that science does not determine truth. It can't. Okay? There's no way for science to actually do that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Prove things because
That's
science
what I meant.
Answers that would stand up or resist the counter argument. Therefore, it is proofed. It is proofed against those arguments. Therefore, it is proof. Okay?
Well,
so it can prove things. To conflate it with truth, you've now actually stepped into a realm where science has no place, basically. It can't provide truth. It's not capable. But if you're going into science with an attempt to find truth, you're in the wrong place anyway. You're not thinking about it correctly.
Well, scientific methods is used to prove or disprove a hypothesis.
No.
Let me just
no.
read this. Let me just read this real quick.
So I just want just a quick thing, Jeremy, which is everything that the real Bob Dole said there is correct. And if people meant by proof what he was saying, I would agree with him. But people and I tend to interpret proof as being like as truth, what he was saying. And he was correct saying that science doesn't give you truth.
Okay.
Yes.
There's something wrong with that. That's a huge problem with that
let me
statement.
just read this real quick. Let me just read this. This is from Merriam-Webster. Validate, definition, and meaning. Validate, confirm, corroborate, substantiate, verify, and authenticate all mean to attain the truth or validity of something. Validate implies establishing validity by authoritative affirmation or factual proof. Parentheses, a hypothesis validated by experiments.
And also, the problem when you say science is about truth, either your evidence is true or false. It cannot be halfway. So if it's not about truth, then what are you doing?
Right. Okay. Science cannot give you truth. It's not possible. Okay?
Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
It can.
Yes, it absolutely
I'm on the real Bob Dole side on this.
Is gravity true or not? Does gravity exist? Does gravity exist?
Is that
Bob, if I make a hypothesis of water boiling,
okay, I'll wait.
And I test and everything, can it give me truth or not?
Yep.
It can give you true. It cannot give you truth. Those are two different things.
Well, you just said the science doesn't give you
truth.
Who understood?
Okay, but I can explain you the difference if you'd like.
No, you're confused. He said
truth. Listen, the difference between true and truth does not change. It can't change. It's part of the very nature of truth is that it cannot be something that changes. True can change. If a light switch is off, that is true. It's off. But it can change to the on position, therefore it is not truth.
You can argue anything with semantics, I promise you, and you'll die doing it.
It's not about
you're wrong. You're wrong. If a light switch is on,
Bob, just I don't know, bro.
So if a light switch is on, but there's no electricity, does that make that true that the light's on?
No, the light switch is on their own position, and you can test that.
He's using proof as evidence. That's what Brenda's doing, you guys. He's using the word proof as the same word he tried to use for evidence. But what I do is it doesn't really matter. You can take a picture of your friend's true in the yard about this murder that doesn't have anything to do with it and say that's evidence. But what matters is really the only thing you pay attention to.
Let me ask you this: Is it true?
Reality.
Is it true that water boils at 212 degrees and 14 psi?
Yes.
There you go.
That also is proof of boiling water at a certain. I mean, it can be both, but it's a fact. It's reality. It's truth.
It's true.
Truth is whatever. Hold on a second. Let's define what truth is. Truth is whatever conforms to reality. Would you guys agree with that statement?
I do.
Okay, so is it true that gravity exists in globers? Is that a true statement or is that a false statement?
Yeah, the effects of gravity do exist.
Can you repeat it?
The effects of gravity does exist. They do exist.
In the glober's understanding, okay, so is that a true statement or a false statement?
The true statement.
Okay, so there's truth involved. That is true. So that means there's truth involved. So you can't say science has nothing to do with truth.
It doesn't. That's incorrect.
Well, you can argue that, but it doesn't make logical sense.
As opposed to a lie?
He just explained to you why.
Well, that's kind of the vernacular you're using. Is as opposed to a lie? Does science lie? If they
science
science doesn't lie. Hold on. Lying has nefarious connotations. So if they don't lie, then you don't need to say they're telling the truth because, of course, they can tell the truth because they're not lying. So it's useless to even say it.
Not telling the truth. It is true.
Paul knows what I'm saying, right, Paul? Your mind is enough.
Oh, hang on a second. I'm looking at a tree right now. I say that tree exists. is that statement true or false?
True.
If I say the tree's not there and there is a tree there, is that statement true or false?
False.
Science, I just discovered if you want to use science as a pure aspect of knowledge, I'm observing a tree. I have knowledge of a tree. Either that knowledge is true or false.
It's true. You can walk up and go knock on it, take a piece of it, smell it, bang your head against
Science is built on truth. There's no lies. It's built on evidence. It's simple. It's simpler than that.
Material. Material.
Evidence to support the
Material.
claim. Period. End of story.
But there's people saying
reality.
okay, there's people on this panel saying that science is not about truth, and that's false. Then what are you doing science for if it's not about knowledge? Either the knowledge is true or false or not.
It's about evidence. It's not about truth. Not about anything other than evidence.
But the truth and the evidence.
Let me ask Zanuck.
Arguing about. Y'all just like to argue.
Let me ask Zanuck real quick. Zanuck, when you're doing science, do you ever validate a hypothesis?
Yes, it's all about validation of the hypothesis.
Yeah, Brenda's a little confused about it. I think maybe we should.
When you validate your hypothesis, are you saying that your hypothesis is true or false?
No, you're saying it's been well supported by the evidence. In fact, it could be very. Can I finish, Reiki? I know he was talking to me, and I know I was talking. So shut up. So what happens is that hypothesis can show a lot of validity for it by strength of the evidence and the amount of evidence. But in the end, it could be completely false. It could be completely disproven by a greater bit of evidence that comes about some other time in the future, which completely says, you know what? It's fairy dust. It is magic that does this. It's supernatural that did this. We don't know. We don't know for sure. That's why in science they say it's supported by evidence.
No, that's your
Thanks for talking over me while I was talking, Becky. Congratulations. You're the same person you think I am. Yep. You're just suffering from projection.
Yeah. True science is not what you just said. That's theoretical pseudoscience. What we're talking about is true science backed up by experiment.
Says that's the shrimp boat captain, really?
I'm not a shrimp boat captain. I've never really
That's irrelevant.
been on one shrimp boat
That's
captain.
an ad hom. That's just an ad hom. Ignore that.
Yeah. I do have a captain's license if you're jealous. I don't know why you even brought that up. I'm going to my boat right now. Are you jealous of that too? But truth is reality. Non-reality would be not being able to prove it or doing an experiment to prove it.
I'm jealous.
Okay, here's the thing. If science is about gaining knowledge, either your knowledge is true or it's false. So if you say it's not about truth, then you're not really about knowledge. Right?
I agree with that statement.
I mean, I just read off that definition.
Knowledge.
I just read off that definition from Merriam-Webster. They literally use science as an example.
They've gone off into the weeds with all this theoretical nonsense, things they can't prove. Ever.
Do you think that proof is what makes truth?
What makes truth is if it conforms to reality. That's what makes it true or not.
But how do you determine that? What conforms to reality?
You test it.
In the scientific method is through hypothesis and experimentation.
Okay. And
material
what would you do with the hypothesis if you wanted to say that it is showing to you truth?
Okay. I said it after setting up an experiment. Say, well, if this way I do the experiment, whatever I'm trying to prove, if it validates my hypothesis or invalidates my hypothesis, then it'll be either true or false.
So you're saying that if it proves it, then that makes it the truth.
That makes my hypothesis.
No matter what you do, when you do science or validating something, you're either valid.
I'm trying to get somewhere. I want
right, my bad,
to walk through the steps with me here. Okay. You want to determine if a thing is true or not, and you're saying like whether or not it's truth, whether or not it conforms to reality, right? So you said that to determine that you would test the hypothesis, right, with an experiment,
right?
Okay, so let's say your experiment it is successful in showing the thing that you thought was true. Your hypothesis is an accurate thing. Are you saying that proves it? If it's accurate?
Okay, hold on. There's a caveat right there. When you make your hypothesis, you cannot add things after the fact. Okay, you get that right.
I didn't
Please.
say anything about adding anything.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Because if you're gonna say, well, if we're talking about water boiling and the hypothesis that heat, and then we test it to be true, and then you add, oh, well, pressure can do the same thing. Well, that wasn't on the hypothesis, so don't bring it in.
You know, I'm not talking about that at all. I want him to go through the steps with me. He said, test the hypothesis. Okay, so he tests the hypothesis, and the hypothesis is accurate as confirmed by the experiment. Does that mean you have proven it?
Okay, I have proven my hypothesis.
Okay, does that make it truth then? If you have proven it, is it
Yes,
truth?
it's of
No,
course it's
because you
true.
just got to say, you just got, hold on. Can I say something?
Just said yes.
Real quick.
Let me confirm that you
I
just
promise.
said yes.
I know, but it'll add to what you're saying. So you
I don't want,
talked about the water.
you to add what I'm saying. I want to just finish. I'm almost there.
All right,
If
go
you
ahead.
just said yes to that.
Let Bob go with this.
Did you
Go ahead,
just
Bob.
say yes to that?
Yes, I said I proved my hypothesis. Then my statement about my hypothesis is true.
Okay. All right. Do you think that truth is the same as our reality? Our reality is truth.
Wait a minute. You saying I said whatever conforms to reality is true.
Okay, so our reality would be truth. Whatever our reality is truth, right?
No, I said whatever. No. Well, our
Not
perception
our
is
reality.
different. Hold on. Yeah. See, when you say our, that's
Okay,
a perception
reality.
thing. My perception of reality is very different than actual reality.
Reality itself.
Reality
can't
itself.
be
Okay,
lied
look, I'll restate it. That's fine because I didn't know there was.
Can I jump in for a second, Bob? Just take a break for 1 second.
Do not jump in for a second.
All right.
Reality itself, you're saying, is truth. Then reality itself is truth, right?
No, I said whatever conforms to reality is true.
What is
There's a
reality?
difference. Well, there's a tree over there. I can go over and touch it, smell it, and see it. There's reality to that, and it's true that tree's over there.
Right. It sounds like you're saying that it's a true thing, right?
Yes.
If it's
Material.
reality.
Yeah, that tree is there or not. If it's not there, then it's not there.
How is reality true but not truth?
He didn't say that.
You're not listening to me.
Dude,
You're
what the
turning my
hell?
words
You're not
upside
answering my
down.
question. Is reality truth
No,
or
'cause
not?
He answered it yes.
No. Okay.
Well, it
It's
conforms to
not truth.
reality.
No, truth and reality are not the same thing. Truth usually has to do with a statement, a proposition.
Right.
Okay. So when I say that tree exists, now listen. If I say that tree exists, either that statement is true or false.
Okay.
Okay.
So reality is not truth, correct?
No. Wait a minute. Reality
Just
is not
say
true.
reality
I said
isn't
that.
true, so he'll be happy.
Yes, we
Okay,
can
reality is
add
not
something.
truth. Truth is a propositional statement.
Exactly. Reality is a action. It's a fact. Like you can't change it.
Okay.
But getting back to the boiling water
reality
thing.
is a fact.
You can't change
reality
it.
is not for
Reality is
debate.
what is reality. No matter how you perceive it or see it or do anything to it,
Okay.
it exists.
Okay, but that
As
sounds.
It's what is.
No matter
Okay.
what hypothesis
Getting
you
back,
give, reality's going
back
to
to
be
your
as
boiling
irrelevant.
is.
water, if you say it's due to temperature, you could disprove the hypothesis by showing it's due to pressure. Now, if your hypothesis
He
didn't
just
have
said
pressure
not
in there,
to do that.
you can prove the hypothesis wrong. So it's not truth. It's not truth.
Oh my God.
It's
Doesn't
not truth
matter
if you
your
can prove it wrong.
Wait a minute,
hypothesis. Your
though. Wait a minute,
hypothesis is
though.
the problem.
Hold on a second. Let's talk about the water thing.
Yes,
It is a
please.
true statement. It is a true statement that it takes temperature and pressure to determine the boiling
That would
point
be
of
a better
water.
hypothesis, yes.
Okay.
But I was talking
That's a
about
true
the prior
statement.
hypothesis.
That's a
I said
problem.
it was heat.
Does that hold on a second. Does that conform to reality?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's a true statement.
That
Science is about
conforms
truth.
to a reality. Exactly what he's been saying.
I can't believe we're going to gloss over the point where Zanuck said you could prove a hypothesis just now.
No, you're
Yeah.
supporting the hypothesis with evidence. I'm going to disprove the
not
hypothesis
proving it
by
like
saying
You
it was.
validate or invalidate multiple hypotheses at a time or one at a time.
I can invalidate. So someone has a hypothesis, they show the evidence for it, and it's very strong, and everyone concludes, yes, you validated your hypothesis. Is that truth? No, because I come by later and say, you know what? It has to have pressure too. I can change the pressure and cause it to burn. Oh, then that other hypothesis has been disproven. Now, also,
No, it hasn't.
I might hold. Just let me finish. And then later on, it gets pressure and temperature. Then down the road, someone says, no, if I really apply a huge magnetic field to it or remove a magnetic field, then it boils at a different temperature. I mean, all these things show evidence. God, why, Rykia, of all people, you criticize me, can't let me finish a thought.
To get
This
you
guy's
wound
rambling
up,
on for
you
half
get
an hour,
pissed.
DMOC, about nothing, and I say one sentence, and you're talking over me. Just shut
I
up
wanna
for a
hear-
second.
For this right here. This is
Just shut up for a
entertainment.
second.
Thank you, Zanuck, for being
Yeah,
you.
you're welcome.
Huh?
So,
You want to drill a hole in my boat?
yeah, 2 holes now. Oh, I was going to say something about muted. What was I going to say when you said something last time about? Oh, that was funny. I had to come back and I got muted. Damn it!
Teaching you about friction and speed and
No, that was before that. No, the last time I said I'm going to drill a hole in your boat. Oh no, something else you just said.
How many
God,
times did you say you were going to drill a hole in my boat, Zanuck?
it was beyond the hole. Something else.
Fetish.
Listen, is Brenda still here? Brenda, we can definitely validate a
Drilling 2 holes now.
hypothesis. Brenda, we can definitely validate a hypothesis in science, right? That's not even a question in anyone's mind. I don't know why you would say otherwise.
Oh, the shrimp boat captain. Yeah, I am jealous about you being a shrimp boat captain.
I wish
It's
I was
supposed
there.
to be.
Jeremy
It is
was
funny.
saying something about him.
I know what love is, Jenny.
Well, I want to go back to this thing. If science is not about truth, then what the hell are you doing?
We're trying to find the truth about the nature of reality.
They're trying to be God now. They don't care about the truth. They want to be God. They want to have all the knowledge of the world so they can be as close to God without believing in Him. It's amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you think
that's what
science
I
is
think.
about truth, you're trying to be God. That's accurate.
That's what
No,
they're
I
trying
think-
to do.
I think
Have all the
science is-
knowledge.
Yeah, if it's
I think
about truth,
science is-
you're trying to be God, and that's a problem.
No, I think
No.
science is just I think science is just about trying to find the truth about how reality works. That's all.
You are trying to prove reality as you see it with science.
Sure,
but
absolutely.
as you do experiments to settle that your hypothesis, that becomes truth.
The one you verify.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, when you
Because it
verify
can't.
it, it's true. It's truth.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's all those descriptors. It is. It's proof,
It's not.
evidence, truth.
Nope.
Well, you can argue all day long that it's not, but I can just
I
say,
don't need to argue. You're
yeah,
just wrong.
I know
You're using
yeah,
different
right.
words
Well,
to
there you go.
describe
Great
something,
argument.
and you're using
Yeah,
wrong words.
descriptor. That's what I just said.
Yeah, you're using
Describing
wrong words
reality.
to describe it. You got one of them
Whatever,
right,
dude.
and then you added on some that don't
Dude,
actually work. They're
how
wrong.
can you tell me I'm using the wrong descriptor to describe what reality is, which is one of them is truth?
Very easily, you're wrong. There, see?
Yeah,
I
in
do it
your
like that.
mind, in your philosophy, I'm wrong.
Yep,
Yeah, in your philosophy, and you agree with that. Yep.
absolutely, 100%. You're
Yeah,
wrong.
well, there
Yep.
you go. It's yours, your opinion.
Sure,
It's not
absolutely.
fact.
It's not like I'm sitting here trying to argue someone else's opinion.
Oh my goodness.
Why would I do
Yeah, you're
that?
just sitting here trying to argue. Arguing
No, I'm
about
not trying to
philosophy.
argue. I want you to understand. I really do want you to
Yeah,
understand.
you want
that
me to understand
fact,
your
truth,
philosophy.
evidence, proof, verifiable. All of those words are different words, and they have different meanings. And you keep using them in the same way,
Yeah,
and you're
to
wrong.
describe reality. I'm wrong
They're
about
all used in
describing
different ways
reality
and have
with
different
evidence,
meanings, and
proof,
you're
truth.
wrong about them.
Dude, whatever. All right, good. Hey, you're right. Your
I
philosophy
know.
is right. Can philosophy even be right?
You're the one calling it philosophy, not me. You said the
You
word.
agreed it was your philosophy.
No, I agreed that it's what I said.
You just agreed it was your philosophy. I said it's your
No, I
philosophy.
didn't.
And you
I
said,
agreed
yeah,
that
it
it's what I
is.
said.
Okay,
You use the
anyway.
word philosophy.
You can say whatever you want now. I mean, just change up in
Yeah,
the middle.
I can. I
I
could
know.
before too.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
But you don't want to win.
You keep
but here you
using
are
different
arguing.
words as if
Gotta
they're the
get the
same
last
thing,
word,
and they're
huh,
not.
philosopher? Non-philosopher?
It's very
You're
simple.
both. What is that when you call both things can happen at the same time? That's you right
Truth, evidence, facts, proof, verifiable. Those are all different words with different meanings, and you keep using them as if they're the same, and they're not. So you're wrong.
now? I said they were descriptors, not the same exact thing.
You keep using them as if they're the same. So stop.
I don't. Oh, you whatever, dude. I didn't use them as the same.
You did.
No, you think I did. That's your warped mind. That's on you. I'm telling you I didn't. I think I know what I meant and what I said. More than you.
I don't
Listen,
think
the
you
point
do,
is,
actually.
the point is when you do an experiment and you verify your hypothesis, you've proven your hypothesis. You verified it, validated it, whatever you want to call it. That hypothesis is now true because that's what you do. When you have a hypothesis, you have a null hypothesis. If you've done it correctly, in the end, one of those statements is going to be true because the null is
True.
going to be the antithesis of the other one.
And it's
So
true to you because you did it. When you show other people and they do it or they verify that you're right, it's true to them. You can turn that upside down if
There
you
you go.
want. That's the fact.
Let me ask something, Rakia. I came in, I had to go get a pizza, but they were talking about how you can't do philosophy and science, or you don't do philosophy and science. Well, first of all, you got to have the law of identity in place, which means you got to identify what you're doing. And that's got to be true. You've also got to do the law of excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction when you're trying to do your whatever you're doing.
You should
So
imply as
philosophy,
many laws as you can.
yeah, and so if you don't apply those things, those basic principles that are philosophical in nature, you can't do science.
That's
You can't.
exactly right. It's impossible to even do it, much less say you've disproved or proved something. It's getting weird, man. I mean, I feel like I'm living in a twilight zone. We're arguing on what is true or not, or as. What was the other one? As or is, and like.
Well, they don't believe
arguing it.
science is about truth. That's interesting. Just craziness.
It's a strange
we're
way
trying
to
to find
think
the
about them.
yeah. When we do science, we're trying to figure out the truth about how reality works. You know what I'm saying?
And you make
I
a
will say
proposition.
at the end
We
of the
want to
day,
know we want to know if
Well,
it's
see-
true that heat causes water to boil or not. That's why you do it.
Or,
You want to find the
or you
truth.
can say the cause of gravity is X. That's a propositional statement. Either that propositional statement is true or not. Right? If it's false, then you move on.
I think you can
I
have
don't think you can have
truth and
propositions
change,
about
but be
things not
proven false. If that
about
makes sense.
non-existent things.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Don't miss my point. Don't miss my point though. They say the cause of gravity is bending space-time. Right? That's a propositional statement. Either that statement is true or false.
Well, it is false. It's based on nonsense. So
But I think that's where it's vague. You can have true statements in a theory, right, that you haven't proven yet. That's
exactly.
the difference.
You can theorize.
Not
Yeah,
reality.
sure.
But
You
it's
can
not
theorize
reality.
about anything.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Yeah, theories are not truth. So
You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can have a fantasy, whatever, and say truthful things about that fantasy. It doesn't make it reality. I hope that's
exactly,
clear.
Rakia. Yeah.
Gravity exists in Narnia. Does Narnia exist? No.
No.
There you go, Paul.
No, that's the
Great
whole
example.
point. You
Listen,
can't
is
prove
Brenda
it.
still here? Guys, is Brenda still here?
Brenda would be talking if she was here.
Oh, I want to ask my question so bad to Brenda. Please, guys, let me. I want to
My
ask it.
bad, Paul. I didn't see that DM you sent me yesterday till way later or whatever day that was. My bad.
Well, it's okay. I wanted to. I come in just for that reason, and I was waiting for the opportunity, but of course she left beforehand.
I mean, you don't have to wait. You know, I mean, come on, Brenda's. You know what, I have like respect for Brenda in a way that she sticks to her guns, but man, pretty far fetched on a lot of the things. I'm pretty sure she's a flat earther. Jeremy, did you get my DM?
I don't think so. I got a whole shitload of DM. What did it say?
I said you were hot micing.
Oh, well, I'll do this.
Son of a bitch.
Let me ask the question to the Globers. I'll just leave it to the panel. Okay. Can someone on the panel, I guess I'll just open it to anybody, give me the definition of a woman? What is a woman?
I would take it to the chromosome level. That way you can definitely be sure because nowadays with the surgeries and stuff, you know, who knows?
I go back to the creator. The creator made man and woman a certain way, and that's how you were made, and you're a woman or a man. You can call yourself whatever you want.
Like you could, I would normally say the ability to give birth, but then people will nitpick at it and say, "What if there's an infertile woman?" You know what I mean? So I
Well,
mean, I
that's
would
why
just take it.
what's a tree, right? You have definitions of a tree. So if that tree can't like produce fruit or grow leaves or whatever, it doesn't make it not a tree. It's a tree. It just has different
Yeah,
characteristics.
and it can still be an apple tree, but just not produce fruit because the seed that produced it would have been
Exactly.
an apple seed. So yeah, a woman is. I would say a woman. My definition would be a woman of childbearing years. That doesn't mean she can bear children, but she has
Yeah.
maybe the capability
The
at one time,
ability.
had the capability at one time, or may no longer have the capability, but should be able to bear children, or had the capability at some point to bear children.
I would add that a woman is a human that can drive a man insane.
And at the same time, can't drive a vehicle.
Yeah.
I asked that question on Gems about a month ago. Oh my God. What happened?
Yeah, well, that's
Oh,
a different.
I
I mean, Jim's is just a
I
different.
bet. Zanuck, what's a woman? Let me ask Zanuck. Zanuck, what is a
Yeah,
woman?
I'd like to hear that. Yeah. Zanuck, what's a woman?
Tell
You're in
us what you're.
California, so
20
What's
years
what?
ago, this would have been an easy
What's a
question. This would have
woman?
been a dumb question. This would have been a dumb question asked like
Somebody's got
20
a
years ago.
vagina.
Oh, they would have called you crazy for asking the question.
wait a minute,
Yeah.
Zanuck. Is Zanuck there? Hang on a second. Zanuck's there. What is a woman, Zanuck? What is a woman?
A human that has a vagina.
Well,
Yeah.
so if I go into surgery and have my body parts turned into a woman, a
Paul.
female, that
That's not
makes
a
me a
vagina,
female.
Paul. Paul, that's not a vagina.
Yeah, DNA. You
I'm
gotta have the
asking kind of question.
gotta have the chromosomes that determine what you are.
That's what I would say. The
Okay.
Your
chromosomes
DNA.
If you
at
make
this
a
day and
ding dong
age.
out of
Good.
clay, do you think that's a real ding dong? No. Just
Nope.
because they put parts in your body doesn't make it
That's
real.
right. You're genetically
Yeah,
what you are. You can't change it.
I think me and Zanuck agree on it. It goes back to the whatever created that with those DNA chromosome, whatever.
You can call yourself whatever you want, but you don't get to have the rights of
Damn it.
of either gender.
That's what I said too. I hate you, Zanuck.
Oh, it's so cute. You guys agreeing.
Screw Zanuck.
Yep.
Well, see,
Drill a hole
here's a
in
new
it.
argument.
I
that
want
you got.
to change my answer.
But here's a new argument. If the abortion issue comes up, well, then they say, well, look, a man can have a child now under your own rhetoric, which means men have the same right to unborn children as any woman. So a man should be able to determine the rights of the child, the right, or if the child should be born or not. Because guess what? Men can have babies if that's true. If that what they're saying is true.
It's gotten
I'd rather
weirder
not
than
go
that.
into that, Paul.
What's that?
I would rather not to give them concede that just for the sake of argument. Just
Well, no, it's trying to
they
show the
know men
absurdity of the
cannot have man cannot have babies, and killing babies is still wrong, regardless. And I can have my
I know
opinion
that.
regardless of if I have vagina or not.
No, I agree.
No, he
Trust
was
me, I
just
agree.
making a point. He was just making a point.
Well,
Obviously,
I
he doesn't believe
understand,
in
but
abortion.
if you can see that, then I mean,
No, it's what you do is watch them squirm. That's all you got to do. You're watching them squirm because. Go ahead, Rakia.
Take away the woman's choice. That's the whole point, right? It's women's choice, their body, their choice. We'll take that away because women can be men, men can be women. It should be the man's choice too. It's a strange world we're leading into if we let all this theoretical nonsense take over like we are. You have to get back to men being men and women being women. Period. If
I'll
not,
tell you what's
it's
going
the
to
end
be.
of civilization.
I'll tell you
Absolutely.
what's going to be. I'll tell you what's going to be strange with it is when all the women's leagues are just filled with men that had the surgery, or maybe they don't need the surgery these days. I don't know, but pretty soon all the women's events, everything is just going to be all men. The Olympics, women's, and the WNBA, everything.
That doesn't matter. Who cares?
We have a woman. I have a woman on
Don't
the track
watch.
team. I have a woman on the track team that I was coaching, a young kid, and she is running as a man. It's really funny.
Well, I mean, there could be some little girl right now that's working her whole life to be a good track star, and then she finally gets to maybe go to the Olympics or something, and she's going up against all guys that her whole life's worked down the
No,
down
yeah,
the toilet.
it's a travesty of the sport. It's horrible. It's completely wrong. There's
It's more tragic
no,
than that.
yeah, nobody in their right mind should say that's okay. That is such bullshit.
They're
Well,
teaching
go over
grade
to
school
Gems and
kids
try
that
that.
it's okay to transform into a
Oh, I'll go
different
with
sex
Gems. I'll tell anybody.
and destroying their life.
When I was over
Zanuck, you
there,
ain't
I
gonna do
brought up
nothing.
the woman swimmer. You know, the woman, the man that turned
Yeah.
into a woman that came in 256th place as a man, but when did the
Innocent champion.
women's swim came in first.
What'd
And
they
I told
say?
him something's wrong. I told him something's wrong with that. Jem said I should be deported and rounded up and
What?
locked up.
Kids taken
Deported to
away.
where? You're Canadian.
Yeah,
I'll back
where's
you
the
up
worst
there.
place?
Don't worry about that. I'll back that up
I
any
guess
day of the
North
week.
Zanuck,
Canada.
you are a letdown. You ain't backing nobody up, dude.
I'll
You
back
let
up
me down
SC on
every
that. No
time.
question about it.
Hey, DM me when you go over. I want to be there when you bring this up. Yeah.
Deport SC to North Canada.
SC, he ain't backing you up on nothing.
Don't
Every
do
time
that, Sonny.
he says he's
They're
gonna
gonna hate
back
you.
me up, you up on nothing. Every time he says he's gonna back me up, he folds like a cheap soup.
Oh, so that's a false backup. Oh man.
Oh, he's baiting you,
Yeah.
Rakia. He just wants you to go over there, cause problems, and then he's gonna be laughing at you.
So imagine we have headed to a place where a man can pretend to be a woman and join a sports team. Like pretend all you
we're
want,
there.
right?
We're not heading there. We are already there.
We're there. Yeah, we're there already. Yes. Yes. Imagine where we are now. And people will fight for that and fight against that. Like it's unbelievable.
Just
That they don't-
think of the mindset of a young man these days. Okay, he turns 18 or 16, starts dating, whatever, even earlier. You're going out on dates thinking you're with a lady or a young woman, and you really don't know, right?
Ay
I mean,
caramba.
what's the first questions you have to ask these days? Right? Can I see your medical? I mean, were you born a man or a woman? Like, these are legit questions, right?
I'm gonna need to. Yeah, I'm gonna need to see your chromosomes.
Yeah, can I see your chromosomes? Seriously, man, it's getting strange. I would not want to be one of my, like kids or grandkids trying to come up in this world if it keeps going the way it is. But I can tell you there's hope out there. There are sections, especially around me, and I went to Tennessee a month ago. Very, very nice place. I mean, people, most men are men there. Most women are women. You know what I'm saying? Like the majority, and it's refreshing to see places like that still exist.
I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, definitely. SC, we don't want to hear it. You're getting deported from Canada to somewhere. I don't know where.
They're locking me up, bro.
Northern Canada. There's only one worse place.
Northern Canada?
Yeah, there's only one worse place than Southern Canada. That's Northern Canada.
Go up north, yeah, you got it.
Go north if you want to see worse. Nah, it's beautiful, man. I'm ready to go back.
Well, we got a good day here today. It's nice and sunny, so can't complain.
Well, quick update. They're supposed to take all the wrap and paper and tape off the boat tomorrow. They're fully painted and going back with all the hatches and blah, blah, blah.
Nice. Maybe you can find that hump and film it for us this time. Come on, you got to look harder, bro.
I can show you the bridge disappearing and the water towers going down, 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 down. You heard me the other day, right? They always show these ships or even a ship going away from you, but you have these big ships, container ships that are at different distances and they're going, look at that one way out there. It's way lower. Well, yeah, of course it would be. It would appear lower due to perspective, no matter what, just like the street lamps that are in front of me right now. Even going uphill, the distant street lamps at this angle appear lower as they get further away from it.
All you guys got to do, listen, I don't know why we've been running in circles. We could just shut this down right now. All you got to do is look at Soundly's photo. You can see the curve. We live on tiny globe Earth. That's all.
Compress perspective. Y'all should
Globe
go
Earth.
get
Come on, Rock. Yeah.
yeah, definitely Tiny. I mean, Stanley's picture. When I first saw it, that's how I got into this. I tell the story all the time. My son brought me that picture, and I was like, and we were both laughing. Now at the time, he was a Glober, and so was I, right? And we fished under those power lines and bridge. All right, so we're like, that water doesn't do that. The power line doesn't curve. I said, well, maybe we were too close to it, right? Maybe we couldn't see it because maybe the water is curving that sharply and we just don't know, because I didn't know the curvature rate. I didn't know anything. And went out there and shot it and was like, well, there it is. Big hump of water in the way, right? Sure as hell is. And that was my start to, I'm still a Glober and Soundly's right and we live on a globe and blah. I never even thought about it, right? And then I caught wind of, wait a minute, if you go back on a different day, that power line doesn't look curved. It actually can look concaved in some days, right? Under certain conditions. And then the next time I went back, there was no bulge of water in the way. It was just all apparent. So that's when I got into the optics, and I'm glad I did. It got me in nature and, places I like to, things I like to do. So when I went to the marina, I started doing all the sunsets and sunrises, which I did a lot of anyway. Every vacation, I was up at sunrise and getting the keyhole effect and the Fata Morganas that happen. It's amazing. The mushroom sun. I mean, it is nuts, but it's really nice when you see it for yourself. Nothing like, you see a picture on Discord, it's one thing, but when you're up and you're out on the beach with all the sounds of nature and you see that sun do those crazy things, it's amazing.
You're thinking about this too much, man. It's Tiny Globe Earth, okay?
I'm with you. It must be. I mean, it's not the size they tell us, I promise you, because when you take a picture, it does look like that many a days. I can go take the same pictures. They're always like, well, why don't you replicate Soundly's pictures? I'm like, what are you talking about? I have thousands of them that look just like that. Tiny Earth. Shout out.
Yeah, Tiny Globe Earth. It's all good.
Mexico Earth, right?
Yeah, Mexico.
Yeah.
Mexico Earth.
New Mexico Earth.
It's funny when they show you
Red
math.
Bull jump.
Hey, did y'all watch that video that B-Ball posted earlier of the rocket launch?
No, B-Ball post now.
I know. I hate to say it, but that shit looked fake. It looked faker than fake. Like, it looked like a bad fake. No vibration in the camera, for one. You have 4 of the largest rockets in the world launching this however many pound rocket or ton rocket into the air, and not one vibration. I've never seen nothing like. I mean, that's amazing. That's just.
Oh yeah, just like when they're laying it on the moon and you can hear the audio from it.
Yeah,
you don't
the
hear
rocket's
any kind of
going up.
background noise. Totally silent. Amazing.
You
There's
can't
a
hear
fucking
yourself.
rocket engine. There's a rocket engine right underneath them. They're literally sitting on it.
You get on my back deck with 2 diesels going with the engine room closed, and you can't hear yourself talk.
Yeah.
It's gotten. They've shown it so much though, right? Like from when you're young to now, even now, everything. Turn your phone off and on your screensaver. It's bit and apple on the back, bit and apple when you turn your power on, and then a globe as your screensaver.
They want to show you numbers and stuff. It's like saying a little kid comes up to you like, look at this numbers. Do you believe me now? Look at my math. Do you believe me now?
Well, we did talk about the World Trade Centers last night and all the coincidences of everything. Just the Apple iPhone.
That was
right?
great.
The Apple company start selling their first computer is $666.66. No big deal, right? But that is known as Satan's number or a cultic number or whatever you want to call it. It's negative, right? It's a negative connotation. And then just so happens they put the bit and apple on their iPhone, which represents the original sin, basically, or, implies that.
And they try to say that Apple falling is what Newton discovered in 1666. It was 666 newtons.
I mean, that's not coincidental, folks.
Sounds made
I'm
up.
sorry. That is not coincidences. Those are well thought out, planned events. But I also imply or put in there that it's a spiritual world because I don't think man alone can do that. I don't think man can have that much thought process and think ahead and work together as much to do those things and put those things in their, on their phone and sell their computer for that and change the wording and whatever. I don't think man alone can do that. That's why I think it's
It would
spiritual.
take a system. Yeah, some type of system of some sort. Yeah.
So that's why I think the system is the spiritual realm that we live in. It controls, our heart, mind, and soul. Just depends on which side you're on or if you're in the middle somehow. But everyone's a part of it, whether they want to be or not. Their big G is gravity. It does everything. You can't do or explain anything in their model without using, the word gravity. They're even shying away from it now because they know it's going away. They're shy. You got to press them into saying gravity. Going to be another fun year next year. I said that last year, and it's been a great year this year. It's awesome. People struggled during COVID and all that, if I can say that. We didn't. I loved it. Shorter lines at the, where we went. More work because other people weren't working. Bring it on. I don't fear none of that. Never put on one mask anywhere.
When that shit first started, they gave us like 2 or 3 months off of work. I was like, yo, this is fucking dope. I'm still getting paid.
I wish I would have videoed the cashier at the store I was in. She said, sir, I'd been in the store for like 20 minutes. No mask, right? Walk up to the counter, sir, you're going to have to put on a mask before I check you out. I said, or what? She said, well, I can't check you out. It's rules. I said, okay. I said, but I can't wear a mask or you would be making me break a federal law. I have a concealed carry permit. And she goes, can I see it? I said, the permit or the gun? And she checked me out. Poor little girl. I didn't mean to
I saw a whole. That's hilarious. I saw a funny one on TikTok where the lady at the drive-thru and she's like, coffee or something. And he just had to hand her the coffee, and he's like, "Yo, I can't give you this coffee till you're wearing a mask. I can give you one." She's like, "Well, you're gonna hand me a mask?" She's like, "Why don't you just hand me the coffee?" He's like, "No, I can't hand you the coffee until you have a mask on." Like it doesn't even make sense.
The bank slipped me this lady was sitting in a chair through plexiglass with a little hole, on the counter where you slip money back and forth or the deposits or whatever. She had a mask on and a shield, right, with the plexiglass in between, and was about 6 feet from me, and told me she couldn't wait on me until I put a mask on, slipped a mask through the little slot. She had gloves on too. Flipped the mask through the slot, and I started cleaning my glasses with it. She said, well, sir, I until you put that over your mouth and nose, I can't help, I can't, deposit. And I said, okay, well, no problem. And I just stood there, just, all right. Wait till she gets ready to serve me, I guess. I mean, when is this going to be over with? I got all day. Finally just took my deposit. I don't know. I was told that I was killing people for not wearing masks, but then all of a sudden the switch gets turned off and I'm not killing people anymore. Right? I've never wore a mask. I've never got sick. I don't think I ever killed anybody, but I was told out of fear, they wanted to try and put that fear and anxiety into you so you would comply. I think it was all, to see how many people comply. We talked about this Wednesday night. Took a group to dinner after we went to church, and my brother plays in a band and had a great time. Took some of the band members. We were sitting there talking about that very situation, and we talked about I was disappointed in the church that I, am a member of and go to, that they made us stay at home and watch church online. We didn't go to the church and meet, right? Well, I think that's the opposite of what we should have done. We should have had more faith and less fear and meet more for longer. You know what I'm saying? As a group, and pray for the sick more, and, try and help people more. The more they told me not to hug my mom, the more and longer and stronger I hugged her. Now, call me crazy, right? But we're fine. We're going to be fine. Like, we're good with whatever, we can handle it. We don't live in fear. I mean, I don't really fear anything. I used to fear death, but I don't anymore. If you fear death,
I fear
yeah, I fear Xanax.
I don't fear death. I do fear being reincarnated, though. That's fucking scary shit. I don't fear going to heaven or hell or none of that shit, but reincarnation, that's fucking scary.
Yeah, I've heard some things about that. I don't really believe, or I don't put much thought into it, so I don't know what I believe on. I don't think it's true. But one fear I am kind of that does creep in is where Rumpus is right now and how he's treating people. I kind of am fearful.
You
of
better
those people.
fear the bottom of your boat, because you better fear the bottom of your boat, because Xanix's over there with a fucking drill.
You better
listen, Xanix. Xanax, did you come to the realization that I taught you how your globe model would work if you're looking at the equator at the star trail? Did he hear or did he leave?
He's
sure he left.
Xanax
He
about
would've
the muzzle
said
velocity of
something,
a concealed carry 9mm. We'll teach him about velocity and friction. Reaction versus action, whatever those forces are. I think overall Xanax may mean well, but he's been caught. He's been caught in so many things, even by the Glovers. Like, I wonder. It makes me wonder. But I think this might be his, a different life. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say job, but you know what I'm saying. Just a different, whatever. He might be punking us in a way.
I think he likes to come in here and flex on how smart he is to us, because he thinks we're like these dumb people. We don't know anything. So, even if he's as average intelligence, he thinks he can come in here and like play us and punk us and, try to teach us stuff. I took him to school today, though.
They know their formulas, man. You got to give them that. I used to have to write my formulas down on my wrist. You know what I mean? They know them by heart. No, I think Xanax might be in the field where he had to learn it, and he did it for so long, he knows it, and he's good at it, and all that. I respect that. But I mean, you can apply things that work, but can work on a lot of in a lot of different ways. The shape of the Earth really is not having a lot to do with the current and how capacitors work, and how many amps come out of a
that
battery.
kills me when they're like, yeah, if they're like, you deny all science and technology and everything and all, it's like, dude, I don't deny all that shit. You're just making wild, crazy statements right now.
We're on Discord. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not denying it. We're on it. I tell you, Jeremy, one thing that does trip me out a little bit is I can press send on my phone right now of a picture and send it to the UK or Japan, and it instantly gets there. Explain that shit, man. If there's not a
pretty much, yeah.
I mean,
ether.
Ether, right? I think it's the information. We're all connected. I just believe that. I don't know why. I don't have really any evidence of that other than some freaky things that's happened. You start thinking like, I wouldn't be surprised there's a hole in my boat. If we say it so many times. Y'all stop saying that shit.
They do. I do think we're connected by DMT. Like all living stuff has DMT in it, so I think that could be a way we're connected. That's been one thing I've heard.
But connected through what? Like how? Where?
Got
what's
to
it
be a
connect?
medium then.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I just think everything's connected. Hey, I'm passing a NASA here, let me snap a picture if I can. A NASA facility right now. I would stop, but I gotta pay to get in my own building.
I knew Rakia was a shill all along.
They
Yeah, it's
removed
my building.
the mask mandates at NASA facilities, though. At least in Florida.
I'm doing 80, passing it. Isn't it weird how they make us pay to get into our own property, basically? Well, they got to maintain it. Yeah, but they take taxes for that too, right?
Well, they did that to us in New York State when they built the New York State Thruway. They're like, "Hey, we're going to put up tolls just to cover the cost of the construction," which is a little weird because we pay taxes. But it's like, all right, and then they just left the fucking toll booths and never took them down, even after the money was recouped or whatever.
Once they taste the honey, they never take it
Oh
back.
yeah, Florida's the worst. They get you coming and going. You enter Florida over a toll bridge, and you pay to get in. Then you got to pay on the way out. Wait a minute. Just pay to get in this
Yeah,
place. Now I got to pay to get out.
I mean, Florida really is the dong of the United States.
I love Florida.
People be ripping Florida on TikTok, dude. They're like there'll be some crazy Florida headline and be like, I knew it was going to be crazy when it started off with Florida.
Florida man. Oh,
yeah, it'll be like
here we
Florida
go.
man. Well, it'll be like Florida man feeds meth to a squirrel and names him whatever, some funny name. And
Floridian.
Found later dead, trapped in ass.
Hey, don't be dissing Florida, man. I got property there.
Oh, I mean, beachside is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's where it is. Hell, Florida. Y'all want a condo? Let me know.
I
My
thought you had
sister
to be
lives there now.
65 to live in Florida.
Oh no, not these sections. Shit, this weekend there won't be a soul
Yeah.
on the beach that's 65 or older. It's a crazy weekend this weekend.
Yeah, whatever. You know damn well there's a freaking couple of old folks' homes fucking right there, right on block 2 behind the beach.
Yeah, they're usually Bayside. I'm gonna be there. I'm 52, so I can see myself living in Florida.
Fucking condos freaking everywhere with like freaking old folks in their fucking golf carts riding everywhere.
Yeah.
Florida's heaven's waiting room.
I like that. I don't know if y'all have ever been like Cape San Blas. There's some smaller communities that don't have the high rises, but they have like,
Yeah, I got married on St. George
beach
Island.
homes. Oh yeah, St. George, Cape San Blas. There's so many nice places like that. Florida gets a bad rap sometimes with all the high rise city like stuff, but just beautiful. You can't, Plus it's drivable for me, so makes it nice.
that was awesome. I had to go last night, but I wish I could have stayed for that 9/11 shit, man. I like that. Where you take each point instead of scattergun and shit all over the place, I mean, when you do put it all together, it's like, how could you fucking deny it? You could try to rip each piece apart piece by piece, but it's like, once you put it all together, man, there's so many fuck coincidences. It's like, yo, how could you deny this?
Yeah, I liked it too, where each spot or each topic had to get spoken about instead of like scattergunning and freaking out.
It's like their identity they have taken upon, like as their identity. It's like, dude, take it easy.
Yeah, it's like
right.
defense attorneys.
Yeah.
How can you look at demolition after demolition after demolition controlled demolition, and then look at building 7 right next to it and go, yeah, that's just, you know, some damage. If you even knew how much time and effort goes in and planning goes into taking those buildings and making them fall like they do so precisely, and how many times they go wrong, no matter how many professionals are working on it, engineers, right? Like professionals in their field, and it still goes wrong. And then to say, well, some debris and fires caused it to happen more perfect than what a demolition team basically could do sometimes.
Yeah, if it was
I
that
can't
easy, they
talk
would
to
just.
you, right?
Yeah, if it was
Just
that
set
easy,
some fucking fires out there.
that's what I mean. If it was that easy, they wouldn't spend months planting all the demolitions and cutting into the steel and doing all that shit. They would just go in there with some fucking shit and burn it or whatever, explode it, whatever, and just let it fall. You can't do that
Dude,
though
if you
because it
knew,
won't. Yeah, you can't do that though because otherwise it won't fall on its own footprint.
concrete reinforced stress steel, like, it's so strong you can't even wrecking ball that shit down. I mean, it's just, you can't even imagine. Add on to that they build, most those buildings were built with steel, like way stronger. To have them fall symmetrically like that is impossible. Yeah,
Rocky, you're robot.
that they say we deny.
Oh, you're good now.
Yeah, I will say this without saying any names. It's very telling. After we broke down all those coincidences, like the 100 times put option of the normal amount and all just a million things, and broke it all down statistically and everything. And we had people defending every single point or trying to come up with some speculative way as to how it would be a coincidence every time. And again, not saying any names. You just know that if someone's going to do that with those, like that many coincidences about 9/11. You're not gonna be able to break through
There's
with them.
Yeah, there's no even reasoning with that person. Like I said, you could try to sit there and break each thing down by its own, but you got to use your head and put all the pieces together. You know,
Could be
like, all
used
right,
as a
maybe
litmus test. If the person that you want to have a conversation believes in that, it's like most probably you're not going to have a good conversation on anything else.
Do you guys think that the airplanes were fake?
No, let's not get back into because we did talk about it for hours. Personally, I think it's
Forget about that.
yeah. Like personally, I'm on the fence. I lean towards there weren't planes, and if there was one, then it was in the random field, and that was the only real one. But I don't know. Like that's why I was making sure to be careful how I said it yesterday. I'm like, we're not talking about what happened. We're not replacing it. We're not talking about an inside job, the CIA coin term for the truth movement. We're just talking about, do you believe the official story?
yeah, or the facts of what happened.
Well, I
like
just
you
see
were
a
talking
lot of
about,
truth shows. I see a lot of truthers promoting the idea that they aren't planes and that they're superimposed graphics, special effects. When testimony on the ground, you can see video after video where they testify, where they personally see the plane go into it. And granted, I'm not there to investigate who's being testified, but when you have testimony after testimony, including firefighter, police claiming to see a plane, and then you have this truth movement come along and claim that it's a 3D graphic, it's pretty bad, man. It's a way to destroy the truth movement for sure.
I mean, some people, everyone's got their own ideas, but yeah, I mean, I know people that think nobody died during 9/11.
Yeah, you literally can see people falling to their death, right? I've documented through the process of researching and documenting, trying to maintain an unbiased view on it. The strongest anomaly is Building 7, of course. The inconsistency in the reports of the news, and then the testimony from the police and the firefighter don't match up with the media is saying. So, at that level, as far as me being a truther, I see it as planes being hit. I don't see them being faked, and I see that that through previous demolition videos. I'm not a demolition expert by no means, but comparison, it looks like the building was free fall, which means that it was planned. You can't get a free fall I haven't seen much footage of a free fall building in that nature and under that pressure. But then, like Raki has said, if you look at these airplanes and then you look at the reinforcement of the steel that was used, birds are a danger to these 747s. So don't tell me that a plane can do it. So yeah, there's definitely a truth movement that's been hijacked, and that truth movement is using lies like the planes didn't exist, using lies to destroy the movement, to destroy the curiosity or the Inquisition, if you will.
Well, dude, if you did some crazy shit and now there's this whole group that's trying to expose you, you're probably going to get a few people inside that group to make that group look crazy or try to
control both sides.
take control opposition.
Well, that's what it is. That's what it is. I don't honestly, God, man, I don't know how you guys are dealing with it, but I don't like. You look, even Jake the asshole, right? Jake the asshole, to me, is a shill as a CIA plant. To me, he's obvious because he obviously is on camera talking about infiltrating the movement, Flat Earth at the time. And then on top of that, what does he do? He talks about how Tyson, Mike Tyson is actually 50 Cent or whatever. And this guy actually gets like a couple hundred views, followers, each show he does. But this is a guy supposedly in for the truth, but yet he does those kind of things. Like, come on, that's total CIA shit.
The airplane thing, I have some personal beliefs on it, but I can see it all angles, right? I don't put it like, do I think we have the technology to fool people with that kind of? Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Could there have been a real plane and fake plane and blah 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 and a missile? Yeah, it could be anything, dude. If they're putting together this plan, they are capable of doing whatever they want to make the public see it or divide or do what, they have reasons for doing it. So it could happen a lot of different ways. I get what you're saying about putting in some untruths to get the division too. So, but you're naive if you think we'll never know exactly, right? That's the whole point of them doing it like.
Well, that's the idea, is to have confusion at all avenues. And even if you're going to mix in the truth there, what you got to do is, if Building 7 is the main focus, what do they do? They focus on the planes. Oh, the planes are fake. No, Building 7. No, the planes are fake. Let's focus on the fake planes. No, Building 7. Right? So it's like you can see the deflection easy, right?
Well, there was a lot of emotional ties into the World Trade Centers because they were iconic. There was people, loss of life, blah, blah, blah. But no one knew about Building 7 until the truthers came out and said, hey, guys, this one wasn't hit by a plane, and look at it. It fell free fall. I mean, it's symmetrical. It didn't, it did this and this. That's not how physics works.
Yeah, to get a free fall like that, you have to have certain joints, certain positions of the building, right? And that is in any demolition video that it's a strategic cut at each position of the structure, right? To get that is foolproof. They've done that. There's enough videos to go watch how they do it and what they have to do depending on the story of the building and so forth. You can see all of that stuff, and you can see that it's planned. A building, I don't know. I mean, a year later, or what is it? 10 years later, 15 years later, 20 years later, there was that apartment building that burned up maybe like 3 years ago. And they were like, look, it free fall. It burned. It was an apartment complex. Don't know if you guys remember it, but apparently it fell at free fall, and apparently a fire made it collapse. So that was their. They used that as an argument against the free fall. They look, this building, it wasn't demolition, but it free fall.
We're talking about a specific building.
Flat Earth Data, I just want to know. I don't want to get into the discussion about it necessarily, but have you watched September Clues?
I've never even seen that shit.
I've never seen any of that stuff. No.
Okay, that's probably why you think that the no planes theory is just a psyop to distract. Because most people that I know that are really looking deep into it do end up finding out that it doesn't seem there was planes that went into the buildings. Maybe a drone missile.
That's not true. That's not true. There's people that have witnessed it, and there's a famous kid, Hollywood famous kid. I can't remember. He recently came out, and he talked about how he saw the plane go in. Now, yeah, he's Hollywood, all that shit. Maybe I don't know. But if you look,
Yeah,
there
that
are
might
the
not be
video
the
evidence.
best example.
That's right. You
Well,
don't know.
here's there's what motivation does he have to lie, right? So if you look
Money,
at all of
You
these,
sound like a
money,
baller.
contracts. Yeah.
yeah, I get it. I can be conspiratorial, 100% all the time, sure, but I don't see a
No,
motivation
that's a straw man.
of I don't see his motive. Okay, so it's my opinion,
I
which
get
is
what you're
seeing
saying,
him,
yeah.
which seems he confesses his personal view what happened, and he during his expression he says I saw the plane go in, and then you have firefighters and police that say that, right? So
Well, if I
you
had,
can't be just
Okay, wait. Let me just ask you, Data. You know physics. You already said a bird can destroy the plane, right? That could damage the plane. How could the plane
a bird
destroy
is
the
a
building?
threat to a plane for sure.
let's
See,
Right.
see,
So
Dave,
then
if
how
I,
is
if
the
I,
plane a threat to the building?
That is
How
see,
could it
that's
just sink
logical
out of the
at
building?
my
reasoning.
house, Dave, if I have a party at
That's
my
what.
house, right? Hold on a second, Dave. If I have a party at my house and Witsit and Rocky are there and a couple other people, and we say, yo, we all saw a unicorn, right? Then nobody has any reason to lie over that. Would you just believe that, or?
Okay, so you're saying a
I would just
unicorn.
like to say,
So you're
I would
saying
just
a
like to
unicorn.
say,
It's no different than 5e is claiming you saw a UFO, right? So you
It's
just
like people
document for
claiming
what it
we
is.
saw a
Five
plane.
of you saw a UFO. So if you
I
go
would
through
just
all
like
of
to
those,
say, I would just
hearsay,
like to
Data.
say, dude, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The steel bars in the fucking actual thing versus the thin fucking tin filament or whatever aluminum filament that the goddamn plane is made out of. The plane would get cut, dude. The plane would be fucking the whole plane would be shredded.
The wings would
It
have
wouldn't. It
snapped
wouldn't.
up.
It wouldn't go. Yeah, the wings would
yeah,
have
of
snapped
course,
off. Yeah, you're
it's
exactly right. The wings would have snapped off, and it wouldn't have gone all the way from one side to the other. Now the whole no planes theory, I don't know about that. I think personally that maybe there was a fucking thing that looked like a plane that wasn't maybe a missile in the full shape of a plane. You know what I mean? It doesn't because there's a lot of videos of people saying like, wait a minute. This does not look like a 747. They slow down the video and they're like, wait, no 747 looks like this from the bottom. Now, do I think it's a fucking hologram? That's a bit far fetched. But when you look
Look
at
at
the
the live
videos,
stream right now.
it does not look like a 747. So it has to be something else. I'm not saying that
so
it's a hologram. It might just be a fucking missile or something, dude.
all we
I
have
mean,
Look at the
access
missile that looks
to,
like a plane. I just posted in the live stream
Yo,
voice text, right?
all we have.
people have literally proved that the one that hit the fucking the Pentagon or whatever was a missile, like launched launched from a fucking ship. So
Yeah, that one obviously isn't a plane, dude. The plane couldn't even fit in there. We were talking about that last night. There's not even an official story explanation as to how the plane could fit in that hole. I've never even
Yeah, oh
heard.
yeah. If you see the imprint it left in the Pentagon, and why don't we have any videos from that? That's got to be the most guarded building in America.
Military
Or
defense
one of them.
headquarters of the entire world, 81 cameras.
Yeah, yeah. And we don't have video of this shit happening. What the fuck? That shit don't add up one bit.
dude, people have literally like basically proven that it came from a ship, like a fucking naval ship, into fucking America. And they had basically the day of 9/11, they had all those things where they shut down all the fucking air support around the whole of America, and they said it was a drill. But then it
Yeah.
just so happens that the one fucking place it shut down is like a direct line of fire from the fucking ship over to the Pentagon. It's like, bro, basically, once you look into it, I mean, yeah, you might find some bullshitters that think it's like a UFO or whatever. I mean, I don't know, it could be, but like once you look into it, you just know that it was definitely not what they said it was. Like
Well,
for
yeah,
sure not.
that's for sure. That's what we were talking about last night. Is just, do you believe the official story? So even like the government defense attorneys could partake. You know, like the reason they say there are no planes is you can see the nose go through the building and the wing disappear on one of the original broadcasts. It is pretty interesting. No one really at all claims to have seen the first plane. Only a few people claim to see the second one. So it's interesting. The one in the Pentagon, though, if there's no way that a truther that really thinks that that's a plane, right? I mean, no debris. They found an engine, but it was a Rolls-Royce engine, and it wouldn't physically fit in there. Then they go take the Marriott and the gas station surveillance footage, confiscate it, never release it, have 81 cameras, never show us anything, then release one video and remove frame 20, which is the very moment of impact. That's insane. You can't even write a story more ridiculous.
Dude, even the Pennsylvania one. Basically, there was a guy I know who actually like cleaned up. He actually had seen a plane crash into the ground,
and cleaned it up and shit. And he was saying that basically there was wreckage everywhere, bodies everywhere, shit was on fire. He said it was like living hell. And then he was like, the reason I know that fucking 9/11 isn't true is because when I look at the Pennsylvania wreck, there's nothing. There's only a hole in the ground. There's no debris from the fucking plane. Like it was basically when
they
he
supposedly
I
showed us.
don't know. I
They
don't
showed us
know.
footage from another crash in the same area, and it was they called the Pittsburgh smoking gun or something like that, and that was like
Well, they
it was old footage.
debris from 6 miles away, 3 miles away, and then a crash site that looked like the plane went basically vertical into the ground. But when you investigate it, it was at a 45 degree, and there's no wreckage. That dog don't hunt.
Yeah,
No,
there's not
yeah,
even
like
one
like
body.
the guy I know said he literally cleaned up a fucking plane wreck and knows what it looks like to be at a plane wreck and shit, and said how horrible it was. And he said he looked at the footage for 9/11 and immediately knew it was bullshit because that was not a plane wreck. That is not footage of where a plane fucking crashed. There's just no possible way.
I think all the
I
people
mean,
they
there's
said were on planes, and all the planes were like a quarter full. By the way, like they weren't even like near capacity, which is strange. I think they just all got like life insurance policies they cashed in on.
Can you imagine there's a guy on the plane? There's a guy tries to take over a plane with a box cutter and you're on the plane? You let that shit happen. Every dude on the plane's got to step up. They use
yeah,
Xanax as
I
a
don't know
human
about
shield.
you. Yeah, I don't know about you. I would like. It's just such fucking bullshit. Like it's so contrived. It's basically they blew up your shit, murdered your people, rubbed it in your face, and then said, "Now we're going to take more of your tax dollars to go war with some people in the Middle East."
Not just
Clearly
that,
have
man. All
nothing
your
to do with
freedom.
it.
Exactly.
The picture
That too.
freedom
That too.
was lost that day more so than any other day in the history of the world. And
Yeah,
people
like
That's what it's
glance
really about,
over it.
right? The control. The
Yeah,
control
they
you
took
gain from that.
control.
if they say Rakia is a terrorist, they can go
I go
arrest
to
him,
jail.
indefinitely,
Yep.
indefinitely detain him without due process.
Well, they've already. You can
They've
see that they
given
were building up to it and shit. Like there's like I have a video basically where this guy basically he lists out all the statutes and all the court cases and all the fucking like Congress sessions they had and shit, and basically shows that since the Civil War till now they have just literally just been slowly eroding your rights, and it's in black and white writing in the law, like literally there in the law, like not he's not citing fucking bullshit. He's literally citing, okay, Library of Congress, fucking section whatever. Okay, next one, and he's literally citing it. It's all in black and white writing, and I'm watching, and I'm like, bro, I fucking hate every lawyer in this country, dude. Fucking traitors. They should all be fucking strung up and killed. Like honestly, there's at this point.
That's a little drastic, but I get you.
No, dude. Once you fucking look into it, bro, like there's no way. There's
I
no
get
way
where
you
you're
can.
coming,
There's no
but
way you can. There's no way you can possibly vote someone in to fix the issue. Once you look into it, there's no fucking possible
get
way
it.
anyone you vote for is gonna do anything. There's no way. Once you look into it and look how the laws work and shit, there's no checks and balance. The fucking executive order holds more power than the fucking legislative branch, and the legislative branch holds more power over the judicial branch. It's completely backwards, bro.
I've known politicians like mayors and governors that went, into Congress and things like that. Personally, talked to them, and they changed, brother. I'm talking about I believe, my personal belief, this is my opinion, is when you go to Washington, automatically they get stuff on you, or they already have stuff on you, and then you can't help it. No matter how much good you want to do, you can't. It's over with. If you try and go against the system, blink, right? You're either wiped off, discredited, or some information is going to come out against you where you lose everything, your family. I think that's how it's done. Control, right?
Well, he's right
Yeah,
about
I mean,
the
that's
lawyers.
the main.
He's
If
right
you knew
about the
them
lawyers.
personally,
They just came out with a nice article. See if I can find it for you guys. Regarding lawyers and how we have a lawyer problem. And I'm telling you this, the lawyers are writing the laws. Now, if you have lawyers that are, on the left, extreme left or whatever, then they're going to be writing laws for pedophilia. They're going to be writing laws for gender theory. They're going to be writing laws for critical race theory. So this is what's happening in Canada. I approached a lawyer last year to put an injunction against the schools for forcing masks on children. I could not find a fucking lawyer for the life of me just to put an injunction in. That's how fucking bad it is. Okay. And
No,
this
that
is
like
this is
we have.
protecting kids from wearing masks. I couldn't, and I was willing to pay a lawyer, my own pocket money, my own fucking job money, just to get the injunction across, just to defend children. I couldn't find one fucking lawyer. Now, fast forward a year after that, now you got lawyers speaking up because, well, it's fucking trendy or popular, right? But even still, these lawyers are not taking the cases because of their main office and who the main office are, the barristers or whatever who's running the show at these departments, at the head offices. They all come back to like a pyramid again. There's always a peak of the top lawyer firm or the top lawyers and associates with that lawyer. So it always goes back to the top. So if you start doing this shit now, you're not going to have a lawyer career. This is what I get from lawyers just putting an injunction over masks. So we're fucked.
Yeah,
Everybody's right. There's
and
nothing I can do.
and the more you
Definitely a
look into
control
it,
system.
like you do realize that like it is in black and white law that our social security numbers and the social security numbers of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland are all kept by like one corporation that's not even like a United States corporation. It's like, okay, what the fuck? Why is my social security number not even it's held by a foreign entity in black and law. It's right there.
You
It's
want
not
to
even
you
like
want to know how
they're
bad
not
it
even
is here in
hiding it. I
Canada?
literally
It's a tax
dude,
ID. It's an
Check
employee
this out.
ID.
I was looking at the law earlier today, like looking at the black and white law, basically stating that our fucking shit was transferred over in like the 80s from being under some fucking federal shit to some shit that's not even part of America. I was like, wait a minute, why?
Dude,
How does this
it's
shit go
worse.
through? How does this shit happen? How
Because
the fuck
everyone
is this
just
shit going
here.
on, dude?
watches the news all day. What do you mean?
In Canada here, in British Columbia, Canada, the government corporation is not registered in British Columbia. Guess where it's registered? The corporation of British Columbia, the government corporation, the entity, it is in Beijing, China. That's where the head office is. So why is my government have a head office in Beijing, China?
Because they love
hilarious.
you.
Because it's
I lived in
fucking
fucking
done.
DC.
We've
I
got
lived in
they literally
DC.
told us we got 8 years left. 8 years, and
I
now
lived in
they're fucking doing the food
Wait,
shortages.
are you saying you don't like Chinese food, bro?
I love Chinese food.
Listen,
My
if you believe in
my favorite
Chinese
is
eat all
spicy
kinds of bottom
wonton.
feeders. Chinese only eat bottom feeders. They eat all kinds of shit. Pork, what the fuck? You like
There's
Chinese
nothing wrong
food?
with
That's
Chinese. There's
disgusting.
nothing wrong with Chinese people. They've just been enslaved, and because they've been wearing masks for the last 20 years, and forced down and lived in poverty, a large majority of them, that they take instructions and authority really easily.
Yeah, I could have swore just because China's been wearing masks for the past like 10 years or something, I could have swore that it was like that was going to be our fate, that we would just be wearing them for the next, indefinitely, forever, pretty much.
We have
But
way
I
too
guess
many
not.
guns, man.
Yeah, but the problem is we might have guns, but if they just stop feeding us and then just tell the fuckers in the inner city, like, go invade the farms and take all the food, what are you gonna do? They have just
Look
as
with
many
that.
guns
Who
as
do you
you.
think has the guns?
Yeah, not the people in the cities.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
but
luck.
you
Good luck.
do realize that we ship guns to we ship millions of guns to Afghanistan. We ship million. You really think the government has a hard time arming people?
What
Afghanistan
Noah
is
just
based.
what Noah just said though.
The hard thing
Hold
they
on, what
need is
Noah just said
the
though
hard thing they have is
is
the
an actual
conflict.
thing. It's called the. My bad, Noah. Go ahead.
Like the hard part is the conflict, not the fucking getting guns to people. The government can get guns to people really easily. The hard part is the conflict. They need to get us to hate each other to then go to war over this so they can impose their martial law.
Yeah, but you think a
Why
bunch of
they're working. That's
leftists are
why they're
Hold
gonna?
on.
working. That's why they're working like fucking like 50 years straight with all this fucking bullshit propaganda over 50 years. Why do you think they put so much effort into it? Because the hard
I
part is
know
not
why. I know
getting the
why.
guns. The hard part is to actually get us to fight each other. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what Noah just said about people fleeing the city if the food stops coming in, that's actually a real scenario that's planned out. It's called the golden. They actually have a name for it. It's called the golden horde. People ain't gonna just lay down and die and starve to death. They're gonna try to go find food, but that's all.
Yeah, but the thing, like, okay, if you have a bunch of leftists, you think that they're gonna be able to formulate a well-regulated militia and know how to use the guns?
No. Here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, basically, when they had their communist takeover in Russia, they used all the retards to overthrow the current government. And then once they had overthrown the current government, they just slaughtered all the retards and then imposed their communist dictatorship. They could easily do the same shit. They go into the fucking middle of the city. They say, all y'all are going to starve. This is our new rebel leader that's going to lead us to fucking victory. And meanwhile, that rebel leader is just an agent of the fucking government. That rebel leader is like, okay, we're going to rebel. We need to go take over farms and shit. And you on your farm, you might have one gun. You might take out 1,000 guys before they take your farm. You might have landmine, but what I'm saying is each city has millions of people. You're going to get overrun either way. Like, there's nothing you can do. You can take out as many as you want with you. You can take out as many as you want with you, dude. Yeah.
It's called the Golden Horde. It's a real scenario. You just have random people. I mean, yeah, if you could take out 1,000 people, there's a millions right behind them. I'm 3 hours from 8 million starving people potentially if the food ever stopped coming in.
Right, but wait, we are against slaughtering the retards? I'm
totally
joking.
What I'm saying, dude, is that you could sit on your farm and you could have landmines and tanks and guns, and you could try to defend your farm, and you could successfully do it for probably the first 1,000 people. But
for sure,
the fact of the matter is, every city in America has more than 1 million people plus. You're not going to be able to defend against that many, even if they're not trained, not well, whatever. Like, you're just going to get overrun over time. There's no, you will die of exhaustion before you kill all of them.
Yeah, I hear
There's
you.
no
Unless you have a lot of people working together, though. Like, I mean,
yeah,
that's
if you have a lot of people working together, a lot of ammo, a lot of guns, smart people, you could defend your shit indefinitely from that.
Do you have that?
Just throw pornos
you could do that. You could do that. But the thing is, the last time there was like, I don't know what, 200 people in the desert with nothing, they fucking killed everyone. It was called Waco. They weren't even trying to fucking like do that. So imagine you trying to actually start some sort of fucking militant shit. The feds are going to be all up in your ass. It's just the fact of the matter is, like, the way we win is to actually cause people to fucking change and like start doing shit, but it's not going to happen. That's why it's a pessimistic view, is that you're not going to be able to affect that many people in time. You can only save yourself.
Well, can I throw something out there real quick just for the room's edification? So when you think about it, the known controlled opposition, people like Alex Jones, have been pushing this martial law thing for 30 years, right? That martial law is coming. This is how. And they've gotten people convinced that that's the only way that totalitarianism takes over a country, when in fact it's just a slow trickle of reduction of rights, instituting all kinds of social changes, and then you're going to wake up one day in a world where you don't even recognize what freedom is at all whatsoever.
Yeah, they've been trying to take our gun.
Problem is,
you're
most
roboting.
people are looking for some sort
you're roboting, bro.
Flashpoint or trigger.
Do you know why it's sometimes slightly unbelievable? Is for the fact is that we're all in sort of the same ship. So if that ship is to go down, then all the officers, all of the lawyers and judges who have families and friends will all be affected by the same thing.
Hold on a second, Data. Hold on. This guy's robot. I don't even know what his name is.
Law.
Hey,
What's his name?
You sound like a transformer having a heart attack, bro.
Yeah, they've been trying to take our gun rights for a while. I don't know if you know, in New York a while ago they passed the SAFE Act, which tried to limit
over not
whoever you are, you're roboting. Please somebody tell me this guy's name.
Your campaign, but
anybody know that guy's name? I don't see him lighting up on the list.
I think you let Napalm. Dude, I gotta kick back against some of the pessimistic stuff going on here. Like, dude, I'm from Tennessee. There's already well-regulated militia networks all over Tennessee. My buddy down the street has literally 100 guns in his family's house. So, like,
oh yeah, somebody with enough people could definitely fight. Hold their ground and whatever. If you have enough people, enough land, area, food, all that, yeah, no question.
So you compete. What you do is you don't depend on the government. You're not like, oh, we got to save the whole system or we're done. No, the system wasn't designed to help you. So it's not about that. It's like you have to just become self-sustainable. You have to network, and you have to
That's not
actually.
true. That's not entirely true.
I
You
wasn't
actually had
done though.
yeah, but
You have
that's
to.
not entirely true. You cannot say the system wasn't put in place by good people. You have to realize what separates America's foundation to any other place in the world, and why it's a threat to their globalist agenda, and why we're in the situation we're in is because what America represented initially, which is freedom of property, freedom of choice, freedom of happiness and liberty.
Data.
For the
Better
for the
data.
independent
Better
for the
data.
independence. Let me finish.
No, you're not going to interrupt and then
Let him finish interrupting with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to finish my point, I was just saying you have to create competing supply chains. You have to become self-sustainable. You have to have like local strong networks, right? So my buddy has duck eggs, I have goat milk, whatever it is. He's got grain. You create that and you become self-sustainable. The principle of the rule of law in America is not what I'm saying. I'm saying like the federal government, as soon as that shift was made, it was put in place to eventually strip rights, like the federal government, the system. So it's not about like, oh, let's save the world by fixing the system. It's not supposed to work like that. But I just kick back against the pessimism, because it's like I think that we should take more personal responsibility instead of being like, oh, it's all over, let's sit in the corner. And maybe we should homeschool and change the life for the future generations and teach them how to live off the ground, live off the land. And if we're not successful, we're not. But at least we didn't just cry.
Yo, so what I heard is that actually from 1913 till like 2013, basically in the span of 100 years, America either built or rebuilt basically every other fucking country on the fucking globe with our fucking tax money / fucking usury based debt that goes back to the fucking privately owned Federal Reserve. And that if we weren't fucking paying, we're getting constantly fleeced, we'd be there would be like no poverty anywhere in the United States. It's kind of funny, like how much sheer amount of fleecing has happened to us. Basically, we rebuilt all of Europe. We basically made fucking Israel. We basically made China. We basically made fucking Japan. We went around and basically made the entire fucking those fuckers who fleeced us used that money to go make the whole world basically, and now they deindustrialized us. So they basically used us. And now that we're not useful anymore, they're about to trash us. And it's kind of funny because it's like you just got used. Like you're just a trash hoe that got used and now are thrown out.
Yeah, just focus on self-sustainability. I think that like we have a responsibility for children not to just cry. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not corrupt. We actually talked about how there were, like the most rich person in the entire world, Jacob Astor, was opposed to the Federal Reserve along with like 5 other people. All those people were put on the Titanic and then it sank, and then literally right after that they found the Federal Reserve. JP Morgan owned the Titanic and was supposed to be on the ship but pulled out. Him and Jacob Astor were the 2 primary funders for the Wardenclyffe Tower for Nikola Tesla, which would have made the world a better place because you would have had free energy for everyone. Once Jacob Astor died, JP Morgan pulled the rest of the funding. This was all written about the Titanic sinking in a science fiction book, or a fiction book the year before that. So that's where it all took a turn. That's where they're like, oh, no, we're not going to do the free energy thing, and we're going to have a privatized Federal Reserve. And so just within the span of like 1 to 2 years, they drastically changed the outlook of America.
Whitson, are you and Kai going to go buy a couple acres somewhere and park the RV on it someday, or what? Is that your plan? And have some goats or chickens or something?
Yeah, the plan is to try to find a few acres with running water, park the RV, eventually build a house, and then get animals and food, grow food.
Dope, that's dope. Yeah, that's a good plan right there.
And try and create a blueprint. Like if we can make the house where it's self-sustainable off the grid, kind of like put that blueprint out to people so they can do it too.
Yeah, that's a great way for young people coming up.
A parallel system needs to be fucking made at this point, because like this system is going to hell, literally. Like if you stay in this system, they're going to genocide you. They've written it in their UN documents that they're going to fucking genocide you. They're going to population reduce you. So.
Right.
Either stay.
Well, biblically speaking, scriptures and revelations describe 2 forms of death, which is one by the beast and one by God's wrath. So you'd rather best to be killed by the beast than God's wrath, right? And in this case, God did ordain a system. He did ordain rules, and he put laws in place. That's why we have a system. That's why you have running water. So this anti-system thing doesn't make sense to me, because God will have a system in itself. And if you want to equate a system to no monetary gain, no independent, when somebody wants to be independent, want to work hard for themselves, entrepreneurial, whatever, that is generally the human spirit. This is why you have a vendor that you can trade with, because that individual has a spirit to go out and make soaps or whatever they want to do, right? That's a system that works well, can benefit, and can grow. The problem is that through that process, people in power educated their children, and people that weren't in power did not educate their children the way it is. That's why we don't know any law. That's why we don't know any of the things that their children do know. And that's why if 30, 40 years, 10 years at a time, you have nepotism and you have these families take over. Yes, you can fix the system. You need to educate your children on the system. You need to educate who's in power on the system, and you need to throw them out of power, because the system provided us with electricity, running water, food, and the amazing technology that we use day in and day out in hospitals and so forth. So the system is fine. It's the people running the system
The
that need
system
to be
did not
removed.
create. The system did not create those things.
No, they're smart. They raised their children, educated their children. They did not do what we do to our children, which is not educate them for the most part. We don't. In most part, we just hand them off to a system and go work a 9-to-5 job, right? That's what the last 50, 60, 70 years is what happened. The rich didn't do that. The rich put their kids into higher education, because they're grooming them for the potential job. Like any philanthropist or whatever, any rich guy that goes to a university, takes on and sponsors children that are orphans or whatever, this is how they maintain power and got into power. Now, if the collective knows that and doesn't see that as an conspiracy and looks at that as a legitimate threat, then things will change. Again, we don't do that to our children. We don't teach them the system. We don't teach them law. We don't teach none of that stuff. Beer, sports, hockey, that's our programming for the 99.
Yeah, I think you're making a valid point with that part of it, but knowledge is power, and the powerful have raised their children with the knowledge that the layman don't have. But this is local systems that give you your water, dude. It's not the federal government. The federal government didn't give you your water system, dude.
Nonetheless, it's been set up though, right? It's been set up to where we have running water. So the system isn't inherently evil.
No,
it
of
can
course
be evil.
it can't be. It can't be. Technology can't be
Exactly.
evil. A gun can't be evil. The system can't be evil.
Exactly. So we can fix it. We can fix it with leaders. We can fix it with just like how the government swings left for 5 years, maybe 10, and then swings right for 5 or 10 years. The government does it like a snake, right? So now the government has finally had enough of the fucking lazy fucks and the people that are just working they want to piss them off, right? So how do you piss them off? You have to start fucking with their rights, their ideologies, and in particular, the Western society is, I think, catching on now to some degree. Joe Rogan's talking about it. Bill Maher's talking about it. I mean, 2 years ago, they weren't talking about this shit. So the right pendulum is coming.
Yeah, but you're avoiding a big part, dude. You're conflating the federal government to local.
The right's going to be worse than the left, brother.
But my man, I don't believe in binaries, but I'm saying that you are conflating the local government to the federal government, right? And so
I'm conflating all levels of government and their influence, period. And if you have a school board, a small select people in a school board district that happen to be of a leaning persuasion, whether you say that's binary or not, I'm saying that there's a chosen path and a chosen ideology that is ingrained into the subset of these people that are running the organizations. This is what the government has done by switching us to the left side, right? Sure. To change a system, to uprise a system, to get people that are obese not to be obese, to get people who are selfish and greedy not to be selfish and greedy. You need to start fucking with their food. You need to start fucking with their security. And that's how we get the right to come back. But the right's going to be worse than the left. Do you think the left was worse with all the gender theory and all that shit? The right is going to be the digital tyranny. The right is the Neuralink. The right is, in my opinion, that's their motive. And the illusion is that it's not left and right. It's just one entity, which is ultimately the truth. They're going to use the right to do it.
I actually agree with that.
The pot. The right will stitch the fucking.
Agree with that too. That's a pretty good.
They're pushing everyone back to the right. That's why they're making the left so absurd. So just if you have any working brain cells, you're going to find yourself more aligned with the right. But I just think an important distinction, bro, is the localization. Like local communities, like having the USPS is the best thing ever. It's not that the government's bad. It's like local government is good. The federal
government is automatically going to be bad. The analogy I use is if you have
Yeah.
5 children, you're going to know all their names and love them dearly. If you have 5,000 children, you're not even going to know their names. Federal
Well,
government cannot be successful.
yeah, and I'd also like to say that, I mean, if you look at the Naturalization Act of 1871, the federal government is basically, its root is a fucking fraud. Its root is fucking dishonest. So how do you expect something that's fucking based on fucking fraud and dishonesty to produce anything else other than fraud and dishonesty? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, like, you know, the Pirates of the Caribbean are good. Like, you know, they have their code and their whatever. It's like, no, dude, that thing was
Well,
fucking
I'd
created to
imagine
rob. That thing was created to rob us from the beginning. So
I imagine you have a class of people.
nothing it's gonna fucking do is gonna be good if the whole reason it was created was just to rob us. Like, literally, no other reason.
Well, how familiar are people in general understanding that there are people in power that weren't elected, that they're in part of Congress, that they're behind the scenes? They're not like in Canada here. We have a Senate that people aren't voted. People are not voted in position here by the people. The politicians are, but not the people writing the laws. So there is a lot of ignorance that that's to blame on our part. I'm saying it because I'm grateful for Flat Earth for waking me up, because it's not just Flat Earth. It's the surrounding complacency that engulfs you, trying to keep up with some materialistic realm or some sort of I'm better than the Joneses, or I'm going to keep up with the Joneses to feel something or be something. Flat Earth totally made me not want to participate in that psychology at all, which is a freedom, right? Being free of that kind of judgment or that kind of aspiration, or even pursuing a lifestyle, for fame and money, right? Well, when you come down to the reality of it and the world we live in, you're going to want to hijack all avenues of it, because it's actually pretty awesome here. You do have inherently good people, whether you're left or right, and it's not binary, that, right, in itself. So we need to educate our children. We need to, and here's the thing with Flat Earth. Are you going to go to Flat Earth is the point, or are you just going to teach them law? Like, how extreme do you go? Because you're not going to run out and teach Flat Earth to kids to get the same effect, or are you? Is that what needs to be done for the reset? But I don't see the right coming out and fully doing that. I don't think they can give up space.
I think actually that I agree with you quite a bit that Flat Earth is one of the biggest exceptions, but law is the biggest one. Like, that no one knows how the system, like the law, works at all, because the law is actually your best friend if you know how to use it, and it's here to protect you. And ignorance is what enslaves us. But I just think that if we stop waiting on some magical person to fill the seat to fix the problem for the whole U.S. at the same time, then that's the only way we'll make any progression. And it's like strong local networks where I grow food, you grow food, I teach my son how to shoot a gun, your son knows how to hunt, and then you start to pass down actual important knowledge with network systems where if the whole system goes down, like if the networks of, like, say, the electric grid goes down, there's going to be some areas in America that are fine. And I think that we need to kind of take more personal responsibility instead of being like, oh, look, it's such a big problem, we can't fix it. And also, we can't be naive and unrealistic and think that, like, Elon Musk is going to hover over to the podium, become president, and save the day. Like, there's no one going to be ever representing the federal government to save the day. That's why it was created. That's what the Civil War was actually about. It had nothing to do with slavery. It was about making a federal government. And when the government gets too big, it cannot serve the people because it becomes desensitized. It doesn't have to be held accountable by the people anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
Witsit is
slavery isn't
100% right. Witsit is 100% right. They gave us a false dichotomy. They put, basically, you can get this side, no slavery, but you have a federal government that basically controls everything. Or on the other side, you get a local government, but slavery's still around. They gave you, and then they basically pumped it up and said, like, oh, slavery, blah, blah, this and that. And that's basically what they did. They gave you a false dichotomy and then fucked you over.
Wait, it's not a local thing. Slavery is a statewide United States thing. You still have it. That's why people in jail or prisons get paid under minimum wage, because they break the crime.
Not even close to minimum wage, yeah.
Not even close.
Those are private prisons. Like, most of the prisons are private, though, But yeah, I mean, same thing. They get government subsidies. Dude, private prisons are the most profitable business plan in the world. It would blow your mind.
Yes. How would it get better? How would it get better if all of our kids are playing video games and learning how to code, right?
It wouldn't.
And exactly, it's not. And this whole this whole going off the grid. If you really want to go experience to see if you can do it, you don't have to wait. Go to Costa Rica and take $1,000 with you, and maybe a return trip. Stay there for 6 months. Don't spend any of your money, and you can do exactly what you're discussing right now. I just had a friend go there to avoid the whole COVID thing. He was gone for 2 years, and he had no money. He lost his bank card, all that stuff. So he had to actually, basically do yard work, farm work to get food, and then he would have to go to one farm, collect the food there, and then take that food and trade it to somebody else. That was his currency, the food. So you can do that right now and see what that's like. Or
that's good.
You can learn some fucking law. You know that the system ain't going anywhere to where you're going to have a chance to buy land anymore, because the feudalism's coming. You won't have a chance to buy land, and what you do, you'll be a squatter, and then you'll have to at least know squatter rights. Like, I hear people over and over again talk about it. It costs what? America, maybe you can buy $10,000, $20,000 to get a chunk of land. Well, it takes you a year, probably 2 years to save that up if you just work and never had a life and, got paid $25, $30 an hour and you just worked your ass off. You might be able to save that kind of money, right? Okay, so you have the land. What next? Like, it's
build
just...
an Earthship.
Yeah, I get it. Then you got a commune going. Then you got all this stuff. Look, the technology and ingenuity came from people like us, not the fucking rich.
Yeah,
right?
of course, I agree. Yeah.
So we own the technology. We own the advancements. We own the fresh water. We own the land under our feet. If we learn the law and a little here and there, then there might be in groups and mass groups, and it's a different thing, which might take 10 years.
Actually, you don't own any property in the United States.
You can. You can have a colonial deed, actually. You can send in an affidavit of
exactly.
status.
You pay for it in gold. You can pay for it in gold, and if you pay for it in gold, if you pay for land in gold, you don't have to pay any property tax or anything. Zero if you pay for it in gold. But if you pay for it in fiat, you're I went through all this shit already. You pay for it in gold, then you're not obligated for any contractual because it's not paid in fiat.
That's crazy. I've never heard that. That's interesting.
Buy it in gold. That's it. There's no land transfer, or there's no, not land transfer, but there's no property tax. If the land has development on it, they'll come at you and they'll say, well, no, you got to pay us for the wiring and the sewage that we put in. That's what they'll come at you for if you want to pay for gold.
But I would like this in here. You can actually send in an affidavit of status. You don't have to pay property taxes at all. I know someone that did that in Florida. Never pays property taxes because he sent in an affidavit of status saying, well, I'm a living man, I'm not a citizen, I'm not a resident, I'm not a taxpayer, I'm not a person. Therefore, I'm not in a contractual agreement with the municipal corporation of this county. Therefore, I owe them no money. They came in his house, arrested him. He ended up winning $38 million and getting his house back in addition to that. So it's like, that's the real part of the law that people need to understand is they've been coerced into
How do you learn that shit? Where do you learn about this shit?
Randy Kelton is a good person. There's a bunch of people. I mean, it's
one day a week.
What? Randy what?
Randy Kelton, which is ruleoflawradio.com. Or Fagiolo also. I can DM me and I can send you some stuff.
Yeah, I got onto ruleoflawradio.com right now. I'm gonna look into this.
I mean, imagine how funny it would be. Imagine how I'm not arguing against or debating that anything with it, but imagine how funny it would be, paying only in gold, your own land, getting the affidavit, your own citizen or your own person, not a citizen, and then just getting like burgled the fuck out of your house and not having a single cop or any person protect you. Like your house your house catches on fire, the fire department's not obligated to come and like help you try to put it out or anything.
Yeah, that's not actually how that works. That's not how that works, though. They'll definitely come to your house, but if a cop comes to your house, if without your permission, you can tell them no. I can tell you one thing: I'd much rather be able to build my Earthship without having building codes. I'd rather be able to have free everything. Yeah, like that dude won $38 million.
It's just a funny scenario that I
problem with that though is if you want
learn how to work at AR-15, man.
The problem with just
shoot the fire out. Shoot the fire out with bullets.
The problem with free for all, it's like there's no standards, right? And the problem is that you can appreciate the thought behind no building codes or anything like that, but if you want to go see how that actually is applicable, like how that's applied in reality, just go to some reserves or go to poorer countries where there is no standards and see how they live. Because at the end of the day, if they were to build those houses based on standards, then the houses wouldn't look like they look. So I just think that the idea of the system is inherently evil is wrong. I think what's happened, because the system is so good, is that it's easy to take over. Why? It's because with freedom of speech, that means you're not going to censor the evil or the untruths, and those untruths usually spread faster because if more people are spreading it, well, there you go, and
We
that's
don't
what's
have
happening.
freedom of speech. It's
Yeah,
dead.
we do.
No,
No, we do.
Well, I just got
We
arrested
do.
for that, and
I
my
got arrested.
channel.
I got arrested too recently, dude. But at the end of the day, did you get charged?
Yeah, I got found guilty for freedom of speech.
You got found
First
guilty.
Amendment violation. Yeah.
On what
in a
charge?
national park.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
What
was
happened?
this on state or
What happened?
federal land?
Federal.
Wait, what fucking
I
happened?
see.
I want to actually hear this.
It's called a First Amendment violation. I had to get a permit to exercise my First Amendment at the national park, and since I did not, I got arrested and found guilty. In fact,
No, you
Yellowstone.
didn't have a permit. You didn't have a permit.
I don't need a permit. God gave me the permit.
No, I understand that, but that they're
Found
just
guilty
saying
of
it's a
what?
permit. Yeah.
Wait, what were you found guilty of? Fuck, I'm trying to
Not
understand
having
what
a
this guy's
permit.
saying.
Yeah, free expression without a permit.
Wow.
Well, yeah, if you go, that's like going
Wow.
on like my property or me going on your property. You have the right to tell me to get off.
That's not like that though, because we paid for that place, and so just because the government goes over there and says, "Oh, look, Yellowstone's really pretty, natural place that the creator made," I'm gonna take it for myself. Now I'm gonna charge you to maintain it, and I'm gonna make you not be allowed to talk here unless we give you permission. And it takes 10 days to give you the permission, and we can deny you if we want to. That's not how it works, dude.
Well, right, but the regulations are quite different when it comes to state property versus federal property.
But it's all God's property. Like the federal government didn't make Yellowstone, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like they just
Hold on, no.
maintain it.
Wixit, I appreciate the thought of independence, but where's the standard in law? Where would be the standard to uphold for citizen behavior? I understand you have a message. We understand the message. We get it. We're in agreement. But where do we have standards? Like, wouldn't it be better to apply that your own standard, which is you want the truth out there, but you want to do it in a way that's not confrontational? Because one thing about researching flat Earth activism, there seems to be a lot of can be associated aggressive people associated with the activism, right? Not maybe flat Earth entirely, but there are definitely some aggressive activism associated with flat Earth. That would be deemed a form of aggression because you're not applying yourself to understand the rules.
I know
it's
the
kind of
rules.
like I get it. So it's kind of like if I went to Parliament, and I wanted to be a politician and I wanted to stand up and I wanted to, speak a certain way or wanted to, have the floor, I'm sure that I have to go through the standards to get to be heard, right?
Yeah,
or at
you
least
should
to be
read
there.
my motion.
But here's the difference. Flat Earth data is that the standard of rule is supposed to be freedom of speech. That is the first fucking standard and rule of this fucking land. That is supposed to be
so
the standard.
hear me out.
But if you call, but hang on, let me say something.
Hold on.
Hang on.
This is a scenario, though.
Hang on.
Think about it, dude.
Listen,
I should be
I
able
get
to
that.
go. No, think about it.
I understand
No,
the
no,
enthusiasm.
dude, you got to stop fucking interrupting me and Witsit every time.
Hang on, let me just say something. Let me just say something. I get that freedom of speech, but if you come on my land and say, "Hey, I'm going to break into your house," guess what? In certain states, you have the right to shoot somebody.
That's
not analogous at all, dude. This isn't private property owned
anyway,
by.
Can I make my fucking point now? Fuck. Basically,
Yeah, but
if the standard by which I'm gonna fucking slaughter you. Listen, but the standard of which we fucking go on this land, be it free speech, be it this guy was in a public space exercising his free speech and he got arrested for it. I mean, what fucking standard are you fucking talking about? You just threw out the first standard.
It's a park. It's a park, right? It's a park. It's a park.
You just threw out. You
It's
just
a
threw out
park.
the very first standard.
Right?
If you want
It's
to
a
ask
park.
about standards, that first standard that's right there in black and white writing, you threw out that very first standard. That's what you did.
Dad, I want to let you know, I'm going to destroy you in this debate. I'm just letting you know because I know all the rules of the Supreme Court. I read it for 2 straight months. I know all about it. First of all, if the crowd gets mad okay, if there's a mob, that doesn't mean anything. That means the cops are supposed to protect the speaker against the angry mob and arrest them if they make any threats. It doesn't matter about the crowd's reaction. Okay, so like I know all about everything that you could possibly say right now. Parks are quintessential. Parks are
you're
parks are
borderlining on mischief.
I'm gonna. Parks
Why
are
didn't you just
Listen,
do what
man.
you were
Parks
supposed to
are
do and
parks
get a
are.
permit?
I could have swore I was in the
Jeremy,
middle of
can
a
you
word.
can you mute
Dude,
these guys that
this is
keep over
crazy.
talking with?
I'm
Okay,
doing it right now. Hold on, Witsit. Hold on, man.
okay. Parks are quintessential public forum. Quintessential public forum. Okay. Secondly, if a government builds something that's not for the primary purpose of free speech, that does not mean they get to prohibit free speech there or confine it. Meaning they build sidewalks so people can walk. But that's a quintessential traditional public forum, meaning that you can talk there just because the government didn't build it for you to talk there doesn't mean they can control you talking there. Parks are quintessential, meaning the premier example, right? It exemplifies a public forum. So national parks are the exact place that you should be able to talk. Places that have public discourse history. I've researched all through this. The problem is that the Supreme Court makes rulings, but then the federal government makes rules on the side, and then they don't get challenged until someone has the balls to go through it and challenge it. So they have all kinds of unconstitutional laws, and it costs thousands and thousands of dollars to fight it. So no one ever does. So there's a difference in what the law says, which I agree with you, and there's a difference in the implementation of censorship, and they are not the same thing.
What's it? You should look more into what the word public means. All right, because it seems to mean like some sort of like slavery, like slaves, like my slaves, the slaves of the king, right? The word public is a word that is created and owned by them. So every time you say things like public law, these are all things that are created by these people that you're talking about, and all governed by them.
Yeah, but I can use the system for my benefit, and that's where I do agree with flat Earth data. But it's because of the ignorance of people that don't know anything. And there's a lot of people that don't do any research, and they just say every single word that they say is a trap because they don't know what they're talking about. But I actually did the research. I do know. If you can read my motion to dismiss and actually rebut it, then we can go from there.
Did you appeal it?
I have a question
Did you appeal the decision?
I appealed it, but I predicted on my YouTube that the federal magistrates at the low level were 100% going to deny my motion. I already knew that. And then you go to the appeal, and then we have a civil case, which is where it's really going to be heard. But the point is that my motion won. The government tried to say, oh, this is moot, dismissed for mootness, or he doesn't have any standing. They couldn't even argue. They do what Globers do. They just straw man my argument, and then they hand wave dismissed it. You know why? Because they can't debate it. I destroyed them with their own system. The Supreme Court has made it very clear that you cannot you can't let someone not use amplified sound. Okay, because you have the right to be heard relative to ambient noise. And if you say, oh, you can have a radio playing at 60 decibels, but you can't talk that loud, then that means you can't be heard, which defeats the purpose of the First Amendment. You have the right to peacefully assemble, so you can't have number restraints. I know all the law.
Yeah, so the permit is essentially for amplification. That's essentially for what it's for, right?
No. You have to have a permit to do any demonstration outside of designated speech areas.
Right? Do you know what busking is? You know what busking is, right? I used to have to get a permit in subways to busk, right? And if I didn't, then I was subjected to a fine, right? Of course, I didn't have to go through what you went through, which is get arrested. I was subjected to a fine. But if I kept playing down there, then eventually I'd face arrest, right? So when you went on going to the park knowing that it's a good place to do the activism because of the location and the activity there, right? So you knew that. So you knew going in not to exercise your getting the permit just to do it the first time. You were going there knowing that you needed a permit, but did it anyway, right?
No, because I was actually at the White House, which is like the most famous national park in America, and they told me I didn't need one. And actually, when you go read the rule, it says that individuals or groups smaller than 25 people don't need a permit. But then when I got there, they heard me talking about the Earth, and then they told me I wasn't allowed to do it, which is content-based.
I get it, brother. I get it.
That's called content-based censorship, and any type of content-based censorship is completely illegal in America. It has to be content-neutral restrictions, and they specifically talk about what I'm talking about. Every single part of what they did was wrong.
I will say that if there's anyone that can actually inform themselves on what happened and read my motion, understand it, if you take the other side, then you don't care about America. And I'm explaining freedom of speech is dying because now they're giving us free speech areas, which means I'm going to put Austin in the middle of the woods where no one is, and that's the only place that he can talk. And of course, if I can't be heard, that's effectively synonymous with eliminating the speech altogether, which I put in my motion, and they cannot rebut these things. So no, I don't need a permit. It takes 10 days to get a permit. So when I was there traveling the United States and we passed through a national park and we're like, let's go here, that means I'd have to go ask for permission, wait 10 days to see if they let me do it. And that's not how it works, because it's called individual spontaneous speech, and the Supreme Court has ruled on this many times. Any type of speech, specifically political speech, is rendered useless if your voice cannot be heard at that moment, and an individual has the right to spontaneously speak. So
it would be logical and true that in the moment of inspiration you should be allowed to have free speech, correct? The standard, however, would be if that was to be applicable at all avenues, then it would be under the impression everybody would be able to do that. And I think maybe that's where they obviously there wasn't a need for it or a protection against it. And so you're saying that the law, the permit law, is put in place for protection against what? What are they against exactly in the free recourse? And if you do so, then you have a stronger case of defeat and show by practical demonstration that it's solely on context. So don't give up.
That would be, you'd have to go to the same exact officers.
Witsit, I have
well, no,
question.
activism would be. You could be talking about you could be talking about saving pandas in the woods, right?
All right,
it could be arbitrary, right?
Bullshit. I'm trying to ask the man what actually fucking occurred, so we can
imaginary bullshit, dude. There's nothing imaginary talking about what he's going through, right? We're just trying to figure out.
I want to actually know what fucking. So what's the next step? Are you going to another court now, or like how? Yeah. If they ruled guilty, are you gonna? What exactly is the next step? What are you gonna do?
I filed a notice of appeal in both Yellowstone and Rushmore. So then it gets sent to the circuit court where there's a panel of 3 judges, and you go and make oral arguments for basically, in this case, that the judge ruled improperly on my motion for a mistake of law, misunderstanding the law. So then I have to, which is like $500 in appeal, and then to get the transcript from the trials is like $2,500 to $3,000 per trial. So it's going to cost me like almost 10 grand to even take the next step. It's already cost me close to 10 grand. But yeah, anyway, so that's the next step. They appeal, and then we're filing civil suits.
Well, so all of this could have just been avoided. How you just
been a cuck?
Agreed and just left.
Yeah. Okay.
You're wasting all this money. You're throwing away all this money.
Right. No, you're wasting talking right now about his right to do to freedom of speech.
Just interrupt me.
Yeah,
you're
paying you to protect our rights, and you're telling us Witsit could have avoided it by cucking down.
Yeah,
it's not necessarily your rights. You lose your rights, man. Rookie, it's not necessarily. It's cost him money. Now it's cost him an experience, and it's cost him time. He could be doing activism right now in other areas, not just for the fact that you have to be a pleb or a fucking slave or whatever just to agree. If the message is important enough, then the permit would be the secondary, because you could raise that through sponsorship through YouTube and page, whatever online support you could get, right? The reality is now he's in this bind where it's cost him 20 grand and he's not doing any activism. So at the end of the day, Witsit, you could have just did the permit and learned how to get around the permit. Maybe it's too late to be saying that now, but
at
least you have
the
experience.
Change the law. The law is unconstitutional. I'm doing it for you.
It is, and
you're
absolutely
for your children's children.
And you're exactly right, Witsit. The only people that ever change these laws are people that actually confront them and challenge them. So good on you for that. That takes a lot of balls and a lot of energy.
Exactly.
And I've tried to do a small portion of that, but not to the level where you're at. I chickened out in my situation.
I have a question. So, how can they get away with basically charging you to see your fucking appeal or whatever? Like, I don't understand that. It just seems like the whole court system. I didn't know that about. I've never even been into a court. I've never been arrested. How is that not?
Please, no interruptions.
How is that not pandering to like a plutocracy by making it that you have to pay a certain amount? Like, what if you can't afford to pay that 10 grand?
That's why they do it.
You have no rights to be heard in a court of law. Doesn't even make any sense.
That's why these laws run around for so many years. Like, this law's already been thrown out as unconstitutional before, but someone had to fight this whole process
10 years ago or 12 years ago now, 2010. So it's the same thing. Like that's why nothing ever changes. Again, just so we get everything clear here, the Constitution says that Congress can make laws. Okay, Congress has delegated that power to federal agencies. In this case, it's the National Park Services. They do not have the constitutional power to make laws, but we've just all slept on it, and they've done it anyway. So then they pass every law they can think of, and tons of them are unconstitutional. But you have to go fight it for it to be changed. So they get to enforce it until someone has the balls to do it, and the money and the
Do you
time.
think if I had gone, wait, real quick, do you think if I had gone and done the same thing that you did, but I was talking about the globe, they wouldn't have arrested me too?
No, I don't think they would have. If you would have, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Anyways, so my question
even if they would have,
Which it would be like this: if you went there and you were talking about the an asteroid coming to Earth, globe Earth, it's going to hit the globe Earth, right? You're kind of mocking. I'm just mocking at this point, like just giving you a funny idea. Wouldn't you be able to do that in context to see if you would get the same result? And then show, like, if you were brave enough to go back to the same place, do the activism there again, but just do a different form of it. You can do it for 20 minutes and record it on film. It'd be like, hey, I'm at the same place. I'm doing different content. I don't know if that would be good because you got charged actually already with no permit. Maybe it wouldn't be good a second time.
I'm too known. Like that video has been seen by over 1 million people. So like, no, that's not a good idea. And I will say the way I know that they did content censorship, and I'm about to eat, so I'm just going to finish this off here. But the way I know that they did content-based censorship is the guy on his own body cam says, yeah, I mean, he's just yelling at people about how the world is flat. And so when we're over here telling everyone the world's flat, we just, I think I might give them a disorderly conduct also. And then they write in their actual report that I'm anti-government, said there's Nazis in the government and political speech and flat earthers. They're describing what I'm talking about, dude. The government doesn't get to censor you because of what you talk about, bro. And that's what they did. And they did that to me around the whole United States, bro. Because when I talked about COVID, no one ever bothered me. But when I started, and actually crowds would get around me and clap because they just enforce it based on the mob. But that is not what the law says. The law says that what the people think is irrelevant to that guy's free speech, right? Unless you're inciting violence. So that's the problem. We have 105 IQ cops running around just enforcing based on the mob, enforcing based on their personal bias. And it's the principle of that. If we do not step up right now and stop it, then in 10 years, there will be free speech areas everywhere in America, and they will have content-based censorship everywhere in America, and they've already done it to us online, which is the Modern Public Forum. The Modern Public Square has been completely censored. That's the only reason I went out on tour. And if we cannot even talk in public places, we will become a slave state. So that's the point.
The smart thing would be to,
the Bible already says that it will be handed over to not the United Nations, but it'll be handed over to the beast, what I think is the United Nations. So you're doing all these things, but you could be doing a greater service with law, with actual law.
I literally am. I wrote a motion to dismiss for facial invalidity. I'm challenging 3 different laws. I'm filing 2 different civil suits. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going on just for free speech.
Well, that's good shit.
Yeah.
I thought the Bible said the meek. I thought the Bible said the meek will inherit the earth.
That's one of the verses, yeah.
I just think you could have did
beast or the meek.
Mean weak, right?
Just doing what you're doing, but like just abiding by the law. I mean, if you're gonna go somewhere, just plan to go there. Hold on, plan to go there, and if you have to get a permit, just get a permit, man. That's all.
What if the point is that
you're not getting
the law is unconstitutional.
You don't even get what he's saying.
I gotta go eat though.
You're not getting the whole point. The whole point is
later with it.
Later, I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, dude.
If we keep complying like you're saying, B-Ball, that's how we got here.
Got where? What do you mean got here?
Where we need a permit to do everything. Where we need permission.
Relax.
Yeah, where we need. If you'll just listen, I'm just talking. I'm driving. I'm on whatever. All right. This is how my microphone works. If you need a permit to do everything, name one thing you don't need a license. So what? Well, some people don't like that. Some people don't want to live like that.
You want to do a demonstration in a park? You got to go get a permit. I mean, what's wrong with that?
I want to be able to walk to a national park and have freedom of speech. Yeah, without having to have a permit. Yeah, that's what I desire for me and my kids. That's why my grandfather went to war.
You want to section off a portion of the park to do what you want to do. That way, no one else.
No, I don't want to section off anything. I don't want to section off anything. That's the whole
You get a
point.
permit. What's wrong with getting an apartment to do
Nothing in
something?
your world. Nothing wrong with
Oh my
that. Go
goodness.
for it, dude. Hey, go for it. Good for you. That's not
If
what
I
I
want to have
want.
a party, if I want to go to a public park and have a party, and they ask me I need a permit, I'm going to go and do that. What's wrong with that?
Hey,
there's a
except
difference
then
between
somebody tries to trash. Somebody
there's a difference between party and free speech, and that's
Right.
the whole point. That's the whole point of what we were fucking
You
discussing.
can
That's the whole point.
I think
Listen, I don't care.
had
Why
he
do you keep
gone,
interrupting? What's wrong with you? Are you
had he
schizo? What
gone,
the fuck is wrong
no,
with you?
nobody's
Schizo?
schizo, man. Relax.
We
Relax.
heard you. How had he gone and just got a permit? We heard you the first time. We're not idiotic. We hear you. That's what we're not. That's what we're fighting against. That's why Witsit is doing this for you and your kids, so they don't have to have a permit to open their mouth about their beliefs. You got to
What's
have a
wrong with
permit to
doing
get
it
married. No
along with
problem with if that's what you want. I have no problem with that. Good for you, man.
If I
I will not go on your channel and sit there and argue against your beliefs. I promise you I won't. Go for it. Go do it. If you want a permit to have a channel, then you start to appeal to the government to have people should be permitted to come on here and talk, because that's where you're headed.
Rakia, it's already there. I'm going to tell you what I just did yesterday. I'm just going to give everybody a heads up. There's this crypto coin called Internet Computer. And because I can't stop what's going on, I'm learning all about these deep Web 3.0 application software that's right now you can have access to. So there's this thing called Internet Computer. Well, they authenticate your user by giving you an authentication number and then entering your own portal and creating your own neurons. So, which is basically your IP address code kind of shit, but it's your address for crypto, whatever, right? But it's essentially you as an operator, your internet ID, because it's literally called internet identity. So ICP is already there. It's already there, part of 3.10, and this is basically what they're doing. And I figured out finally is that all of this software that they're creating, they need to put all of this software on everybody's device, and they do so by putting it in coins. So when you own coins, you own part of their system.
Yeah.
So that's how they're doing it. That's how they're doing it. I never.
They did a lot of it with free. They gave away free software. Sorry about that. I cut you off. But they gave away free software, and they got all your information through there. That was a while back.
Well, that's one. That's signing the applications like your phone through the app devices that you use now. But this is even greater of a file, because this is your blockchain print.
Right, and what I'm saying.
They've already had your blockchain. They've already have your material, but they don't have it in one block. And that's what they want to do. Is the new system, the new identity system, is having all of that transferred into one block. And everything that you do is operated in that square, and you never leave that square.
Right.
And on the whole internet grid, you are that one node. So they have now spread out all of these coins and all of these devices and all these softwares, and have now implemented all the nodes everywhere. So Skynet is real. I was going to mention that the other day. I don't know if you guys know the company Skynet, but it's in the movie Terminator. You heard of it? So apparently it's a real company, and ideally this is the fundamental. This is how they got Skynet off the ground. Same way.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, basically, like, what I've heard around is that this internet computer, all of these virtual machines that they have, in the future, if there's like enough, if there's enough of a cybersecurity issue, all of the rest of the internet is going to go down, except for these virtual machines that are encrypted on blockchain. And all of these
Web
virtual
3.0.
machines, yeah, all
that's
of these
that's how they get with
motherfucker, let me fucking speak, for fuck's sakes, every time. Basically, when you get onto these like virtual machines that are encrypted on the blockchain, all of them are basically, you're going to need an ID to access them. You're going to need something. And so people are basically thinking like, it's not going to be secure enough to have a password, because AI has gotten to the point where it can basically guess the rest of your password just off of how you fucking like type the first 4 letters or some shit. So like in the future, they said that they're going to have what they said is either like a physical computer that's always on you, a chip essentially, or some sort of biometric data, or both. And if you don't have either, you're not going to be able to fucking basically access the internet. And then basically they're talking about how everything is going to be based on the internet. Like when you go to the store, you're not going to have physical money. You're going to have to use internet money. And you're not going to be able to use that internet money without the fucking chip or the biometric ID. So it's like, I think it's kind of already going directly in that way. And there's no way, I don't think any human can stop this. I don't think we can stop it. All we can do is basically either side with it or side against it. There's no, you know what I mean? But you're right with the whole Web 3.0. It's basically there. Like they had it all. It's ready. And Bitcoin, just remember this, Bitcoin is going to be used to pay robots and algorithms and fucking self-driving cars and shit. It's not made for human beings. And it is going to go up in value because of that fucking fact.
Well, it's definitely online dependent, right? And this is the only way their system works. I don't think they'll have a chance to get rid of cash for a very long time. What will happen will be a slow integration, just like they assimilate every culture, every religion, every belief system.
Dude,
like
they can get rid of cash easily.
No, they won't. They won't.
Yes.
I'll tell you why they won't. No, they won't. Listen, they won't.
You tell me why they won't, and then I'll tell you why you will. Go.
Because there's too many gangs and mafia involved that would just go right after all the people that did it to them. So that's number one. Why they'll never get rid of cash. Number two, they can't do their illegal activity if everything's on the blockchain. It will be a slow integration, and what they've decided to do is a population cull. Through the slow integration, through mandatory vaccinations and pandemic after pandemic and crisis after crisis. So it'll be a 10-year crisis after crisis, stock market collapse, housing collapse, food shortage collapse for the next 8 years. And then they'll reward people because there will be no jobs. So what they'll do is you want to work? Okay, well, we're going to pay you to work out. We're going to get healthy. We're going to pay you to eat these food groups. We're going to pay. That's exactly what they have all lined out. It's all right there. It's all about digital tyranny and a reward system based on what they deem your carbon use should be. So if you're a heavy carbon user, then they're going to reduce your carbon use, and that's how they do it. And you're going to get paid through fucking bodily exercise and shit. So there's no other income other way. If they want machines to do everything, what job do you have? Well, you have physical exercise and health to take care of. That's your primary thing. If they do that and reward you with money, it's good for you, but then you can't buy what you want, and you're stuck to a regime that is not natural. It's not human, right? We don't follow that human trait. That's not a human quality of us to be on a digital routine. I mean, some of us can do it for a period of time, but then we need a break from it. It's a natural thing, and that's the world we're headed towards, is an unnatural world. That's why there's all this mental illness, which is the other occupation. So if you want a secure job, look at getting into mental health or some sort of family social services, because it's only going to increase. Because the more you fuck with the food, the more you fuck with the jobs, the more you fuck with media online, gender shit, all that stuff, it's mental illness after mental illness. So it's there. They'll get their way, but it'll all collapse in the end because it's too online heavy, and you'll never get rid of cash.
Yeah, okay. So this is why I'll disagree with you. First off, you said the first reason they won't get rid of cash is because of mafias and shit, but the world's largest mafia, who basically heads up every other fucking crime on earth in a big way and rules all our governments, will benefit massively from a digital dollar. Second, with the whole on the blockchain, you do realize that these rich bankers and shit are going to have a private blockchain, and we're all going to be on the public one. They're not going to be on the fucking public blockchain. I mean, you really think that they're going to do that? No, they're going to have their own private blockchain where they do their own fucking bullshit on the side. And then, like I said, it's very easy for them to get rid of cash. They basically could just inflate the cash completely away and make it worthless, and then basically just release a new stable coin. Look at the name, stable coin. They're throwing it in your face. Oh, look.
Well, they did say they did propose.
Hold on, I want to respond to this, guys. I'm next.
Motherfucker.
I know. Hold on, guys. Let Noah finish. Go ahead, Noah.
I'm sorry. It's just it's like, if you did it once, it would be something, but it's been every time I've spoken. So
Jeremy interrupted you, right? So chill out, bud.
It's tough. Go ahead. It was me and somebody else. Go ahead, Noah. Finish it up.
Yeah, fuck, I don't even remember. It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah. So the mafia and the criminals were the first ones using the digital currency. That's why Bitcoin, ever heard of the Silk Road? They love digital currency.
Yeah, of course they do. And there's also the cash side of it as well. Again, like I said, it's a slow integration. You're not going to get rid of cash right away. Altogether, it works wonderfully. The issue that has been brought up with them converting in their plan for that issue has how to get people converted was to devalue the American dollar or incentivize the convergence or the conversion of the money by claiming that if you were poor, this is what came right out of the this is like rated IMF shit. They were claiming that when poor people would get 2.5 times their money in digital currency. So in other words, come in, hand over all your cash, and we'll give you 2.5 times digital currency. This is how they're going to get the poor. And then the rich or middle class, if you're rich, they're going to give you, they're going to devalue the dollar, and you're going to have to bring it in, but they're not going to give you, they're going to give you like 75% of your money. Because how are they going to pay the poor, right? So they're going to take from the rich this way. This is what they said. They're going to take from the rich and then give to the poor with it through digital currency. And that's how
communism.
they convert. That's what they're saying they're going to do by 2025, 2027, in between that time frame.
Communism. That's
Well,
literally
there you go.
communism.
I'm saying
that's
they
what my
can't.
grandparents had
I'm
to fucking
saying,
escape with their life from. That's
yeah, I'm
literal
saying
communism.
that's what they want, but I'm saying it won't happen because the cash world is what runs small businesses, is what runs the smaller communities, the individual communities, and I don't think there's enough people competent to understand you literally need to be a computer guru to use this blockchain shit, or at least have some pretty good understanding of finances and money, because I don't. Most people aren't doing it, dude. They're playing Candy Crush for fuck's sakes.
Dude. Yeah, I agree with you on that point that most people don't get it, but that's the thing is by the time it comes out to the masses and they have their stable coin, their USDC Circle stable coin, it's going to be seamless for the masses. It's going to be like something like, oh, just use your phone and tap to pay. It's going to be so seamless when they release it to the masses, a fucking retard will be able to use it. And all they all have to do at that point is just say, stable coin. You know, it's stable because it's stable, unlike the paper dollars that keep inflating. And the massive retards are all going to move over in a very short period of time. And what are you going to do? You're not going to be able to go to the store and buy shit because the massive retards are all going to be on the fucking digital dollar. And with the whole small businesses, we've seen the federal government basically declare that they're going to crush all small businesses over this entire pandemic shit. I mean, they shut down all small businesses and then say fucking Costco and Walmart can stay open. It's fucking. You really think they care about the small business? You're sadly mistaken if you think the fucking federal government gives a fuck about anyone.
Yeah, I mean, their plan was to shut down small business. They don't want small businesses. They want Walmarts and Home Depot selling other cheap shit made in China. That way they can control the prices and all that. They don't give a fuck about small businesses.
Yeah, but we're basically going towards digital communism. What you just described.
That's why the government. My bad. No, go ahead.
Do you guys know what the SOFR is and the LIDAR is?
Data.
Do you know what the SOFR is?
I know what the LIDAR is. Isn't that? Aren't they going to put that on blockchain? Isn't that all the?
So we have a financial system called the SOFR system. I think I might have this backwards, but I think it's a SOFR system, basically, which is on the idea that we live off of credit, so to speak, where we go and get credit, we're supposed to pay it back, but we're switching to a LIDAR system. I think I might have it backwards. I have to go back and read my notes. Where the other system is based on a repo, so they're going to repossess debt, and it's an interesting system they have, man, and that's how they're going to. That's their plan, is to take the wealth from the land, the housing, and all that stuff, and cancel all the debt. And yeah, I'm telling you, they're seriously talking about doing this. I think the system's switching in now, but the activation will be like by 2025. And that's when the electrical, like the big push for electrical cars will happen. You'll see like kind of because I think we have to go through this temporary bear market for 2 years, right? Starts 2022, the end of this year, and go into 2025, and then we'll do the boom again. I think anyway, for minerals and shit, and that war will still be happening. But I think we'll see these food rations, and we'll see a shortening of food, and there'll be a slow change of the system to where the things that aren't important to you now that you don't notice, when it actually starts to take effect, you'll start to notice by 2025. I think that's what it sees. That's what it seems like to me, anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you. At the end of this year, they're going to have a big distraction, and then they're going to have the markets plummet. And they're going to be like, "Whoa, the market's plummeted because of this distraction."
Well, they're
When
plummeting
literally
right
the
now,
whole
right?
entire market,
They're
dude,
plummeting right
you
now.
do realize that the majority of the market, the stock market, is controlled by a fucking one robot called Aladdin. There's literally one robot, one algorithm that controls majority of the stock market. Isn't that fucking crazy? That the
Well,
majority
I
of the
always know.
fucking stock market is under the control of one algorithm. So
I
when they
always
say like,
knew
"Oh,
that
the
they
market's
ran
going
systems
down because of
massive.
this," the only reason it's going down is because Aladdin decided to make it go down, not because, or whoever fucking controls Aladdin decided to make it down. Did not go down because of Russia and you like. They planned this shit so far in advance. It's so obvious, dude. I have people who just like you have called that there was like when the shit's gonna happen, what's gonna happen. And I'm like, nah, that's not gonna happen. And then it literally happened. I'm like, wait a minute. It's yeah. So I think you're on the right track, definitely.
Well, everybody's got to tell a good story, right? Everybody likes a good story. It's like Alex Jones produced a whole bunch of Alex Joneses. Isn't that funny? What society does?
Yeah, I was gonna say like with the whole repossession of property and stuff. Like basically, if you go back into the law and shit, you can basically see how FDR made everyone in America an enemy of DC or something. And basically, that was the reason they could go and repossess all the gold and switch us over to the fiat currencies because basically, the fuckers in Congress ruled that all property is actually owned by the state. None of it is actually owned by you. And the reason you get to even have the privilege of having it is because they allow you to or something like that. And it was like a big deal. And like when FDR was around, he basically passed some laws that basically there was like a Trading with the Enemies Act. And he basically passed an amendment to the law to make it so that every citizen of America is also considered an enemy of America. And so that Trading with the Enemies Act can be applied to you and me. And so basically in their legal system, they can come literally with a fucking full team of fucking SWAT team and just shoot you down and take all your shit and there's nothing wrong with it. And yeah, you're basically their bitch slave that has to do what they say. And they're just going to move you over to this digital way where it's even worse.
So you realize that the system that was devised was obviously met with logical reason and rational rational understanding and logical reasoning when it came to a human being and the liberty and happiness and rights that we inherently get from a creator, right? That fundamental ideology right there in itself needed to be upheld, right? Because it's true for every individual, black, white, Chinese, doesn't matter, right? How do you subvert that, right? How do you subvert that one virtue? Because that is the difference between living in a free world and in a totalitarian regime, right? Or completely. I'm just saying that first group of people that got together and said, "Listen, fundamentally, every human being is equal under the eyes of God when it comes to liberty, happiness, and so forth," right? That in itself, that ideology comes from God, because you know what God says? God says, where you find liberty, you find God. Right? So we need to bring back that God so we can find our liberty again. And that's the fundamental thing that we need to teach our children, is that God exists. You come from God, you come from creation, and he gave us these liberties. The right to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. Right? The right to life. We don't teach that to kids anymore. We don't teach that to the simplest person that anymore. It's like, go get some land, go raise some chickens. What about God?
Basically, from what I see, 'cause I just see a lot of shit where it's just like they like promote whoever, like all these fucking normie fucking idiots who don't actually produce anything economic. Like, oh my god, look, this guy's a comedian. He's a millionaire. Now you should just follow him and do what he says.
Well, how would you change a population? Because I don't go on TikTok. I've never used TikTok actually, but I've seen TikTok videos. I see them still. Can't get away from them sometimes. That shows the representation of society, basically, and especially American, right? If you look at some of those videos, granted, it's all across the world that people do this stuff, but that's society. So if you were like, I don't know, religious, or you're an organization, and you felt like this benevolence towards people, or you wanted to help them, and how would you go about doing that? You didn't want these children to be like TikTok anymore. You didn't want to, how would you do that? Do you take away their food? Do you force vaccinate them? Do you tell them that there's no such thing as truth?
Mic check.
We hear you. We hear you.
Did everybody just go quiet? Because I was just.
Yeah, they saw you. They thought you were about to talk, so they all stopped talking. What's up?
I was. I think Data was talking, and then all of a sudden just stopped talking.
His batteries must have wore out. He's part of Skynet.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve.
Hey, what? How you doing?
Your dick's hanging out.
Who's that, Micey? What are you doing, Micey?
I just saw you in here. I'd seen you in months, and I only came in here to tell you that.
How you doing, man?
I've been all right. How about you?
Right, good. Doing this. Bladders.
RC Micey, you think air could bend space time?
Say what?
That wasn't RC Meisty.
Yeah, it was.
Was it?
He still is.
Yeah, he's here.
What'd you say?
He said it wasn't you, and I said it was.
No, I'm sorry about what did it space time?
Oh,
How
you
you
think
sound?
that air could bend space time?
Can air bend space time? I mean, anything with mass can. So yeah.
This is a question. What's space time? Can I get an attribute for space time?
Sure. Length, width, and height.
Did you guys see that film, The Last Space-Time Bender?
Must have missed it.
All right.
Space-time is vast.
Like your mom.
Your mum could definitely bend space.
Hey, see? Was that it? You just wanted an attribute of space time?
Meisty, okay? You sound a little under the weather. You all right?
Yeah, I've had a cold the past couple of days.
No doubt.
What are the properties of space?
It's actually Jeremy. He didn't want to say it's not that he's had a cold. It's that he's been going over previous videos of being on the Warped tour, and he's just reminiscing and feeling a bit.
That was a long time ago, Crypto.
You were on the Warp Tour? The music concert?
A long, long time ago in a galaxy far away.
What band were you with?
I'm not gonna dox myself.
That's what I'm saying.
RC is actually he's actually Eddie Vedder, guys.
Yeah, I'm actually Eddie Vedder. Now, Jeremy, my band was as shitty as the rest of them. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, he was in Blink-182, just so you know.
Yeah, my name's Tom DeLong. You can't tell from the voice. Hello there. Jeremy, you sound like...
I'm putting $10 on Guttermouth.
What do I sound like?
Tom DeLong, Jeremy. Say there. Hello there.
Hello there.
There you go. The angel from my nightmares. Yeah, keep going.
I don't know. I'm not doing this.
So RC, you're a musician. You were actually playing music, or you were like on the crew for a band or something?
It's a long way of calling me a musician, but yes, I can play an instrument, and yes, I played in a band a long, long time ago.
Was it the triangle or the tambourine?
It was indeed the tambourine. Yeah, there were enough drunken nights that I did have a tambourine. Yes,
More cowbell.
I probably carried around a cowbell once, twice too. Yep.
So did Epitaph sign you for 3 months or whatever?
I don't know if it was Epitaph back then. See, it's 2000. It was the 2004 and 2005 ones. I can't remember which one. I don't think it was Epitaph then.
They were like the only record label that signed anyone.
Yeah,
on the
exactly. To sign any shitty band that could
Yeah.
write a
But they can't sing.
pop
We'll give you a
punk
2-year deal.
screamo shit song. Yeah. No, I think it was Drive Through. It was the sub, if I remember correctly, it was the sub label of Drive Through.
Okay.
You remember Drive Through?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Uh,
But I can't for the life of me remember what the sub label of Drive Through was.
that good, eh?
It was that good. It is amazing. So many bands with so little talent can sell so many tickets.
Yeah.
It's all about promotion or promoting.
Yeah, you combine them all, they all bring at least some friends and family.
Exactly, right? Me and some of the guys who I used to play with, it's going to be 20 years this year since we got together, and we're going to go to that reunite thing in Vegas in October. It'll be fun.
Well, why not compare tours? Why don't you combine tours and just reunite on the moon?
Because when you suck 20 years ago, you suck more 20 years later.
Didn't work out that way for the Beatles.
Well, they had a little bit of talent. We could simply operate our instruments. We'll put it that way. That's what she said.
Well, that's one better than Avril Lavigne, I guess.
I mean, she made more money at least.
Oh yeah, true.
Loss in money.
Apparently, she's fucking horrendous live. Like, not even just bad. She's like, it's like if you go to a karaoke night with someone who really has no idea about singing, but thinks they're amazing.
Yep.
They reach for those notes even more. And it's like, oh man.
Yep. I mean, if I will say I had any talent whatsoever, it was in identifying how bad I was and knowing that consciously.
Fair enough.
But I can't say I didn't have fun. That was the one thing that was different. I did have a lot of fun.
Hard not to though when you're in front of fans. It's nice. It's a really good experience. If anyone in here has never played music or sort of done anything in front of people, I would advise you to do it at least once in your life.
Does a Guitar Hero count?
No.
No, Dyslo, you have to write your own shitty emo song and perform it in front of a couple thousand people who paid $40 to forget your name.
I performed in front of people.
Yeah, it's fun, man.
Yeah, it is pretty fun.
Pornhub doesn't count, Don.
That's funny.
Did you ever manage to play it? Did you ever get QE to play at your birthday party?
How much did I offer him that time? I was willing to put down.
$500?
Yeah, I was willing to put down $500 and pay his expenses to travel, and the dumb bastard.
No, you said $500 and pay his expenses.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. I'd pay his expenses plus $500, and he still wouldn't do it.
I'd have fucking done that all day long.
Especially, it's only. I think he only lives maybe like 4 hours from me.
Really?
It's not that far.
Yeah, he would have written a song just for you called Dumpty Dipshit, and then he'd just.
Oh man, anything to have him play at my birthday, because I would have made him put on a little birthday hat, filmed it, streamed it on YouTube. I'd have been a what do you call that, Simon Dan level in 2 days to watch QE do that.
What's QE's music? He does music. He plays music.
No, not at all. I don't think so. I just wanted to make. I was willing to drop $1,000 just to make him play for a birthday party that I threw.
Hell, I'd have thrown in $100 just for the lols.
Because then when he would have started screaming at me, I said, "Q, remember, you played at my birthday party for me. You sang me happy birthday. So shut the hell up."
Oh man, that's tough.
That actually trumps everything else.
Exactly. he can't yell at me. He can't do anything else. If he sings me happy birthday,
It's actually why he turned it down, isn't it? It's not worth the money to him.
exactly. I think he said, "Give me $5,000 and I'll do it." And I almost considered it for a second.
Anyway, sorry, we've completely, utterly derailed the whole conversation. Apologies, everyone.
RC, I want to ask you a question about I heard there's a device in airplanes, right, that have to undergo like a strong electromagnetic, pulse on them before they can send them up in high altitude because of electricity, I guess, if you will, high altitude, so it doesn't interfere with it. I was told it before what it is, but I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about?
Sorry. Say that again. A device what?
It has to like be tested down here. I'm thinking like electrical engineers have to test it under a magnetic field so it doesn't get affected or messed with at high altitudes.
You might be thinking of the magnometer. So magnometers are essentially the same. Like you call it a digital compass. It's actually just a more powerful, more accurate version of what's in your phone. So modern iPhones have magnometers in them too, and they can, if you subject them to a lot of radiation, they can become uncalibrated sometimes. I've never been involved with magnometers that are that specific.
Okay, yeah, that's what. Yep, I appreciate that.
But I mean, they might have them in some of the things that I fly on, like G1000s. But I never go up to like anything past like 18,000 feet. So, I mean, it's not really that big of an issue.
18,000 feet. I mean, you can get a lot of voltage up there.
I mean, nothing that's gonna like mean anything for the magnometers that are in the G1000s.
Well, you know who Herman Paulson is?
No.
He's an electrical engineer from the 1920s. Was harnessing, they call it atmosphere or electricity. He got about 2 million volts at roughly 600 feet. So, yeah.
2 million.
Well, to be precise, 2,600,000.
You gotta say million with more ease. Million.
Yeah.
I thought the rule was that you had to say million like Dr. Evil.
Yeah, with the ease. That's how he says it.
That was it. Fair enough. 2 million volts.
Don, my thing has always been, since like doing physics and doing a lot of high school physics, the stuff that I will not touch because I'm just not that great with it is physics C. So AP Physics C, which is electromagnetism. I don't have enough training and background in it to do anything but teach like AP level physics with it.
Yeah, that's all right. Some people desire to go one route or another route.
Yeah, I did a lot more kinematic stuff.
Yeah, I'm into that electrical stuff, so I went that route.
To change the subject slightly, has anyone seen the new Doctor Strange film?
No, but I heard about it. I heard some interesting stuff.
Yeah, there's you know how they often put like these little like clues in movies and stuff that people are always like quote unquote truth is always like, see? In one of the Doctor Strange multiverses, the without going too in depth into it, one of the controlling councils of one of the universes is literally the Illuminati. Like,
Oh
they
yeah, I've
just
seen
say
that
it.
part. Didn't he have like an
Yeah.
eye on his forehead?
One of them had a fork on his forehead. Oh, there is a point where he's got an eye on his forehead, but that's a different part of the film.
Oh, okay.
So I don't want to for anyone who's going to go and see it, I don't want to ruin it. But I just found it interesting that they're like, oh yeah, there's the Illuminati. Yeah, cool. Why would they have that in a movie? It just seems weird.
That's like representing your clique. Like, gangs will throw up gang signs. That's their little, it's them throwing up their gang sign right there.
Yeah, it's like the way you could interpret it is like they say it so the audience is meant to think it's a joke, but actually it's not a joke. Like it's the kind of the double bluff. Is that what you mean?
No, that's just them representing. Like, how gangs will throw up like a gang sign, or Pepsi's got their, Coke and Pepsi, and all these places have their symbols. They're just putting their symbol out there.
Oh yeah. No, I know that's what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like, obviously they've said it not because they think the audience is going to take it seriously, right? But so that other people who are in the know would take it seriously. Is that what you're saying? Because if they're just telling everyone, right, then it's too broad, isn't it? It's too obvious.
They have some weird thing. These elite motherfuckers got some weird thing where they like need to tell people about them and what they're doing, like on the low. Like they won't come out and straight up tell you shit, but they'll tell you like in this kind of like subliminal way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. So it's like you got the whole Jupiter's delight thing is like they're telling you the truth, but cloaking it as if it's a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Yo, don't everyone go disappearing on us this weekend. It's like tumbleweeds out this bitch on the weekend, man. Where do you guys all go? You guys are huge nerds. I know you're not out partying at the bars, doing cocaine off strippers' tits and shit. Like, what are you guys doing?
You know, I
I'm
earn my
here.
living in bars and pubs, right? Like partying is my income, so I'm literally doing that. Maybe not the coke off hookers tits, but you know, we can all improve.
Get better, crypto. Get better.
Yeah, I'll bring some along with me. Do you know any good ones?
Wow, it's so quiet in here. Did we win?
What's up? We won. It's
We
over.
won. If
We can all go home now.
we can all just leave or just stay here and talk about the flat Earth.
I don't know if you noticed, Stacey, just before you came in, Zanuck renounced the globe, and that just left all the other globes in stunned silence.
Really? I missed that little part. Well, to
It
be
definitely
honest,
did not happen.
unless that was kind of earlier when he had to admit with Jeremy's stuff too. And I'm surprised that they even went to that extreme. I really am. But it was good.
I bodied him earlier.
I know.
I bodied him. I caught him. He'll never admit it. Tomorrow he'll act like he don't know what I'm
It
talking
never
about.
happened. And he'll parrot somebody else and then he'll blame me
Yeah.
for parroting. Ha ha. It was like right back in his face, Carmen today. No offense, Zanuck. Love you because I love people. I have no hate. But you just did exactly what you do to us. And then you turned around and admitted the truth at least. Had some honesty. Good for you, though.
I mean, I've been trying to tell these Globers about this convergence and divergence thing forever now, and they are constantly arguing with me. It's the fisheye lens. It's the fisheye lens. And it's like, no, that would happen regardless of whether you look at it through a fisheye lens or not or whatever. It has to. Especially on their model, it has to.
Jim, I swear that before I came back, like seriously, last time I was on these servers when I was in England, and right when I came back, you were still talking about this stuff. That's how long ago? That was last year, end of last year for me. Come
It's like
on.
pulling teeth. They call me the dentist.
And then now they're like finally taking it on board, and maybe something's happened. I don't know.
It's taking your listen. I've only gotten Zanuck to concede so far.
Right.
Maybe a couple other people. Most of them will still deny it and tell me it's the fisheye lens. The thing I did with Zanuck today, I'll have to do with 100 more Globers in the future because they just don't get it. You know.
I don't know. It's an ongoing battle that I think will always exist because no matter what, they don't want to let go of that paradigm. They don't want to go of that illusion that that's real. All the shit that they've been told is real. They don't want to let it go. It is what it is.
Well, that whole thing with Zanuck has a deeper meaning than just me showing Zanuck how his model works. I'm trying to show him that, we see this thing happen in the sky, and we know it's not really happening. So
Right.
why should I believe anything that we see in the sky? Because that might not really be happening.
Exactly.
You know, and that's why they fought it so hard. For so like dumb shit, and it ends there. Like when I say shit, like there's an overarching point to it, but you got to agree, have them agree to like, the basic things first.
Mhm. Most of the shit that we read on in their model was literally looking at the sky and making assumptions.
Yeah, that might not be true because just like in this case, we see something happen that's not happening.
Yep. So then you kind of have to throw all that out the window now. And where's the facts based on facts? And there isn't many facts that they have, though, on any of it, to be honest. That's why you guys will keep doing it. No matter what, I won't debate it. Like, I'm not going to argue with somebody. I'm just like, come on, stop. I'm over the raising of my energy level to that. No. If I can't have a
Oh
conversation
my God,
like today, then fuck it,
I tell myself every day I'm not going to debate these guys. I'm not going to debate these guys, and I'm like, I just keep getting sucked in.
You know what I had to do? Walk away from it altogether for a good while, hon, so I can have that peace of mind knowing what I want and don't want. And if I see it happening within myself, I've been away for so long that I can go, okay, I'm out, and I just step away.
That's very good advice. I do the same exact thing on the other side. Yeah, very good advice.
Exactly. Self-preservation is key to anyone, you know?
Yeah, I do that. I don't believe what you believe, but I come in and
Right.
what I did was I actually created an account, and then I got really angry at people, and then I realized what is happening, and then I quit and I canceled my account. I get off Discord, and then about a year later, I came back in. Oh, I think I'll try it again. But the trouble is, I was either looking at not 24/7 those guys, but on Jam
God, yeah.
Pandas, and I went in there.
Oh God, no.
Right, and I just went, oh no. So I went out again. This happened twice. The third time, I realized, okay, right. Then I discovered this place. Then I discovered Geo's place, and I came in, and I'm like, oh, all right, this is better. Someone, I don't know who suggests I come in here, and this is what it's meant to be. Yeah, you can get a bit heated, but no one is allowed to roughshod over anyone. No one's allowed to just start pouring the insults on, which is what Gem allows.
Oh, I
So
know.
I
I
think we
went
can
through a
discuss.
battle on my end. I know over there.
Yeah,
Very well.
we can discuss flat globe. We can do all that. In the science field, people have debates about the evidence and about this and that all the time. It's going on constantly. So we
Holy
can
hell, a huge anus. Sorry.
I mean, we may not agree on a lot of things and have
Right.
different opinions, but we're still human beings, and I should be able to sit down and have dinner with people and hang out, and you're not a bad person. If you guys can't do that, then that's just behavior. That's nothing to do
That's up
with
to you, yeah.
subjects. Yeah.
Right, up to you. It's nothing to do with what they believe or what someone else believes. That's you. I
Yeah.
totally agree. I've met I've met more flat earthers than most people have, and every occasion, if you go online, you can sort of dehumanize people, and you can end up doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you meet people in person and talk with them like it as human beings, that's
Different.
much better. It's much
Yes.
very, very different. Yeah, very different.
Agreed. But also be careful because I've met some people in real life and they're not who they are online. Just saying. Be careful.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And that's why people are so high strung because it's the internet. They can be whatever they want behind a
Yeah.
screen or whatever on a
Yeah.
keyboard, and behaviors are ridiculous. You
Yeah,
know?
you can call yourself what you want. You can give yourself a name, and and you can adopt a persona and just get all. But what's that really doing? What does that do? What does it do for you? What does it do for the points that you're trying to make and the whatever it is? If you have a cause, what does that do for the cause, really? I like people like I tell you who I like. I like Jeremy, and I tell you who else. I like Kosho, and I like there's a few others in here. Geo. I came in yesterday. Tell you what, I came in yesterday. I came in kind of hot, and I got a bit argumentative. And Geo was like, he got cross with me, and I said, "Come on, Geo, you're better than this. Come on, man." And he was like, and he blocked me. And I was like, "Ding, okay, you can't come in. You're not. You have to ask permission." Like I was just coming in for the first time. I went, "Oh, he blocked me." All right, and I left it a little bit, and then I saw a message, and it's from Geo. He says, "Hey man, yeah, I blocked you, but then I'll give you another chance. Sorry, I blocked you. Let's come back in and chat again." So I went back in
Right.
and picked it up again. Sorry, I came in hot, and that's how it's meant to be.
Yeah, exactly,
I
honey.
don't
As long as people are accountable for their actions in life and you hold your hand up and say, look, I was not right in that moment. Or even if it's, a second chance, because not everybody means to harm someone and their
Yeah.
intentions. And we're human beings, damn it.
Yeah, I found it like Jeremy's the same way as well. He can come in and he can get, oh, this is dumb. Yeah, why do you? But then he's, he can say, oh, okay, and he doesn't really take it to the next level of being really bitter and hateful.
No,
And,
Jeremy's cool. Every person you mentioned, I know pretty well. And
yeah.
Rakia and all them, I've been around them where they've stood up for me and had my back. And
And
Jeremy's good.
people are cooling out as well. I don't know if it's because they're in here, but Austin Whitsitt, Austin's cool when he comes in here. And I've heard Austin for quite some time, for many years, and sometimes he can get a bit much, but in here he's really cool. And I'm like, hey, Austin, we can chat like people. So yeah, it was cool.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I'm
Austin's
very
like myself.
excitable.
We talk really
Jeremy
fast,
is.
don't we, Jeremy? We go crazy. We don't mean to. It's just who we are. We don't. We can talk really fast, and we're like. Da, 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 da.
It's an outlet, though. It does give you an outlet. Yeah, if you've got frustration, it's pretty high. This does give you something to say, come on, yeah, and you can really, But then if you know that the people aren't taking you, not seriously, but people aren't taking it personally. People can come back and calm down and debate again and be calm. That's cool if you can do that.
You can tell when
when I
Jeremy's
was
had a
hanging
bad
out,
day, right, Jeremy? You've come in pretty hot quite a few times. You're
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry.
yo, when I was hanging out at other servers, I'm not gonna name no names, but I was screaming at people, calling names and shit. And I feel like we're products of our environment. You put me in a place that's hostile like that, I'm gonna get hostile and toxic and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Gems is. I actually just I left. I hit end, exit, and left the channel on that one because I was going in and looking to see who was there, and it was like. But it was both. It was both sides being really, really mean. And they tell you what did it for me. Nathan Thompson came in, and they just like to use him as a punch bag, right? So Nathan came in and he was saying some stuff. He was trolling a little bit. You know how Nathan can do, right? And so they're like, Nathan Thompson, yeah, still in with your dog, da 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 da, and they just went on and on and on and really tried to put him down. And I just thought, hold on. I may not agree with Nathan. I've met Nathan Thompson, but I may not agree with him. But there's no reason to treat him like a subhuman, and you know what I mean, and just belittle him everything you say is just a put down. That's no way to do it. And I realized what they were doing, and I actually stuck up for him. And I said, come on, that's not necessary. Just let's debate the topic. And they were like, so I engaged Nathan. I said, hey, you remember we met? I met you in 2017, and he didn't remember. It was a while ago, fair enough. And we started talking. I said, what are you doing now? And he told me what he was doing, where he was working, and all that. And as soon as we were done with that, I said, okay, all right, good. Well, that's great. As soon as we were done talking like two human beings, they went right back to it. They went right back. Hey, Nathan, you found the dome yet? Moron. That type of thing. I went, ah. I went, okay, no, they're
Yeah.
just in it. They're just in it for the put downs and for the, no, and I left.
Absolutely. I mean, I had my own things with Nathan that I didn't agree with, and I had my back and forth with him. And, we're all human beings at the end of the day, and we may not make right choices in our life or whatever. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be somehow forgiven, or that person's the same person as they were 6 months to a year ago.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say anything bad about him, now. I just know that some of the things since the last time I spoke with him and we had that out where I called him, out for some of the things that he was saying that was just wrong. It doesn't mean that he's not, different now. So yeah, I hope that he is doing well, and we can all have a conversation. I mean, you got to have forgiveness in people, and we all have our moments in life where we're just on our best self, period.
Yep. Yeah. And I've learned, and I realize, if I can learn, and I can learn to get a handle on this, and I can learn to do that, because there's some people I annoyed in Gems. Because they ragged on me as well. And I went, gosh, you'll just pick any target, because that's what they're after. They're just after someone to rag on, someone to pile on, and they were piling on me, and I was like, dude, I'm not a flat earther. You treating me like an enemy. And it was over global warming or something, and it was really bizarre because I said I don't buy the global warming thing. I don't buy the climate. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying the climate change thing. I mean, look around. They said the oceans were going to be 10 feet higher. Are they? No, they're not. So come on, that's what the model said, right? That's what you. And they were like, dude, you're a danger to humanity, and you're not taking it seriously. And I went, I said, hey, dudes. I told them that, hey, dudes, I've got an electric mower, electric strimmer, electric chainsaw, electric edger, and I've ordered an electric car, and it's coming hopefully the end of the year. But I'm not buying your climate change. I'm just against pollution. And they still told me I was a danger to humanity. Literally told me I was a danger. But even though I had electric everything and I was getting an electric car, because I didn't buy the story of climate change, they still treated me like like filth. It was.
Did you tell them about the electric butt plug though?
Stop it, Jeremy.
Jeremy, I left that part out because they wouldn't have gone for me.
How do you think you got the name Hugh Janus?
He needs an electric butt plug to fill his Hugh Janus impersonation.
It's so bad, you guys.
Tell you what, I had rubbish names before. This is the best name ever.
One thing I noticed about Gem's server, and the reason I left, is that you guys must have all seen the NPC, the current thing meme, right? They all support whatever the current thing is, unironically.
Yes. Yes.
And it's just like, that's why I thought, well, I'm not even going to learn anything, because I liked engaging with you Globe guys, because I feel like every time I do, I learn something. But if you're just engaging with people who will mindlessly parrot the mainstream, well, I've already heard what the mainstream say when I turn on the TV, so I'm not going to learn anything from you guys.
It's the latest, whatever the latest social justice, blah, 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 blah thing. And there's so many piling on now. It's just, it was BLM, and then it's this and it's that, and it's, ugh. I can't do that.
You guys talking about Gems?
Yeah. We're just like why we left.
Oh, dude, that place is fun. That place is fun to actually go to troll.
No.
Well, okay.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I enjoy it.
If you can see, here's the thing. I can't. I'm actually very sensitive. I don't like people. I don't like people calling me names. I don't like being called a fool or a liar. Blah, 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 blah. I don't like that at all. And if you can handle that, okay, Gems is all right. But
it's fun. Yeah, it's great. Especially when you're just like,
thin skin.
No, I don't.
This whole arena is not for people with thin skin, honestly. Like even
well, but that's what I'd like about here. Here's the thing, Jeremy. That's what I like here, because I've got a thin skin. All right, I'll admit it, but I can do it here because no one is allowed to really start, calling people a danger to the human race, which is what I got called at Gems.
But here is different though. We run it. It's more ran professionally over here. We're actually
Yes.
trying to have conversations versus like debate. Well, it's going to happen. A debate's going to happen.
How
but
is that so hard?
It's not hard when
Why is
you're
it so rare?
Jeremy, I understand the whole thin skin. Like I just said on my last show, whatever. I was like, look, because I was talking about the trolls in the world, and I get them on my YouTube show. You know what I mean? I'm like, listen, if you can handle debating flat Earth and literally be on Jim's server and the shit you can take as a female and the only female in the room, you trolls ain't shit. Like I ain't even worried about you. But that thin skin should not be even an issue or talked about really in society. They've made it that way that it's a norm to be disrespectful, have clicks in school, be bullies, popular, unpopular. And reality is human beings, we shouldn't treat each other this way. It's becoming normal though.
Yep.
That's the problem. I get it. Thick skin, thin skin, and this world is tough. If you understand that, I'm not saying to believe in the same shit that, like we just said, the flat earth stuff, but you can at least agree there's one thing wrong what we're being told in the world. Like, Hugh just said, he doesn't believe in climate change. Well, hey, look, he's one area that we are, Jeremy, that we agree on. But you don't have to be a disrespectful human being. That's just, you should understand that in this world. It's already sick enough as it is.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Look at all the shit going on in this world. It's sick. Right now, even.
Like, obviously, you're a globe guy, so you're a globe guy and you don't really believe their narrative. Like, could you maybe flesh that out a little bit? Like, is it like certain things you don't believe that humans are causing? Because obviously the climate changes, right? So, I mean, I think we all agree that the Earth has natural processes that it goes through.
Right.
Well, I mean, a good example, of course, is the seasons, but I mean more in a long-term sense. Like, so is it that you just think that the Earth is doing that on its own, or is there another sort of explanation?
Hold on. Family is watching the Chip and Dale movie, so I have to come back in my room. Yeah, it's the I don't buy a lot of it. I don't buy the Big Bang. I don't buy the evolution story. I don't buy climate change story. I don't buy the vax story. There's plenty of things. There are plenty of things that could be criticized, and the importance of being open to be criticized is, like, I think, because Musk is trying to buy Twitter, right? And one of the things he said was, the worst thing is if someone you don't like says something about you that you don't like, but they have the freedom to say that. And what people are doing now is they're telling you that you don't have the freedom to say you're not buying the climate change story. They don't have the freedom to say these things about the vax or whatever it is. You're not socially allowed to say it. And if you get to a point where people aren't allowed to, that's why I don't believe that YouTube should be putting any thing on flat Earth. Flat Earth should be allowed to flat Earth should be allowed to say whatever they want to say within the bounds of the law. That you shouldn't be stymieing their ability to say what they want to say.
The fact that YouTube is doing that is very telling, though.
It's very telling, and it's the problem. It's a leftist thing. I don't know if it's we can go with the conspiracy and all the rest of it. It's they're trying to shut down flat Earth. I get that, but I think mainly it's just a left wing thing.
Yes, 100%. I agree, and that's coming from a flat earther.
Yeah, and because look at the other stuff they're trying to squash. If you say you're an anti-vaxxer, oh my goodness, you may as well be Hitler.
Well, I was going to say the Hitler thing as well. It's like anything about World War II or about nowadays. If you reject the whole trans thing, if you're interested in like racial issues, outside of being pro BLM. They want to censor that. There's so many of these different things that they censor now. It's starting to be a struggle to find out what they don't censor.
Yeah, and moderate liberals are starting to sound conservative. It's that bad. You've got Bill Maher. You ever heard of Bill Maher?
Yeah.
He sounds like a freaking conservative now. He's liberal because they've gone so far to the left that they're disallowing people to speak in colleges. Bill Maher got barred from speaking at UCLA because he said something a year before on his show. They barred Bill Maher. Bill Maher's a liberal. He's on their side. But they've gone so far to the left that they barred him from speaking at the college. And that's when he started going, hold on a second.
Bear in mind, he's an old school liberal that's kind of
There you go.
anti-Islam.
Yeah,
And
he's old school. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the reason I don't like.
The new wave BLM lefty is completely insane as far as I'm concerned. They've come. I know. Well, that's rude. I know, but they've just gone completely off their rocker. You know, it's just no.
Well, one thing I notice about a lot of these people when they want to control speech is that they actually don't have any. When you're talking about world issues, they don't actually have any experience of the world. And I find that really interesting because I spent quite a lot of time when I was younger, kind of traveling different parts of the world because my dad was expat, so I'd kind of follow him around the world. And then people would give me their opinions of somewhere like Saudi Arabia where I'd lived and they hadn't. And I'm like, well, how have you got an opinion of this place that I've been to, and you're telling me my opinion's wrong, but I've actually lived there? Like, how can you tell me that I'm wrong when I've got the experience and you don't?
Yeah. I love the one that the journalist went to Saudi Arabia or something and did a piece on the burqa or something. I can't remember what it was, and said how liberating it was to wear a burqa. Oh gosh. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, complete clown.
Yeah. No idea. No idea. I had a friend who went to a really restrictive place. I think it was Saudi. I can't remember. It's quite some time ago, and his wife was forced to wear a burqa. And he went shopping with her, and he looked at some things on the shelves, and he turned around, and it was just a sea of burqas, and he didn't know which one. He didn't know what to do. He wasn't able to go up to a lady and say, ask her something, because a male wasn't allowed to speak to a woman in public, or rather, a woman was not allowed to be talk to a male in public. That's
I'll tell you what,
it
if you're ever in a store shopping with your wife, don't start yelling her name across the store.
Well, what he did was he just stood there until one of the burqas walked up to him, and he realized it was his wife, and she said, "Are you okay?" Oh, there you are. But he was that was their experience. It was in the house. In the house, you can talk to a woman, but out in public, you're not even allowed to address a woman. It was terrible. You said it was awful.
You get anything done? That's just stupid.
Yeah. So I mean, it's their culture, I suppose. But yeah, no, well.
Well, what I find really weird is that like there's this strange marriage between like that hyper conservative kind of way of doing things and this hyper liberal way of doing things here, where it's like they don't actually understand that they have the opposite worldview because they're defending them because they see us as the enemy, which is really weird.
Man, how are y'all doing since I left? And man, it's been a while. Everything going okay, Mary's lives? Feel like you're in a better progression, or do you feel like you're going backwards? I mean, I feel like completely in the last 8 months has been, I don't know, going internal more and trying to do work on me as a human being, and that's more important than anything. And trying to get better and better every single day. So when I look in that mirror, I love who I am. I mean, that changed for me. Like I said, about 8 months ago, something dramatic. Not that I wasn't already kind of doing that, but I mean, I'm like hyper, like amping it up in my life. Feels like something has happened in the world. Some kind of spiritual thing, shift. It's not just me that I see it in.
Well, anyone?
Is there anyone want to speak on that one? I like that.
So I am trying to eat and do this as well.
Oh, please
That
enjoy
was a
your
good
dinner.
comment, Stacey. That was a good comment. Be your own change. Do not try to bend the spoon. That's impossible.
Oh wow, you just reminded me of my really good friend from Denmark I call Polar Bear. He literally says that to me all the time and so different. I'll go like, it's impossible to bend the spoon.
Yep.
It's
Yep. Don't
good.
try and bend the spoon. You can't do it.
I swear to you, this
Only see the
conversation was
truth.
supposed to happen because you just said that back to me after what I said. It's like perfect. Quiet and then that. Like it couldn't have gotten any better than that.
I experimented doing voices on my GarageBand app on my phone, on my computer. And one night I stayed up until the wee hours, and it's got a voice changer, but it's not. I don't know if it's specifically a voice changer, but what it does, you can adjust the pitch and the octave of your voice, and it'll make a guy sound like a girl, and a girl sound like an old man. It's actually was quite fun. So I recorded a bunch of things, and I recorded myself doing a really like the boy in the Matrix, right? That accent, but I adjusted it so it was an octave higher, so I sounded like a boy. Do not try to bend the spoon. That's impossible. And it was actually quite fun. I set it to some music. I did a bunch of I did Treebeard from Lord of the Rings, and I did Agent Smith. Who else did I do? Gandalf. I did a few others like that. It was great fun. Just making it sound so, oh, nobody cares for the woods anymore. It was great fun.
If you know, but Ian McKellen owns a pub in East London.
I did not know that.
I think it's called like the Fox and Grapes or something. It's it might be in Wapping, but it's certainly, if it's not Wapping, it's in that area.
Nice.
Apparently he's there all the time as well. So if you want to pop in and see him, he's kind of just hangs out there.
No, I like him. He's like everyone's grandpa. Everyone's cool grandpa's got lots of stories.
Yeah, lots of money.
Yeah, as much money as he has stories.
Yeah, exactly. Apparently he loves partying as well. He's just always out, just basically enjoying his life, which is pretty cool if you ask me.
Yeah.
Probably what, if I was rich, famous, and old, I would probably buy a pub, and then the party just comes to me. I don't even have to go anywhere.
Exactly, and then all your fans know you're in the pub, and they come to the pub and adore you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Who's the actor in the movie Lawrence of Arabia?
I haven't seen it. Don't know.
I've
Do you
forgotten
mean
his
the
name.
original?
Yeah, the original one. Yeah, 1950 something one.
62.
Is 62?
I mean, I'm just looking it up. I don't really know. So.
Who was the lead actor in Lawrence of Arabia? Lawrence of Arabia. He's on. He had some amazing stories.
I'm just looking at the cast. There's Peter O'Toole.
That's the one.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, there we are.
He was drunk all the time, Peter O'Toole was.
Right. I've never seen it, so I don't know.
So he's one of his actor friends, and he tells this story on David Letterman's show, and he's like, so we go to this pub, and it's about 10 o'clock at night, So we go to the pub and we start drinking. And of course, we're all hammered, you know. Closing time comes and the barman says, you'll have to leave closing. I said, no. Well, chap, we'll keep the pub open. We'll keep drinking. No. And he says, no, I've got to close the pub. So
That's literally what every guy. Oh my
yeah.
bad. Go ahead.
So he goes, so we bought the pub.
It's hilarious. That's literally what every drunk person at the pub says, though, when it's closing time. Like, no, just keep it open. We'll keep drinking.
Yep. So he bought the pub. So then they sober up, and a couple of days later they go back, and the pub owner's there, and he says, "Look, you know, you guys were drunk, and I'm going to tear up the check, and we'll just you know, you were drunk. We won't go through with the purchase. You know, I know you were drunk." And he says, "Fair enough." A couple of years later, the pub owner dies, and so they'd got to know him. You know, they went to the pub all the time, and so they go to the funeral. There's people there at the grave just weeping, and they stand there, and they go up to the front and give their condolences to everyone, and start you know, crying with everybody, you know. And then they looked at the gravestone and realized that they were the wrong grave. Wrong people. And they all recognize him, obviously. So like, well, what is he doing here? It's great. He tells it much better, but you gotta hear him tell it.
Were you guys talking about that movie that he was in with like the Illuminati necklace and the guys find it?
What movie is that?
Oh, I thought it was Peter. I don't know why I think it was that actor you just mentioned, but he's
Peter
like,
O'Toole.
they're like traveling in Egypt or something. No, not in Egypt. I forget where the fuck they are. And it's like two guys and they're stranded and they get found by these like local, like, you know, Indian people or whatever. I don't know if I forget where they are. And then they're gonna kill him. And then as they're tearing apart their stuff, they find that he's got a gold, like a diamond with or a pyramid with the eye on it. And so they start worshiping him, and he becomes like,
You know that pyramid with the eye thing is supposed to be the Trinity, right?
Yeah, well, that's loaded image, isn't it? That's a real loaded image. But
Yeah, it's supposed to be like the triune God.
well, there's a lot of different takes on it. But yeah, you know, I mean, it's interesting because, like, you know, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of interpretations on it. But I thought maybe you were talking about that movie.
I don't remember them. I don't recognize that movie you're describing. I don't even remember the plot of Lawrence of Arabia, because that was like from the 60s.
I think that's what it was, actually. Or I'll look
Oh,
it
really?
up real quick.
Yeah, look at the synopsis. Yeah, I have actually found
Lawrence of
the.
Arabia.
No, it's not Lawrence of Arabia, though. No, it can't be that. But hold, let me take a look.
Any opinions on the really funny Bitcoin crash?
I don't even know what Bitcoin is, let alone how it would
What's the
crash.
price?
Well,
Hold
we
on. What's the
clearly
price
know.
of Bitcoin? What's the price of Bitcoin?
It's coming, dude.
What is it? Just Google it. I can't wait. Bro, it's at 29 G's. Over the past 10 years, Bitcoin's up like 1,000,000%. What crash?
It's called The Man Who Would Be King, and it's Sean Connery too.
Oh, okay.
The Man Who Would Be King, and they're like, I guess they're British soldiers, and they're like, oh, it's a story from Rudyard Kipling.
Right.
And, but during it, they've got like this, like they find that necklace on him, and they start to worship him.
Hmm.
And they realize they're gonna kill him and eat his heart, and fucking he's like, gotta get out.
It rings a bell now. You're describing a bit more, but
Yeah.
only a very small bell.
Yeah, fair enough. Not the big church one.
No.
But yeah, what do you call it? Yeah, it's kind of a boring movie. It's one of those movies I think I saw like on a Sunday at like my grandparents one time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of those ones you watched on like Fox or something where it was a 2-hour movie, but it took 6 hours because they had commercials.
Exactly.
The commercials, yeah.
Exactly, dude.
I remember that shit back in the early 90s, late 80s, watching a 2-hour movie take fucking 5 hours because every 30 seconds there's a 3 minutes worth of
Well, yo,
commercials.
remember fucking the Kung Fu Theater though? Like they had the Kung Fu movies and shit on back in the day. I don't
I
know if you
never
guys ever
watched
got
them on
that.
TV. I used to watch them on
I used to watch them on like
VCR
Saturday.
tapes and shit.
I forget what day it was, but they'd have them on, and it was all the fucking kung fu flying in the air shit.
The whole Shaolin versus Wu-Tang shit.
Yeah, buddy. All that
Yeah.
shit.
I love those movies, especially after Wu-Tang came out. It made it even better because then I was like, oh, that's from the old Dirty Bastard CD. That little thing that guy said or something.
Well, that's when everyone became a fucking Chinese movie expert. You know, that's when
Yeah.
Wu-Tang came out. You know? Man, I remember being terrified of that album because dude, the kids, like, dude, the fucking, you know, I don't know if y'all know about the God Body. But the God Body was pretty pressed up on niggas after that fucking album came out. Yeah. I remember that. I remember Protect Your Neck. I was like, what is that?
They went through states like that. Movies, right? So it was vampire movies, and then it was war movies, cowboys and Indians. And then it was they did kung fu movies. Then it went through horror, a lot of horror movies. A lot of like Nightmare on Elm Street and that type of thing, Freddy Krueger, that type of.
And then they got into like the B movie horror thing that was like, oh my God, kill me.
Yeah. Where everyone's a complete
Those
moron.
were terrible. Those were most of the horror movies that come out are just fucking trash. There's very few good horror movies.
And the flashlight always fails, and it's always raining, and it's always dark, and it's always a house
Yeah,
that
but that's
someone's
awesome
never
shit,
been to.
That's fucking awesome shit, though, dude. Like, of course, like, the person falls over, right when they're about to be got. Like,
There's like a twig.
yeah,
There's like a twig or a leaf. Some white girl trips on a leaf.
And then she has to crawl backwards and scream while the guy stands over. It's just, gosh, that's what they had for entertainment.
Oh, we heard a noise in the basement. Let's investigate.
Yeah. Let's not tell anyone we're going down there either. Let's just go and be quiet so no one knows. And let's close the doors behind us so if we scream, no one will hear us. Or let's make sure that someone in the house is, if there is someone in the house that could help us, make sure they're wearing headphones.
Hey, Jeremy, have you seen the TikTok where the guy shows what every movie, scary movie would be like if it was real life, and they all last like 3 seconds?
Yeah.
That's
Hello, Sean G in the house. What up?
Sean G.
Jeremy. I'm not going to talk about wheels, Geo, if you're listening.
I had to break them off earlier. They were talking about Lego. I was like, bro, you know how many wheels Lego makes a year? An unprecedented amount.
Yes, someone said who makes the most tires? Who makes the most tires in a year? And then the trick answer is Lego.
Lego, yeah.
But I was surprised because
Hot Wheels is right on her ass though.
Yeah, but I was just thinking about that meme of whoever else is there in the house and the killer's there, they've got to be wearing headphones. That they did that in Terminator, and I watched it recently. I went, no, she puts her headphones on, she's dancing to the Walkman while while her roommate's getting murdered. So funny.
Yeah, I remember that from Terminator. Yeah,
it's good. I watched that film a few times. The second one, though, is far better film. I've watched that dozens of times.
I love the whole series.
Each one had something different to offer. I don't know if I like the Liquid Metal Girl. That was okay, but I actually thought the last one was sort of a decent sort of. It had a couple of good twists. People were like, it's kind of some people it was very painful to see an old Terminator type of thing, but they made an excuse for it, and it sort of worked.
Yeah, I mean, as a collective, like people could say, "Oh, the second one's better than the first one, or the third one's." As a collective whole, though, when you put them all together, they're just great. Great series of movies.
Yeah, they really are. Everyone has
A lot of them are
taste.
like that. Like the Alien movies were like that. Like a lot of movies are like that. Where, yeah, there might not have been some great ones in there, but when you put them all together, it makes for some good shit.
The second one was the best. It's kind of like Aliens and Terminator are very, very similar. If you actually notice, there are several actors that are in both movies. Lance Henriksen is in both movies, for example.
Oh, the goofy guy that was the punk, one of the punk rock kids when they met the Terminator.
Yes,
That
yes,
guy
Michael.
was in both of them. That guy was in both of them too. If that
That's
wasn't the
right.
guy you were talking about.
No, you're absolutely right. What's his name? Dang it, what's his name? Yeah, him. He was the punk, and also he was one of the soldiers in Aliens. That's
Yeah.
right. Lance Henriksen. There's another one I can't remember, but yeah, and a lot of the crew was the same because the same director. So it was like they just had the same crew and all the rest of it was kind of cool. Made them right at the same time. Both are brilliant films. I have a little bit of a connection to Aliens. I think I've told people this in here before, but I was along with Jin. I was a motorcycle courier in London. And oh, hold on, mic check.
We hear you.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. So I was a courier. We delivered packages and parcels and letters and legal documents and stuff like that in the city of London. This is like 1985, something like that. And I got a package delivery job to go to Pinewood Studios, pick up a package from there. So I went along the studio. Long story short, I won't do the whole story, but I'll tell you. Long story short, I picked up a package from the Pinewood Studios, and it was Sigourney Weaver's copy of the script for Aliens. So that was kind of cool. And what I found out in chatting here is that Jin was also a courier in London around the same time. Really wild.
I always wonder if like you walked by somebody, you know what I mean? Like not knowing, like you're in the same mailroom, maybe, you know, who knows? Walked right by each other.
Yeah.
I
Who
always
knows?
I love those kinds of stories too, actually.
Yeah, I do too. I really
You know
do.
what I mean? Like, where like, you know, you went left instead of right and missed the, you know, whatever it
Yeah,
is. I don't know.
yeah.
I think it's hilarious, you know, brilliant, you know.
Yeah, I love it. I'm the same way. I like thinking about stuff like that. I don't know why. I just find it fascinating.
You know, I've had so many weird like so many cool experiences that I always wonder that shit, you know. Like I don't even know. Just like you go to a random place and you meet somebody from where you're from, kind of shit, or you go some like I went to San
Yeah.
Francisco. I went to San Francisco one time. Got kicked out of my girl's. I was staying with my girl and her folks that just moved over there. Get kicked out. It's mad problematic. I'm walking down this fucking street and run into like 6 dudes. I'm looking for pot. I run into 6 guys and I'm like, yo, I'm like, do you guys have any herb? And the one guy fucking calls me out and he knew me from New York because I played music and shit. And I was like, no fucking way. And I got like the best deals on pot. The fuck. It was so fucking cool.
Weird.
And I just always think like, you know, how weird to have like, you know, think that you were in a city at the same time and you may have, you know, just come across. I don't know, man. That shit trips
One
me out.
wrong turn, you could have ran into 6 different dudes that jumped you, took your money,
Complete. Oh,
shoes.
dude, all of it for sure, buddy. For sure.
I had
Hey, or like Kosho. Hey, you could have been like Kosho. Like 6 different gay dudes doing coke off each other's tots.
Hey, I was in San Francisco. So.
A pot cop.
Yeah, I don't know. Kosho's
Get it?
Yeah, yeah. Kosho's got his own hospital. I swear Kosho's just Hunter Biden with a voice changer.
The fuck he said.
Am I wrong though? I don't know. If I get suicided, you know I'm right, nigga.
I just give Jeremy shit for saying pot car.
What?
A pot
I don't
car?
talk like that. I don't talk. That's Boston shit.
Park the car in Harvard
That's
Yard.
Boston, bro.
Yeah, I'm from New York,
Baka.
upstate.
Hey, you know what, dude? Okay, so I figured out who Rakia sounds like, and he sounds like a handicapped cop from Family Guy with
You
a
sound like
southern
a.
twang. Try it.
What does he sound like?
Oh, so how does he do it? Oh, uh, what's his name? Joe
Joe
from
Dirt.
Family Guy, the paralyzed guy. No, God, you're killing it, Jeremy.
I know who you're referencing, but I can't hear it.
But with the southern twang, you guys are. Yes, he does, dude. I was doing it earlier, and now I just lost it. I could imitate him, dude. I just lost it. You guys know what I'm talking about. Come on, man.
I was saying I knew what you're talking about, but I can't see it.
You killed it.
You guys hear about the monkeypox?
The fuck is a monkey pot?
No, monkeypox. It's
Oh,
gonna be
monkey pox.
it's gonna be the new thing we're not allowed to talk about shortly.
We better get it out now then.
That's what I figured. Oh, you don't know about it?
No, I never heard of it.
It's like the new the WHO is having like a meeting trying to say that they're gonna take over shit in like May, and like all these countries are trying to sign on to it. And so, just conveniently fucking, up came this thing called monkeypox, which I think there's one case in like New England somewhere. But it's gonna be probably the new, the new thing.
How'd that happen? With some trisexual motherfucker have sex with a monkey, and now we got something. Like, how does new shit just come about? Like, somebody went to some part of the world or something that we never went to before. You know what I'm saying? Like, how does this new shit just
Check this
spring
one.
up all of a
Check
sudden?
this out. Check this out. So it's an autoimmune thing. And so what they're saying potentially is that it's going to be all the people that got the jibba jabs, fucking, because their immune systems are probably failing. Now they're going to label this failing as monkeypox.
No doubt. That makes sense.
And then the W.
All right, since we're talking about it.
Yeah.
No, we're not
Hey, since
talking
we're
about it.
talking about
Oh,
it.
we're
We're
not.
not talking about it.
Yeah, let's talk about snake venom.
Right.
Yeah, that's why it's attacking everybody's failed organs, right? Like For me, it attacked my lungs because I've been a smoker. But for like people with bad hearts, it attacked their heart. People with bad livers, it attacked their liver. So the whole comorbidity thing. And doesn't snake venom do the same thing? So they've been trying to gain traction with like different snake venoms, like Ebola mimics the same kind of. Oh yeah. Go deep, baby. Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting with that.
Go ahead.
I was just saying it's interesting that they're rolling that out right now. And also it's interesting, I guess there was something about, they call it like Article 42 or something down with the border. Down in Texas and shit. Where it's like,
Hey, so like based off the what is it? The tribulation, the 7-year tribulation. Does anybody know about that in the Bible?
yeah. What about it?
So where are we in that like tribulation thing? Have we reached that yet?
I mean, I don't know. I always liked the idea of like, it's not when the apocalypse is coming, it's when you realize that you're in the apocalypse. Like that's the awakening. So like everyone's like always like,
Well, yeah. I mean, like, look at all the.
you know, I don't know, you're breaking up or did you stop?
I won't say the C word.
I couldn't hear you. You think you're cutting in and out or something.
How about now, bro?
I mean, yeah, it just seems to be like I'm catching half sentences or something.
Okay, how about now? I think I should be good.
Well, I'll probably keep talking then, because I can't tell halfway if you just say that, you know.
No, so like the whole apocalypse thing, where are we in? Because, with the whole building collapse, that's like mentioned in the Bible. So that happened in 9/11. And then you got the four horsemen with the latest one, it was pestilence, right? I forgot which horse that was. And then you got wars. We're always having wars. And then death and then conquest. I mean, we see that every day. Four horsemen are
I love
well out
I
and about.
I love the line that like even the angels don't know the time. So like, I always think like anyone who's like, oh well, this is where we are and this is that, it's like if God says even the angels don't know, some real fucking hubris to say that you would, or anyone would. But I think, it doesn't change the fact that I think of it like, it's not about like when the apocalypse is coming. It's about when you realize you're fucking in it. And it's not about like, I don't know, what do you do? But,
How do you know you're in it?
I mean, I don't know. I guess if you have to lay it out for somebody, then I guess they don't know. I really don't know. Like for me, I think of it like, the coolest one of them all is just the concept that they've got you thinking that you're not a spirit in your body and that you live at an address or something. Like when I realized like, wow, that's crazy that everybody thinks that and they don't recognize that maybe they're a spirit in the body. And then you realize you live in a world that thinks that that's a crazy idea. You know, that's when I think you realize you're in the apocalypse, because you know for yourself, like, hey, this isn't a crazy idea. You know, and you learn to, you know, pick up your cross and come, as they say, right?
Hey, sorry, is I'm out of bruh. It's this Illuminati, man, messing with my connection, bruh.
Yeah, bruh, it's done, bruh. Yeah, you gotta
Hey,
you gotta
there.
unplug your router, bruh.
What's up, Don? Magic Wand? Hey, that's where you got that name from, right? That black pimp. You have a pimp hand on?
That's tough.
What do you know about that game, man? Aren't you a rapper?
No, I kind of sometimes.
Geo to Don. What's your mom's name? Donna the mom? That was a joke. Never mind.
That was tough. Well, here's the thing, Jeremy. I ride high, so I use the sky for the ceiling, apple pie interior, and a paint job limit. Rims double digit, everything you hear is digital. The touchscreen controls the TVs and the stereo.
Double digit rims aren't. You could be sitting on tens.
Yeah, you definitely could.
Yeah, bro. Damn. You got I got that crazy little go-kart spinning in the wheels. Doing donuts in your mom's bedroom. Dude, I cannot rhyme, bro.
Just stop. Yeah, this is you're just showing us how white you are.
But I'm not even white, dude. I'm like half black from the waist down. Yeah, I got you guys there, bro.
No, you didn't get us. We still don't believe you.
Hey, look, check this out. Jeremy, I wrote this a while ago. Let me see. I'll just go acapella or whatever. It goes, carry on with your life. And since you're right in my sight, I take flight with the fights that I never would like. I know people do some wrong, but you surely didn't do right. And how we coming along, think love had a price, and how nice. Share me your darkest secrets and trust and believe. Nobody else would hear it. Show me a life, look past the thuggish appearance. Didn't care what no one else say, especially your parents. Just a little bit.
That sounds like a Will Smith rap.
Nice.
Like it has no like 50 Cent like plot to like get rich and like sling hoes and
Dude,
keys.
that's like a old.
Listen, Will Smith. If you grew up in the early '90s, Will Smith was a good rapper.
Yeah, I used to listen to his music. I like the bass.
Listen, guys. Will Smith doesn't have to cuss in his raps to sell records, but I do. So fuck him and fuck you too.
Oh wait, you got NF, dude. NF, right? He doesn't cuss in his music. He's at the top. My list, that is.
Hey, why does everybody make like a fake fear of Eminem? Like he's gonna do something. Like he really literally can't do anything or like ruin anybody's career. And like if you beef with him, you're only gonna get popular. So like has he ruined anybody's career?
It's a persona, man. It's kind of like, you know how you try to make these superheroes, these people look idolizing people. That's what it really is.
I mean, because he's like, okay, you know those like shorts on YouTube or something. Like he's really good, very good rapper. But like the best, he's not the best.
Who's your best rapper? Who's the best?
Dude, I'm old, dude. Like, so I don't know.
Well, who's your best from? I'm old too. Who's your best from back in the day? Some of them dudes are still popping. Like Jadakiss, he's still nice. Stick with it.
Nah, fuck all them guys. Hey, it's probably Tupac, dude. Realist.
Oh God.
Yeah, dude. I'd say Tupac, man.
I don't know. That maybe if you're from the West Coast and shit. I never really thought Tupac was that good, honestly.
I am from the West Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say Pac, man. I mean, he lived it, he breathed it, he died. You know, when an artist dies, like a literal like painting artist, they get more value. Their paintings get more valuable.
Yes,
Same
we
with
know.
him.
Biggie told us you're nobody till somebody kills you. We know.
Did you guys know that Will Smith had a rap beef with Tupac?
Oh, did he really?
Probably.
Yeah, it was over Jada.
I'm sure it was.
Jada Pinkett or Kiss?
Jada Pinkett.
That's what I thought.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's lagging pretty bad.
It sounds like Flat Dad or whatever is good white.
Hey, just call me by Flat Daddy, please.
No, I'm not calling you Flat Daddy, dude. I'm a grown man.
Right? It's good white.
Come on, man. Call me Flat Daddy.
No, I know you made your name on purpose just for this reason.
It's fucking great. Everybody loves it too. Everybody's having fun with it. Come on, man. I'm original. I came up with it first. Now address me as your Flat Daddy.
Absolutely not.
Flat Daddy, may I? Yes, you may.
That's some of the gayest shit I ever heard.
That's pretty
Go
gay.
ahead. Take a jab at me, Crypto. I'm not fighting with you tonight. It's fucking Memorial Day. I don't even drink, but...
Not Memorial Day.
Wow.
Memorial Day weekend.
Dude, it's not even... Are you sure about that?
Well, whatever it is, dude. Holiday
it's like 2
weekend.
weeks from now.
This is funny.
Well, whatever's going on, I ended up.
Why is everybody robot?
Yeah, Grim.
Grim Daddy robot. Listen, Memorial Day is fucking next week, bro. Not even next week. It's 2 weeks from now. Not next Monday. The Monday after that.
It just felt like a holiday weekend, dude. Hey, didn't somebody say, hey, what are you going to do over the weekend? Like party? And you're like, you guys are all nerds. I was listening during that time. So it is a holiday weekend. Yes, you gave me that fucking inkling that that's what's going on. So what is it, Jeremy?
He said inkling to sound smart.
No, dude. You want me to sound smart? I can come up with some words, bruh.
Say something smart.
Dang,
Your
why is there...
robot problems.
What Discord?
What's up?
Everybody's roboting.
Am I roboting?
Yeah, you were.
Am I still roboting?
Nah, you're good now.
Geo got the server set to Madagascar or some shit.
Yeah, he's got the bit rate probably too high. If you're on like,
You got the server on Antarctica.
there you go.
Hey, it's that Antarctic treaty popping off. Illuminati crackdown.
You
No, it's
can't
just
bring Discord servers to Antarctica.
you just gotta turn down the bit rate in this VC channel. That's all you gotta do. Put it down to like 60.
Hey, so since crypto wants to talk about Will Smith, why don't we talk about Will Smith? Nothing else.
Will Smith's fucking amazing.
What? That was funny.
New subject.
Somebody should do a remix and call it Globers Just Don't Understand.
Yeah, dude. Hey, you know what? Since crypto's the music engineer, why don't we have him do it? Don's the rapper, of course. Hey, I can play guitar, so or drums or piano.
Well,
Let's start a band, guys. Hey, did I hear RC Meisty was in a band?
Yeah.
That guy's done everything. That guy's lived in Mexico. He's a coder. He flies a plane. He played in a band. Come on, that's dude, and he's a little 5'2" troll. Like, come on.
You jelly?
He is not a Renaissance man. He's a paid NASA shill, dude, is what he is. I promise.
Some of these guys are like 300 years old because I've heard people say they were a pilot for 30 years and then an engineer for 40 years and they did something else for 25 years. Like, it's amazing how long some of these people have lived.
yeah,
Bro, he's a school teacher, pilot. Come on, man. Band member.
Well, he only teaches
Danik
the
made
advanced.
his. What's up?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Zanuck made $1 zillion from some inventions he made. Like, some of these guys' lives are amazing. You got Rakia owning all these fishing boats and shit. Houses with fucked up concrete walkways. Shots fired.
So Egypt's in the house. What up, Egypt?
What up, good white? How you doing, bro?
Chilling, man. How you doing, sir?
Can you address him
Not
as
too
Flat
bad.
Daddy, please?
I can try.
I mean, I
I don't
won't
know
do
how
it,
that's
but you
good.
can if you want.
yeah, go ahead. You can do it. It's being recorded right now. Here.
He's calling me daddy. I was liking it.
I mean, Good White was coming in with different nicknames and all the counts, trying to be a different person. I can always catch him out. So, he's Good White for me.
Yeah, man. I'm the same old guy. Ain't nothing changed.
You went back to the Globe again yet?
I'm undecided, to be honest, man. Hey, I'm just basically I'm being honest because look at the room. Like it hasn't made a definite consensus. You got people from both sides coming in here. I mean, the truth should be self-evident, and it shouldn't take a belief to sway or like a child's elementary school belief to like indoctrinate somebody. That shouldn't be that strong. Like, the truth should be known. And this is what I realized, dude, is this is the purpose of life, dude, is to go through life without knowing the origin story, and just making it, man, it's the true story of what's the word I'm looking for? The last bastion of freedom, dude. That's what this life is, dude.
You lost me there.
Well, let me
when you say you're trying to be honest, are you trying to be honest with us or with yourself, or?
Yeah, with myself, because I've never been on the ISS. I've never seen the globe. I've never.
Yeah. So when you say the
You know,
truth is inherent and like it should come from you, like you, right? No matter who tells you what or tries to convince you otherwise, like you said, indoctrinate you. You on your own can tell what the truth is. So what does the truth feel to you? Like, how do you perceive the truth in this matter regarding the shape of the
Yeah,
earth?
exactly. Like, what if we lived in a world that instead of a globe, we were taught that it's flat? Imagine that.
But that's besides the point. I mean, you were saying that indoctrination shouldn't matter when you're pursuing the truth, because the truth is inherent. You can simply see the truth, right? No matter like what I tell you or anybody else tells you, tries to convince you. The truth is just it's like the sun, you can see it. Right?
Yeah, man. I don't know if I'd be able to tell the truth if just from where I am, because I'm so in it. I'm on it. I'm living it. How would I know what it is? I mean,
How closer do you want to be to the truth, if like the way you put it there, like I'm in it, on it, within it, right? How closer to the truth do you want to be to establish it as such? Like,
yeah, but if it is the whole thing that they say it is, like spinning, we wouldn't be able to feel anything spin, because we're going with the inertia and the whole story is bogus anyway. I get it. Fucking flying at like 9 different vectors. Um, you know, a world that's so humongous, it makes us seem insignificant. But I mean, at the speeds we're traveling, and how big the universe is, it's just,
well,
it's
at
inconceivable.
best, yeah. I mean, at best, that will make you doubt, right? But not see the truth. When you said initially the truth is simply like inherent and observable, it's truth. It should be simple and just right.
Easy. Yeah, it should be easy. Like, anything that you know is right. Like, if you're in the right place, you found the right girl, found the right job, you're at the right house, everything is easy, right? You're not in the right place when things are hard for you. So that's how you find truth, right? Sure, everybody knows that.
I don't know. I don't know about hard and easy, but I like the
Yeah,
part
dude, think
where
about
you're
it.
kind of.
There's a different. Okay, like, picture something in your life, right? Like, you have a friend, he's easy to talk to. You have a good friend, he's the right friend for you. Or like some sort of food you like to eat, and it agrees with you. That's how you know you're eating the right type of food. It doesn't affect your body. There's no negative effects on your body. You're doing something right.
Yeah, I mean, well, right and wrong are things, as you put it, like they're subjective, they're personal to you. I mean, what's right for me could be wrong for you, whatever. But what we're talking about is absolute truths, like establishing the shape of the earth, what it really is, right? And no matter how you feel about it, if it feels right to you or wrong to you, um, there's still one truth. It's not subjective. It can't be, because you're a glober and I'm a flat earther, for example. Both truths cannot be as such. They can't be true at the same time.
I get it, man. You're right, dude. Like, it can't be a globe and it can't be flat. Imagine if it was, but I'm sorry, it just can't. So what is it, man? It's one or the other. Somebody's lying, dude. The whole, Democrat, Republicans, oh, he's wrong. I'm better. Somebody's better, dude. And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, we got to take better accounting. We got to nail certain things down that we've already concluded, right? So we don't have to like go over the same tired arguments all the time. There should just be like, okay, known truths. Okay, we're closer this much because today we discussed this, and we get to move on to a different subject, right? You know what I'm trying to get at? Like, there should be progress.
Well, I mean, life is complicated, bro. I mean, it's not that simple. I mean, you can simplify it and put it in that sense.
We made progress today.
Well, good for you. Yeah.
We made progress today. You should have heard me and Zanuck, okay? We definitely are making progress.
Yeah.
It's slow. It's at a snail's pace, but it's coming.
So yeah, Jeremy crushed Zanuck today. I didn't really hear it, but that's word on the streets is Zanuck's.
I don't want to
His
say
body.
it crushed him. I mean, I taught him a little bit how the globe model works and how we could see something in the sky that's not actually happening. So we made progress day by day. We chip away at it.
So Egypt, the inherent truth that you were asking about, we have no truth, man. We're born. Okay, check this out. We're born crying, and we die crying. That's all we have. We're born naked, and we die naked. We're born ignorant, and we die ignorant. What do you think of that?
I don't know what you're saying. I'm going to die with clothes on, hopefully.
You're not, bro. You're not, dude.
How do you know? How do you know I won't be fully clothed when I die?
Okay, but are you gonna die with the truth though?
What? I mean, possibly. Who knows?
Hey, when you were born, were you crying as a baby?
I've never cried.
Yeah,
crying for suckers.
I got you, bro. Yeah, man. I mean, Jesus said it was okay to cry, right?
Yeah, what would Jesus do?
Exactly.
Yeah, but Jesus didn't cry either, though.
No?
Yeah, Egypt's like, who's Jesus?
He forgave you for crying. He's like, you little bitch.
Anyway, so when you die, Jeremy, you're gonna be sad about dying because nobody wants to die, bro.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of people that could not wait to die, dude.
Like, okay, percentage-wise, what would you say? 50%, 25%, or 75%?
Of people that can't wait to die?
Yeah.
it changes with time. When if you're a young person, you're healthy or fit, you might not want to die. Then if you get older and you
robot
become sick or you're just what's up.
Okay.
I think to come with peace with dying is like to have a philosophy of whether there is like an afterlife and what you believe about it or not. Like either way, like you have to establish or come to terms with what happens when you die, right? And live by that philosophy. That's somewhere where you could be like accepting death. If you're still
but
struggling with that,
nobody's taught all these things, man. There's only like basically when you're dead or when you're dying, that's at that point where I don't care who you are. I'm saying the numbers about 75% and above people regret something in their life in which they had more time to go and rectify it.
yeah. Well, guess what? When you die, it's not going to be you crying. It's going to be your loved ones crying over you. You're going to be dead. You're not going to be the one crying
No,
about it.
I disagree, man. I think you're going to be
You're
sad
dead.
that you can't do this anymore, man. Because this is magic, dude. This whole world, this whole thing, this is
What do you mean?
special.
I mean, you're going to be dead. So how are you going to feel sad when you're dead?
No, I'm saying before, as you're dying, you realize, fuck, I can't do this no more. Your body's, whatever. Your body's broken and you just can't do it.
Yeah, well, what if someone believes there's like heaven after death, right? They're gonna be happy. They're getting like they've lived their whole lives. They've lived
Come on,
till
that
they're
was
what?
true.
I'm giving
Yeah,
you an example of a like a demographic, just someone
I
who
know.
has
There's
that.
about 3 billion people right now with Muslims and Christians that have an afterlife belief. Why aren't you guys killing yourselves right now?
That's besides
Because
the
it's
point. I
against the
mean, what
religion.
exactly? I mean, that's not even a point. But I was just trying to make a point of where someone would be accepting their like someone who's lived they're like 90. They've lived their whole lives. They've gone through the ups and downs, whatever. And let's say they believe in a heaven. I mean, they would be glad that it's over, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not at that stage, but I'm
Yeah,
just
when you get
saying.
older, and if you get older and you're living in pain, if you're older and you're living in pain, and you just want the pain to end, like you're not worried about dying anymore. You want the pain to end.
There's always that regret, but hold on. I wanted to touch on something I Egypt brought up about the afterlife. Hey, your hot mic or your camera's on, Brian. Anyway, as I was saying, if heaven was so good, like the 72 virgins. Hold on, let me finish. I'm talking. The 72 virgin, walking through the pearly gates. If all that was real, you guys would be killing yourselves in droves. I don't care if it's against your religion to do it. I think you guys would take that risk and say, you know what, I'm just gonna, accidentally have an accident and jump in front of this moving train. But man, what you guys describe, this heaven, it's too good for me. And I'm gonna
At
go
this
ahead and.
point, I'm gonna say you're trolling there. You're
No,
contradicting
man.
yourself.
No, dude.
Maybe you're not even realizing it, but maybe because
Guys,
you're ignorant on the matter. But it's just I don't know what you said there. Like it didn't make any sense. It's just funny.
So you don't have a high regard for heaven?
Yeah, but killing yourself is not like a shortcut to heaven. That would
that Okay, would end up in you going to hell, death not is to heaven.
coming, and you're going to be in heaven, but hold on, just have patience. Nobody's doing that. You're saying, "Oh, I can't wait to get to heaven. I can't wait to get to heaven." Anybody that dangles the little heaven carrot above your head, you're gonna bite it. But you guys don't, because this place is more magical than which anything you could ever imagine heaven to be or be told. Because you're living in heaven right now. Dude.
I mean, that's
This
your
is heaven.
perspective. I appreciate it. I mean, that's how you see it. If you ask someone who holds the belief of an afterlife and a heaven, they would. I would say they would disagree with your kind of perspective on it in that sense. But that's
Okay,
fine. I mean,
they could disagree all they want, but at the end of the day, they have been told that there is an afterlife and there is a heaven. And whoever tells you this, like somewhere in your book, it was told to you, right? But they have to have been lying, because in order for them to know about that heaven, they had to have gone there, seen it, witnessed it, felt it, came back, wrote it in a book, and said, "Hey, you got to peep this heaven, dog. It's 100." But that's never happened, bro. So the whole heaven thing, that you can't have heaven, dude, because somebody would have had to have died, went there, experienced it, came back, and then told somebody else about it. So it's just like the telephone game, dude.
I mean, nobody comes back from death, so.
Okay, so how do you
But
go to heaven?
I think we're just grilling a topic that I'm guessing nobody else is interested in. I mean,
No, they're letting us go at it, dude. I think they find it appealing.
not us.
Troll.
You're going at it.
He's
but-
trolling you. Yeah, you're getting trolled, Egypt.
I'm not trolling you, dude. This is what I think.
I know.
I mean, dude, if you can't imagine anything better in heaven than this, you have no imagination. You have an imagination barrier.
Yeah, but okay, I can imagine lollipops and unicorns and fucking, hot women with, I won't say it, but yeah, the beautifulest women for me, right?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: do you believe in an afterlife?
Uh-oh.
No, I don't, because I've never been there.
So, yeah. So, what do you think happens when you die?
Wait, look, this is why.
What do you think
You
happens
asked
when you
me a
die?
question. May I answer it correct?
I'm actually
concisely,
trying to answer.
please?
I'm
No,
trying to ask.
let me answer that question, dude, because you're interrupting me. You asked me if I believe in an afterlife, and I said no, and this is why. Because I've never been there. And anybody else that would tell me there is a heaven or an afterlife, I would have to then investigate if they've been there. And if they haven't been there, then somebody told them about it. And then we'd have to investigate, did that
Okay, great. So it's called the afterlife,
go
right?
to
So okay, hold on. Okay. I got your point.
You're still doing it. You're still doing it.
Because
So
you're
nobody's
monologuing, bro. I mean, you're saying the same thing over and over.
Dude,
So
you
let's
stop
okay.
talking, Egypt went to jump
if
in.
you don't,
You stop talking.
if you can't
Hold on,
acknowledge it.
Flat. Hold on, Flat. You stopped
No, call
talking,
me
and then
Flat,
Egypt
Daddy,
went to
please.
jump in. That's what happened. I'm not
My
addressing
name's
you
not
as
Flat.
Flat Daddy. That's not in the cards.
Yes, you are. That's my name, dude. If you can't respect that, then do some Hail Marys and
I'm
ask
not
for
Christian or
forgiveness.
Catholic. I'm not Catholic or Christian or whatever.
Well, whatever you do, man. I mean, just find it in
I
your
don't.
heart.
I do.
To call me Flat Daddy. That's my name, dude.
Find it in your heart.
Yeah, I'm just challenging what you're saying there. I mean, because we agreed it's the after. I mean, what do you think afterlife? It says it in the name, right? It's what happens after life, after you die. So for someone to go there and then come back, as you put it, and explain it to you is impossible. Do you know anyone who's died and come back? I mean, I've
Yes. Have
heard
you
of
ever
these
seen that
near
movie?
near death
Have you
experience. Yeah, go
have
ahead.
you ever seen that movie Flatliners?
Nope.
Yep. I have. Yeah.
There you go. That's it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the whole like near death experience, right?
What about that kid that
So
died?
okay,
What was that
And that's what
movie?
it's called.
you
Experience.
You know what I'm talking
said
about,
it,
Jeremy? That
right?
kid that died?
Hey, you said near death. You didn't say death and then went to the afterlife and then came back and had a hunky dory life. That's not what's going on here, bro. You guys are making a claim of afterlife, and here's the thing, guys. Like, this is what I don't
Well,
get
no,
because you guys
exactly. I
are,
mean, that was my point.
dude. Come
That was
on,
my point.
Laser.
Is
Let
that
me
nobody's
talk, bro. Please, may I talk? You
because you
keep
skipped over the
interrupting me.
point I made.
No, we were talking
Yeah, go
about
ahead.
flatliners, and I wanted to address this. Look, you guys are big proponents of evidence and proof, but when it comes to the afterlife, you kind of just, stop sifting with the comb, and you just, you hand wave it. You really do hand wave the evidence factor of the afterlife. You just take it as a solid belief
It's a
without
belief,
any evidence.
and that's all it is. Of course, I mean, there's no way of verifying it because you're trying to verify it. As I said, that was my whole point. I was saying nobody's gonna die and come back and tell you what heaven is like, or what hell is like, or what the
Well,
afterlife,
look,
or
bro.
if it's just black when you die. Nobody's ever come back from death. Do you know
Well, look,
anybody who's
bro.
come
Like,
back
let's
from
be
death?
honest, dude. We come here every day and fight about what the nature and the shape of the earth, right? But why can't we be as honest with the afterlife as we are with this, or diligent?
Because
We
one
come
thing
here
is
to get
tangible, the
very
other is
detailed
not.
on certain details, but yet when it comes to the afterlife, we give it a green light and we
Okay,
just
would you agree one is tangible and the other is not? I mean, afterlife is intangible. Shape of the earth is tangible and is within our grasp to figure out. But when it comes to the afterlife, it's basically intangible. I mean, it's at best like when I tell you I believe. Wait, so can I finish? Because you keep saying I interrupt, but I can't get my like a sentence in. But what I was saying, and I admitted early on, this is simply like I'm a believer of the afterlife, and I'm a believer. I believe it. I can't tell you. I can't give you concrete proof. I've never been there. I don't know anyone who's been there. But yeah, at best, I have a belief of it. But yeah, and that's a different story from comparing, like figuring out the shape of the Earth. That's something in my grasp and something I can do within my lifetime. I, like alive, I can prove such a claim.
yeah, but
Don't need
you and
belief.
your religion, are you finished? I'll let you go, man, if you want to
Yep.
go. You're
No,
done?
no,
Okay.
I'm done.
You guys, you and your religion devote 1 month plus um, a lot more time for this religion that if you don't even know about, you don't even have concrete proof, which you described. You don't even have concrete proof of the afterlife. This is the whole reason you're doing this, because of the reward that's going to come after if you live a good life now.
Okay.
That is the reason you are doing the whole Islam thing, right?
No, that's not. Can I tell you the? No, can I tell you the reasoning?
You're living a good life, right? For God, because you love God,
Well,
and He
I
has a
mean,
place,
you're asking
and
about
He's
the
prepared a place
concrete
for you,
evidence,
right?
right? I believe there's
And
concrete evidence for a God, and I think I I know who God is, and I've
okay,
established that truth.
and
That's why
yes,
anything
and
that
He has an
comes from that
afterlife
God, I
prepared
believe
a
is
place for
truth
you,
because
right?
I believe God is true. Yep.
Okay, so He's prepared a
I don't
place for
know,
you.
actually. No,
So then God
I'm
in the
not at a point in
afterlife.
my life where I know I'm going to heaven. No, I could end up in hell just as much as you, motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah,
Got
I'm
you,
not
bro.
saying it's for me. I'm like
Okay.
guaranteed to go to heaven. If anything, no, I still have doubts. I mean, am I pleasing God? I don't know. I try, but that's the whole journey. I mean, that's the purpose. What I see the purpose of life. It's more. It's a test. It's multi-dimensional. It's not a. It's not
Yes,
something you
I
can boil
told you
down
the
into
same thing
say.
when I first came in there.
Yeah,
We
but
start
I
this
mean,
life unknowing without knowing the origin of life. We have other people as we go on through our lives tell us what they believe the origin is, but they don't even know because they made it up
nobody
too.
knows
There you go,
exactly.
bro.
Yeah,
We don't know.
but
We don't even know the shape of
you,
the earth. We're
yeah,
over here fighting.
okay. That's fine, but your like ignorance about a matter. I mean, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then if you submit to that God, that's all it is. That's all you need to do. I mean, if you believe you were created,
No, but ignorance and belief are not cohesive. They're not one and the same, dude. Just because you have a
well,
belief in
actually, that
something
okay.
doesn't make you
Well,
knowledgeable
yeah,
about
true.
something.
Okay, okay. So going back to the whole inherent truth, right? I b- like I'm a. I would say the belief in God is like an inherent truth. I think everyone on this earth is born with the belief in God. I
No,
think
dude, we're
everyone.
born not knowing,
Yes.
dude. Come on. You
No,
know it
no,
and I
no,
know it.
no, no. You have this inclination to believe in a God. This is something that like a lot of studies have shown with little infants. This is you're born with this truth. I mean, it could be changed and your ideology changed through the environment, but inherently, as an inherent truth, you're born with. I would say you're
That's
born
bullshit.
like born with the
We're,
inclination to believe in a God,
no. We're born with a
a
giant
higher
brain and
power,
five
definitely.
senses. No. We're born with a giant brain that can make many processes, and we're born with uh, these sensory attributes that develop as we get older, like sight, touch, taste, hearing. What's the other one? What did I leave out? Sight, touch, hearing, taste.
Oh my
Gosh,
God.
what's the other one?
I
My
don't know. This
fucking
is so
God.
boring to listen to, though. Do you have something good to say?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
trying to kill it from the
that's
beginning,
all
but
we're given when
he's
we're
dragging it
born.
out.
Dude.
Nobody's
And you're
stopping him.
saying we're born with the desire of God, and I'm saying that's total bullshit. As I'm like when I was born, I wasn't like wah Jesus Allah bullshit, dude. I'm screaming, give me some milk, bitch. I'm fucking hungry.
Hey, go white. You're clearing the room out.
Yeah, come on, man. You're killing it.
So I won. That's fine, dude. I'll take the
I
dub.
thought you were gonna say something smart like a half hour ago.
I'll,
I'm still waiting.
I'll take the W, dude. I know it. You know it, and I know it. It's the truth that you don't like to consider or even accept. And that's what I'm here for, bro. To test you, man. I don't give, yeah, man. I don't give any free
It's
passes.
hard for you to test the truth. Well, do you claim to have the truth? Good way. Do you have the truth, or are you just
No,
saying
no,
nobody does because I
no.
don't have the truth? Is that your claim?
Or I could be saying something else if you'd let me. I don't have the truth, bro. I don't know what the truth is. because I'm honest with myself. And everybody here, we come here, been here for 5 years, and we all fight about what the truth is. We don't know either. Nobody knows. That's why there's 30,000 different religions, maybe even more. Because we're all fucking winging it. I could make a compelling drawing like a Geo's little icon there. I could make something compelling, deliver it in a compelling way where it just tickles your ear and just feels right. I could do that. I can present something like that. Anybody can, and they have, and that's why you believe them.
Go ahead.
But check this out, Good White. Since you're not saying nothing really, what's your take on the circumference of light due to divergent rays?
Dude, I'm not an expert in sight. Are you? Did you go to school for it? I'm honest with myself, dude. You should too.
Will divergent okay, so I'll word it better. Will divergent rays, corpuscular rays, cast a circle of light on a surface?
Cast a what on an object? A shadow?
Oh, light.
A circle of light. He said a circle of light. Good white.
Circle of light. Okay,
He said
Divergent rays.
the circle of life from the Lion King.
So if you're 22 degrees above that circle of light, max visible distance of it, would it appear curved?
So I know you have these little smart things to say, like you have a Q plus P and whatever, QP or whatever. Remember that thing, you read
What are
somewhere
you going on, man?
Yeah, dude, Don does this. He has these little, tidbits of information that he likes to test people with. I don't know why you like doing that. Why do you like doing that, Don?
Doing what?
You like to ask people questions. Why do you like grilling people, bro?
That's not asking a question. Is not grilling, man. He's
Well, you know
asking
what?
a question.
I can Google the
He's not
same
telling
thing
you.
and I can find the same answer. It's not a problem, dude. I can know what he knows. It's no biggie, dude.
Uh-oh.
And if I already know it, it's okay too. But you know what? If I don't, I could find the
I don't
answer.
think it was the point.
So what's
on,
the
Good
point
White.
then? To know about light?
I mean,
to know about
point is,
divergent
listen, okay.
corpuscular rays?
I'll explain it to you. The point is the circumference of light. Say you are in a area that is 10 miles by 10 miles by 10 miles, and there's only 3 miles in diameter of light lit up at a given time. If you're about
Hold
3,
on, dude.
hang on, let me
Hey,
finish. Let me finish.
No.
You're about 3.
If you want to talk to me about circumference, then give me the formula for circumference without looking it up in 5 seconds. Go.
Why'd you tell us we were in
No,
an
shut
area
up,
and then
dude.
gave us?
Shut up,
And why'd
Jeremy.
you tell us they were? Why'd you
Don.
tell us we were in an area then gave us?
Hey, Don.
Flat. Stop. Why'd you tell us?
Circumference,
Flat.
please.
Stop. Why'd you tell us we were in an
Circumference
area?
formula, please.
Flat. Will you stop interrupting me,
We
please?
can't
You
do it.
said your piece. Now I'm gonna say my piece. Now, Don, why did you tell us we were in an area, then gave us 3
2
dimensions?
times pi r squared. He could have said it that fast. He don't know the circumference formula, dude. That's basic geometry, bro. Come on, dude. You don't even. You said 10 times 10 times 10. What are you talking about? Pythagorean theorem?
Are you done?
You don't even know the circumference formula, bro.
Never done. He's never done. Look at him. He's still going.
You're roboting, Jeremy.
You're
Don, I'm just
roboting,
wondering
bro.
why you gave us 3 dimensions
This is
when you told us we had an
hilarious.
area.
Don is
All
trying
right.
to talk to me about circumferences, dude. And you said 10 times 10 times 10. That has nothing to do with circumference, bro. You
I'm
didn't
giving you
even
3
mention pi with your circumference question. That's horrendous, bro.
Calm down. I'm giving you 3 accesses, coordinates, okay? You got 10 miles in one direction, 10 miles in the z-axis, and 10 miles in the x-axis. And I put a spotlight above you that only covers about 3 miles in diameter. If you're 22 degrees above that surface looking head on to the max visible distance of light that dissipates into darkness, wouldn't that appear curved?
I don't know, bro. I'm not fucking Steinmetz or Tesla, dude. I don't know, dude. I'm being honest. I don't know. So what's the answer, Don? Do you want to be smart for us and tell us the answer? Because you know, right? You've studied this. You looked into it. What's the answer, bro?
You done?
Yeah, man. Tell us all the answer. Why do you answer the question?
All right, so if you're using the right hand rule and the basic, like if you got the y-axis pointing straight out with your point finger, it'd appear as a disc with upturned edges. It will. People can mistake it as a sphere. That's the answer.
Dude, I'm proud of you, dude. You could have just told us.
Yeah, definitely. Me and Brandon did a little thing like that one weekend a long time ago where we had we did a circle and then we put the camera level with the circle, look flat, and then you go up and it just starts to appear to curve because that would be your circle of vision or whatever.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So tell us more about the eye, Don. How it works, how it sees, how it adjusts for different depths and different distances. Go ahead. Tell us all about the eye, Don, since you know everything.
I wasn't necessarily talking about the eye. I was talking about the way we perceive light and how it can
Okay,
pierce.
but how do we see anything, Don? It doesn't start with light. It starts with our eye. We're only sensing what our eye is telling us, or what our eye is. Yeah, what our eye is doing. Its processes, its function. Tell us about our eye, Don. We got crickets.
Why are you going at
We got
Don like this,
crickets,
bro?
dude.
What is your
Tell
problem?
me about the eye, bro.
What is your problem, bro? Why are you going at Don like that?
Well, he came at me with some fucking bullshit question on how fucking light works. I don't fucking know, dude.
Bullshit.
So I'm
He's
gonna
been
come
on
at him
about
with
the
a
circle of
simple
life.
question about how the eye works, and he can't answer it. Look, he went quiet.
Listen, he didn't come at you. He's been on about the circle of life thing for about 2 weeks now or more. I don't know, but it's not just you. He's just trying to figure it out, ask questions to people and shit.
No, he came at me kind of pompous and like pesty. Dude, I don't know about fucking. Yeah, dude.
I respect that. That's how you felt, Good White. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, nobody's attacking you. When someone asks a question, it's usually not the way you attack
Okay,
someone. But
let me ask Don then in the nicest way I can. Don, pretty please, dude. Tell me about the eye, bro. Tell me how the eye works.
Well, the average
I
person.
want to know. I want to know the different parts because I know there's like about at least 10 parts of the eye, and I'd like to know how. Yeah, dude. Tell me, dude.
Well, the
Can
average
you?
person, they say it's about 3.1 miles due to the curvature of the Earth. But the average person, through the gradient, hot, cold, air, molecules, about 12 miles if he's 6 feet. You can look that up.
What, Don? What about these distances, Don? Tell me.
Well, I'm still waiting for you to say something smart from like an hour ago. Is this ever going to happen or what?
Do I have to say something smart, Jeremy? What do you got that's smart, janitor? Come on, man.
Bro, I've been saying smart shit all day, bro. Pay attention.
I haven't heard nothing. I don't know. Supposedly you body bagged Danik. I didn't hear it. I was listening.
You ain't been listening then. Pay attention.
Oh,
I don't know. Everybody keeps coming in here saying they know something about this and that, and they haven't. Look, I was in another server, and I told them that I gave them Fs, all Fs, because a report card. I graded them for
all right.
their. Hold on. Yeah,
Okay,
dude.
carry on. Hey, carry
Hold
on.
on.
Carry on. Hey, carry on. Hey, real quick, Flurfrit. You there? I don't know if your mic is still working. Mic check. It didn't come through.
We hear you, Don. We hear you.
Oh, he has to drop out. Oh, he's helping me. He's kind of like helping me out with that situation.
With the circle of life.
Yeah, he under. Hey, Flare Freak, you understand the circumference of light, right? You get it how it, light scatters due through, density gradient, hot temperature, cold temperature, so you get like a scattering effect. Like heat waves is an index of refraction. So above the Earth, with all the molecules, like I said, temperature, pressure, and all that, it will have that like circle effect constantly, hula hoop after hula hoop after hula hoop, bigger and spreader.
Yeah, possibly.
Yo, speaking of hula hoop, Flat Daddy, you're like a hula hoop because having you around's a waste. Ah, get it?
That's cool. You can have your opinion, dude. That's fine,
That was
bro.
fire right there.
No, that's cool, man. Okay.
It was a joke. It
Not
was
a
a
problem,
joke.
bro. You can ad hoc me or
It was
whatever
a
you want.
joke,
Whatever
man. Come
makes you
on.
feel
It was
better, dude. No, man. You can offend me, whatever, insult me.
just a joke.
It
That's
was a
fine, bro.
joke, man. It was a joke. Take a joke, good white. You're better than that.
Dude, no, that's
Come
fine.
on, man.
I think we were being serious earlier, and I just want to call it what it is, man.
Okay, let's get back to all serious.
Go
But
back to the
I think,
circle of life.
yeah, the circle of light. I think a good evidence for it is rainbows, because rainbows essentially are circles, but from your viewing angle, let's say on the Earth, right? The way you see it as a bow, but let's say you're a skydiver looking down on the so-called rainbow, you would see a circle looking from a high altitude looking down, you would see a circle, but from the vantage point of someone standing on the ground, they would only see the half of that circle, that rainbow. So,
Well, Steve got one. Steve captured one today. Well, not necessarily a rainbow. They were spraying the sky, but he got a circle of light. Basically. Yeah. Pretty cool photo.
And so Don stopped me from saying something earlier, and that I gave him a grade. I gave him an F because he's been unable to convert or really change anybody's mind about the shape of the Earth.
Uh-oh.
Yo,
You got an F, Don. You're failing. Also, I want to see you after class.
And he kicked me out of his server, dude. That's so hilarious, bro.
Oh, you got kicked out of Don's server?
Yeah, dude, because I offended him, dude. I hurt his feelings because it's the truth. Like, who has Don converted, really? Like, I don't think he's convinced anybody. And you know what? To be honest, dude, like, even the Globers, they haven't convinced you of their truths and you of theirs. Like, you and Zanuck, you're still fighting, so.
Oh, are you talking to me?
You guys get Fs too, Jeremy. Think about it. Yeah, I'm talking
I
to you.
got
You
an
get an
A
F
plus.
too, bro.
I got an A
No,
plus.
bro.
Hey, listen.
No, because your
I'm
argument
the
didn't
teacher.
change his mind. Your argument didn't change his mind.
No, you're
Bro.
not giving out F, bro. I'm the teacher.
Hey, Flat Daddy gave you an F, bro.
You better talk to Chemo. We're the teachers at the new school here.
Yeah, but you guys aren't changing anybody, bro. You guys ain't teaching anybody about the truth or reality of the shape of the Earth.
I literally taught Zanuck the truth about reality today.
And what happened? What was the consensus? Did he believe you?
I'm pretty sure he walked away going, "Oh my God, Jeremy taught me a lesson today," and he was smarter because of it.
Bull fucking shit. You know what? He said that Jeremy guy, he thinks he's so smart. He's only a janitor, and I'm a software engineer, and I'm a
Well,
millionaire.
everyone heard it. Everyone in here heard it from earlier. So, I mean, whoever was in here earlier heard it.
No, he. Of
I'm
course
pretty
he said
sure
he was
Witsit was like,
crazy.
"This is a profound moment" or something. I forgot exactly how he phrased it, but Witsit said this was a monumental moment. That's how he phrased it, I think.
Okay, so witness. Wits. What's his name? Witsit.
Witsit.
Okay, he acknowledged it, but Zanuck didn't. Like Zanuck didn't concede and say, "You know what, Jeremy? Wow, what you said was really profound, and I'm going to change my mind." And thank you, Jeremy. Is that the way it ended, or did he
Yeah,
run off and say?
No, that's how it ended. He was like, "Wow, you made me think about this. You know, you're right. I was wrong. Thank you for teaching me about reality." Pretty
Right
much
on.
verbatim what he said.
I told you, dude. If that's the way it ended, you get an A. Right
I
on,
know.
dude.
You are not giving out grades. I
A
am the
plus,
teacher.
A plus.
No,
A
he's
plus.
not grading
Ladies and
people. I am the
gentlemen.
fucking teacher.
Well, in that
Well,
sense,
you know
good
what?
white gets
Instead
F.
of putting on any other subject, you should just stick with that one, dude. Since that one worked, because nothing else has worked for you, so you should continue with this and only this.
Stop projecting,
Talking
good
point.
white. I mean, you keep projecting and you keep
Uh,
contradicting yourself. It's funny.
I ain't projecting nothing, bro. Whatever you think I'm saying, it's
Well,
not
I'm
even.
telling you, you've not failed, bro. You're good. You're good white, so you're good. You haven't failed yet.
Dude, none of you guys have convinced me of shit, bro.
Not my
That's the truth.
job. I mean,
But you
it's
can't,
your
bro.
job to you can't even convince yourself. So, I mean, let alone someone else to convince you. That would be
Have
a
you
long
convinced
way away.
about the nature of the earth?
Convinced anyone? Is that the
No,
question?
I said Zanuck in particular,
Zanuck?
because
Why would I want to convince Zanuck?
you and Zanuck have went back and forth, right? I'm sure.
Yeah, it's called a debate. It's not for Zanuck to be to like, kind of go with what I'm saying. It's more for the audience. I know, like he's my opponent. He already has this established worldview that's different from mine, and we're going back and forth. But more importantly, is the audience listening to the debate to make their minds up. I mean, maybe someone listening to our
Oh,
conversations have
you
changed their
said it
mind, and
earlier.
that's fine.
No, you said it earlier. One has the definite truth. It's either flat or it's either round. Can't be both. It has to be one or the other. So how come you didn't win whenever you debated him? That
We
means you
also
lose
said the
no matter
truth is
what.
inherent. That you don't need to be indoctrinated with it. It's something that's within yourself. I mean, it's something that's clear. You can see it for yourself. You don't need to be told it. You just need to figure it out for yourself. So if there's anyone you're trying to convince, I would say foremost it would be yourself. If you can't even convince yourself, like you're on the fence always. Like I don't know. It could be this. They say it's that. I don't know. I mean that you can't even convince yourself with something. So you got a long way to go before convincing someone else. I mean, I'm not saying I'm trying to convince others. Not at all. Never, actually.
yeah, you
It
ain't
was a
passing
battle.
out grades, homie. You're still in school. Listen, go talk to Chemo. We're the teachers at a new school. All right, so school you on it, and then we'll be all set. You know who Chemo is, Flat? Well,
I think we lost him.
try to grade me. Fuck out of here.
Every time I leave, you guys say he was right in the back of your mind.
That's not
Always,
what we
bro.
said. No one said that in the back of their mind.
Haters, bro. Always. He's fucking
Literally,
right.
no one said that.
Every single time. He's got a point.
Dude, no,
You know
that
he's
never
right.
happened.
Every single time, bro.
It
With
never happened,
everything I
bro.
say. Always.
That never happened.
I'm out, bro. Mic drop.
All right, later. That literally never happens.
You got something new with the whole circle of light thing, though? Sounds like you did.
Don, here's what you need to do, Don. Go make a circle somewhere, right? Have a camera level with it. And then scale it so that say say you can see you go up, I don't know, say you raise up in altitude 5 miles, that circle would get farther on Earth. You need to scale your circle with what we would actually see on Earth as you go up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Me and Brandon should have done that.
Yeah.
Me and Brandon should have done that when we did our thing, but we didn't. I don't know why.
Dude, you should have, dude. Man, because this.
No, you should do that. You should do that now. That's your homework.
Yeah.
I'm the teacher. That's your homework.
That's funny.
You've been enrolled in a new
Dude,
school, Don.
the circumference of light, dude, explains so much. The photos, the images, the rocket footage. I mean, it really does explain a lot. It does for me. And it does for my wife. Me explaining it to my wife, she gets it. She's like, oh, that's what it is. You got to think about it, because one aspect that you always notice is that it's always flat in the y-axis. Or the z, I mean the axis, I mean the z, how depending on you're using the right hand rule. Straight out.
Don, seriously, you should do that. Scale it out to what we see on Earth. You know what I'm saying? You're standing on the ground, stick to
Yeah.
an observer. We see whatever. Make your circle accordingly, and then go up from it, and then make the circle whatever you should see on the globe, and then see if it
Yeah, but
you get that curve.
the thing is, Jeremy, I need a small, like a 2 millimeter camera lens that can only cover a small area.
Like a pinhole camera or something.
Yeah, you
They're
gotta have
probably
it.
like $20.
Because you gotta think how big is a camera compared to the Earth?
I know. That's always been the problems with trying to do these things over flat surfaces. It's like, you're using a camera that's the equivalent of, a 200-foot observer.
Right.
From how high
Yeah.
your camera is off the surface. Yeah.
The only thing I thought of is getting a map that's 50 feet by 50 feet by 3 axes. Up, down, left, right. But I don't know if that still will work. I don't know. I'm gonna see what I can do. I'm thinking of it. It's funny how they make LED lights about like 1.2 millimeters or like 2 millimeters roughly around there, and man, them suckers are bright. They're very, very, very small, but very bright. If I could find something small and just make it really small and
I'll tell you what else we need to do is send a high altitude balloon up with a camera on it and get a shot of the moon with the camera from way up high at the peak. And then get a shot of the moon with the same camera, same settings from the ground level, and then compare them. That was Ranty's idea right before he flipped. And that was a fucking good idea right there. If there's some kind of atmospheric magnification going on or something, that should let you know right there if you get up 100,000 feet. That's cheap, man. You get that done for a couple grand. That'd be a fucking head crack for the Globers right there if that shit happened. If we got closer to the moon and it appeared smaller, that's devastating for them. Devastating. What's going on, guys? You guys are being awfully quiet. 1 minute everyone wants to talk at the same time. The next minute no one wants to talk. You gotta try to spread it out. I'm definitely glad I got a Xanax to see that it wasn't the wide angle lens for why you would see the convergence and divergence at the equator. Unbelievable they kept using that as the excuse. Like every time I bring that up, heads try blaming it on the wide angle lens. It's all good. What's it put it on the list?
What is Zanek's final explanation?
I think I made him come to the realization that that's what you would see regardless if it's a wide angle lens or not. I mean, the globe model dictates that that's what you would have to see, because if you're standing at the equator, right? Right on the equator, any stars that are directly at your zenith, they would have to go in a straight line on the globe. Then you have stars to the left and to the right of that. They have to be going around a circle around a pole. So they can't be going in straight lines. They have to be going in circles. So regardless if it's a wide angle lens or not, that's what the globe dictates that that's what you would see, regardless if you like it or not.
And your position is that they should all be straight lines, right?
No, my position is that, well, they also claim that that's not actually happening. This convergence and divergence of the stars. They say no, this isn't happening, which I'm fine with, because the overarching point is we see shit happen in the sky that's not really happening. So don't go and tell me about some other shit you want to say is happening in the sky when we know we're seeing shit in the sky that's not happening. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point.
Like the sunset.
Sunsets, southern celestial star, whatever, anything you want to say about the sky. Don't try to bring no bullshit to me saying we know this is happening because we see it, when we know we see things happening that aren't happening. So that's why I gave up that fucking those concentric circle things that I was big on doing, and checking the speed of the sun and shit. It's like, you don't want to be basing shit off what the sky's doing, because you don't know what's going on up there.
Now you're talking. It's when you hear them say GP, ground position to the star, you gotta laugh.
Well, they got an angle, so
Yeah, they got an angle.
you know.
That's all they got.
Well, yeah, you got an angle. You could do a lot with an angle.
Can't do shit. You can't do fuck all with an angle. Then you need a magic book.
You got the book. You got an angle. What else you need? See, come on.
And you need a watch. You gotta know your what do they call it? The guest position, but there's another term that they use. It's like your assumed position, what you think where you are from your port of destination. And then you start doing a whole bunch of calculations. Yeah.
And it works, right?
Apparently it works. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It actually works.
Yeah. There's no question that navigation, celestial navigation works. But you can't do it alone with sextant is the contention that I have anyways.
Yeah, the magic trick is assuming that the light from the stars reaches Earth in a perfectly straight line, which is fine, fine. Don't get all upset. But it would work the same way if you assume that Earth is flat and the light from the stars is coming in curved. It would be a lot more complicated, but it would still work the same way. And no, I haven't figured out how. I just know that it would, and I haven't figured it out because I'm not a mathematician, but I'm sure it would work.
Well, this is not like big revelation. I mean, people were navigating using the stars thousands of years ago. I mean, this is not, the ancients looked up and they seen a pattern in the sky and they figured out how to navigate. I mean, this is not, it is technical, but I mean, it's not hard to figure out, to understand how it was done.
Then how come flatties seem to have so much difficulty describing how it's done?
Yeah, well, look, different cultures had different methods of navigation, right? We have the magic book brought to us by the British. The Polynesians had their system.
There's no magic there.
Sorry?
There's no magic there.
Well, no, it's not magic. We call it the magic book.
Why?
The
Because
almanac.
you don't understand
It's
it?
called. No, don't try to get smart. Because
Well,
I can
you're
do
being a
that
bit
too.
smart by calling it a magic book, right?
I call it a magic book. That's what I'm going to call it. And if you don't like it, that's your problem. How you like that?
I'm going to say you don't understand it, and that's why you call it magic.
I don't give a
And
shit
if you
what
don't
you
like
say.
that, that's your
I
problem.
don't give a crap what you say. How do you like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Cut me off in mid-sentence, boy.
And you did too, boy.
So like I was saying, the Polynesians had their own navigational methods. The Greeks had theirs. The Chinese had theirs. And that's just
Can
the
you
way it is.
enlighten us a bit on what those methods were?
I couldn't give a shit what you think and what you want to talk to me about.
Well, how were
Because
they
once
different?
you start antagonizing me, I'm going to tell you to piss off.
Well, I'm
Chinese
genuinely
had this-
interested. I'm genuinely interested. How were they different? How were the
Give a
Polynesians
crap what
navigation
you
methods?
think now.
How were they different than the
Chinese used to-
Chinese?
The Chinese used to have this weird thing they would drag around like a wheelbarrow style thing, and it would always point south. So that's how they navigate.
Don't forget they had the compass. I think they were the first to come up with the compass as well. Then you have the Antikythera mechanism. I'm sure everybody heard about that.
I wouldn't put your chips on it. There's a lot of people that we bring that up and they never even heard of it.
Really? Yeah. In these circles?
Yeah, I mean, just like if I know, right? You would think everyone would have heard of that by now, but I mean, just a few weeks ago, we were talking about it, and there was a bunch of people that had never heard of it.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. That was an engineering marvel with gears 1,000 years before predicted by the so-called experts.
I want to hear about this Chinese wheelbarrow that pointed south.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, you never heard of that? You guys never heard of that shit?
It's like a gyro barrow or something.
I don't know what it was. It was something.
Gyro
It was
barrel.
something they used. It was something they used to drag. The army used to drag around with them, and it would always. Somebody's got an echo, I think. It was something they used to drag around.
Good one, Blue.
And it would always.
Good one. Hey, Blue, I wanted to ask you, after we're done with this gyro barrel.
Go ahead, Nancy. Go ahead.
Are you guys sure you're done with this?
I mean, I don't even know the name of it, so yeah. Somebody's got a bad echo going.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
I'm surprised no one's ever. Come on, who's got that echo going, man?
I don't know.
I think it's Blue.
Hang on, let me see what.
Yeah, it's you, Blue. Yeah, it's you.
How about now?
Still got a
Check,
thing
check,
going on.
mic
Try
check.
going out and coming back in.
Yeah, it's still there. Yeah.
Crap. All right, let me try to drop it.
Yeah, you guys never heard of that wheelbarrow thing the Chinese armies used to drag around? I think it would always be north.
Have you got a link or
south.
some info on it?
What's up?
Have you got a link or some info on it?
I saw this on a history documentary thing like years ago. It was all about ancient. Hold on a second. Blue, you still got that echo. I mean, a quick Google search would probably turn up. Maybe, I don't know.
Are we talking Brian Leakey type search or?
Hey, Blue, can you hear me? I want a quick question. What's the longest torsion bar that's ever been used with the Cavendish? If you know right offhand.
Oh, I found it. Hold on a second, Don. I found it. During the Han Dynasty, the ancient Chinese found a naturally magnetic iron called lodestone. Would always turn around to point south or north, depending on how you see it. They made a spoon out of lodestone and put it on a polished board. It rotated freely and could always turn around to point. So it's basically like a compass.
Yeah, lodestone is natural Earth's magnetic rock.
It's called the South Pointing Chariot.
Oh.
Two-wheeled vehicle that came with a movable pointer to indicate south, no matter how the vehicle turned. Yeah. South Pointing Chariot. There you go. I taught you guys something. I told you I'm the fucking teacher out this bitch.
That's funny.
Nice. Blue's gonna like this one. They also came up with what they say is the first earthquake detection thing. Was a turtle with these beads, like these little pebble, not pebbles, like marble kind of things. Yeah.
Really?
That's neat. The ancient Chinese had so many inventions that I don't think people even realize how much shit they actually invented.
Yeah, big time. But since Blue is here, I wanted to ask him, hey, Blue, we were talking about molecules and escape velocity before.
Yeah. How's my audio now?
You sound good.
Check, mic check. Yeah, no echo. No echo. You're good.
All right. Discord rewired my damn microphone input for some reason. Friggin' program. I hate that Discord has a mind of its own. Beats me. Don't know why it does this silly shit.
It's been everybody's Discord, it seems like today.
Well, at least I'm getting smarter now. I can figure out fairly quickly what the hell it's doing to me.
Well, you're getting smarter now because I taught you about the south pointing chariot. It was called.
Well, all you had to say was lodestone instead of a wheelbarrow, and I might have figured it out by myself.
Uh-oh.
It was the south pointing chariot or some shit. Anyways,
Don, to answer your question, as far as I know, I mean, the Cavendish original torsion balance was a 6 foot balance. I don't know of one any bigger than that.
6 foot, okay. All right, yeah.
Mine was 4 feet.
4 feet. Have you tried 6 feet, then 4 feet, and see any difference? You might not get a whole lot, actually.
Well, I know exactly what it'll do. You'll get additional deflection out there at the end of the balance. But I just didn't have the room, and my God, to go through that exercise, no, I'm not going to do it just for the fun of it.
Yeah,
That would be a shitload of work.
Well, you do it for flat Earth, Blue. Do it for flat Earth.
Well, I'm thinking, like, I think it's possible to do it with a 50-foot one. In between two mountains. Well, then again, it's tough. It's hard.
Yeah, well, you're going to have a hard time moving the mountains around.
Yeah.
It's a simple experiment, but it's a little bit tricky. The design of it, anyway.
Yeah, as the sun and moon move over the Cavendish thing, does that have any effect on the balls?
No, the gravitational effects of the sun or the moon are way, way too small to have any noticeable effect.
Yeah, it's too low to the ground. That's why I said 50. You need like a 50-foot.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. I mean, just the moon alone is causing all the millions and trillions of gallons of water on Earth to move around. It can't move your little balls.
That's not what I'm thinking. It's electrostatics, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I know, but in their model, they got the moon moving trillions of gallons of water around. I wonder why it can't affect these little balls.
And the sun affects the tides too.
Yeah, the sun and the moon. You figure if you have the sun and the moon on one side of your balls and the sun and the moon on the other side of your balls, it should affect your balls.
So, man, what?
No.
I don't think so.
So, Blue, you want to comment on escape velocity of a molecule?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I was wondering your opinion. How can a molecule from Earth reach escape velocity?
Well, one thing that can happen to it is it can get impacted by something like a really fast-moving particle coming from the sun.
And that would make it go.
Who knows? Who knows? That could make it go back down to the Earth. That could make it go off into anywhere. You don't know. It just depends on how the impact happened.
Yeah, I guess I could see that happening in your model. Yeah.
At
What do you
that
think,
height
Paul?
at that height in the atmosphere, temperature starts to actually increase with altitude because you get radiation from the sun interacting with the molecules and absorbing the energy, and they've got no way to pass that on. So you do get the molecules reaching much higher energies because of that.
Yeah,
So
there's
if the radiation from the sun, hold on, if the radiation from the sun interacts with something, then that thing that it interacted with has no way to let that heat escape.
Well,
That's
the only
weird.
way it can escape, pass on that heat is to either re-radiate that energy or to hit another molecule. But as you get higher in the atmosphere, the distance between molecules, or the mean free path of a molecule, increases, which means that there are actually less collisions, and so it's less likely to pass that energy on to something else. So
Yeah, I hear that.
That's
I
why.
hear
That's
that.
why.
So when
That's why the energy. That's why the temperature increases up there.
I hear that. So when the sun, when that radiation or whatever hits a solar panel on ISS or something, how does that transfer the heat?
Well, same thing. That's why the ISS has such big panels for radiating the energy out. Because the only
Radiating
way
it out to what?
the only way they can get rid of the excess energy in the ISS is to radiate it out, because there's nothing to conduct it to.
How does that work when higher you go, there's more voltage
Go ahead,
reading?
Don.
Wait, how does that work when higher you go, there's more voltage reading?
Got nothing to do with voltage reading.
With current? What do you mean it doesn't?
It doesn't.
Why?
So you guys were satisfied with their sun hitting a particle, reaching escape? You
No,
just
I
let
was
them
right in the middle of
slide
it.
down?
No, I was right in
It's
the
not
middle
only
of it.
that, though. You have
Well,
other particles hitting particles as well. And sometimes one particle hitting another particle will give it energy in the right direction to reach escape velocity.
Yeah. So if the sun's radiation hits the gas molecule, has nowhere to radiate it to, how does the solar panels on the ISS have a place to radiate it to? The shit doesn't add up.
It's called black body radiation, Jeremy. It means that the hotter something gets, it radiates energy in a different spectrum. Okay, so as bodies heat up, they start to emit radiation. All bodies do that. Okay.
Yeah. So the gas molecule gets some radiation. That has nowhere for it to radiate to, according to you. I don't know why you would even say that, but. And then we have the solar panels getting hit with the radiation. They can radiate it, though, for some reason.
I didn't say that the molecules have nowhere to radiate it to. I said they're less likely, right? And that most of the time the energy gets dissipated because of collisions with other molecules. But because the mean free path is so large up there, there's not many molecules for other molecules to collide into and lose their energy. And so what are they going to do? They're just going to keep accumulating energy.
Yeah,
You do
which is
realize
why.
the
Which is
speed
why.
of escape.
Well,
I see.
I was just going to say, just for the record, let's state that the escape velocity is 25,000 miles an hour.
you'd be about right.
Yep.
So
That's
you're
about
saying a
what it is.
random particle from the sun is going to hit and excite a particle randomly here on Earth and cause it to go from whatever, nowhere near that speed, to 25,000 miles an hour?
Well, that's a bit of a straw man, because no one said that they were going nowhere near that speed in the first place. That's not true at all. In fact, the vibrational energy, the energy of the molecules up there is very high, and that's why the temperature is so high up there.
How high would you say their velocity is? And how did they
What is
reach
it?
up there to begin with?
Well, their
What is
velocity
it?
depends on their temperature.
What is the temperature up there?
It can be upwards of 2,000 degrees.
What's the melting point of, I don't know, a solar panel?
Oh, probably less than that.
So, do you see the problem?
Not really, because not at all.
No.
Because, like, does your hand melt when you stick it in the oven? No. The
If
oven
you
can
keep
be
it in
at
there, if you
500
keep your hand,
Yeah, but the thing is, though, that even though the temperature of the particles is so great, it's called thermal mass, Jeremy. You can't have many particles hitting the ISS, and so not many particles transfer that energy to the ISS, and it radiates it out into forms of radiation much quicker than it collects it via the particles hitting it anyway.
It's a thing called
Sure.
thermal
So
equilibrium.
with your analogy, yeah, my hand won't melt instantly if I put it in, I don't know, 100-degree oven or whatever. However, if I leave it in there for an hour, 2 hours, eventually my hand will melt. And the ISS is in there. So, I mean, do you have a different analogy that actually works or no?
Nah, they could only point to the sky. That's all they have. Like this theoretical thing that's going to hit a particle here and make it go 25,000 miles an hour. And do so consistently, because their model claims that we lose tons and tons of atmos to the so-called vacuum adjacent to our atmos
I think,
every day.
you know, people that are really, really a lot smarter than us have pretty much figured it out. So
That's right.
They'd
That's a
be
good
smarter
question.
than you,
How many
Rebo.
satellites
oh
are
yeah,
melting?
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, that's great.
How many satellites are melted from the sun's heat? That's a good question.
Yeah, I think they would probably build them out of materials that can withstand a lot more heat than we would think.
Yeah, what materials would those be?
I don't know. You can look it up.
So that's called appeal to authority.
I mean, have
We
you ever
already
tried
know the
looking it up?
melting. We looked it up and we already know the melting point of everything the ISS is made of is lower than the temperature that's up there.
Yeah, we also know that the temperature being transferred to the ISS is far lower than the temperature it can radiate, than the energy it can radiate away. So that equation, that equation means that it's receiving less energy than it can get rid of, so it doesn't heat up and melt.
Dude, I literally just destroyed your analogy of someone sticking their hand in an oven. Do you have anything else or no?
Well,
no, you didn't really destroy anything, because it still stands that the ISS is receiving radiation from particles hitting it and the sun, but it's also radiating away energy. But it just happens to be that it can radiate more energy away than it can receive. There's no problem.
Yeah. Yeah, you said you stick your hand in an oven
Jeremy,
and it doesn't melt.
I think they
You
figured
said you stick your
that
hand in an
problem out.
oven and it doesn't melt. Go ahead,
Jeremy, I
B-Ball.
think
I don't need to
think they
respond to him. It's not important.
I think they figured that out, Jeremy. I don't think they would have missed that part when they designed
That's a
it.
great addition to the conversation.
yeah.
Great addition.
I mean, yeah.
So as
Yeah.
far as the analogy of you, oh my God, go ahead, B-Ball.
That was probably me. I'm sorry,
I
Jeremy.
just
Go
want to
ahead.
address this guy with his thing. That's all. Here's your analogy of the guy sticking his hand in the oven. Yeah, you stick it in for a minute. Maybe it'll just get hot and it won't melt. However, the ISS is up there and been up there for years and years inside the oven.
Your hand is not radiating away any heat.
Exactly.
Well, according to this
Try
guy,
sticking-
the gas
try
molecule.
sticking-
According to
try
this
sticking
guy,
your hand-
According to this guy, the gas molecule had nowhere to radiate the heat to 5 minutes ago. But the ISS does. That's weird. Well, that's what you
Jeremy.
said. You literally
It's
said
a
the gas
lot.
molecule.
You're yelling, Jeremy.
You literally
Yeah.
said the gas molecule had nowhere to radiate the heat to. Do I got to play the clip back for us?
Jeremy, I think it's a lot more in depth than you're trying to understand.
D-Ball, save your rhetoric, dude. No one gives a fuck about your bullshit rhetoric.
I'm just saying, man. I think they would have figured
I don't
out these little things that you're trying to point out with temperature and everything. I think the scientists that designed it would have figured this stuff out.
Yeah, but you
So
just
you got
like
anything but
cheerleading,
rhetoric?
B-Ball. You're not.
B-Ball? What did they figure out exactly? Tell us, enlighten us.
I'm guessing that they figured out that different materials radiate temperature away a lot better than other materials.
So you're guessing, you have
You don't
no
think-
clue. All right.
I mean,
Noted.
I am guessing. I am guessing.
Do you understand the concept of thermal equilibrium? Do you know what that means? When something is in thermal equilibrium with its surroundings. What do you know what that means?
Science.
Okay. Here's the deal. Radiated heat, infrared heat, right? That type of heat transfer is solely dependent on the temperature of the object itself. We're talking about the solar panel now. The hotter that thing gets, the more infrared radiation it radiates away from it. So now you've got two things happening. You've got heat coming to it in the form of infrared radiation from the sun, but you've got it radiating heat away from it at the same time. At some point, the amount of heat it radiates is equal to the amount of heat it receives, and its temperature will not change then. It becomes constant. Works
Are you
just like
saying it's self-heat regulating?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there is a point of thermal equilibrium, just like the heat sink on your CPU and your computer. Works exactly the same way.
So are you saying they radiate heat away from the ISS using fans? Using fans?
No, not fans. It's not. It's not
What is
conducted
it?
heat.
How do they do it? It just bounces off?
Radiation. It's radiation. It's infrared radiation.
Yeah, but how does the ISS dissipate this heat?
The ISS has radiators on the underside of it, facing toward the Earth. Huge fucking things.
What do you mean? You mean they deflect the sun like they work like mirrors, or some other kind of?
They get hot and they emit infrared radiation. They radiate the energy away.
So they absorb the direct heat from the sun and radiate it away. Is that what you're saying? They heat up themselves and radiate it away?
They absorb the heat from the ISS and radiate it away as infrared radiation.
In which manner? How is it done?
It's quite a sophisticated cooling system. I think they use ammonia, don't they, Paul?
Yeah, they do.
All right. So you guys, I'll give you that. All right. We can go. We can continue.
It's exactly like a kind of analogy would be a radiator of a car, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the radiator heats up until it gets to the point where it starts getting rid of heat as fast as it gets heat from the engine, and it doesn't get any hotter, right?
I was just testing you guys because I thought you were going to say it was some sort of other thing. All right, fair enough.
No, it's just simple thermal equilibrium.
Not that I believe it, that it's up there or anything like that. I'm just going with the official story. So back to my original question, Blue, which nobody seems to want to tackle. How does a molecule from Earth go into space, tons of it each day? How does it reach escape velocity? What mechanism?
Well, we have already addressed that. Blue actually said the particles from the sun that are traveling at quite a high velocity literally bang into and collide with the molecules of Earth's atmosphere, and that transfers some energy to them, and some of those molecules will get enough energy to reach escape velocity. It's kind of like sandblasting paint off of something. You fire those sand molecules at the paint, and they transfer their energy to the paint, giving it enough energy to blast the paint off the surface, right? No different.
So it only affects some, like a very, very slight amount. It's very selective. Doesn't affect all, just a very little bit amount each day, right?
Which molecule is going to gain the most amount of energy? The lightest ones, like hydrogen and helium, because they're easy to get moving. When you collide something with a known mass with something else, and you've got different masses that it's colliding with, the smaller mass is going to reach a higher velocity than a larger mass. I mean, think of it like a semi-trailer hitting a Volkswagen Golf and a semi-trailer hitting a train. Which one is going to move off with the faster velocity? It's easy.
Conservation of momentum.
Yeah.
Right, so we got rigs coming from the sun hitting the particles, accelerating them. Got it.
If you want to be silly, sure, go ahead.
and it's selective. So we got an atmos next to a vacuum, which is crazy to begin with, and then so-called energy from the sun hits certain particles selectively and causes them to accelerate to 25,000 miles an hour.
Why do you
All
keep
right,
on saying
got it.
selectively? That's your insertion. That's your straw man. That's not exactly what happens. The particles from the sun hit all of the particles in the atmosphere. There's no selection there. It just happens to be that the most amount of velocity gained will be from the smallest molecules that are hit. And those will be the ones that will reach escape velocity. There's no selectivity there.
But only a certain amount each day. Like not all the atmos just goes directly into the vacuum. Just a certain amount of lucky particles get that right every day. Okay,
That's
got
right.
it. All right. Thank you.
I don't know what he's talking about, actually, Paul. He's talking about the Atmos, and I don't know what that is, so I'm not going to
No.
talk about it anymore.
Oh, you want me to say it in your language? The atmosphere. I know you love that word, huh, Blue? You like spheres. But we call it atmos because we say it's ridiculous for, air to form a sphere in a
Well,
vacuum.
okay. All right. Then come up with your own theory for what happens in your Atmos. I don't know what happens in it.
It's okay, Blue. I know it's tough to, especially being in physics. I mean, it's tough to explain such a scenario where we have a vacuum next to an atmosphere.
That's quite
Have it
easy,
your way.
easy to explain our atmosphere. There's no problem explaining it.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually is a pretty good explanation.
And
I guess
chocolate
I'm
cake
satisfied.
layering. That's next.
Hmm?
The layering, right? Aren't you going to say layering?
How would it be gravity? How can you control for the electrostatics repelling the gas molecules? Like atoms, the core of an atom is positive charge. Everything's made of atoms. How do you control for that?
Yeah, and there's another part to the atom, too, isn't it?
Yeah, the exterior, which is negative charge. That's how you get a circuit with electrons, but sure. But everything is made out of atoms.
Yeah, and overall, the atom is neutral, right?
Right.
And everything is affected by electrostatics, right?
Sure, but overall, atoms are neutral, right?
When they're not neutral, what do we call them?
Cations and anions.
Cations and anions, exactly. So if we want to loan an atom an electron, it'll become a negative ion, won't it? And if we want to steal one of its outer electrons,
Negative, huh? Negative.
it
Hey,
becomes
real quick.
positive ion.
Real quick. How do you isolate that?
How do you
Shield it from.
isolate
Yeah, shield it from magnetism.
what? Isolate
How would
what?
you shield that? Well, if it becomes
Shield?
negative, they still be repelled by a positive charge. So how do you shield that?
No, wait a minute.
That didn't make sense what he said.
I know.
Yeah. Hang on.
Yeah, how do you shield it?
What are we shielding?
You said it's a negative, right?
Talking about an individual gas molecule.
Yeah, how do you do that? How do you get an individual gas molecule? How do you shield it from the outside, if you will, for layman's terms?
I don't even understand the question.
So you seriously believe that the sun can make a particle travel 25,000 miles an hour?
No, particles from the sun in the solar wind carrying energy collide with particles of the atmosphere, and that transference of energy can make light molecules reach escape velocity. Yeah.
That's called electromagnetism.
Don't we have
sputtering.
something that protects us from solar wind surrounding our so-called sphere?
Yeah, and the reason why it protects us is because the solar wind crashes into that, right? And when it crashes into it, what does it do? It transfers some energy.
No, that's actually the electromagnetic field that protects us from the solar wind.
Exactly. Thank
What
you.
causes the aurora borealis and the aurora australis?
Exactly that. The protection.
It's the charged particles interacting with our atmosphere, right?
But getting blocked from what again?
They're getting blocked because they're hitting other molecules in the atmosphere, man.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
exactly what
mechanism
causes
of
them.
how it works.
Yeah.
Don't we have an electromagnetic shield around us, like kind of like Star Trek?
Yeah.
No, it's not
Kind of like the
magic.
Van Allen belts that trap in all these molecules.
Uh-huh.
It's not magic,
Or-
guys. The physical mechanism, how it works.
So these things are getting through even though they're getting blocked by the magnetic field. So you're saying they're getting through this thing that you also claim blocks this and causing the molecules to go 25,000 miles an hour.
It's
This
not
is your
black or
claim.
white, SC. It's not everything's blocked or nothing is blocked. There's some in between. You get it?
So some get through. Some get through.
SC doesn't do in between things. It's hard for
right.
I'm asking. I'm not claiming anything. I just want to get clarity. So some of them get through.
Well, the
Okay,
language
got it.
you're using is kind of like you are claiming something.
Well, then my apologies. I was
Well, wait
just
a minute.
merely asking.
Wait a minute. How do you guys know this escape stuff if it all gets trapped in the Van Allen belts that are about 400 miles up?
all
Who
of
goes
it does.
to the Van Allen belts to check this out?
All of it doesn't get trapped.
No, it gets trapped. That's what protects us from the solar winds.
That's why we're still alive.
Okay.
Right.
Neutral
So
H2.
if it all gets trapped by the Van Allen belts, how come Canada had that situation so many years ago where their electricity infrastructure got taken out by a solar event?
Because that was a solar flare. That was
The Van Allen belts.
coronal mass ejection,
Yep.
they call them, I believe, and it pointed
Yeah,
directly. I was involved.
Yep.
I got hit by that. I experienced that one.
So did the Earth's magnetic field block it all?
No, but
No,
that's
it's
different, isn't it?
sun that produces it, right? Produces it, and it traps into our atmosphere. When you have a flare from the sun, it will like give a pulse, if you will, and it can affect things on the ground. It will affect the magnetic field and affect things on the ground. There you go.
But neutral
But this is a direct
H2
hit, though. You got to
atoms.
understand, right? It's like a gun pointing at you. The way they explain it has to be right on. If it was on the other side, like pointing the other way, it wouldn't affect it. You know what I'm saying, right? Like the solar flare has to be directly pointed at you when it hits, when it makes that loop and it breaks that loop, bang. Yeah. It is. That's for real. I mean, I experienced it. So we were in the cold for a good 2 months. We had almost no electricity.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that the sun affects the magnetic field. No doubt.
Yeah. I think it's electromagnetic myself. So
Yep.
doesn't surprise me in the least. Now, as to how that would charge a particle to go from, I believe George told us, Nunchuck told us that they travel at about 5,000 miles an hour, give or take. he calculated?
I don't know. I just know when Herman Paulson, the electrical engineer from 1920s, when he did go up 600 feet, he did get about 2 million volts. So higher you go, there's more charge reading.
Magnetic fields accelerate charged particles.
Nice.
Right, that's what a synchrotron does. Right, we send electrons, a negatively charged particle, around a magnetic field, and it accelerates them. Right, so the atoms in the sun, some of them are ionized. They're hydrogen nuclei, or they're helium nuclei, or they can even be molecular ions, and they get accelerated by the sun's magnetic field.
Right, like liquid oxygen or liquid nitrogen can be highly repelled by diamagnetism, the Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah, but you need extremely cryogenic conditions for those.
Well, sure, you got to go higher. Obviously, there's more charge. At ground level, it's like, what, 0.3 Gauss?
The sun is putting off a almost perfect black body spectrum, right? So it's got a temperature, and it's clearly above any kind of feasibility of liquid oxygen or nitrogen being contained within it. That doesn't make any sense.
So you think that's enough to accelerate a molecule at 25,000 miles an hour, Jace?
A magnetic field can accelerate charged particles, right? That's what a synchrotron is. That's what we do at a synchrotron.
Yeah, but are they charged particles? Like the gas particles?
Yes. They're electrons. We accelerate electrons around a magnetic ring.
No, I'm saying the particles in the atmos up high, or the ones start below. Are you saying they're the same?
They're talking about accelerating the particles in the sun, the charged particles in the sun that get accelerated in its magnetic field and come through the solar wind. They come through as the solar wind.
Right. Now I'm saying, and when they interact with the particles here on Earth, do you think that they can accelerate them to go 25,000 miles an hour?
Yes.
I don't believe I asked you, sir.
I don't care.
Jace, the chemist. I'm not really interested in what you have to say.
Again, I don't care.
Oh, you're free to say it, but I just don't care.
Yeah, he can take it for now. I'm talking and doing something at the same time, so he can take it.
Yeah, I mean, the energy in the particles in the solar wind is quite significant. And when that energy is transferred to a very light molecule in the atmosphere, there's no reason to think that it can't reach escape velocity. If you think it can't reach escape velocity, give us some equations, give us some physics to show us why you think it can't.
Well, you know what a coronal mass ejection is. You've talked about it. See, from the time that CME was observed, how long did it take it to make it to Earth?
I'm not sure, Blue.
A day? 2 days?
I really have no clue. I wouldn't speculate on it. It'd be foolish of me.
I don't know either. I didn't know if you would.
Hold on. I think I got it. 8 minutes.
No,
Really?
that would mean they were travelling at the speed of light. Coronal mass ejections don't travel quite that fast.
They don't travel that fast? Okay.
No.
Okay. Then we got to do some adjusting in the calculations.
No, but I think CMEs can make it here in as little as a day, can't they, Paul?
Yeah.
Something like that. And if that's true, when it arrives at us, guess how fast it's moving?
Come on, tell us, Blue. We're all excited. Tell us.
Okay. The answer is almost 4 million miles an hour.
Well, here you go. Here's some information on CMEs. They say they can leave the sun at speeds ranging from 250 kilometres per second to a speed of around about 3,000 kilometres per second.
Wow, I'd like to know how they measured it. But yeah, exciting stuff. Good to know.
I guess they observe it and look at it at different times and can then calculate its speed, right?
I guess, yeah.
It's not actually very hard to imagine how they could measure it at all, really.
You seem to know a lot of stuff. You seem to be able to imagine a lot of stuff, like and accept it like bang, like on the spot without questioning it.
Oh, we've been observing the sun for a very, very long time. And you can see those things.
Oh yeah, there's people probably still to this day that worship it.
Well, that's how everything started. Time and the worship, religions. I think it all started from that bright thing there that they say is a thermonuclear reaction, which personally I think it's more electromagnetic. But what do I know?
Any evidence for that?
What?
Yep, I do.
Yeah, how?
Plant growth. Plant growth.
Huh?
Yep. Plant growth. I know electromagnetic. We can make lights here on Earth to reproduce what the sun does using electromagnetic energy, right? Now,
do those processes also produce neutrinos?
that's not what you asked me. You asked me why I believe so. Now, I gave you my thing. Now, why do you think it's a thermonuclear reaction, and how do you think that?
Well, for the very reason
how
that I
that
just
can
stated.
produce light. Don't interrupt me. And how that can produce
Well, you
light.
asked me a question and then you started going on.
I didn't finish
the polite thing to do is if you ask
First of all, dude, I don't give a
if you
shit
ask-
about you. I'm
if
not
you
talking
ask
to you. I'm
the
going to tell
question-
you for the
if
third
you-
time. I'm not talking to you. I was talking to Blue.
you
Kindly
ask a
butt
question,
out of my
SC, the
conversation.
general thing to do
I don't
is
care about
pause
you.
and
You're
wait
an
for someone to
antagonizing prick, and I don't care to talk to you, dude.
Oh, I don't give a
Blue,
shit.
would
I'm
you
here
like to
and I've got
continue the
just as much
conversation?
right to talk
I thought
as you do.
the three of
Okay,
you were
I'm
in a
gonna
conversation.
bow out. I'm gonna go on
Exactly.
mute because I'm gonna tell this prick to go fuck himself.
Well, you're the prick that wants to exclude me from the conversation for some reason. I don't know why.
Because you're
I'm
an antagonizing
actually just
piece of
trying to.
shit.
I'm
That's
actually.
why.
You're interrupting
You're
me
a
now.
rude
I'm
piece
actually
of
just.
shit.
See, you're
That's
interrupting
why.
me now. You
A
don't have
rude
very good
fucking
standards,
cunt.
do you, SC?
That's why.
You don't have very good standards, do you, SC? You do what you claim you hate other people
Guys,
doing.
please stop. Guys.
Yeah.
All right, guys, please stop with this.
So in answer to SC's question, the reason why I don't think it's electromagnetic radiation or electromagnetic is because it produces neutrinos.
I didn't ask you piece of shit. I asked
don't
Blue.
care. I'm answering whether you like it or not. Okay?
Hey, man, you can't do that.
Don't address me,
You
though.
can't,
Don't
you can't
address me.
specify who you want to answer something in a public channel. SC? Don't be a
You're
prick.
right. But I'm just telling you, I wasn't asking you, and I don't give a shit about your response.
Well, then
We're having
shut
a
up and let me
conversation.
give it anyway. All right?
Go right ahead. Give your response.
Right. My response is that we know it's thermonuclear because we detect all the byproducts of thermonuclear processes. We don't detect those things when we have electromagnetic phenomena.
So, Blue, would you like to continue our cordial conversation before somebody rudely interrupted?
No, if you're going to exclude Paul, I'm going to exclude you. Have a nice night.
Fair enough.
You see, you're just being just as rude, see?
No, I just don't like you, dude. I think you're an asshole. That's all. It's personal. I don't like you.
I think it was
That's all there is
cordial.
to
I
it.
don't know what happened.
I think you're a rude asshole. That's all.
All right. Let's settle down.
Hold on a second. SE, man, come on, bro.
I just want to make
Please,
myself
you can't do
clear.
that,
That's
dude.
all.
You said it,
I think
SE. You don't have to keep on
Yeah,
repeating
no, you
it. Come on.
I think it was going pretty good. He just asked you a question, man. That was...
No, he does this all the time. He thinks he can just butt into a conversation, be antagonistic, and get away with it. Well, that
Dude, I
doesn't
was
work
part
with me.
of the original conversation, man.
I don't care about you, man.
Essie, let me say this. We understand that he rubs you the wrong way and that you don't like him. Can we please keep it civil though, for the sake of the
Yes,
listeners?
I will keep it civil. Yeah, if he doesn't antagonize me, I will keep it civil.
There's no if about it. You keep it civil regardless.
Keep it civil regardless.
No,
please.
I don't care what you think, dude. You're not gonna get the last word with me. Do you understand that? It's not gonna work. I know little bitches like you.
Okay.
That's enough.
Like, I'm gonna have to start modding if we can't get past this. Come on, guys.
All right, so I want to ask Curse with whatever his name is all light electromagnetic spectrum?
All light is electromagnetic
light.
radiation.
I think
Okay,
visible
so-
light's only a part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Right. What about the unseen, right?
It's still light.
Yeah, it's all part of the electromagnetic spectrum, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so the sun would be part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah,
No,
visible
the light
part.
produced from the sun is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. The sun itself isn't the electromagnetic spectrum. What it produces is part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Did you have more, Don, or is that it?
That's an important distinction. Very
Yeah,
important.
all light is the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah, the electromagnetic spectrum of light.
Yep.
It's not the
But the sun
electromagnetic
isn't just
spectrum
light, is
of
it?
light, because that implies that there's an electromagnetic spectrum of something else. It's the electromagnetic spectrum is light.
Huh. Well, what is the sun? Light.
No, it's more than light.
As far as
Yep.
we know, it's light. More than that, they claim they haven't substantiated.
Somebody prove that it's a thermonuclear reaction.
We have evidence for that in the nature of the light that it emits. By analysing the light that it emits, we can tell what molecules and what reactions are actually going on in there. Not only does it emit light, it emits other particles too, which we also detect.
Right,
That's
like
right.
water.
Now, for instance, your grow light, SE, when you flip the switch on your grow light, you don't get any X radiation coming from it.
Yeah, no kidding, Blue.
Well, you get X radiation coming from the sun.
I think you misunderstood my point. What I said was we can reproduce. Why I think it's electromagnetic instead of thermonuclear is because we can reproduce light using electromagnetic, but I don't think we can reproduce light to grow plants using thermonuclear, as far as I know, unless you can correct me. That was my statement before Wise Guy came in. See what I'm saying, Blue?
We can produce lots of light using thermonuclear. It's just that we can't control it. We can produce a hell of a lot in a short time, but we just can't control it to use it in a grow light.
See what I mean, Blue? You think we can use thermonuclear power to produce light to grow plants? That was my point.
Why would we want to do that?
Not asking you why we would want to do that. I was asked a question, what I think it is, and I gave my answer. Now I'm asking you a question. Do you think we can do that? Not why.
And now
Can
I'm giving
we
you
do that?
the answer is at the moment, no, we can't.
Okay, thank you. So it would seem.
Number one, we can't. There's no real good way at the moment to produce a constant fusion reaction. We can produce one, but it takes more energy input than you get out of it. So it's pretty stupid to do it.
Yeah.
Going down to the local hardware store and buying a grow lamp.
Exactly. Which uses what? Electromagnetic, right?
Electricity.
Yeah, electricity. That's why if I was to speculate, which I don't like doing, I would say the sun is somehow electromagnetic instead of thermonuclear. That's just me. That's what I think.
Well, that's okay. Everybody's allowed to be wrong.
Yeah. Well, thank you,
What?
Lou. Thank you.
What?
Yeah.
That's definitely electromagnetic. There's no way around that.
But you see the arrogance in the statement. Everyone's allowed to be wrong, which I would have said, okay, that's your opinion. I'll roll with it, But they're convinced. They know it's thermonuclear. This is why they get triggered.
Well, like we said, there's a reason why we know it's not just thermonuclear.
Yeah,
There's a
exactly.
reason why we know it's not electromagnetic. It's because there are also other things produced by the sun, like neutrinos, okay, that don't get produced via electromagnetic interactions.
Of course, he knows that, right?
Listen, you act as if no one has been studying the sun for hundreds of years.
Yeah, has anybody have taken a chunk out of it and actually... It's all guesswork, dude. Spectroscopy.
Yeah, but you act like
all guesswork.
You act like people have just been speculating about what they think it is. I mean, there's been studies.
No, I don't act
so many
that way.
studies.
No, you don't know what it is, bro. Nobody knows what the sun
Yeah,
is.
but how much?
Okay,
But see,
you
how much
don't
research?
know. That's the
How much?
bottom line.
But okay, but how much research have you actually done about this on the sun?
It doesn't matter. Nobody has
It
taken
does
a piece
matter,
of the
though.
sun.
It does matter.
Look, how much research have you done? Is it an amount of
I've
research that's
done a
gonna
little bit.
produce a piece of the sun, people?
I don't think you'd have to. I mean, there's ways to find out, what chemicals are given off by the sun, without actually touching it. And
So
I believe
you think?
we have sent probes to the sun.
Yeah, you can believe anything you want.
See, that's the
That's
thing.
as long as you tell me it's a belief. Don't try to convince me it's a fact, because it is
See, that's
not.
where the line is drawn. That's where the line is
Do you
drawn.
know the sun is tightly locked to the earth, so we never see the backside? Do you know that?
Is it though?
No, it's not.
How you know the
It's not.
backside is hot if you've never been there?
I mean,
Because
you
the sun
can
rotates, and we observe that rotation.
You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
see
you can
the
film the rotation.
sunspots as the sun rotates, for God's sakes.
They observe it.
There's literally a time lapse of it.
Do you ever see the backside of the sun?
There's literally
Of
a
course you
10-year
do.
time lapse of the sun you can watch.
What?
There's a 10-year time lapse of the sun that you can watch.
Where's this time lapse?
Here, I'll post.
It never
I'll
turns
post it for
around,
you.
right?
I'll post it. Yes, it does. I'll post it for you.
Is it in the impossible vacuum of space?
No, it's in the vacuum of space, which is not impossible.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought we always saw the sunspots, so meaning that we just see one side of the sun. Yes or no?
The sunspots actually rotate if you actually paid attention to it. But I'm gonna get that video. Give me a second.
I like to see that video. Thank you.
That's one simple way to know that it's rotating. You watch the sunspots rotate.
So you guys don't have enough humility to admit that nobody here on this planet up until now knows exactly what the sun is. You don't have enough humility to admit that it's all speculation.
It's all speculation backed up by a mountain of evidence, right?
I believe they
So
think it's a
rather than just acceding to, oh, we don't know what it is, we do make speculations, and we back up those speculations with things like observations and measurements. So yeah, you're right. It's all speculation, but it's got a lot of evidence to back up what we speculate.
Well, I expect. Well, can I, Miss
Sun
Curse?
probe?
You and
Yeah, I
that.
just posted it in the chat.
I mean, come on, you got to be honest with that.
Shazam! That fucker looks like it's rotating to me.
Are you got to be kidding me, right? You guys believe that's real?
Well, you
I
could,
was
that
you
watching
is
a
could
video
real.
do.
and I just got
What
I
you
just had
could
to
do is you could get a telescope, right, with a solar filter on it, and you could actually film it yourself if you don't think it's real.
No, I'm just saying you believe
that was
you
my
believe.
question.
Yeah,
It looks a little
you could do
sus
it
to me,
if you
like
don't.
it's
Wait,
CGI.
hold.
So can
I'm
you do
sorry.
this in your backyard? Or do you need NASA to do it?
No, you could do it in your backyard.
Easily.
Do what in your backyard?
You could see the sun with a solar. If you have a telescope
Rotating like
and
that.
a solar filter, yeah, yeah, you time
They
it.
claim in your backyard you can get this video that they showed. You can get the
Maybe
detail
not to this.
video in your
Maybe
backyard.
not to this. Maybe not to this level of detail, but you could film something like this. Yes.
I'll show you what I got with my P900 when I look at the sun through a solar filter.
That makes all the difference because when you do it yourself, you get these different results than NASA.
Absolutely
Well,
different results. Yeah, not even
oh,
close to that. But hey, I got a
Yeah. Well,
shitty P900, you know.
yeah, you need a
okay. Well,
better.
that's
You need
what
a
you
better
got.
telescope.
Chuck's astrophotography has time lapses of the sun. He does that from his backyard.
I think Thunderfoot had a really good video. Let me see if I can find it.
What kind of filters are they using, and what kind of cameras? And they're using a telescope, I imagine, for this.
You imagined correctly.
The sun rotating like that.
Honestly, like who got this? Did NASA give you this? I'm just asking.
So in order to get this, all we need is like 20, 30 million. Build a telescope, build a telescope array like this, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you need that
Right.
much.
You can do it from a telescope in your backyard, like Chuck's astrophotography did.
Yeah.
Here,
I
here's one. Let me
think it's
see. I'll
called a
post it.
hydrogen alpha or something like that they use.
That's a special filter, I'm sure.
There you go.
Looks
So,
kind of different though than the other one, right?
Well, I think the other one is probably from a lot larger telescope.
Yeah, the $20 million one that I was talking about.
Probably, yeah.
Now that's a nice capture. I wonder what he's using. Does he say what he's using?
Thunderfoot.
Telescope
I think
stack.
it was probably in the description.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this guy's site out for sure. That looks nice.
Oh, Thunderfoot. Yeah, he talks a lot of shit about Elon Musk. It's kind of funny.
And that doesn't look like a regular telescope he has there. He looks like he has some fancy equipment. Because no matter how much I
Actually,
zoom in, I don't see no. You know how those flares are on the top there? I don't see any of that stuff
yeah.
ever.
It actually, the one I just posted kind of looks like the one that Wolfie has. I could be wrong.
Guys, the one that says I can see the sun rotating, is that slowed down? Is that like real time or slow down?
I think it's no, I think it's like a time lapse. He actually has in this description, he has a link to the actual telescope he's using. Here it is.
Yeah, that's some undeniable stuff. You can tell when a picture is real and when it's bullshit. Well,
Yeah, that definitely looks
most
real.
of the
But
time.
I was watching it. I kept playing it over and over and over. You know, it's funny. At first, it looks like it's rotating, and then it looks like it's just the sun itself is moving. Like, you know how like heat waves are, right? On a road,
Yeah.
Yeah, it
kind of
does
what
look strange. Yeah.
looks like heat wave. Like it has like a wave going on instead of a rotation.
Yeah, that big old ball in the sky, man. That's been making people go nuts for millennia. But of course, within the last 40 years, NASA figured it all out. I mean, you know.
So somebody put a camera from Amazon for it to look at the sun for 2,500. So it says computerized. So does that mean it needs software to tell you what the sun looks like, or can you do it without the
No,
computer?
you just use the computer to track the sun while you're looking at it.
I'm just thinking why you need a computer, because then it can tell you what it wants to tell you. You know what I mean?
You don't
I
need a
told you why you
computer to
use a
track.
computer. You use the computer to track it.
You don't need a computer to track the sun, for
Is
crying
it
out loud.
possible the computer is tricking you to see stuff that's not there?
No, it just
No. I
moves
think it's
the telescope.
yeah. The software will know. Like once you set it up and you have the software, it'll like if you some of them you can have program it to go exactly like a specific thing you want to look at, and it'll track that. It'll move to that place in the sky and go to that. You know, so you don't have to move it yourself. You know, it'll have a
That's
whole
fine,
bunch
but
of
how do you know? Okay,
observations
that's
already.
fine. But how do you know the software is not making you see solar flares that
Because
aren't
it's
really
just
there?
lenses. Because that the software is just for the mount.
So the software that you're tracking without having to do it manually.
It's there's no screen inside. You
But the
know,
software doesn't add
projecting something.
CGI solar flares, is what you're saying.
No, it doesn't. It's
I
just
mean, when I hear
it's
software,
just
I
for the
think like
mount.
the camera. I think like
No, I
It's
think
just,
it's just for the mount.
it's just a step motor. It's a
Yeah.
step motor with a CPO program. There's a program, some kind of remote that I forget what it's called, and it's all programmed to. I think it's like each rotation is like 15 degrees, something like that. I forget, but it's
So
just a
if you
step.
wanted to look at if you wanted to look at like the Crab Nebula, you know, you punch that in, it'll move. Or I think the word is like slew. I'm not sure what the fuck it's called, but the mount will just move
it'll
to that
focus
in
on
that
the crab
direction.
nebula for you. It'll find it for you, is what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
But
That
doesn't
way you
that
don't
mean
have to try and search
it
for it.
needs to have some kind of program to direct you around the stars?
Yeah, that's just in case you don't know where to look. Like if you're new to astronomy, you don't know where to look. You know, you just be looking around in outer space. You don't know what the hell you're looking at. These things have there's specific at a specific time and a specific place in the sky. You'll be able to see certain things, and the program just tells you, you know, just shows you where to
No
look.
doubt. What's the
That's all.
point of us really sitting here? You know what I'm saying? Who does this do any good for?
What's up?
Dude, that sun looks like it's in water, dude. The one Serious with IQ, that looks exactly like it's in water. Like that's crazy.
Yep, a giant gas ball in a vacuum, providing life
Go
for us. I
go
believe
ahead,
it.
Essie. Go ahead, Essie. Say it. I'm a believer.
I believe, brother. I believe.
You know, it'd be crazy. I'm curious what sound in water would look like under a microscope. I don't think they ever done that. Have you guys ever seen that?
Sound and water in a microscope, did you say?
Considering
Yeah.
a microscope is an optical instrument, why would we use it to look at sound?
No, well, sound in water will produce light. I wonder what it looked like under a microscope.
I'd say, why not?
Sound and water producing light is a very specific thing. It's not just any sound and water does that.
But it does that.
You got to break this. You got to break the speed of sound underwater, and then you keep it going with it's called sonoluminescence. That shit's awesome.
Heck yeah, it is. That's why I wonder if it's been
Yeah,
observed under a microscope.
I'd like to see that. That'd be something to
That
see if we
little
could see it.
it happens in nature naturally. What's it called? A pistol shrimp does it, I think.
Yeah,
It only
that's shrimp.
happens when
Yeah.
it happens in nature. It only happens for a second. In a lab, though, you can keep it going indefinitely with like I don't know if it's vibration or sound or something.
I wonder if that will produce an observation of something that would appear solid.
Uh-oh.
Because you got to think about it. Everything is sound, light, liquid. Well, that would be my biblical belief because God said, "Let there be light." That's sound.
So
What happens if you do spectroscopy? What would happen if you did spectroscopy on sonoluminescence?
Man, that's a
What,
good
what would
man.
you What
Nothing.
would you come up with? Nothing.
Nothing, because spectroscopy works on element, like an elemental thing. I mean,
Yeah.
you would see the hydrogen and the oxygen as far as elemental spectroscopy.
Through the
Yeah,
water, yeah, but
you just get peaks from the water, depending on which band of the spectrum you're looking in.
I don't know, guys.
you sure about that, Jace?
What do
Yeah.
you think would happen?
Do you know how like spectroscopic instruments measure things? Do you know like what the mechanism is?
Yeah, they
First off,
measure.
is it
Yeah,
only one
vaguely.
color?
Well, just do electron microscope then. That observes light.
There's two
So
types, right, Jace? There's two types.
The
There's
real type.
a lot of different types of spectroscopy.
Well, the
Emission
main
detection.
ones.
That's what he meant.
The main
Right.
In
ones.
sonoluminescence, is it just one color?
no,
Core principle is that you
you're cutting out.
in some way, and then it radiant in it. Never mind.
You're good
Just
now.
go
Say
ahead.
You
it
cleared.
again.
You cleared up. Go ahead, Jace. Jace Hood.
Yeah, the core principle is that you excite a molecule or atom in some way, and it will radiate a photon, right? And that's what the instrument measures, the emission of the photon that it
Why are you
gives off.
overcomplicating it? It just measures the wavelength. That's it.
No, it measures the energy.
Which is the wavelength.
Same thing.
Explain
That's
to me.
related to the
Explain
wavelength.
to me if you
Like
can.
you don't have to
understand.
invoke photons and other such nonsense.
Well, that's what it does.
You have a color,
right? We have
it
like
gauges
single
the color.
photon
That's it.
detectors.
But the thing is,
Explain
in
to me.
sonoluminescence, the color's constantly. It's not one color. It's changing. If you were to look at the absorption or emission spectrum, I don't think it would just show you a peak of hydrogen and a peak of oxygen. because it's in water. I think we'd have to do it to see. I think it's an interesting question that you raised, Jeremy.
They've probably done it. Yeah, that was a great question I posed.
Hey, dude, I want to know.
They've probably done it. I mean, scientists are studying this. It's got them baffled as to why that even, why the light even happens. Is crazy.
I wonder if they have.
I've never heard.
That's what I was asking you guys,
Like,
man.
we
I
have
haven't up yet.
sonicators in the lab.
Well,
Never heard anyone say that this is some big mystery.
I
You've
think
never
they
heard them
explain
say
it
it's
with the
not a
shrink.
luminescence? My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jeremy.
I mean, where do you think the light comes from, Jace? Jace.
You know
Mic
what I'm
check.
going to do? I want to call a university.
Hang on. Give me a second, man.
I want to call a university and ask them if they have done that. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Nobody knows where the light comes. They got some ideas on where the light might come from, but they don't know. This shit's got them baffled.
Well, sure, but I wonder if they put literally. Has anybody literally put it under a microscope and see what it looks like?
How are you gonna do that?
I don't know.
Yeah, how would you do that?
No, that's a good question.
Microscopes use
what?
slides, like samples on slides. You wouldn't be able to put it under.
Yeah. What level of detail? Like, if you want to look at the atomic structure, the molecular structure, you have to reduce the energy that the molecules have, right? That's why we cryogenically cool these things when we're trying to do some of those things.
Sure, but I can't be the only one that probably thought of the idea. So I would think maybe a scientist probably thought it, and maybe it's out there. Maybe.
I'd like to see what kind of readings they get from spectroscopy from it.
Yeah, straight up.
That'd be interesting.
Yes, I would like to see that.
Because we know it's water, right? And watch the emission spectrum show like some stuff that they'd probably equate it to a bunch of different gases because it's not just one color. We could debunk spectroscopy, like for use in the skies, once and for all.
If we do, I want half credit for this. 50% goes to me for posing this.
Hell yeah.
Hey, what are you doing over there, baby?
You outdid yourself with that.
What are you doing?
Jeremy.
Come here.
The guy that
baby.
does it gets 50%. I get 50%.
Come here, baby.
I'd rather see what it looks like physically because I have a supposition that it will appear physical.
Come here. What are you doing, baby? What are you doing? Come here.
So I'm looking at someone's hot mic in.
I can understand the idea of spectroscopy, like in a home lab, like if you're watching something 10 or 20 feet away, you can get like the elements. But if you're gonna go in space where there's like stuff out there, like satellites are flying out there, nebula gases and planets and asteroids, how do you look at something 90 million miles away and claim that you can see what you're looking at with everything in the way?
Well, let's close off this sonoluminescence thing. So I'm looking at a paper where they did spectroscopy with sonoluminescence. They put nitrogen. Basically, they used air. They dissolved air into the water, and they got the characteristic hydrogen bonding peak of water, of the H2O, and the characteristic nitrogen peaks as well. There were some NHs.
So
they put air in it.
What did it look like? Do they have photos?
So you're saying the nitrogen is like burning off or something?
No. They dissolved air into the water, and air contains nitrogen.
Yeah.
Why they dissolve air into the? Why did they do that though?
Well, I don't know if they just water naturally has some air dissolved in it. I don't know if they actually went through the process of dissolving more in it. But water, if you have just a cup of water, there's naturally some air dissolved in there.
Yeah, but not a lot. You wouldn't expect that nitrogen
All
would
you need
peak
is
on this spectroscopy
one
thing.
atom. You just need one atom, and it'll give you the peak.
Nah.
Yes, if it is excited by the method you're using and it radiates a photon that hits the detector, you'll get the peak.
How long are they actually measuring the wavelengths? They don't just do it for like, you know, a split, like a nanosecond, and just get one atom. They get the color, right? And
Yeah,
it's like,
I
you know,
don't
the
know like the
consistent color.
nitty gritty details, man. I'm looking at the peaks that they're showing here. I'd have to read through it and see the exact method that they use, like the procedure.
To me, preliminarily,
But it just looks
doesn't
like
make
an
sense to me.
IR spectrum of water, man.
Yeah, let me just say, it doesn't make sense to me that consistently you would have a peak of nitrogen unless the nitrogen in this, like, you know, in this air that's dissolved into the water is somehow being pulled or involved in the light reaction that we see.
No, nitrogen can absorb, if it can absorb the photons in the band of the EM spectrum that they're using, then you're going to get a peak from it, man.
My point is, this thing is it's measuring the color, the wavelength, okay? And it's doing this over a period of time. So that means that nitrogen will have to be actively involved. And, you know, don't forget there's a small amount of air dissolved in this water. So it doesn't really make sense that it would peak relative to all of that water unless it was actually involved in some way.
Yeah, they're saying it was a hydrogen bond peak, an NH peak. Right? It's a characteristic infrared peak that you get. So the nitrogen, right? I don't know the nitty gritty details, right? This is just a paper that I'm just looking up, and I'm seeing the graphs and the peaks that they're showing here, right? So what they're saying is the nitrogen atoms that are in there, right? Because hydrogen bonds can occur most frequently with oxygen, nitrogen, and fluorine, right? So they're saying that the water molecule, the hydrogen on a water molecule is in a hydrogen bond with a nitrogen atom, and that gives it a peak in the spectrum, right? It can absorb energy due to that bond and then re-emit it.
Did the hydrogen bonds give a hydrogen peak as well?
Hydrogen doesn't. There is no it doesn't absorb and emit in the infrared that they were doing.
What?
Dude, certain atoms and molecules, right, they absorb energies in different bands of the spectrum, right? So if you're not looking in the band that it's absorbing and emitting in, you're not going to get a signal from that, right? They have the nanometers that they're looking at was 280 to 400 from one of the graphs here. So they're not looking at the whole spectrum, right?
That sounds like bullshit. Because they're looking at the colors, the wavelengths.
Yeah, I'll post the paper.
I know, but like, you know, they have colors from the solar luminescence. They have a light of certain wavelengths, and that's what they're looking at. So any wavelengths should be looked at. You know, it doesn't make sense that they're not looking at all of the wavelengths when they're looking at the light of, like, the colors of this light, the wavelengths of this light. And you would think, because it's water, H2O, that hydrogen.
But the light hits the water and it's absorbed by the atoms in the water, and then it's re-emitted. Right? I don't think the source light is just getting to the detector.
It doesn't make sense to me that nitrogen would peak and hydrogen in this pool of water wouldn't.
It is.
I asked you if hydrogen peaked. You said they didn't even look at that.
There's a peak. Oh my god. The OH, which is participating in the hydrogen bond, peaks.
Hydroxide? But
Yes.
not hydrogen.
No. The hydrogens are connected to they're in the water molecule. There isn't H2. It's not H2 gas. So, like, what are you talking about?
I'm not saying H2. I'm saying hydrogen in and of itself. Maybe as a result of the hydrogen bonds or a result of the diatomic hydrogen in water. You know, you would think that there would be some sort of result from that. You would think
Yeah.
that some sort of wavelength of that would register.
Yeah, like I said, it's the O bonded with the H is giving a peak, and that's usually due to hydrogen bonding interactions.
I don't know.
Right? So you have the oxygen atom, it has one bond to a hydrogen and another bond to a hydrogen. And each of those bonds can participate, the OH bond can participate in a hydrogen bonding interaction with another water molecule.
What do you mean, an OH bond? OH is hydroxide. It's a
Do I have
hydrogen
to say
bond
it
between
again?
them.
Yeah, but the oxygen plays a part, right? The oxygen is bonded to two separate hydrogens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those hydrogens, they get polarized. They become partially positive because of the oxygen's electronegativity. The covalent bond doesn't share the electrons equally, right? So the oxygen spends the electrons spend more time around the oxygen than they do around the hydrogen. So that causes a partial positive on the hydrogen and a partial negative on the oxygen. Right. So now that partial positive on that hydrogen can hydrogen bond with another oxygen that's partially negative from another water molecule.
Say that last part again?
The hydrogen that's partially positive forms a hydrogen bond with an oxygen of another water molecule that is partially negative.
So water molecules are linking up, and instead of H2O, we have H4O2?
No, these are intermolecular interactions. It's a hydrogen bond. They're not covalently bonded, so they're not their own molecule. They don't have their own molecular formula. It's a hydrogen bonding intermolecular interaction due to a consistent dipole, electrostatic dipole.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
So you're denying hydrogen bonds in water now? Really?
Not at all. I haven't heard of water molecules being linked together by
They're
hydrogen
not.
bonds.
Yeah. They're not covalently bonded. It's an intermolecular interaction. Just Google it, man.
No, I mean, of course, H2O is intermolecularly bonded, but I've never heard of H2O molecules being bonded to other H2O molecules by hydrogen bonds.
H2O is a single molecule, so it can't be intermolecularly bonded together.
I'm not saying
right?
intermolecularly.
It's intramolecularly bonded. Those are covalent
I haven't
bonds.
heard of that.
They're covalent bonds. You don't know what a covalent bond is?
Did I say I don't know what a covalent bond is? Like, why are you misunderstanding what I'm saying? You're saying hydrogen molecules are connecting to each other.
No.
And I said, I've never heard that. I've never heard of the positively charged, partially positively charged hydrogen atom from one molecule connecting to a different hydrogen or to a different oxygen from another molecule.
That's what a hydrogen bond is. Right? So oxygen, nitrogen, and fluorine are as you increase to the up and towards the right on the periodic table, electronegativity increases. So nitrogen, oxygen, and fluorine are extremely electronegative. Right? So when they are bonded to a hydrogen, the hydrogen that's connected to them, there becomes a separation of charge. The electrons spend more time around the oxygen, nitrogen, or fluorine. So that becomes partially, it's called partially positive or partially negative. The hydrogen doesn't get, the electrons don't spend as much time around the hydrogen, so it becomes partially positive. It's an induced dipole. And because of that partial charge, when there's an adjacent water molecule, in this case, it has the same situation going on. So the partially positive hydrogen on one water molecule, hydrogen bonds interacts with the partially negative oxygen on the other water molecule. That's what a hydrogen bond is.
No, not necessarily. A hydrogen bond
It's the
isn't an
definition.
ionic bond.
That
between
literally is what the
multiple
definition of a
molecules.
hydrogen bond is.
Did you hear what I just said?
No, two people were talking.
I said, a hydrogen bond doesn't necessarily mean an ionic bond between multiple molecules.
Then it's not an ionic bond. That's a different thing. This is a dipole. It's a separation of partial charge.
Well, you mentioned, the charge is attracting, so that's kind of like what an ionic bond. But in any
Right.
case, you have a hydrogen bond isn't the hydrogen from one water molecule connecting to an oxygen in a different water molecule. Maybe for like diatomic molecules like fluorine and oxygen and nitrogen and stuff like that, but not between other molecules.
Water, hydrogen bonds. That's why it's a liquid at room temperature.
Yeah, to itself, not to other molecules.
How can
I've
something
never seen
hydrogen bond to itself? I'm not talking
it's between the
about
hydrogen atom and the oxygen.
No,
Connected by
that's
hydrogen
not.
bond.
That's not what. Oh my god, man! I'm not talking about the oxygen covalently bonded to the hydrogen. That's just the molecule. No, that's not what the intermolecular interaction called the hydrogen bond means. That's not what it's talking.
Yes, it is. When you have the
No,
hydrogen
it's
atom
not.
bound to the oxygen, that's a hydrogen bond. Or if it's bound to nitrogen, it's a hydrogen bond. In hydroxide, it's bound to oxygen, it's a hydrogen bond.
It's a covalent bond to hydrogen. Here's the paper.
Yeah, it's a covalent bond and a hydrogen bond.
No. Let's see.
Are you referring to the arrangement of charges around the molecule so that it's not even and creates the bias, and therefore there's that separate linking up?
Yes, oxygen atoms are much, much more electronegative than hydrogen atoms. So the covalent bond, the electrons in the covalent bond are not shared equally. They spend...
Well, that's the V shape, isn't it? The slight V shape of the molecule, isn't it? Because of that distribution.
That's its geometry. That's its
yeah, but is that because of the distribution you're talking about?
Yeah.
It's because oxygen has two lone pairs as well of electrons in a water molecule, and so the way that the molecule can keep those electrons the farthest away from each other is in that bent geometry.
Yeah,
right.
because
It's the valence
charges
shell.
repel.
Yeah, valence shell electron repulsion is what it's called. But so a hydrogen bond is a primary electrostatic force of attraction between a hydrogen atom, which is covalently bound to a more electronegative atom or group, and another electronegative atom bearing a lone pair of electrons, the hydrogen bond acceptor, which in the case I was talking about is oxygen. All right, I'll post an image of how it's usually depicted. It's between different molecules. I'm not talking about the oxygen bonded to the two hydrogens in the water molecule. This is a thing between two different water molecules.
Yeah, I already posted an image of that.
So all these molecules of water are bound together.
Yeah, so right, if you have liquid water, how you phase transition it to a gas, you have to put in energy, right? So you can accomplish that by heating it up. What that energy does is it breaks those hydrogen bonds, right? They're weaker than covalent bonds because they aren't a covalent bond. So they require less energy to break them. Once you break those hydrogen bonds, the molecule, liquid molecule, can then escape. It can transition into the gas phase and escape. That's what the process of evaporation is. Boiling.
Yes, yeah. So any liquid. Okay, well, what about other liquids that aren't water?
It's the same thing, right? There's
Let's say we have mercury.
So right, mercury is going to be primarily London dispersion forces or Van der Waals forces, which are much weaker intermolecular interactions or interatomic interactions in this case, right? So that's why mercury boils at a much lower temperature because it doesn't require as much energy to overcome those Van der Waals interactions between the liquid molecules. It's with its whole quote, right? All intermolecular interactions are electrostatic, right? These are electrostatic interactions between molecules.
Oh, of course. I mean, everything's electrostatic.
Yeah, so you have to have a separation of charge, and that's basically what they are. They're just different ways that charge can be separated.
So is it safe to say in any liquid, there is definitely bonding between all of the molecules, and that's what makes something a liquid. For water, it's hydrogen bonds. For other, for like mercury, it's Van der Waals bonds or whatever, and so on and so forth. What about for
intermolecular interactions, right? I'm just, I'm instead of having to repeat that phrase over, I'm just calling it a bond. But what I mean is it's an intermolecular interaction, and all liquids have these. They're not covalent bonds, though, right? The molecules aren't covalently bonded to each other. That's not what's happening. And they're not ionic bonds either.
What are they?
Well, as far as I knew, a covalent bond is just any bond between, atoms. That's not like an ionic bond, not due to, exchanging an electron or what have you. So wouldn't hydrogen be considered, like a hydrogen bond, be considered a covalent bond?
No.
No.
Covalent bond requires electron pairs being shared. Like I said, in a water molecule, that hydrogen that's part of the hydrogen bond doesn't have any electrons. They're spending most of the time around the oxygen. That's what makes it partially positive.
So it's like partially covalent, and like you could almost say a partially ionic because, the electron's kind of in like a no man's land.
It's a dipole interaction. It's a type.
What does this have to do with the light, the color of the light from sonoluminescence?
Well, those bonds, right? Because of those interactions going on, and other effects like hydrogen exchange and stuff that can happen in solution, it gives rise to characteristic photon emission and absorptions.
Yeah, that's where you get line and band spectra from, right?
Yeah.
I did post a link to a paper that's actually studied the spectroscopy of solar luminescence, and they actually found continuous spectrum in there too, which kind of indicates that there's some sort of plasma involved as well.
Yeah, that's definitely something. But the frequency gives you color differences and shape differences. Just like when you put frequency on a sandboard, and it takes different shapes with different frequencies. Interesting.
Yeah, I posted a paper as well from it was published in the American Chemistry Society journal.
Well, if you look at stars, they twinkle different and they are different colors, which would imply different shapes and different foods.
It implies different temperatures of their surface.
Yeah, it could be some different things, but that can be recreated, with frequency. Interesting, if nonetheless.
The thing we don't get from solar luminescence is things like neutrinos being emitted.
How are you detecting neutrinos?
With a neutrino detector?
Oh, who here uses that? Who knows about that here?
I mean, they wouldn't be talking about neutrinos if they couldn't detect them, right?
No, I'm talking about in here. Who in here knows about neutrinos and how to detect them?
I got a neutrino detector in the house. She has a nose for
Yeah,
sorry, I
same.
mean a Nutella detector.
Do you change the batteries every Easter?
So
Actually, I probably should.
nobody has ever used this thing, or nobody knows how this thing works in here. Then why are we invoking it?
Because we're
Because it
magicians.
sounds cool.
Because we can read heaps of papers about it. We know it's actually been done.
Okay, so if you read heaps of papers, how does it work? What's going on? How does the neutrino detector go?
Well, you turn it on.
It's the machine that goes bing.
He's asking seriously though, Curse.
Yeah, no. And a neutrino detector isn't just a small instrument that you use. I mean, they're very difficult to detect, and that's why they use large underground cavities of very pure water. And they look for the interaction of a neutrino with a constituent part of the water. And what that does is it leaves it gives off a cone of light. And by looking at detecting that cone of light at various places in the detector, they can tell which direction the neutrino actually came from. So it's not something that everyone can do in their backyard.
So basically, there's a small particle called a neutrino that's supposed to be coming between all the rocks underground, and then it's supposed to be basically interacting with a water molecule and putting off a light photon or something, and then you're detecting that photon, and that's how you know there's a neutrino.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Well.
Yeah, it is pretty wow. It is pretty amazing.
How do you know this light is caused by a neutrino? My question. Like what makes something a neutrino caused light versus a non-neutrino caused light?
Well, I guess in their model they know the interactions that they expect, and they can calculate from those interactions what kind of light they would expect to see. And so when they look and they see that kind of light, they kind of know that they're on the right track.
So basically, there's an instruction manual on this neutrino machine, and if it says if the light comes out at this frequency and at this angle, That's the neutrino particle, and that's the telltale sign that a neutrino particle came through, basically.
Pretty much, but I wouldn't call it an instruction manual.
I think I'm going to need to talk to someone about how exactly they know this light is a neutrino light caused light. Because that has not enough details for me.
Sure,
Yo,
that's
for
a
the
good move
people
to
that
make. Go and research it.
For the people that said that they found like J Ace and I don't know who else, I think it was Moyoc, said that you guys found the studies where they did spectroscopy on sonoluminescence. Can you guys post links?
I did post a link earlier.
Yeah, I posted them. I was looking at too, but right, I was just looking at the peaks they're showing and the graphs and stuff. So I don't know the exact details of what they're doing, but I did post it in the chat.
Thanks, Kirst. I'll see yours, Jay.
Did you get mine? I'll repost it for you if you want.
No, I saw yours.
Good.
Yeah, I said thanks.
Neutrinos. Isn't a neutrino supposed to be like a product of a nuclear reaction?
Yeah.
So wouldn't it just be much easier to get a neutrino from like a nuclear reaction, and cause a nuclear reaction and get the neutrino right out of that?
Well, I've actually been investigating it as a method for detecting what people are doing with their nuclear reactors. Like, for instance, to get the plutonium that's been generated in a breeder reactor, you've got to shut the reactor down. And so by using this method of detecting neutrinos from a reactor, they can tell whether a reactor is operating or not. And so they can tell when countries like Korea or whatever shutting down reactors to extract plutonium from them.
Some neutrino detectors use gallium 71. It gets the neutrino when the neutrino gets converted to germanium 71, and then that gives off a characteristic photon. Its characteristic is the energy that it has.
So it's not
what they
water
detect.
now? It's not water, it's germanium?
There's many ways you can do it. Dude, there's many ways you can do it, right? You can use a bubble chamber as well. Right? It's not just one way to do things. There's the Super Kamiokande detector. There's the ice cube detector. The Sudbury neutrino detector.
Yeah, as far as I understand, these things don't have a charge, right?
No.
So they just have a mass, right?
Yes.
So are you detecting the mass then? Or I guess the effect of the mass and how it causes a photon?
It's the interaction that it has with whatever kind of atoms or molecules that you're using in your detector, right? They're going to have specific interactions that result in photons that have specific energy values, and that's what you measure. The mass of the neutrinos is deduced via their ability to change their lepton flavor, is what it's called. So they can go from being an electron neutrino to a tau neutrino, muon neutrino. And that's only possible in the standard model, the neutrino model, if they have a mass. This mass comes from a different mechanism than the mass of the rest of the particles, the standard, right? And that's one of the big research areas in physics right now, is trying to figure out how the neutrinos get mass, what the exact mechanism is.
Hey, Jace, have you heard of this? Everything in life is vibration from Albert Einstein.
You kind of broke up there.
Everything in life is vibration, Albert Einstein. The law of nature states everything has vibration. Like there's no solids. What is this all about?
I think, right, in physics or chemistry, they're referring to the vibrational modes of molecules usually.
It's basically saying everything comes from sound, some vibration, and that's how we are here.
Typically, these vibrational modes are
Sounds like God, doesn't it? Like
Sounds like God
said-
spoke.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
But they're not saying that they're sound vibrations.
Yeah,
Vibrations and sound vibrations are two different things.
like what I was talking about before, the whole hydrogen bond peak thing I'm talking about, that comes from the vibration. It's a vibrational mode of the water molecule. The OH stretches both symmetrically and asymmetrically when it absorbs a photon of specific energy values, and then it re-emits them attenuated. It'll re-emit a photon, right, at an attenuated energy value.
Listen to this, Jace. It says a form that appears solid is actually created by an underlying vibration. Oh, the sun. Uh-oh. Oh.
Bad vibes or good vibes?
Dude, they said the human body has like a 7 or 8 hertz of frequency, each body.
What does that
Frequency
mean?
of what?
Yeah, what does that mean exactly?
It gives off those frequencies, I guess. I don't.
In
I
what
gotta
way?
read the paper more.
Sound, light?
Just the frequency. I gotta read the paper more.
Frequency of what?
Yeah, frequency is like a measurement over time, like how many things at times an event occurs. Right? So you need to have an event for a frequency, basically. Unless you're
I think he's talking about the human frequency. I think that's what he means.
Well, I'm asking for what the frequency of what? Or a frequency is a measure of events over time. So there has to be an event that's happening for the frequency.
Well, it's an oscillation. It's an oscillation, isn't it? And you can measure that, frequency.
An oscillation of what? That's what I'm asking.
Well, no, the organism, shit, as a whole.
So the human beings moving back and forth once.
Okay, have you heard of the Schumann resonance?
Yeah, it's like your heart pumps, your blood. Everything's a flow. Everything.
Yeah,
Right.
Schumann resonance. Schumann resonance
Your heart has a frequency because it beats a certain amount every certain amount of time. Frequency is a measure of events.
And the Schumann resonance relates to the electromagnetic radiation in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
so
that was agree.
So it's light, basically, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a certain
radio portion of frequency.
It's definitely All invisible is electromagnetic. Light is electromagnetic.
Yeah, I don't
What
really get.
frequency
I don't
do
really
our
get. I don't really
mitochondria
try
run
to
at?
get. I don't really try to get caught up in that stupid ass semantics battle that never goes anywhere and doesn't actually educate anyone. You can call it whatever you want, light or electromagnetics. I will use whichever definition you want.
It's
No,
frequency, no?
all light, all spectrums of light is electromagnetic. Radar, X-rays, gamma rays, ultraviolet, visible light.
Which is all frequency, is it not? All
Yep.
vibration or oscillation?
Yep. He sure is.
Right. Not really sure what the issue is.
Well, if you want to use those words, it's all wavelength as well, right?
Well, yeah, but you wanted to go to the cause. And so for his example, I said it's the human. Obviously, there's many frequencies coming out of a human, but maybe as an overall, the overall average or whatever you want to call amalgamation of all that is the 7 or 8 hertz he was suggesting.
But what we're pointing out is it makes no sense just to say the frequency of a human. It doesn't make any sense.
So what I'm trying to understand is basically what you're saying is the human being is emitting a light with a frequency on the same scale as 8 hertz. That's what's going on?
A light. Why a light?
Because that's what you guys said a couple minutes ago when I asked frequency of what, and then someone explained light, and then I'm pretty sure you said, yeah, that's it.
No, you misheard all of that, clearly. No one said light. No?
Someone definitely did.
Light is a frequency, yeah. Yeah, a spectrum of that electromagnetic spectrum.
Light has a frequency.
Right.
One of the properties of light
oscillation.
is frequency. It's not a frequency.
Oh, so you can't actually choose a specific frequency and get a wavelength of light?
No.
Sure, you can, but that's not the same as
right.
saying that light is a frequency. Light has a frequency is more correct terminology to use.
Right. Okay, fair enough.
Right.
That's
Frequency is just the measure of the amount of events over time. With hertz, it's the inverse of a second. That's all it is. It's just the amount of events over a certain amount of time. So if you invoke a frequency, you have to then say what exactly is happening in that frequency. The frequency is only a measure of how much it occurs.
Right. That's right. So a human produces a frequency. You can interpret that however the human produces it you like, but that was the suggestion. He wasn't saying that the ground around the human did it. He said the human is said to produce.
My question again is a frequency of what? What exactly? A frequency is not a thing. A frequency is a frequency is like length. A frequency only describes and measures something. It's not actually the thing in and of itself.
Listen, dude, it's the cycles per second. It's the sound, the vibration, dude.
Okay, sound. Okay, finally, someone answered sound. Sorry, someone said light at first, so I thought you were mentioning light, but sound. Okay, this frequency, a sound of fucking 8 hertz per second. That's not hard.
Fuck.
Well, they do say sound isn't light, man, but
it's an oscillation, whatever it is. Starts with the vibration and movement. It's all the same shit.
Yeah, pretty much though. But when they say sound isn't light, light isn't sound, I don't know about that.
Are you guys trying to talk about resonant frequencies?
Yeah, resonant frequency in the body, Blue. Yeah, that's what we're trying to talk about. But we're not smart enough or educated enough to understand it. And I don't even know why you would be here talking to us.
No, I'm pretty sure you're right about that, Rocky.
It's funny I knew about resonant frequency in the body, huh? Smart enough to know that.
Funny how you waited for me to say it before you did.
Yeah, it was funny how you came in and tried to act smart, and I knew exactly what you were talking about, huh? Uneducated. What you got to say now? You
Go ahead
want
and
to teach
enlighten
something,
us, big
Blue?
boy.
Well,
Go
I'm
ahead
asking why you're
and enlighten us, big boy.
Yeah, why are you here?
I'm
asking why you're here.
Because I can be. Why are you here?
Yeah, you're here. You're so smart and educated, talking to us dumb people.
Why are you here, Rocky?
Yeah, to wait for you to make you look like an idiot.
Oh, you think so, huh?
Yeah, I know so.
Okay, we'll go right in.
All right, guys. No need to get personal. Please refrain from getting personal.
That's enough from you two. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, enough of Blue coming in here and trying to tell us we're beneath him because he's educated and we're not.
Oh, shut the
Yo,
fuck up,
I tell you
Axel.
what, science, mainstream science, has proven the Bible
I
more
need that,
true every
Polly.
day. Well, I wouldn't say mainstream. I'd say, certain science, not necessarily mainstream.
Yeah, I'd be worrying if mainstream was confirming the Bible.
Well, you
I
can't run
wouldn't.
from God.
I wouldn't. You know, realize that all your laws is based off the Bible.
I mean, it's fascinating. Everywhere you turn, there's a bunch of roads, valleys you can go down. Every direction you take points back to God or Creator. It's amazing.
If you choose to see that, yeah. Plenty of people don't, though.
It's either a creator or a random coincidence. So take your pick.
Yeah, and both seem silly to the other. It seems silly to even think the other's possible.
Yeah, well, there is some of those evolutionists that don't even want to fan of the idea. But it's kind of crazy once you start going deeper into it. At the first glance, it's kind of freaky, but yet it's strange. It's mind blowing. Maybe that's why they don't want to admit to a creator. Probably freaks them out.
Yeah, I'll say this: whoever wrote the Bible is by far the largest genius and intellect I've ever fucking come across. Like Newton doesn't even compare to whoever wrote the Bible. Not even close. Neither does Einstein.
So apparently they've just measured the standing vibration of a human and sitting. It's different from standing to sitting. And it's just a human's vibration, and it's on average of 7.5 hertz standing and 4 to 6 hertz sitting.
Yeah, I was
That's
right.
the resonant frequency, not a frequency that the body is emitting. It is the resonant frequency of the body. Okay.
Oh man. I
How was
guess
it measured? I can't find out how it was measured.
On a shaker table, I think. I'll go look for that again.
You know what a resonant frequency is, right?
Well, if something's resonating, it's vibrating, is it not?
Or, but do you know what a resonant frequency is, right?
Well, it's a frequency that's vibrating along with something else.
Right, but do you know? I know, yeah, that's a vibration. That's nice, but do you know what a resonant frequency is?
Well, I can't see the distinction, to be honest.
Okay. A resonant frequency is just basically, like an example would be like a certain sound that causes the glass to shatter. That sound is at the resonant frequency. Resonant frequency just basically adds energy to the system exactly at the moment that the system will not, I guess, cancel out that new energy. And so the energy that's added keeps adding and adding and adding instead of canceling out as before. It's like if you have a rope,
Well,
right?
no, that would be a function of the structure that was being
No,
vibrated.
I'm describing to you what the definition of resonant frequency is. Like if you look it up.
That's what I said. I said something vibrating along with something else. I knew
No, it's
fucking that bit.
No, that's not it. A resonant frequency
Oh.
is when you have the same frequency exciting a natural frequency of some other body.
So you have a natural frequency. Everything has a natural frequency. You hit it like a tuning fork has a natural frequency. That it's natural,
Right.
and you excite it whenever it can be more excited if you have a same frequency interact with that natural frequency. It'll excite it even more.
Right, okay, like the Tesla machine. You get the right frequency, say, of the building, and you bring the building down, as opposed to just shaking the building.
Well, look at
No, that's a resonance.
look at what Rakia posted, man. It's
That's
right
actually right.
there.
Yeah, no, that's right. What he said last about the building, that's resonant frequency. Yeah, you have the right idea.
Well, there is a resonant frequency where that natural frequency of the building will be excited the most by the amount of energy put into it.
Right, so just listen out. So you got two tuning forks. Let's say one is A and one is fucking C, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you vibrate one, and the other one vibrates but doesn't actually go to pitch. So is there a resonant component there or not?
I think I don't know about that one, but the scenario with the Tesla machine breaking down the building is definitely an example of resonant frequency. Just like the
No,
woman.
but I was trying to just clarify, because if I could get the say the A tuning fork to resonate to A with the other one, is it only resonance when it's resonating at A? Like that's its tuned sort of structure.
No, the resonant frequency is basically a property of any physical object. And so if you basically introduce that resonancy to that object, the object will gain energy at an exponential rate. It will not cancel out any of the energy. It's like a swing, you know? If the swing is coming down and you push it, the energy you push into it is going to cancel out. But if you have the swing come back, and then as it's going forward, you push it, you're going to add to the energy. And so what a resonant frequency is doing is basically you're pushing it at the frequency so that every time it's swinging back, you're pushing with its force instead of against it. And so with like an example, like
whatever the vibration is matching.
What is wrong with you,
the natural
Zadic?
frequency.
I'm gonna
the natural
chop
frequency,
my own balls
the
off and drag
harmonics.
them across my face repeatedly until I die of interruption.
When you match the natural frequency of something with, like, for example, if you have a motor that has a natural frequency and then you pulse that motor at that same frequency, it'll be a resonant frequency. That can be a resonant frequency. It'll excite the natural harmonics of that object.
Right, so the resonant frequency is very much dependent on the structure that's being vibrated. Otherwise, the definition of it is something vibrating along with something else. And I suppose maybe the caveat to that is at the same frequency.
You're right. You're right. It does have to do with the physical structure of the thing. Each thing has its own resonant frequency. So you see the opera singer.
No, the resonant frequency can be.
When you see the opera singer, Zanuck, I'm gonna fucking run myself over with a barbed fucking chain.
Do it.
When you see an opera singer holding the glass, right, and she sings and the glass breaks, it's because she matches the resonant frequency of the glass. So the glass does not actually emit a frequency. The resonant frequency is just a frequency at which you can match it and basically add energy to the system exponentially.
Yes, you've matched the.
Okay, but prior.
But you forgot one thing. You also have harmonics that can also be excited. So you have first and third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth harmonics. They all can be excited, and they all have energy as well, all based on the input frequency to the natural frequency of that object.
Beautiful. So prior to the resonant frequency and something, breaking apart, or having the runaway sort of effect, the glass, for example, would actually be emitting a sound, wouldn't it? Like just prior to it breaking. We might not be able to hear it audibly, but it would have to be making a sound because it would be oscillating, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So beautiful.
Molecules of air.
Excellent. That's where we need to be.
Yeah, but just saying that a human has a human has a resonant frequency of 7 hertz does not imply that a human emits a sound of 7 hertz.
No, but I never said a resonant frequency. You implied the resonant frequency, which suggests that that's the frequency humans break apart at after this discussion, which seems silly.
No, well, the reason resonant frequency was brought up because I heard it and someone was using it incorrectly. I started commenting on the term being used incorrectly. I don't know if it was you or somewhere else, and then Zanuck
guys-
and the other guys had to put their input on resonant frequency as well. That's what happened in this discussion.
It can't be our resonant frequency. Let's just get that straight. Because if it was, it would be the frequency with which we broke apart at. Yes?
No.
Oh.
Oh. What's the resonant frequency of the glass? Is it the
It's where
frequency with which
the
it breaks
frequency of
apart at?
input equals the natural frequency of an object. You hear what I said?
Okay.
You have to
Yeah.
equal.
So hey,
It doesn't
so
mean
with
it's
the
going to break
glass, it
apart.
breaks it apart, but with us, it doesn't.
It just means if you excite it, it will have you'll have more excitation with the act of exciting it with the same frequency that it already has naturally, the natural frequency.
All right. Are
When
you
drop the body, if
aware
you
of
drop the
the
body off a
glass
building,
breaking?
if you drop the body off a building,
and
it would thump. It could thump, and that could be a frequency. No matter how hard you drop it,
Right.
it would still make the same thump.
Well, hang on. Let me jump in. Why? What Rakia posted, right? Why is it? Are they using a spectrum analyzer? Is connected to a board frequency range antenna placed in contact with the skin. What does that have to do with what electromagnetic fields emitted? What does that have to do with resonance?
A vibration, a force.
That's
Yeah,
the
the body.
vibration
That's
coming
the
out of
point.
your pores, basically your skin.
That's the point. It's not dude.
Energy.
Yeah, resonant is vibration. When you drop something, it'll have a natural frequency.
Oh, dude.
If you dropped it at the exact, here we go. This is a great analogy. I'm glad you brought that up. So you drop something that has this frequency, all right? At some velocity, when it makes if that equals the natural frequency of the object, you'll have more of a vibration, a bigger vibration, a bigger thump, but it'll still be the same frequency because that's the natural frequency. You equal it, and it excites even greater, but it still happens at that frequency. That's why it stays at that frequency because that's the natural frequency of the body. You're only making it bigger by equaling it with the action that has been taken upon it.
Okay, but that's not the
So
argument.
you just agree. So the natural frequency of the body is 7 point, and there we go.
Yes,
And therefore,
there you
we
go.
must be oscillating.
No, it's when you.
Oh.
It's if you hit it. The tuning fork does not vibrate at 500 hertz. If I bang it on something, it vibrates at 500 hertz. But if it sits there, it's not vibrating at 500 hertz. Now, if I can hit it in such a way where I can equal that velocity of the vibration of 500 hertz of that one arm of the tuning fork, it will have more energy. It will have more movement. It'll have the same frequency. It'll just have more of it. It'll be louder. So the volume would go up, but it's still the same frequency. You can't change the resonant frequency. You can't change. Natural frequency. That is attached to any body with mass.
Yeah, that's the contention. That the fact that is the body is a frequency.
Yeah, but that just means it'll be louder if you excite it with the same frequency. If you gave something, if it's at 7 hertz and you have a sound that's vibrating at 7 hertz in the room, and that's your natural frequency, you will feel more of a shake. You actually, if you could hear yourself vibrating, it would be louder. It's not going to change it. It's just a resonant frequency. And every harmonic about that frequency would also have the same effect, but to a lesser degree.
Dude, everything in nature is vibration. Einstein was right on that one. I have to agree with him on that.
Tesla.
Yep, that too.
If he was real, of course, and not just, made up propaganda.
Hey, Zanuck, God is real, right?
I think so.
Nice. I want to ask a question. The electric universe. What's the? Oh, I haven't looked into that, but everybody keeps saying it's incorrect. Why? How so? What do you guys know? Anybody know about it?
It's definitely an electric universe, without a doubt.
Yeah, I would see that, but what is the Are they saying the globe version of it is wrong or something? Is that where they started at? I really never really looked deep into that on that side.
Yeah, I think it gets poo-pooed just because it conflicts, different stories for different things, and
And it
it's not
doesn't really
liked.
explain
Oh,
what we observe.
okay, so the stories aren't good enough yet.
Wait a minute, I want
Just
to.
picture a good enough story.
Everything points to electric, dude. It's just crazy. There's no running from that, though.
Only if you ignore everything else that doesn't point to electric.
And what's that?
The
Almost
non-electric,
everything
of
else.
course.
What's up? What's the everything? First, you got to give me something to include everything.
One of the things Electric Universe likes to postulate is that the sun's not a nuclear fusion reaction. They like to say that it's a Z pinch with electric currents flowing in and out, and that's just not observed.
Let's just not go back to that one.
Why not? That's part of Electric Universe. You wanted to bring up Electric Universe.
We already discussed that. We already been there. Got something else?
I mean, the other thing is they claim that the craters and canyons on planetary bodies are carved out by big electric storms, and yet that's not what we see either.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that. That's a strong. Oof, that's tough. I don't know about that.
That's a gimme. That's a given. Haven't you seen those awesome arcing electric artworks people do on coffee tables? It fucking matches rivers and creeks perfectly. Aboriginals here 40,000 years ago said it was snakes. I tend to look at those electric arcing patterns and go, that matches a lot better than snake patterns.
Are you talking about those fractal burn patterns that people make in wood by connecting up microwave transformers and pouring salt water over them?
Similar things, yeah. They look fucking brilliant, and they match the rivers and canals and all that sort of shit, like aerial views really well.
But they don't. They look fractal. Rivers don't look fractal when you look at them from above.
Oh dear, but we're looking at them from above from very, very old, worn-out time. We're not looking at a brand new formed one from a massive plasma event, are we?
So when we observe rivers as we actually see them in the real world, they don't look like what the fractal images look like, right?
No, because water has filled them and worn them out and done all the stuff, and land has moved and things have filled in and shit has happened.
But isn't that what rivers are? Water.
Well, yeah, but water has fallen and gone into them. So you can say that where they follow was carved out by the water, or you can think, like I'm suggesting, that the water just happened to follow those paths because it was already carved out, and then over time it's created the paths that it has because of water erosion.
I think the biggest thing that is a real downer for the theory is that we don't actually see it happening anywhere today.
What, massive plasma arcing forming?
Yeah.
No, we don't see that. We don't have an energized atmosphere or anything like was used to be here.
Yeah, there's
don't
no
have
doubt.
the pressure, don't have the oxygen. It's all different.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, man. Since the fall of man, everything is getting weaker and weaker.
Fall of masculinity, or yeah.
Yo, I just think, Don, I've been looking more into that serpent seed theory, and even I look at the refutations for the serpent seed, and it's pretty weak. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure it's a serpent seed.
You're not sure, or you sure? What? Say it again.
I said I've been looking into that serpent seed, and even into the refutations and shit, and the refutations are pretty weak. Pretty sure it's a serpent seed.
That's I pointed to you to that, and there's not a lot of biblical people here, but The son of perdition, I would say 100% could indeed or may indeed be the seed of the serpent, Satan, if you will. Like Satan has a son. Definitely put himself above God, say he's God and everything, and they all worship him. Do signs and wonders and all that. Yeah, keep looking into that, Noah.
Chapter 5, Genesis. It's a genealogy. Only Seth is mentioned. All right, Hot Mike, what's going on over here?
Is that me or what? I'll shut it down if that's me.
Yo, how's this? Bill Gates just came up with a new lab-produced breast milk. Here we go. Bill Gates climate change investment. Firm bet on lab-produced breast milk.
Climate.
3.5 million in the Series A funding. Breakthrough at Energy Ventures with Bill Gates. This guy, bro, him and Elon, man. It's like left side, you get Bill Gates. Right side, you get Elon. And both of them are just your salesmen for the
Better
fourth
get you some
industrial
stock.
revolution. Thank you for that. Whatever
Better
that
get you some Lon stock milk.
Dude, that's just weird. I mean, what does that got to do with climate change? That has to do with inflation.
Bro, it
It has
either
to do
way,
with
bro.
stock.
Left and right, both on the climate change, man. Elon and Bill Gates, they're all on it. It's gonna be a new mark of the beast climate change system in the future. You watch, you mark my words. No more money, just carbon credit and social credit. That's it. Sorry, no savings. You don't get
Well,
to
that's
eat. You don't fucking have enough social and carbon credit. Sorry, no savings. No real money. You don't have real money, but no fucking fiat for you anyways. Now all you get is a digit determined by an AI. That's it.
dude, that's the reason. One of the main reasons I never really got into crypto. I'm not saying it is that. I'm just saying it was kind of like I was looking at it from the outside looking in. I was like, man, it looks like it's conditioning people to get into this idea, right? Because you got to think if you're winning something, right, and you see a bunch of people over there winning something, you want to join it, right? Well, you got to, gas it up, make it look good.
Yeah, it's kind of like when Walmart comes into the fucking poor neighborhood and then all the prices are lower. Everyone starts going to Walmart. Then all the small businesses go out of business. And then Walmart then fucking proceeds to raise their price because there's no competition. Same shit. Oh, crypto going up so much. Let's all get in. Let's all fucking put our fiat dollars. Oh, 2-for-1 exchange for stablecoin to fiat dollars. A great idea. Let's all get into fiat. Let's go all into crypto. That's a great idea. Yeah. Digital ID. Yeah. Let's all get our digital ID to access our crypto. Okay. Oh, carbon credits. All right. Well, we need to use that to access the internet. Okay. Yeah. Carbon credits. Go. Yeah. Fucking idiots.
I never
Easy
did
trap.
it.
It's like a very easily. It's such an easy to see trap, and you could just
Yes.
see the massive retards piling in, and it's like, well, I guess that's where we're going. The massive retards have made their decision, and the clear and obvious New World Order has rubbed it in our face for the ones who can tell what's going to happen, and there's nothing we can do about it. So that's our future.
Well, think about it, Noah. What better way to control the world, the general public, the population's currency with one flick of the switch? Electric, right? I mean, I always told people the best, wealth is from within Gold, silver, and food. That will always be wealth. Forget that. I'm not messing with that stuff.
Yeah, they're just gonna be like, sorry, all the shops are closed except for Costco, and if you don't have a digital dollar, you can't get into Costco, and if you don't have 15 mandatory vaccines, you can't get a digital ID to get your digital dollar. Sorry, that's it. It's gonna be a fucking really obvious, like a really obvious plot that no one's gonna do anything to stop. Like extremely obvious.
Well, at least people are catching on now. I've been
No way.
thinking,
No
dude.
way. Nobody's
I've
gonna
been.
do shit. It didn't
I'm
even.
really,
They can even, dude. There's even people who know and play along just because it's comfortable and convenient. Like they got us beat, bro. They know where they can hide it from the retards, and then where the people they can't hide it from, they just compensate enough for the people who see what's going on. Once you get a majority of those people, then what is it? Oh, a few people that are speaking out against it. No one's gonna hear that. They already got it beat, bro.
dude, this is what I've been telling Dicelo at the beginning, dude. He was like, "Man, check out the crypto stuff." I'm like, dude, I think they're getting people conditioned to get comfortable with this, dude. To make gas it up to make it look good, to get people comfortable. And he didn't agree with me, and I get it. I understand. I mean, but I'm telling you, dude, something's strange about this. I'm not saying you can't make a quick buck from it. I mean, sure, but I mean, conditioning people. That's the point.
It's like a banquet on the Titanic. Yeah, you can fucking run into the Titanic, grab your food, and get off in time. But majority of the fucker who are gonna be at the banquet are gonna sink with the fucking shit. You might be the one guy to get off on a lifeboat, but that's you gotta beat the odds then. It's highly unlikely.
All right.
Like if you want to chance it, you think you're that guy who's gonna beat the odds, go for it. But I mean, if there's 800 people on the boat and only 100 spots in the life raft, would you chance going on that boat to grab from that banquet? I personally think they're going to use Bitcoin to play the robots. Like the robots are going to pay each other with Bitcoin and shit.
Dude, it's something strange, man.
I'm telling you, it all has to do with the robots, bro. Robots can't fucking pay each other in physical dollars. Because they could have had this internet money a long time ago, but there's certain things that they needed to get in place for it to go through, like with the amount of control, right? Getting an internet money is not hard. Getting some sort of internet money where it is completely controlled and surveilled, that's a little harder. And I think that's why they waited so long. And then I also think that it's also going to just work perfectly with their whole robot, I guess, what is it called? Automation. Their whole automation. They think that like fucking 50% of fucking like minimum wage jobs are going to be gone or something in like the span of like the next 10 to 20 years. It's like, wait a minute.
Dude, if people, when I was telling Dicelo, I was like, man, get gold and silver, right? That's tangible wealth. That's tangible, right? Now look what happened to gold and silver. It skyrocket. Look at it now. Like, I'm just saying. That's all. As long as there's electricity in the world, dude, precious metals are always going to be worth something. You're going to always need an engineer, even if things, go down.
Hello there. Anybody here? Life or Geo. Guys here?
Hello? Hey, Gio. Hello? Gio?